Once a top female idol with millions of fans, she is now dressed in tattered clothes, kneeling on the ground, begging for a man to take her in. The beautiful leader who once stood at the pinnacle of federal power, cold and aloof, has now donned a catwoman costume and knelt before a man, willingly submitting. The root of all these changes lies in a global catastrophe. Tens of billions of people were forcibly drawn into a survival game, becoming territorial masters and forced to participate in the struggle for supremacy among all races. At the start of the game, everyone will randomly receive an initial building and their own unit type. Some players start with wolf riders who roam the plains like the wind, invincible and unstoppable. Some players draw the dragon unit directly, and with one stomp, mountains and rivers crumble. Even those with slightly worse luck can obtain support units like the Holy Angel, providing healing and support for steady development. Unfortunately, Su Ming drew a mechanical unit. In everyone's eyes, it was nothing more than a pile of scrap metal, easily crushed with a single step and useless once the power was gone. Everyone laughed, convinced that he was doomed from the start. But they had no idea that Su Ming didn't need to frantically gather resources, train troops, or maintain supplies like the others. He alone was enough to support the entire territory. As the barracks continued to upgrade, the types of troops under his command also evolved wildly, from the initial mechanical dogs and drones, all the way up to space carriers, intelligent mechs, and even star destroyers. At this moment, Su Ming was slightly surprised. He had thought it would be a direct summoning, but it turned out to be a production mode. However, being able to get 10 for free every day was not bad. The rest would obviously require materials to produce. While waiting for delivery, he checked his talent holographic eye. At first, he couldn't help but complain. Only able to view information? This is too useless. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the wooden house, and the information appeared. Dilapidated wooden hut, barely habitable, serving as the initial base. Upgrading requires 100 wood and 5 territory areas. After upgrading, production time is reduced and storage capacity is increased. Su Ming frowned. Wood is manageable, but 5 territories? Looks like we'll have to expand outwards. 3 minutes later, a mechanical dog was produced and automatically entered the warehouse. Upon inspection, Su Ming found that it was about the length of an arm, had a 4-legged mechanical structure, and a round head that resembled a camera. RX-78 mechanical dog, self-destruct type, Tier 1. Attack method, self-destruct. Production materials, energy crystal *1. Self-destruct type. Su Ming's eyes lit up, a hint of anticipation rising for its power. He kept the factory in production while he began exploring the territory. The warehouse was portable, so there was no need to wait. Reaching the border, he found himself shrouded in mist, but clues appeared above it. Previous, no danger, basic supply box available. Su Ming was stunned and rubbed his eyes. This talent can also check unexplored areas? He immediately realized that this ability was not useless at all, but extremely powerful. He then looked to the left. Left, Tier 3 giant wolves patrolling. Not recommended to proceed. To the right. Right, 10 Tier 2 gritty rats. High danger. Behind them was a swampy area, also unsuitable for exploration. Having gathered the information, Su Ming decisively moved forward. As he entered the fog, his vision gradually cleared, and he quickly found the supply crate. Supply crate contains basic food. It's food. He immediately opened it. Received bread *5, mineral water *5. In this world without supplies, food is the key to survival. If we don't go out to explore, we probably won't even survive the beast tide in 7 days. After collecting the supplies, the prompt reappeared. Occupy this area. Su Ming confirmed without hesitation, immediately feeling his territory expand by 2 squares. So occupying an area can expand the protected area. He nodded and continued exploring. Front, 3 Tier 1 brown wolves are forging left. No resources right. Tier 7 snake demon, extremely dangerous. Without hesitation, Su Ming chose to continue forward. He knew very well that the beast tide would arrive in 7 days, and simply hiding wouldn't be enough to survive. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. These 3 brown wolves were perfect for testing the mechanical dog's power. Upon entering the area ahead, Su Ming did not venture too far, but instead maintained a safe distance, allowing him to retreat to his territory at any time. He retrieved 3 newly manufactured RX-78 mechanical dogs from the warehouse and released them. The mechanical dogs hopped around a few times in place, and upon receiving the command, mechanically advanced forward, their movements appearing slightly stiff. Observing from behind, Su Ming quickly discovered the problem. These mechanical dogs were not agile enough. Their execution logic was rather simple. They could only move in a straight line, and they had almost no ability to adapt. The commotion soon alerted the nearby brown wolves. 3 brown wolves quickly surrounded them, baring their teeth and growling, warning the approaching mechanical dogs. But the mechanical dog didn't react and continued forward, quickly entering the attack range. The next moment, the brown wolf's eyes flashed with ferocity, howling as it pounced. The instant the two made contact, the mechanical dog's eyes lit up red. Boom! A deafening explosion sent the brown wolf flying, killing it instantly, while the other 2 were also severely injured in the blast. Such power! It's an instant kill. Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The remaining 2 mechanical dogs continued to close in. The wounded brown wolf tried to escape, but it was too late. It was forced to approach and was eventually engulfed by the explosion. After the battle, Su Ming calmly analyzed, the power and speed are both good, but the blast radius is too small. You have to get close to the target. Anyone with a brain can dodge it. Moreover, it lacks flexibility and can only execute a single command. He knew there was no way to improve it in the short term, and his only hope was that the mechanical factory could be upgraded to improve the mechanical dog's performance. While processing the corpse, a prompt appeared. Dissection yields. Wolf meat, *2, energy crystal, *1. Su Ming quickly dissected it, obtaining 6 pieces of wolf meat and 3 energy crystals, just enough to make up for the losses. After clearing the area, he claimed it as his territory and continued forward. The fog of war appeared again. Ahead lay a den of brown wolves, 5 in total. The left was safe, and the right held a sleeping elite stone giant. Those 3 just now must have come from the den, Su Ming murmured, checking the inventory. There were now 6 mechanical dogs. He weighed the options briefly. We have an advantage in numbers, but if we have the Wolf King, 6 might not be enough. To be on the safe side, he decided to wait for another round of production. In the meantime, he first explored the safe area on the left, eating bread to replenish his strength as he advanced, easily capturing 2 safe zones. His territory had expanded to 5 squares, fulfilling one of the requirements for upgrading the cabin. As for wood, it could be obtained by chopping down trees. After making all the preparations, he returned to the wolf den, where he now had 10 mechanical dogs stored. Upon entering the area, the fog dissipated. This time, Su Ming didn't stop at the edge, but cautiously approached, devising a more efficient combat strategy. About 100 meters from the wolf pack, he confirmed his target. 5 brown wolves were resting on the grass. Exactly 5. He took out the mechanical dog. The brown wolves seemed to sense something and looked up warily at their surroundings. Su Ming sneered, "Since you're so slow, I'll give you a ride." He aimed and hurled the mechanical dog, which struck a brown wolf squarely on the head. The sudden attack startled the pack, but they quickly regained their composure and began to attack. The mechanical dogs triggered a program that caused them to self-destruct immediately upon entering the target's range. Boom! The first brown wolf was instantly killed by the explosion. Before the others could react, several mechanical dogs landed next to them, and explosions rang out one after another, wiping them out in an instant. After the battle ended, Su Ming stepped out, stretched his shoulders, and said, "The method is good, but it's a bit tiring on my arms." He quickly realized the problem. Trading 5 mechanical dogs for 5 energy crystals is equivalent to only earning food. This won't work. Upgrading the machine factory requires 10 energy crystals, and producing the mechanical dogs also consumes energy crystals. With only 7 days left, efficiency must be further improved. The equipment hasn't even been upgraded yet, and it's already consuming energy crystals. This definitely won't work. He pondered, then quickly remembered a region rich in energy crystal resources that might solve the problem once and for all. After occupying the area, his territory expanded to 6 squares, and Su Ming returned to the dilapidated wooden house. The house's information showed that upgrading required 100 wood and 5 squares of territory. Currently, he only needed the wood. He looked at the large trees next to him. Each tree could yield 20 wood, but chopping them down by hand would be too time-consuming, and doing it by hand was impractical. Using mechanical dogs to bomb them would be counterproductive. Let's trade then. Su Ming made his decision quickly. In addition to his basic supplies, he had 16 pieces of wolf meat. In this environment where food was scarce, their value was not low. After opening the regional channel, the number of people had dropped to 9,468. So many people have disappeared in less than half a day. I wonder how many will be left in 7 days. Su Ming glanced at the chat and found that many people had started asking for food. He also noticed something else. Other lords' troops needed to eat, otherwise their loyalty would decrease, and they might even rebel. Seeing this, Su Ming glanced at his mechanical dog and thought to himself, mechanical troops are so much easier to manage. They don't need to eat or drink, and there's no need to worry about them betraying you. Su Ming closed the chat channel and went directly to the trading area. No one had set up a stall yet on the first day, so he only kept 2 pieces of wolf meat for himself and put the rest up for sale. The wolf meat was priced at 200 wood or 2 energy crystals per serving, while the bread sold for 100 wood or 1 energy crystal. As for the mineral water, he had no plans to sell it for the time being. Soon, the trading area was in an uproar. Some complained about the high prices. 200 wood for a piece of meat, that's outrageous. Others complained about the ridiculously high price of bread. What's the difference between this and robbery? Some even cursed the unscrupulous merchants, while others were shocked that someone was actually selling food. Despite the complaints, everyone was quick to grab the goods. Some people hesitated for only a second before the items were sold out, while others were urging for restocking, saying, "Boss, bring some more. I'm starving." The scene suddenly became extremely lively. As soon as Su Ming left the trading area, notifications popped up one after another. Sold wolf meat, gained 200 wood. Sold wolf meat, gained 2 energy crystals. In less than 3 seconds, all the food was gone. In this round, he harvested a total of 2,700 pieces of wood and 5 energy crystals. This is definitely the fastest way to get resources. Su Ming was in a good mood as he looked at the surge in supplies. He also realized that some people had already started exploring, but most people were still lacking food. In contrast, he was acting alone, without any burdens, giving him a clear advantage. So he ignored the chat channel and turned to upgrading the cabin. The upgraded cabin was completely transformed, and it also improved the efficiency of the mechanical factory. The production time of the mechanical dogs was reduced from 3 minutes to 2.9 minutes, and the warehouse capacity increased to 25. Su Ming checked his information and found that his strength had reached Tier 1, and his territory had expanded to 6 squares. He couldn't help but mutter, "Could it be that my level is linked to my wooden house?" Next, he faced a choice: upgrade the mechanical factory or continue producing mechanical dogs. After all, he only had 5 mechanical dogs left. After a brief moment of thought, Su Ming decisively abandoned the upgrade and put all 10 energy crystals into production. Rather than waiting for the upgrade, it was better to replenish his forces and continue acquiring resources. After replenishing their food and water, the number of mechanical dogs returned to 10, and Su Ming set off to explore again. This time, he chose to proceed to the right, and a prompt quickly appeared. Right side, 10 Tier 2 beginner grinding rats present, containing a small amount of energy crystals. Exploration not recommended at this time. Although Su Ming hesitated, he decided to give it a try and went inside, first sending out a mechanical dog to scout ahead. The mechanical dog's advance immediately alerted the nearby gnawed rats. Several rats, no bigger than a human head, burst from the ground, screeching and charging at the mechanical dog. The next second, a deafening explosion blasted a large crater in the ground, instantly turning the gnawed rats into charred remains, and even their companions underground were thrown out by the shockwave. Su Ming's eyes lit up. 3 rats in 1 explosion, not bad. He immediately released more mechanical dogs to press down on them. Although the gnawing rats are second-tier creatures, their defenses are weak, and coupled with their extremely strong territorial instincts, they all rushed out from underground to fight back. However, they were facing self-destructing mechanical dogs. Crashing into them meant certain death. Explosions rang out continuously, and the battle quickly ended. Su Ming lost a total of 6 mechanical dogs, but successfully wiped out the entire nest of gnawed rats. After the battle, he immediately began dissecting the carcasses, obtaining some rat meat and energy crystals. He then began digging around the area, searching for any resources the rats had hidden. He dug while using his talent to locate the target, but unfortunately, the number of mechanical dogs was limited. Otherwise, using them to blast the ground would obviously be more efficient. 5 minutes later, a notification finally appeared underground. Energy crystals are hidden in this area. Su Ming smiled, finally found it. He quickly unearthed the buried supplies. Gained energy crystals *10 upon seeing this amount. Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a huge windfall." After occupying this area, Su Ming did not venture further, but chose to return to his territory, first to develop his resources safely. Upon returning to his territory, he immediately upgraded the mechanical factory. After the upgrade, the factory reached Tier 2, still able to produce 10 mechanical dogs for free each day, while the storage limit was increased to 35. So mean Fronith, just a little more capacity. Not only were no new units unlocked, but the production time remained unchanged, which disappointed him somewhat. Just then, a system notification popped up. RX-78 Action Module unlocked. An action module? Su Ming immediately became interested and checked the information. The mechanical dog had a new ability module, which he found to be Pounce. As long as an enemy entered its range, the mechanical dog could pounce directly at them. Su Ming Nadif. Not bad. Finally, I don't have to self-destruct at point-blank range anymore. It's like having a ranged attack option. Although the upgrade wasn't huge, he was still quite satisfied with this new ability. He also discovered that there were more modules waiting to be unlocked. As long as he continued to upgrade the factory level, they would be unlocked one by one. The trading channel was filled with curses, with many people denouncing Su Ming as a profiteer who dared to sell rat meat for 200 wood and 2 energy crystals. But no matter how fiercely they cursed, as soon as the food was put on the market, it would be snapped up instantly, and those who didn't get any could only wail and urge for more in the channel. Su Ming ignored the noise and focused on expanding his territory. Meanwhile, in another part of his territory, a man was feeding his earth dragon some stolen rat meat, but his mood was growing increasingly irritated. He was thrilled when he drew the earth dragon's nest, thinking he could sweep everything away with the earth dragon. And indeed, the earth dragon was powerful, helping him quickly expand his territory. But the problem soon became apparent. The earth dragon ate far too much. The prey it hunted was simply not enough to sustain it. It had been starving for almost a day and could only gnaw on scraps of meat to barely stave off hunger. He was even secretly relieved that the nest's breeding rate wasn't fast. Otherwise, if 1 or 2 more earth dragons appeared, he simply wouldn't be able to afford to raise them, and he might even suffer a backlash. This guy's troops definitely don't need to eat. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He tried to contact Su Ming multiple times, but never received a response. Meanwhile, Su Ming had just finished selling the rat meat and had earned 600 pieces of wood and 14 energy crystals. Compared to the last time, the proportion of energy crystals had increased significantly, which made him realize that more and more people had begun to venture out to explore. Looks like I can raise the price again next time, Su Ming thought to himself. Food was already scarce, and as long as the price was still within people's budget, people would still buy it no matter how expensive it was. That was his confidence. He glanced at his current resources: 3,200 wood, 14 energy crystals, and 19 mechanical dogs. That's enough for now. He then continued advancing into his territory. Back in the mole rat area, 3 directional indicators reappeared before him. Supply box ahead, no resources to the left, swamp to the right. Since there was no danger, he headed straight ahead. Soon, Su Ming found a supply box, opened it, and found only 1 energy crystal. Not bad. Too bad it's not water. He then casually occupied the left side area, expanding his territory to 9 squares. Then, he looked at the warning message behind him. A 7th-tier snake demon exists, extremely dangerous. Su Ming's heart tightened immediately. If he accidentally wandered into a monster of this level, it would almost certainly mean certain death. We must eliminate this threat within 7 days. If this threat remained in the Heartland once the protection period ended, the consequences would be unimaginable. He decisively bypassed this formidable enemy and continued expanding towards a safer area. With the mechanical dog unlocking its pounce ability, its combat efficiency significantly improved, easily taking down even some second-tier creatures. By nightfall, its territory had reached 15 squares. However, the cost was also considerable. Only 5 mechanical dogs remained. But the harvest was also substantial. Rabbit meat, wolf meat, beef, and 20 energy crystals. Just then, a system notification suddenly appeared. Night has fallen. Creatures are more ferocious. It is recommended to return to your territory. Su-Ming decisively stopped and decided to go back to develop his resources. After returning to his territory, he kept some rabbit and beef for himself and roasted the rest into jerky, which he then put back on the trading floor. This time, the price rose to 300 wood or 3 energy crystals. The trading channel erupted again. Prices have gone up again. Profiteering merchants. But even with all the cursing, the food was still being snapped up, with some people even cursing and grabbing at the same time, making the scene incredibly realistic. Su-Ming glanced at the channels and friend requests. They were either asking for food or trying to play the victim. He ignored them all. Doing a monopoly is so satisfying. Seeing his resources surge again, he felt incredibly happy. After this round, his total resources became 7,600 wood and 57 energy crystals, truly making a windfall. Su-Ming directly upgraded the wooden house 2 levels, turning it into a luxury wooden house, and the living environment improved significantly, no longer having to sleep on the floor. At the same time, the efficiency of the mechanical factory was also improved again. He then gritted his teeth and spent 50 energy crystals to upgrade the mechanical factory to level 4 in one go. Although it was a bit painful, the improvements were quite significant. After the upgrade, not only was the production time reduced to 2.7 minutes and the warehouse capacity increased to 65, but 2 new action modules, running and jumping, were also added, greatly improving mobility. Su-Ming also put the remaining 7 energy crystals into production. Combined with the daily free ones, the mechanical dogs quickly recovered their size and combat power returned to a usable state. After a night, Su-Ming ate some dried meat to replenish his strength. Food and water were still plentiful for the time being. This time, he didn't go to the right again, but chose to advance in the opposite direction. Left side, a Tier 3 low-level giant wolf is patrolling. Tier 3 is already within his tolerance range, so Su-Ming directly led the mechanical dog inside. As soon as he stepped into the area, the giant wolf sensed his presence and pounced. Su-Ming calmly released his mechanical dog, and the two collided in mid-air, instantly exploding. With a loud bang, the giant wolf landed a charred corpse. Dissection yielded wolf meat *10, energy crystal *2. Looking at his spoils, Su-Ming smiled and said, "Big size is good. Lots of meat too." Just as he was about to take over the area, the system popped up a notification. Taking over failed. Su-Ming was taken aback and immediately became alert. There was clearly something else hidden here. A rustling sound came from the bushes, and Su-Ming quickly released his mechanical dog to probe. The next second, a spear suddenly thrust out, and the mechanical dog exploded on the spot, accompanied by a scream. A green arm was blasted off and landed at his feet. Goblin. Su-Ming's eyes darkened, and he immediately judged that there was probably another force present. He continued forward and, sure enough, saw the corpse of a goblin that had been blown up, while several other goblins were desperately fleeing in the distance. "Chase them," Su-Ming ordered, and the 3 mechanical dogs immediately rushed out. Soon, one of the goblins was caught up, and the mechanical dog pounced on it head-on, exploding instantly and turning it into a charred corpse. The remaining 2 fled desperately into the distance. Su-Ming pursued relentlessly, quickly reaching the edge of the area. A notification appeared in the mist ahead. 20 goblins present, one of which is Tier 5. The rest are Tier 2 or 3. Su-Ming immediately called a halt, refusing to rush in rashly. But while he was still weighing his options, the 2 goblins who had just escaped returned with reinforcements. A group of goblins emerged from the mist, with a particularly large goblin carrying a stone axe at the very back, clearly their leader. Su-Ming confirmed the information using his talent. Tier 5 large goblin. "It's just a bit big," he quickly concluded. With a strange roar from its leader, all the goblins charged forward like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Without a word, Su-Ming immediately released his mechanical dogs to meet the attack head-on. Explosions rang out one after another, goblins fell in droves, and even the surrounding trees were blown up. At the same time, Su Ming quietly dispatched several mechanical dogs to circle around the leader from both sides. The large goblin sensed something was wrong and quickly dodged, even swinging its stone axe to send one of the mechanical dogs flying. But the remaining mechanical dogs were faster, leaping and closing in. The next second, a flying pounce landed face-to-face. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions blasted the large goblin to pieces, leaving it instantly mangled and collapsing to the ground. With their leader dead, the remaining goblins completely collapsed and scattered in all directions. Su Ming showed no mercy, ordering his mechanical dogs to hunt them down relentlessly, leaving no one alive. After the battle, he quickly began dissecting and collecting the spoils. Gained 35 rotten flesh, 25 energy crystals, and 1 stone axe. Combined with his previous gains, his energy crystal count skyrocketed. This was a huge profit. Su Ming immediately reinvested the energy crystals into production. The losses in this battle weren't too high. He still had 15 mechanical dogs left. After clearing the battlefield, he successfully occupied the area. Looking at the fog ahead again, the notification had changed. The goblin swarm has been eliminated. Resources may remain. Su Ming arrived at the goblin camp, where several dilapidated tents were pitched. The environment was filthy and chaotic, with a stench permeating the air and leftover bone fragments scattered on ground. Clearly, these guys live an extremely rough life. After searching, he found a rusty iron box in a corner, with signs of being smashed. Unknown iron box has a chance to contain rare items. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Rare items can come out of it. He immediately opened the iron box. Obtained. RX 30 mechanical dog production blueprint. Purple. *1. Production blueprint. Su Ming was surprised and quickly checked the attributes, confirming that this item could be used directly for production without any threshold restrictions. He quickly opened the machine factory interface, and, sure enough, a new production tab had appeared. After studying the blueprints, the factory could produce 2 models, the RX-78 and the RX-30, with shorter production times and a significantly increased storage capacity. However, when he tried to produce both models simultaneously, the system prompted that only single-line production was currently possible, and he needed to upgrade to an intermediate factory to enable dual production lines. Looks like I still need to upgrade as soon as possible, Su Ming muttered. At this point, there were already 20 robotic dogs in the warehouse, and he decisively switched production to the RX-30 model. With the completion of the last RX-78, the factory began manufacturing the new model of robotic dog. The updated information showed that the daily free production quantity would change depending on the current production model. Su Ming then realized that by switching production methods, he could obtain different models of mechanical dogs for free. Each RX-30 production run only took about 5 minutes and consumed 2 energy crystals, so the cost wasn't high. Taking advantage of the production gap, Su Ming continued to explore the surrounding area. Front, 20 Tier 5 ogres wandering. Upon seeing this notification, he immediately gave up. Enemies of this size were beyond his current capabilities. He then looked in other directions. Left, 10 Tier 3 swamp sheep. The shepherd is not present. Back, swamp area sheep. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he decisively led the mechanical dog into the left-hand area. The grassland here was fertile, and before he had gone far, he saw a flock of swamp sheep grazing leisurely, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Quickly finish this, Su Ming immediately ordered. For mechanical dogs surrounded the sheep from 4 directions, quickly tightening their formation. The swamp sheep panicked and tried to escape, but their paths were completely blocked, leaving them huddled together, bleeding incessantly. The next second, the 2 mechanical dogs pounced on the sheep and self-destructed, exploding in a spectacular explosion. When the smoke cleared, all 10 swamp sheep lay dead, their wool charred black. They were instantly wiped out. Su Ming stepped forward to examine them. Dissection yields 3 sheep meat, 1 sheep milk, 1 energy crystal, and goat's milk. He nodded. It was a decent supplement in a water-scarce situation. But he quickly realized the problem. The shepherd could return at any moment. I can't stay here any longer. He made a quick decision, preparing to take the spoils back to his territory to deal with them later. Just as Su Ming was worrying about the transportation problem, the machine factory completed an RX-30. After checking its attributes, he was immediately delighted. RX-30 30 mechanical dog, transport type, equipped with a transportation module specifically designed for moving resources. It's come at the perfect time. He immediately gave the order, and the mechanical dog unfolded a metal plate and quickly grabbed the swamp sheep with its mechanical claws. In less than half a minute, it had stacked 9 sheep on its back and steadily transported them to its territory. This efficiency truly lives up to its reputation as a rare blueprint. Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim. With the transport-type mechanical dog, hunting efficiency would increase dramatically. Considering the shepherd might return at any time, Su Ming didn't continue exploring the occupied area, but chose to return to his territory, first to ensure his safety. Upon returning to his territory, Su Ming immediately checked the newly acquired RX-30 module. The transport module contained 5 capabilities: load capacity, stability, agility, overload, and overcapacity. He couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder it's a rare model. One module has 5 capabilities. In comparison, the RX-78 currently only has 3 capabilities." In actual testing, the RX-30's transport capacity was extremely impressive, effortlessly carrying 9 swamp sheep and even bearing 1,000 times its own weight. Subsequently, Su Ming dissected all 9 swamp sheep, obtaining 27 pieces of mutton, 9 bottles of sheep milk, and 9 energy crystals, a considerable gain. Seeing that they were still producing transport-type machinery, he immediately adjusted the production line to continue manufacturing self-destructing mechanical dogs. 1 or 2 transport-type dogs would be enough. More would be wasteful. He drank a bottle of goat milk, finding the taste unexpectedly good and without any fishy smell, which pleased him greatly. This stuff can be kept for later use. He kept 10 pieces of mutton and put the remaining 20 pieces on the trading board. At the same time, he also put 39 pieces of rotten meat, 2 broken stone spears, and a stone axe up for sale, raising the prices accordingly. The mutton was priced at 500 wood or 5 energy crystals, the rotten meat at 300 wood or 3 energy crystals, the stone spears at the same price, and a stone axe at 400 wood or 4 energy crystals. After listing the goods, Su Ming stopped monitoring the market and continued exploring. He returned to the vicinity of the previous goblin camp to check the area where the swamp sheep had been found. The notification had changed. The shepherd is searching for lost sheep and is angry. Do not approach. They're back, just as I expected. Luckily, I ran fast enough. Su Ming decisively abandoned that direction and instead explored a detour. He realized that some creatures don't spawn at fixed times, but roam, like goblins and this shepherd. Approaching them rashly was extremely risky. So he returned to the wolf den area and continued advancing, intending to explore as much area as possible today to speed up the house upgrade process. Meanwhile, the goods that Su Ming listed in the trading area caused quite a stir in Area 88888. Some people cursed him for being a profiteer, driving up prices higher and higher. Others cursed him while frantically buying them, and some even begged him to privately message them to buy at a higher price. Rotten flesh is selling for 300 wood? Isn't that robbery? Stop robbing me. Leave some for me, my wolves are starving. I'll offer 600 wood. DM me to sell. Despite the constant cursing, the goods were quickly sold out, and even basic weapons were snapped up. After a man snatched some food, he fed it to his earthworm, only to find that the creature disgustedly spat out the rotten flesh and growled in dissatisfaction. He was immediately annoyed. We're almost out of food, and you're still being picky? With a second earthworm about to hatch, his food shortage was mounting, forcing him to accelerate his resource acquisition efforts. On the other side, a girl was sitting on a vine, frantically refreshing the trading area, but she was always a step behind. It's gone again. These people are too fast. She stomped her feet in frustration. She complained that Su Ming didn't release enough goods and didn't reply to private messages, acting very aloof. Just then, a fairy sent her a purple orb of light. Seeing the items inside, the girl's eyes lit up. Perhaps I can use this to trade with him. She immediately changed her strategy and sent another private message to Su Ming with her bargaining chips. As night fell, Su Ming finished his exploration, expanding his territory to 31 squares. Thanks to the RX-30's transport capabilities, he saved a significant amount of time. However, the consumption was also considerable, using up 30 mechanical dogs in a single day. Fortunately, he replenished enough energy crystals through trading. Upon returning to his territory, he tallied his gains, including what he had traded, and found he had acquired 5,000 timber and 350 energy crystals. Now, energy crystals are plentiful, but timber is becoming scarce. He realized, understanding that the resource structure was changing. After organizing his resources, his inventory reached 11,000 wood and 480 energy crystals, enough to support an upgrade. Without hesitation, Su Ming upgraded the wooden house 3 levels in a row, consuming 7,500 wood, and the living environment was directly upgraded to a courtyard. After the upgrade, the machine production time was shortened, and it only took 2.4 minutes to manufacture an RX-78. The warehouse capacity was also increased to 80. It was a huge sum of money just now, but now it's not enough again. Su Ming shook his head helplessly. He looked at the trees in his territory that had not yet been felled and made a plan in his mind. These resources might come in handy soon. After the house was upgraded, Su Ming's personal information also changed. Su Ming, strength, tier 6, territory, 31 tiles, troops, 2 types of mechanical dogs, only building, mechanical factory. But looking at this level, he felt no sense of security whatsoever. Although it was listed as tier 6, he still wasn't confident of victory against tier 2 or 3 creatures. His real strength lay in the stable combat power of the mechanical dogs. It seems level is just secondary. The core is still the unit type. Su Ming quickly clarified his thoughts. He stopped worrying and continued upgrading the mechanical factory, consuming 390 energy crystals in one go to bring it to level 9. Production efficiency and storage capacity were improved across the board, but for the first time, alien crystals appeared in the upgrade requirements. Alien crystals, Suminfronith. These were obviously much rarer and would likely require killing elite monsters to obtain. He could only wait and verify their source later. Meanwhile, the factory unlocks a new power module at tier 5, which includes enhancements to damage, area of effect, and splash damage. The splash damage effect, in particular, makes even the fragments from the exploding mechanical dogs lethal. This is the key upgrade. Su Ming nodded. With this module, the 9th tier mechanical dog would be enough to deal with the 7th tier snake demon, and even put up a fight against the elite stone giant. He took stock of the resources and used half of the remaining energy crystals for production. In the end, including tomorrow's free production, he could have a total of 55 mechanical dogs, which was already taking shape. After dealing with all that, Su Ming opened the chat channel. In just 2 days, the number of users had plummeted to 8,127. Nearly 2,000 people had disappeared. How many will be left in 5 days? He muttered to himself. He quickly lost interest after a brief glance at the public chat and turned to check the private messages. One message caught his attention. Peach Blossom. I have architectural blueprints. Can I trade them for food? Architectural blueprints? Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately added the message as a friend. This resource was extremely valuable, and he certainly wouldn't miss it. On the other side, Tao Yao Yao was starving and lying on the vines complaining. Just then, a notification sounded, and she sat up abruptly. Finally passed. Seeing the question sent by Su Ming, she immediately replied. It's a rare, unknown blueprint, which can generate corresponding buildings based on your unit type. There was a hint of urgency in her tone. Su Ming was stunned after reading it. These blueprints were extremely valuable, and the fact that the other party was willing to trade them made him quickly conclude that the other party was desperate for food. So he offered 5 pieces of mutton and 2 bottles of goat milk. Tao Yao Yao was instantly tempted by the goat milk, but stubbornly bargained, it's too little. Add some more. Su Ming casually added, add 3 more fresh fruits. Deal. The transaction was quickly completed. Tao Yao Yao hugged the food and started eating. 1 sip of goat milk, and she felt completely comfortable. Then she wolfed down the mutton, panting from the heat, but she couldn't bear to stop. After eating several pieces, her eyes welled up with tears. This is the taste of meat. She had clearly been starving for a long time. Once full, she began to plan her next move, to maintain contact with Su Ming and exchange food on a long-term basis. Su Ming, on the other hand, didn't rush to study the blueprints. Instead, he listed the food in the trading area and added a new exchange condition, exotic crystals. He intended to try his luck beforehand. In another territory, a man riding an earth dragon was intently watching the trading area. Seeing Su Ming put up a large amount of food again, he immediately rushed to buy it. When he saw alien crystal appear in the exchange conditions, his expression changed. He's already used alien crystal? He happened to have some, but after thinking for a moment, he decided to give up the trade. This kind of thing must be very useful. I can't exchange it now. Tao Yao Yao. Boss, remember to call me next time you have something delicious. I'd love to trade with you again. Su Ming. Sure, as long as you have what I need, we can cooperate. Tao Yao Yao, no problem. By the way, what's your unit? How did you manage to get so much food? After sending the message, Su Ming didn't respond immediately, but the other party kept sending messages, the tone changing from tentative to clingy. Peach Blossom, why aren't you saying anything? I'm a little scared being alone at night. Keep me company and chat. How about we exchange information? You say yours, I'll say mine. Okay, I'll go first. I'm a fairy, I can cultivate things. That's how that blueprint came about. Su Ming, who was about to block her, stopped when he saw this message. He frowned slightly, intrigued by the ability of cultivation. He immediately pressed for details, and Tao Yao Yao explained that her fairies could produce different orbs of light, from which various items could be extracted. Sounds like opening a blind box, Su Ming thought to himself. But he also realized that this unit had extremely high potential and could even reliably produce blueprints. While chatting, he sorted out his resources, 8,900 wood, 480 energy crystals, but still no exotic crystals. Is it that nobody has it, or that they're unwilling to share it? He wondered to himself. After ending the chat, Su Ming took out the unknown blueprint he had traded for. The information showed that it was a fairy product that could be converted into architectural blueprints for corresponding professions. It can even be matched to professions. This ability is truly outrageous. He couldn't help but sigh, and at the same time, he valued his relationship with Tao Yao Yao even more. After using the blueprint, the content changed rapidly. Refining factory construction blueprint, purple, can refine mechanical creations, improving compatibility and performance, construction requirements. 3,000 wood, 30 energy crystals. A tempering factory? That means the mechanical dog can be further enhanced. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately began construction. Soon, a huge boiler-like factory appeared in the territory, with steam billowing and heat waves rolling in. Refining factory, level, Tier 1, refinable models. RX 78, RX 30, upgrade required. Energy crystals *20, Su Ming chose RX 78 for refining without hesitation. A prompt popped up. Consumes 2 energy crystals, 1 minute. Can increase explosive power. He then glanced at RX 30. Refining at once requires 4 energy crystals, increases load capacity, and takes 3 minutes. The cost is not low. So mean Fronith. He calculated that if all the mechanical dogs were tempered, it would require 110 energy crystals. Although he could afford it, it was obviously too extravagant. Self-destruction is a one-time use item. It's too wasteful to use it to blow up low-level monsters. After some thought, he decided to refine only 30 mechanical dogs as elite units to deal with powerful enemies. The factory started up, and one by one, the mechanical dogs were sent into the furnace. After completion, their appearance didn't change much, but their metallic texture was noticeably stronger. Another day passed, and there were only 4 days left until the beast tied. Su Ming's breakfast was already quite lavish, with dried meat, goat milk, and honey rotating among the dishes. As he ate, he muttered to himself, if only there were service machines, they could even cook for me. After a quick resupply, he continued his exploration. His current targets were 2 high-threat areas on the map. One of them was a Tier 7 serpent demon. Right, a Tier 7 low-level serpent demon, occupying the core area. It is recommended to eliminate it as soon as possible. 7th rank, nothing special. Su Ming entered the area directly. As soon as he stepped in, a chilling aura rushed towards him. Clearly the snake demon had its eyes on him. He remained calm and released 10 mechanical dogs, spreading them out to compress the opponent's space. Soon, the serpent demon was forced to reveal itself, letting out an angry hiss. But before it could retaliate, it was locked onto by the mechanical dogs. Boom! The first mechanical dog exploded right in front of it, its enhanced power instantly turning the serpent demon into charred remains, and even creating a deep crater in the ground. The power has indeed increased. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction, even more excited about the tempering effect. He quickly dissected the corpse while having the transport-type mechanical dog clear away the fallen trees. Gains: snake meat *5, snake skin *1, energy crystal *5. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a slightly raised mound. A notification appeared. Snake eggs *9. There's this kind of fine too? Su Ming's eyes lit up. He quickly dug out the snake eggs. Each one was the size of a human head and quite heavy. Extra food for tonight. He then had the transport robot dog take it back to its territory, while he continued to the next area. Previous. An elite stone giant is sleeping. You're qualified to disturb it. Defeating it may yield additional rewards. Seeing the notification, Su Ming made a judgment about the stone giant's strength. Only a 9th-tier robot dog is qualified. It's probably mid-level. Without hesitation, he led his team into the area. After passing through the jungle, a giant rock was embedded in the ground, undulating gently as if it were breathing. Stone giant, elite, tier 1, intermediate. It usually sleeps, but will become enraged if disturbed. Only a mid-tier tier 1, still manageable. Su Ming sneered, immediately ordering an attack. 3 enhanced mechanical dogs charged forward and self-destructed, the roar shaking the ground. However, after the explosion, the stone giant was unharmed and slowly rose. Su Ming frowned. Does it have to be awakened before it takes damage? But the die was cast, and he could only continue advancing. More mechanical dogs charged. The stone giant roared and slammed its giant fist into the ground, cracks spreading rapidly. Su Ming dodged in time, while simultaneously having the mechanical dogs surround him from all sides. The stone giant wasn't stupid either. It quickly figured out the attack pattern and manipulated the falling rocks to intercept them remotely. Some of the mechanical dogs were detonated prematurely, and the rest were close to the explosion, but still couldn't inflict fatal damage. Then let's change tactics. Su Ming quickly adjusted, sending the ordinary mechanical dogs to draw fire first, then letting the elite ones engage in close-range explosions. Under the continuous explosions, the stone giant was gradually weakened. Its massive size and slow movements made it unable to evade this encirclement. Let's see how long you can hold out. Su Ming continued to press the attack. 20 minutes later, after losing 20 ordinary and 15 elite mechanical dogs, the stone giant was finally blasted into pieces. The reinforcements didn't even have time to enter the fray. Thank goodness it wasn't very agile. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief, then checked the loot. Refined steel *5, energy crystal *10, different crystal *1. As expected, a heteromorphic crystal has appeared. He nodded, which meant the mechanical factory could finally attempt to advance to the intermediate level. As for refined steel, it wasn't needed yet. He then looked towards the stone giant's original lair. A refined steel or vein, no wonder it's guarding this place. Su Ming noted the location, but he was currently unable to mine it and would have to deal with it later. Opening the map, he found that his territory had expanded to 33 squares, with several unexplored areas still nearby. I'll try to clear them all today. He then continued forward. Ahead, lake containing a tier 7 Tyrannosaurus crocodile, right? Wounded tier 8 wild boar king. Let's get the water source first. Su Ming chose to advance without hesitation. Upon entering, a tranquil lake came into view. Without prior intelligence, it would have been easy to fall into an ambush. Since you like ambushes, I'll do the opposite. He sent a mechanical dog directly into the water to lure the target. Sure enough, a dark shadow emerged from the water, and a crocodile suddenly lunged out, swallowing the mechanical dog whole. The next second, a deafening explosion erupted inside its body, spraying blood onto the lake's surface. It's over, Su Ming said calmly, stepping forward to collect his spoils. 6 crocodile meat, 6 energy crystals. With his supplies in hand, he didn't linger, continuing to advance into other areas. With continued clearing out the surrounding area and the absence of any powerful enemies, the expansion speed increased significantly. Soon, the territory expanded to 40 squares, taking initial shape. As night fell, Su Ming returned to the territory, ate a simple meal, and then put the excess food back on the trading area. Just then, he noticed the chat channel was unusually lively. A group of people were frantically spamming thank you messages, their tone even carrying an air of blessing. Su Ming glanced at it, raising an eyebrow slightly. Is someone trying to steal my business? Finally, we can eat. We don't have to go hungry anymore. I've survived for 3 days straight. Thank you, Goddess You. The channel erupted in cheers, everyone thanking Yushu. Su Ming glanced at the screen and immediately understood that someone had put up a large amount of low-priced food. He wasn't surprised. This situation was bound to happen sooner or later. Soon, Yushu announced in the channel, I found a ranch that can provide a stable food supply. There's also an orchard, so once we take it, everyone can enjoy fruit. This announcement instantly ignited the entire chat. Fruit too? Praise the goddess you. Long live the goddess. Finally, we won't go hungry anymore. The channel erupted in cheers. So mean Fronith, a ranch, an orchard? That's lucky. But these kinds of places usually have guards. How could she take it? He thought of the shepherd, whom he still hadn't dared to touch. But he didn't dwell on it and simply put his food back on the shelves. Not only did he not lower the price, but he raised it again. Soon, someone discovered his manipulation, and public opinion immediately shifted. The swindler is at it again, raising prices again. Boycott him. Don't buy from him. Let's all work together to lower the price. Let's see if he dares to be so arrogant again. The calls for resistance grew louder, but the reality was ironic. His food continued to be bought up, just not as quickly as before. The reason was simple. Yushu alone simply couldn't support so many lords and troops. On the other side, Yushu watched the changes in the channel with a calm expression. She gently stroked the small snake on her body and whispered, the price is still so high. Where does he get his confidence? In her view, this approach would only incite public anger. In this environment, it's difficult to go far without winning people's hearts. Nevertheless, she still proactively messaged Su Ming privately, trying to win him over. However, her request quickly went unanswered. Quite arrogant, Yushu shook her head but wasn't in a hurry. At this moment, Tao Yaoyao sent a message. Tao Yaoyao, boss, do you have any more food? I'll trade with you. Su Ming, my prices aren't low. Tao Yaoyao, not expensive at all. Boss's food is the best value. After a few brief words, the deal was finalized. Tao Yaoyao exchanged 2 blue orbs for a snake egg, 3 fruits, and 2 pieces of beef. Seeing the snake egg, she was astonished and secretly delighted, feeling that her relationship with Su Ming had taken another step closer. Then she asked if she could switch to goat milk. Su Ming simply gave her a bottle. No need to switch, just tell me what you want to eat next time. Tao Yaoyao was overjoyed, grabbed the snake egg, ran to the fairy spring, and threw it in. Let's see what new things we can cultivate, she said expectantly. On the other side, Su Ming looked at the blue orb in his hand, somewhat curious. Fairy gift blue has a chance to yield a rare item. This ability is indeed something else. He directly crushed the first orb. A flash of blue light. Gained. Energy crystal asterisk 5. Su Ming was stunned. That's it. The second orb activated. A flash of white light. Gained. With asterisk 500. He paused for a few seconds. My luck's a bit off. This trade seemed like a loss, but he didn't care, because he had already confirmed one thing. Tao Yaoyao's ability could reliably produce resources, even energy crystals. This person is more important than the resources themselves. After dinner, Su Ming began organizing resources in preparation for upgrading the machinery factory. Current reserves, 12,700 wood, 812 energy crystals, and 1 heteromorphic crystal. We're not short of energy crystals anymore, but we're short on heteromorphic crystals. He frowned. Aside from the elite stone giant, he hadn't encountered any other elite monsters, and no one was selling them on the market. It seemed he'd have to actively seek out higher-level targets to continue leveling up. The intermediate mechanical factory has been successfully upgraded, resulting in a significantly larger size. Daily free production has increased to 20 units, and the storage limit has reached 165. A second production line has also been unlocked, allowing for the simultaneous production of 2 types of mechanical creations. More importantly, a new model has been unlocked, the RX-20 mechanical dog attack type. This dog possesses firing capabilities, is equipped with a machine gun, has 1,800 rounds of ammunition, and requires 5 energy crystals to produce. Finally, we have long-range firepower. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately started production. However, the system prompted that the free production only applied to production line 1, so he quickly adjusted the production order to maximize the benefits of the free production. 5 minutes later, an RX-20 was completed. Its appearance was similar to other mechanical dogs, but it had an additional machine gun on its back. After a brief inspection, Su Ming sent it directly for tempering and enhancement. Tempering would increase ammunition penetration, but each one would cost a whopping 7 energy crystals. After a quick calculation, Su Ming decided not to fully enhance it, but instead prioritized creating a batch of elite units. He then adjusted the production strategy, suspending the RX-78 production line and focusing all 2 production lines on manufacturing the RX-20, while continuing to refine it. Energy crystals were rapidly depleted, leaving only a little over 300. Taking advantage of the production lull, Su Ming continued to upgrade his residence, consuming a large amount of wood to upgrade the compound to level. Production efficiency improved again, but the structure remained essentially unchanged. It feels like something's missing. He looked at the courtyard, vaguely sensing that there might be even higher-level architectural forms to follow. Time quickly passed to midnight on the 4th day. The sky suddenly changed, the darkness was swallowed by blood, and a blood moon hung in the sky, creating an eerie and oppressive atmosphere. Immediately afterward, a notification sounded. Blood Moon Kill Mode activated. Nighttime creatures go berserk. Kill rewards are tripled, lasting for 5 nights. The chat channel instantly erupted, some excited, some hesitant. But everyone knew, the higher the reward, the greater the risk. Triple drop rate. Su Ming's eyes flashed. This meant a surge in resources, an excellent opportunity to rapidly expand his army. After a moment's thought, he decided to attack. He arrived at the right side of the territory. 5 Tier 9 werewolves. After Blood Moon enhancement, they can rival mid-level creatures, still within controllable range. Su Ming stepped directly into the area. Upon entering the forest, the crimson environment was incredibly oppressive. The next second, wolf howls rang out, and several ferocious werewolves rapidly approached. Su Ming quickly retreated to the edge of his territory. Just as he released his mechanical dog, 3 werewolves pounced on the barrier, only to be stopped by an invisible force. Their eyes were bloodshot, their muscles bulged, and their aura was significantly stronger than before. Without hesitation, Su Ming dispatched his self-destructing mechanical dogs to meet them. With a deafening explosion, 3 werewolves were sent flying, one of them suffering a bloody, mangled chest, yet still alive. The enhancement level is indeed exaggerated, Su Ming remarked solemnly. He continued to use the self-destructing mechanical dogs to clear the way, constantly suppressing the werewolves' movements and creating space for the rear to deal damage. Soon, 10 RX-20s were in formation. Fire! As the command fell, a dense hail of bullets poured out, flashes of light flickered in the blood-red forest, and gunfire echoed like a torrential downpour, officially beginning the Blood Moon hunt. Guns spat fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets that created a suppressive barrage. The berserk werewolves exposed within range had no time to dodge and were instantly riddled with bullets. After the battle, Su Ming immediately dispatched RX-30s to transport all 5 corpses back to his territory. The autopsy results appeared. Rampaging wolf meat *12, energy crystal *12, alien crystal *1. There's even an alien crystal? Su Ming was slightly surprised. Normally, only elite monsters drop alien crystals, but these rampage werewolves were producing them from every single one. After checking them one by one, he was completely certain this is a huge profit. The dissection was completed quickly, yielding 60 pieces of berserker wolf meat, 60 energy crystals, and 5 differential crystals in the first round. Su Ming picked up a piece of wolf meat, vaguely sensing the ferocious aura contained within it. Berserker wolf meat increases health upon consumption. It's a tribute-enhancing food. His eyes lit up. This kind of resource was extremely scarce in the early game. He immediately realized that Blood Moon mode was not only dangerous, but also a huge opportunity. I can't waste this wave of resources. Su Ming quickly adjusted his strategy, ceasing all outings and instead sending mechanical dogs out to hunt, while he remained in the territory to oversee dissection and coordination. Simultaneously, he began increasing the transport production line, converting spare capacity into RX-30s to expand logistical capabilities. Soon, the new mechanical force set off again. The forest was even more dangerous at night. Under the influence of the Blood Moon, the monster's aggression and strength were greatly enhanced. They hadn't gone far when the mechanical dog was attacked again. 3 bloodthirsty hyenas, drawn by the scent of blood, charged at high speed, moving like red afterimages through the forest. The RX-20 opened fire immediately, unleashing a dense barrage of bullets, but the enhanced hyenas' defenses were greatly improved, allowing them to withstand several hits and continue charging. Only when they entered the blast radius did the RX 78 pounce, sacrificing itself in the process. After the roar subsided, the battle ended. Transport machinery quickly entered the scene and took the corpses back. Rampaging dog meat *6, energy crystal *5, alien crystal *1. It seems that under the blood moon state, almost all monsters will drop alien crystals. Su Ming became even more determined. This was a resource window that he had to seize. Gunfire and explosions erupted outside the territory as the Mechanical Legion continued its battle, with corpses constantly being hauled back. The factory operated at full speed, creating a closed loop of production, refining, and deployment, continuously replenishing combat power. Resources also grew exponentially. With the help of the newly acquired heteromorphic crystals, Su Ming directly upgraded the mechanical factory to the intermediate level of Tier 3. After the upgrade, production efficiency was further improved. The firepower module also gained 2 new capabilities, and ammunition reserves were significantly increased. The RX-20's ammunition capacity was directly increased to 2,300 rounds, and its firepower was further enhanced. Su Ming personally roasted a piece of berserker wolf meat. The moment it entered his mouth, a surge of heat spread through his body, as if he had been set ablaze. His strength has clearly increased, he murmured. If it were given to soldiers, the effect would be even more pronounced. Meanwhile, the channel was filled with groans of despair. Many noticed that the monsters under the blood moon were incredibly strong, and enemies they could previously handle were now overwhelming them. Some even began to suspect that this was merely a rehearsal for the upcoming beast tide. Just as the atmosphere was tense, someone suddenly shouted, "The shady merchant has put new food on the shelves again." Everyone looked and immediately erupted in chaos. "It's a tribute-boosting meat. It can increase health? That's outrageous. The price is so high. Isn't this robbery?" Su Ming set a fixed price. Berserker meat chunks, 2 different crystals /50 energy crystals /1,000 wood. The exorbitant price deterred most people, yet food continued to dwindle. They had no other choice. In a certain territory, a man gritted his teeth and bought a portion of berserker meat to feed an injured earth dragon. What kind of unit is this guy? How can he farm so much? He was both envious and helpless. On the other side, Yushu was also staring at the trading area. She frowned slightly. To be able to hunt reliably under the double boost of the blood moon and night, his troops are definitely not simple. She originally relied on affordable food to win people's hearts, but this advantage was being weakened in the face of a tribute-based food. If I raise prices now, my public image will be ruined. Weighing the pros and cons, she ultimately chose to maintain a stable approach. I'll overtake him once I've built up enough manpower. In her view, resources are only a short-term advantage, while winning hearts and minds is the key to victory in the long run. As the blood moon receded, the sky gradually returned to normal. On the first night alone, Su Ming reaped an astonishing harvest, obtaining 967 energy crystals and 57 exotic crystals, far exceeding his gains from the daytime exploration. One night is equivalent to one day. He was even more excited for the second night. This explosive growth in resources was the key to his rapid development. Just as Su Ming was preparing to upgrade the machinery factory, Tao Yaoyao sent him a message, expressing her amazement at the terrifying blood moon and inquiring about the harvest of the light orbs. Su Ming saw the last sentence and immediately grasped the key point. "You have the orb of light to continue the trade," he said decisively. Tao Yaoyao was immediately excited, muttering to herself whether their relationship had taken another step closer. When she mentioned wanting to eat rice, Su Ming was speechless. He had never seen such a thing before, and could only casually reply that he would share it later. After a brief chat, Su Ming closed the chat and returned to his development focus. The channel was still discussing the Blood Moon experience, but the number of users had dropped to 7,176. 3,000 fewer people in 3 days. He frowned slightly. The elimination rate was faster than expected, which meant that the competition would only become more brutal later on. He then used resources to upgrade the mechanical factory 2 levels, reaching intermediate Tier 4 and Tier 5. The firepower module gained an automatic reloading feature, significantly improving its sustained output capability. The mount module, missile, unlocked after Tier 5 further empowers the RX-20 with burst strike capabilities. Although there are only 3 of each, The sheer number is terrifying. Su Ming was already imagining the scene of the overwhelming firepower. He continued to expand his territory, quickly extending it to 47 squares. A new prompt appeared. Previous, treasure chest plus shepherd's trap. Right, unknown cave. After a moment's thought, Su Ming abandoned the uncertain cave and chose the area ahead containing the treasure chest. The shepherd is still setting traps. Is he waiting for me to take the bait? Despite the risks, the allure of the treasure chest was greater. He decided to probe inside, maintaining a safe distance for a possible retreat. 8 self-destructing mechanical dogs were sent out to scout ahead, quickly triggering the traps. Giant bear traps snapped the mechanical dogs in two, with explosions echoing throughout the area. This trap is too ruthless. Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the metal clamps that had been blown away. Then, another mechanical dog was pierced by a wooden spear and detonated. What can break through the mechanical casing? He couldn't help but complain. This shepherd's methods were clearly not simple. 10 minutes later, most of the traps were cleared away, and Su Ming cautiously entered. He eventually found a tattered treasure chest in the bushes. Upon opening, you will obtain the fence blueprint white. Although it's ordinary, it's just what we need. He nodded, noting that the fence could serve as a basic line of defense after the protection period ended. After receiving the reward, Su Ming did not greedily continue exploring, but quickly withdrew from the area. He knew very well that once the trap was triggered, the shepherd could return at any time. Avoid direct confrontation for now. Su Ming's gaze darkened slightly, but he also noted this potential problem. If he had enough strength, he had to deal with this shepherd. After obtaining the treasure chest, Su Ming returned to his original spot and continued exploring the area to the right. A hint indicated a cave there, containing valuable items, which he naturally would miss. The entrance was quickly found, but he didn't rush in. Instead, he first sent out self-destructing mechanical dogs to scout ahead. Since it was a creature's nest, venturing in recklessly could very well be fatal. The fact that the mechanical dog did not explode upon entering indicates that the cave's owner was temporarily unavailable. They've gone out to forage, Su Ming thought to himself, while leaving 10 RX-20s at the cave entrance to guard against being blocked. Upon entering the cave, the light was dim and the space was small. They quickly reached the end. However, the surroundings were empty, and they saw no good stuff as expected. The prompt is correct, so where's the problem? Su Ming frowned and quickly turned his gaze to the pool inside the cave. Upon closer inspection, he discovered reed-like plants growing in the water, but the information he received surprised him. Rice. Rice could be obtained after harvesting. There's rice here? Su Ming was somewhat surprised. This was clearly not a wild crop. It looked more like something cultivated by humans. His first thought was of shepherds. Could this place be related to shepherds? However, he did not delve into the matter at the moment, but instead prepared to harvest resources first. Just before he took action, he noticed that the rice was growing in an unusual direction, as if it was extending from the other side of the crevice in the rock wall. He immediately realized the crux of the problem. There might be more rice on the other side. If that's the case, then this is likely not a collection of scattered resources, but rather a whole planting area. Instead of rashly blowing up the wall, Su Ming opened the map, calculated the location, and found that he could take a detour to enter the opposite area. It's safer to go around it. Bombing it directly might destroy the resources. Thinking about this, he became even more excited, as this could very well be a stable source of food. Before leaving, he harvested these few rice plants. Received, rice *900. The quantity is small, but its value has already been proven. Just as he was about to leave, gunshots and explosions suddenly rang out from outside the cave. The cave master has returned. Su Ming stepped out of the cave. The battle was over. A giant bear lay on the ground, and mechanical dogs were carrying its corpse. He seized the area and then checked out new directions. Ahead lies a plain spanning 5 squares, with ranks ranging from level 5 to level 9, posing considerable danger. The area on the right cannot be explored at the moment, clearly due to special restrictions. Behind it is an area of hallucinogenic flowers that release hallucinogenic pollen. It's dangerous to others, but useless to me. Without hesitation, Su Ming dispatched mechanical dogs to bombard and clear a path, using their mechanical immunity to quickly clear the entire area. Soon, a safe passage was blasted open, and resources were transported back to the territory with great efficiency. After capturing the area, a new message appears. The right side is filled with traps set by the shepherd. Sure enough, this is very likely his territory. Su Ming hesitated slightly, but decided to test the waters anyway. As soon as he stepped into the area, his foot tightened, as if he had broken something. The next second, a whooshing sound rang out, and several wooden spears shot out from the shadows. Su Ming reacted quickly and immediately retreated to the edge of the territory. Bang! The spears slammed into the protective barrier with tremendous force. The trap has already covered this area. Su Ming's expression was solemn. If it weren't for the protection of the territory, he could very well have been injured. Instead of taking the risk himself, he sent out a large number of unrefined mechanical dogs to step on landmines. These low-cost units continuously trigger traps, quickly clearing the entire path. Just as he was about to enter again, the prompt suddenly changed. You have triggered the shepherd's trap, alerting the target, who is on their way. Chapter 16 Fierce Battle with the Shepherd. The shepherd has entered the area. Level 8th tier, intermediate, landlord. The shepherd is extremely angry. Please be careful. The text changed once again. Su Ming saw a man wearing a blue hood riding a fast horse rushing toward him. You can't see what he looks like, but you can sense that he's very angry. If you come to me proactively, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. After a brief moment of surprise, Su Ming regained his composure. Even with the shepherd reaching the intermediate level of rank 8, he still had the confidence to deal with him. Warehouse storage, 190/205. I'm only 3 levels short. I don't believe I can't blow you up. Su Ming immediately dispatched a large number of mechanical dogs. The self-destructing type charges at the front, acting as a meat shield. The shepherd, galloping on his swift horse, saw the mechanical creature that suddenly appeared and immediately pulled on his horse. Before he could even get a good look at the mechanical creation, the mechanical dog pounced right in front of him. The shepherd reacted quickly, immediately drawing his whip and sending the self-destructing mechanical dog flying. Boom, streepje. The mechanical dog exploded in midair, its power causing the shepherd's eyes to widen in astonishment. Ignoring the shock, they quickly dodged the flying metal fragments. The swift horse beneath him was not so lucky. It was wounded by metal fragments from the explosion and lay on the ground, barely alive. Before they could even grieve, more self-destructing mechanical dogs pounced on them. The shepherd quickly retreated, lashing out with his whip to block all the self-destructing robot dogs from entering. He had intended to see who had triggered his carefully laid trap, but he never expected to encounter so many mechanical creations. There must be someone pulling the strings behind this. Suddenly, the mechanical dog that had sneaked around the shepherd pounced from behind and bit his clothes. He whirled around and saw the red glowing camera lens. The whip in his hand had just been raised. Boom! The explosion engulfed the shepherd, followed by a barrage of mechanical dogs, and then a series of explosions rang out. As the 5th explosion rang out, a figure emerged from the dust. It was the shepherd. Despite being hit by multiple explosions, he did not bleed. Just then, a high-speed whooshing sound rang out, and several missiles were launched towards the shepherd who was still in midair. There was nowhere to hide but to be bombed. Another firework exploded in the sky, and the shepherd was slammed to the ground. He quickly got up and looked into the depths of the forest, knowing that someone must be operating these mechanical creations. With that thought in mind, the shepherd slammed his hands into the ground, propelling himself forward at a speed like a ghost drifting through the forest. But as he closed the distance, his body suddenly stiffened, and he saw more mechanical dogs appearing in the jungle. The dark muzzle of the gun was pointed directly at him. The shepherd's pupils contracted, and he immediately sensed something was wrong. Just as he stopped, he heard the sound of machine guns firing wildly. Bullets rained down like a barrage, sealing off all his escape routes. Even if he wanted to retreat, the self-destructing mechanical dogs that had already circled around behind him blocked his escape route. Gunshots and explosions rang out. The battlefield was filled with the smell of gunpowder. From the smoke, a pitchfork flew out, shattering the approaching self-destructing mechanical dog, and then the shepherd charged out. The attack robot dog immediately locked onto the target, its side panels opened, and 3 small missiles were launched. Other attack-type mechanical dogs reacted in the same way. The shepherd could only roar in anger as he watched the missiles hurtling towards him, dodging and bracing himself against them with his body. Su Ming remained at the rear, watching the shepherd's battle. This shepherd's combat strength is so strong, it has probably exceeded the level of an ordinary mid-level 8th rank. In just a few moves, he destroyed many of my mechanical dogs. Su Ming noticed that the stock of mechanical dogs was decreasing. Despite enduring so many bombs and missile strikes, the shepherd remained alive and well. It was just a bit of a mess. Is it because of the landlord? By the way, what does landlord mean? Su Ming wasn't quite sure. He felt it was more of a symbol of status and power. After all, the shepherd occupied a piece of land. However, so what if you're an 8th-tier intermediate level? I don't believe that so many mechanical dogs can't take you down. Su Ming continued to send troops. He has little else but a lot of soldiers. Behind them, there were machine factories continuously manufacturing, using a simple and brutal human wave, dog wave tactic. Whoosh! The long whistle carried into the distance, and Su Ming's gaze turned to the shepherd's back. 2 large, muscular demon hounds came running, howling, and pounced on the RX-20 that was closest to them. Its sharp teeth easily pierced its metal shell, then tore it to pieces. Sheepdog. Rank 7, intermediate elite. There are even 2 sheepdogs, and they're not low-level dogs. Su Ming was surprised that the shepherd had helpers. You have helpers, but I'm not without mine either. With a wave of his hand, 50 RX-20s were launched onto the battlefield. The order to launch the missile was issued directly. 150 missiles, fired simultaneously. The sheepdog had almost no room to dodge and was blasted away, crashing heavily into a tree trunk in the distance, letting out a mournful woof. The shepherd wanted to help, but seeing such a large number of missiles, he could only choose to find cover. I'm furious. I'm determined to find the guy who invaded this place and turn him into a scarecrow. The bombing gradually ceased. The shepherd knew that the enemy had run out of missiles, and his chance had come when he stormed out in anger. The scene before him released his rage, and his eyes became glazed. He saw the perfectly synchronized mechanical dogs walking towards him step by step. At the very front was the self-destructing RX-78, followed by the offensive RX-20. Together, they formed a steel torrent, crushing everything in sight. The shepherd roared in despair. He thought the enemy's numbers had been almost exhausted, but he never expected there to be such a mechanical army. He pulled out his shotgun and began firing wildly. The sound of gunfire revealed the shepherd's position, and he was quickly locked onto by the RX-78, which rushed towards him. The RX-20 turned its gun and began unleashing a barrage of fire. The shepherd roared, choosing not to flee, nor to charge forward with his continuously firing hunting rifle. But in the face of the overwhelming tide of steel, the shot from a hunting rifle seems utterly ineffective. Finally killed him. This guy was ridiculously strong. He shouldn't even be considered human. Su Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the gunfire stop. To withstand such a barrage of fire is clearly not something an ordinary human being can do. This battle was very costly. Only 5 RX-78s and 55 RX-20s remain. This was arguably the most costly battle so far. If the shepherd doesn't have anything good, this will be a huge loss. Su Ming could only hope to replenish his energy from this ordeal by dealing with the shepherd. Subsequently, the RX-30 arrived and began transporting all the supplies back. Su Ming did not rush to enter, but instead focused on the transport of RX-30s within the territory. Soon, the shepherd's body was brought in, along with 2 sheepdogs that had been blown to bits. Chapter 17 Rice Paddies and Sheepfolds, A Bountiful Harvest. Collectible rewards, Shepherd's Whip *1, Hunting Rifle *1, Shepherd's Cloak *1, Pitchfork *1, Energy Crystal *5. Su Ming's eyes widened when he saw what he could collect from the shepherd. I rubbed it in disbelief and looked at it again. Nothing has changed. Dude, how come you're so poor? Su Ming by Lith. Aside from his shepherd's gear, he only had a pitiful 5 energy crystals on him. People do laugh when they're extremely speechless. Okay, I hope all the good stuff is in your house. Su Ming looked at the few pieces of equipment he had acquired, but he could hardly use any of them. The only one he liked was the shepherd's cloak. Shepherd's cloak. When worn, it reduces enemy hostility and provides good concealment. This cloak is still somewhat useful, so we can keep it. We can sell the rest in the trading area later. Su Ming only disposed of the shepherd's body briefly. The two sheepdogs were not dissected immediately. Instead, RX-30 was sent back first, and they would be dealt with together that night. After all the cleaning was completed, Su-Ming glanced at the number of stored mechanical dogs and only entered the area ahead after it had been restored to a certain level. Not only is being cautious not an option, but the shepherd is so fierce. Who knows if he has left behind any special methods? If only we had an exploration-type mechanical dog, I could command everything from my territory without having to come here in person. Enter the area where the battle just took place. The area was in complete disarray, with only the trees near the boundary of the area faring relatively well and suffering the least damage. After easily conquering this area, text gradually appears in the unexplored area ahead. Previously, shepherd's dwelling, where rice was grown and sheep were raised, providing abundant food resources. Area, 2 tiles. Now that the shepherd has been killed, you may claim this land for yourself. Upon seeing the text message, Su-Ming breathed a sigh of relief. There is no danger ahead. You may proceed. Enter the shepherd's living area. Su-Ming immediately noticed the large sheep pen and roughly counted about 50 swamp sheep leisurely grazing. On the other side, at the end of the rock face, rice paddies have been cultivated, where rows of rice plants grow, each grain plump and ready for harvest. There really is rice here. Su-Ming walked over excitedly. The planting area is not large, only about 10 mu, but it can produce at least 1,000 gene of rice, enough for one person to eat for 10 years. Rice paddies and sheep pens. These foods can be exchanged for a lot of energy crystals and exotic crystals. Su-Ming immediately dispatched transport robots to collect all the rice in the area and transport it back to his territory. Although I could collect them myself, it would take a lot of time to collect them one by one, so it would be better to transport them back and process them centrally. As for the swamp sheep, Su-Ming planned to keep them for now. After all, the sheepfold doesn't only contain adult sheep. There are still quite a few lambs, so there isn't much profit to be made at this time. We arrived at the shepherd's house. The house is quite ordinary, built of wood and not very large, but it has a fairly complete set of furniture, including a table, bed, and cabinets. The drawer contains 400 energy crystals and 20 differential crystals. Su-Ming was just about to look for any treasures left behind by the shepherd when he saw words appear on the table. There are actually 400 energy crystals and 20 hetero crystals. Su-Ming immediately opened the drawer and found 2 small bags inside, one big and one small. He quickly took it out, opened it, and found it stuffed full of energy crystals. Well, so all that stuff was kept at home. This loss isn't too bad. The 400 energy crystals and 20 heterocrystalline crystals almost made up for most of the losses. The harvested food is enough to break even, and there might even be a profit. Continue searching. Su-Ming found some dried food. Take everything with you. Even if you don't eat it yourself, you can sell in the trading area to exchange for resources. There was a jar hidden behind the cabinet. More text appeared, but this time it flickered and was very unstable. Has my talent been interfered with? Su-Ming frowned. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. But does this situation prove that there is treasure hidden behind it? With excitement, Su-Ming moved the cabinet aside, his attention drawn to the repaired wooden wall. The wooden wall shows obvious signs of having been chiseled. They used something to cut and pry it open little by little, revealing a dark jar inside, covered with dry grass, and with a brick pressing down on the mouth of the jar. It's been made so securely. Full of anticipation, Su-Ming took out the jar and subconsciously weighed it in his hand, finding that the jar was quite heavy. Place the jar on the table, remove the bricks, and take off the dry grass stuck to it. You will see a black object inside. Su-Ming took it out and found it was a piece of black cloth, inside which was a gray millet bag. What is this thing that's wrapped up so tightly? Su-Ming opened the bag of millet, and a fragrant aroma immediately wafted out. After seeing what was inside, Su-Ming exclaimed in surprise, "It's rice?" The shepherd did grow rice. In fact, he still had a considerable amount of rice stored in his rice bin that he hadn't finished eating. It's utterly baffling that rice would be placed in such a place. Soon, text appeared on the millet bag. Spirit rice. Permanently increases attributes by 1 after consumption. Su-Ming's eyes widened. Spirit rice? Food that can permanently increase attributes. The previously obtained pieces of ferocious meat only temporarily increased one's blood energy, but these spirit rice are different. they permanently increase it. He finally understood why the shepherd hid the rice in such a place. It turned out that this was not ordinary rice at all, but spiritual rice that could permanently increase attributes. Suddenly, even the rice outside doesn't taste good anymore. Su Ming couldn't wait to taste the spirit rice. Hefting the bag of millet in his hand, Su Ming said, "It's a pity there aren't many. This is probably only about 3 jin, 1.5 caddies, enough for only a few meals. The shepherd must have eaten a lot of this spirit rice, otherwise he wouldn't have such powerful combat strength. I don't know where he got all this spirit rice. Could it be that they rely on rice paddies outside for cultivation?" Su Ming wasn't sure, but he would know once he got back and harvested the rice. He would know whether it came from rice paddies. After carefully storing the spirit rice and thoroughly searching the house again, finding nothing else, Su Ming left the house. As darkness fell, Su Ming did not continue exploring, but returned to his residence. Today, the territory did not expand much, only reaching 56 squares. A lot of time was spent with the shepherd. Although the expansion was small, the results were quite good, comparable to the previous 2 days. As darkness fell, Su Ming looked at the unexplored areas and murmured, "With my current strength, exploring at night shouldn't be a problem, but the cost is a bit high. Let's wait for the Blood Moon Kill mode to be activated." Chapter 18 Fairy Snake Egg. Back at his residence, Su Ming sorted out his day's harvest and then put all the food and equipment he had collected on the trading area. Unfortunately, no spirit rice was found among the harvested rice. It is unknown where the shepherd obtained it. Su Ming didn't dwell on the matter and started a fire to cook, using the spirit rice he had recently obtained. In the chat channel, "Holy crap, what I'm seeing is rice. Where did these shady merchants get this stuff from? With so much grain, he must have robbed someone's granary. Don't grab it. Don't grab it. Leave some for me. Damn, so expensive. With such outrageous prices, can't you even give a little response? Have you all become accustomed to being exploited by unscrupulous merchants? You've all fallen. You promised not to buy food from unscrupulous merchants. Soon, the rice sold out, and so did the equipment for sale. When Yushu saw the rice Su Ming was selling, she frowned and said, "Did he find the shepherd's resource point? Did he steal the rice from there? No, this number, he already has the strength to kill the shepherd." Yushu arrived at a startling conclusion. Some time ago, she discovered the shepherd's dwelling, where a large number of livestock were kept, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it a pasture. In addition to pastures, there are also orchards and rice paddies. The material resources are very abundant. However, she lacked the ability to defeat the opponent and take over the place. They claimed to have occupied a pasture, but all they did was sneak in and get food when the shepherd wasn't around. Now that we've seen the rice that Su Ming put on the shelves, we can roughly guess what happened to him. The shepherd is a resource point in area 88888. It's possible that the shepherd Su Ming encountered wasn't strong, which is why he was able to defeat him and get his food. Yushu analyzed, but he was very envious of Su Ming's ability to defeat the shepherd. If I can defeat the shepherd and take over his territory, my strength will surely increase by leaps and bounds. However, the shepherd she encountered was too strong, having reached a high level, and she simply couldn't defeat him. There's still time to improve. I need to seize the opportunity of the Blood Moon Killing mode that activates at night to quickly improve myself. Yushu secretly made up his mind that he was determined to catch up with Su Ming. Another place. The man who owned the Earth Dragon's nest kept shoveling rice into his mouth, his face beaming with happiness. After so many days, I can finally have a good meal. It tasted so delicious. I've never felt so happy before. It's so delicious. I never realized that plain white rice could taste this good. The man was in tears. He usually boasts about the power of his Earth Dragon unit in the chat channel, earning praise and envy from many people, but only he knows the hardships involved. The food I get from each battle isn't enough for the Earth Dragons, so I'm always hungry, and now I have to raise 2 more. Even more terrifying is that a 3rd Earth Dragon is about to emerge. Phew, so relaxing. The man let out a comfortable sigh, followed by a burp. Su Ming is too arrogant. He rejected my private messages and friend requests. Otherwise, I could have gotten more food from him, and I wouldn't have to go hungry. Sigh. The man sighed. Let's try to get as many kills as possible in the Blood Moon mode tonight. Another blue fairy gift was sent to Tao Yao Yao. She looked at the chat channel and naturally saw that Su Ming had put rice on the shelves. Wow, Su Ming is amazing. I told him this morning that I wanted to eat rice, and he actually found some. Finally, I can eat a bowl of rice. Tao Yao Yao excited li contacted Sumin. The prices in the trading area were outrageous, but she wasn't worried at all because she had special connections. As Su-Ming ate the rice cooked with spirit rice, he found it tasted much better than the regular rice he had eaten before, as if a kind of power was flowing into his body. My power is growing. This spirit rice is indeed a wonderful thing for cooking, Su-Ming remarked. At that moment, a private message came through. Peach Blossom. Wow. Su-Ming, you really found the rice. Hurry up and trade with me. Excitement was evident in every word. Su smiled and quickly typed. Su-Ming. Okay, you'd still like to trade with the light orb. Peach Blossom. I got 5 today. How many do you want, Su-Ming? Su-Ming intended to have them all, but then, considering the unique nature of Tao Yao Yao's unit, he asked a question first. Su-Ming, are your troops ineffective in combat? How will you acquire resources and expand your territory then? Peach Blossom can obtain upgrade resources from the gifts of fairies, but what about expanding her territory? Upgrading a house requires more than just materials. It also requires expanding your territory. Furthermore, the connection between houses and unit buildings is also very important. Tao Yao Yao was excited when she saw Su-Ming's reply. Is Su-Ming concerned about me? Haha, that's great. My relationship with him has taken another step forward. Peach Blossom. Fairies don't have combat power, but they can help me expand my territory, though it's a bit slow. I only have 10 squares of territory right now. Su-Ming thought to himself. She can expand her territory without any combat abilities? Her fairy abilities are really diverse. Su-Ming, I'll trade you 3 light orbs for 1 pound of rice. Peach Blossom. Wow, really? Su-Ming, you're so kind. She checked the prices in the trading area and felt that 3 orbs of light couldn't be exchanged for a pound of rice. All right. Tao Yao Yao seemed to remember something, and whoosh 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 ran towards the fairy spring. Seeing the snake egg still soaking in it, she looked up and asked the fairies flying above, Is this egg ready? The fairy nodded. Then they saw Tao Yao Yao retrieve the snake eggs from the fairy spring. The fairy quickly came over to stop them, explaining that this was a way to fight off the coming beast tide. Isn't the beast tide still a few days away? Boss Su-Ming might like this. Getting closer to him could help us acquire more resources. Despite the demon's objections, Tao Yao Yao resolutely took the snake egg away. Peach Blossom. Boss Su-Ming, I can't let you suffer a loss, so I'll give you the snake egg. Su-Ming was somewhat surprised to see that the snake eggs from the last transaction had been returned. Buying it from me and then giving it to me as a gift. What kind of logic is that? Su-Ming was both amused and exasperated. I don't understand what Tao Yao Yao is thinking. Just as he was about to return the snake egg, he discovered that it was slightly different from the one he had traded before. It's a bit bigger than before. Fairy Serpent Egg. A product nurtured in the fairy spring, capable of hatching into a battle beast to assist in combat. Su-Ming, food has turned into war beasts? Even the entire snake egg has changed. Was it done by those fairies? What exactly are the abilities of her fairy soldiers? Su-Ming scratched his head, becoming increasingly curious about Tao Yao Yao's troop type. The cultivation of fairies may not be as simple as I think. Raising eggs into war bees to assist her in battle may be one of her methods to fight against external enemies. Thinking of this, Su-Ming felt even less inclined to keep the demon snake egg. The beast tide is in 3 days. If she can't withstand it, it will be a loss for Su-Ming as well. After all, the two had a good relationship, and Tao Yao Yao's abilities were mysterious and of great help to him, so he couldn't just die like that. Thinking of this, Su-Ming immediately traded the demon snake egg back. Chapter 19, The Deal with Tao Yao Yao. Why did boss Su-Ming return the fairy snake egg? I was a little surprised to see the returned egg Peach. Is it because boss Su-Ming doesn't like it? Just as she was feeling puzzled, she saw a message from Su-Ming. Su-Ming, keep this egg. It'll help you fend off the upcoming beast tide. I don't need it. Su-Ming, you can also accept these eggs. Su-Ming didn't plan to eat the remaining 8 snake eggs either, so he traded them over as well. Since Tao Yao Yao has such an ability, it can greatly enhance her ability to withstand the beast tide invasion. Oh. Seeing the 8 snake eggs that Su-Ming had traded for, Tao Yao Yao was somewhat at a loss. This is a great gift. If you put it on the trading platform, you can get a lot of resources in return. Now they've given it all to me. Tao Yao Yao, boss Su-Ming, this is too precious. I don't have that many light orbs for you right now. Su Ming, it's okay. If you don't have it now, you can owe me for now and pay me back when you do. Tao Jiao Yao, no. How about this? I'll give you my treasured orb of light as a deposit. A moment later, Su Ming received the light orb that Tao Yao Yao had traded for him. Fairy's gift, gold, extremely high chance of obtaining a rare, purple, item, and a chance of obtaining an epic, orange item. Su Ming was dumbfounded again. No, you have such a good thing. The chance of getting rare items is extremely high, and there's even a chance of getting epic items. That's insane. Since the start of the land reclamation, Su Ming has only obtained one rare grade item. Production drawings for a transport-type mechanical dog. As for the forging factory, it was acquired through a transaction with Tao Yao Yao, so it wasn't something I obtained myself. Su Ming accepted it without any hesitation. Su Ming, thanks. Peach Blossom. Hee, I'm glad you like it, Boss Su Ming. If you manage to cultivate any more later, you could trade some rare items with me. Su Ming, no problem. I'll pay the deposit first. Deposit. Tao Yao Yao was puzzled. Soon, she received the transaction information. Spirit rice? It can permanently increase attributes. Tao Yao Yao originally thought it was just ordinary rice, but after seeing the displayed information, she realized it was not ordinary rice. It's spirit rice that can increase attributes. Or is it a permanent increase? Tao Yao Yao, Boss Su Ming, this. She was somewhat at a loss. This deal was far too expensive. Su Ming, just keep it. Contact me again if you find anything good. I have other things to do, so I'll leave now. Tao Yao Yao, huh? Okay, you go ahead and get busy, boss. Tao Yao Yao didn't know how to reply for a moment, so she could only reply hastily. Boss Su Ming is really too good to me. This spirit rice didn't even appear in the trading area. He could have kept it for himself, but he traded it with me instead. Tao Yao Yao was very touched, feeling that she and Boss Su Ming had become closer. Looking at the rice I had acquired through the previous transaction, it suddenly didn't seem so appealing anymore. Have a meal. Soon, the rice cooked with spirit rice was served, its aroma so enticing that it made Tao Yao Yao's mouth water. The fairy being nurtured was also attracted by the fragrance. Tao Yao Yao looked at the 5 fairies flying towards her in surprise, and immediately understood their thoughts. Huh? You want to eat too? Don't you only drink dew? The fairy nodded, indicating that she wanted to try it. Oh, I see. Wait a moment. Tao Yao Yao ran to the tree, picked 5 leaves, and then put 4 or 5 grains of rice on them. It's not that she's stingy and doesn't want to give the fairy more to eat. Rather, the fairies are not very big to begin with, and 4 or 5 grains of rice per person should be enough for them to eat. The fairy landed, sniffed, and then began to eat, a happy expression on her face. You guys can really eat? I thought you couldn't eat anything. Tao Yao Yao was surprised, but also very happy, because they discovered that fairies can eat other things too. Then she started eating, saying to the fairies as she ate, "This spirit rice was given to me by Boss Su Ming. You see, I told you the deal was a good one, getting so many good things from just one egg. So you have to work hard so you can get more spirit rice from Boss Su Ming." The fairies ate and listened at the same time. Although they didn't understand much, they knew that as long as they worked hard, they could get more spirit rice. After receiving the fairy's gift, Su Ming did not open it immediately, but instead took a look at his bank account. Timber, 47,800. Energy crystal, 2576. Heteromorphic crystal, 425. After selling all the food and equipment, the previous losses were replenished, and a considerable profit was even made. I never expected that taking over the shepherd's camp would yield such a great reward. If there are more camps like this, it would be worth the effort to take them, even if it takes a lot of resources. Su Ming did a quick calculation and found that not only would he not lose money, but he could actually make a considerable profit. He took out the ball of light, crushed it, and a flash of purple light appeared, revealing a blueprint in Su Ming's hand. Collect factory construction blueprints, purple. It can perform autopsies, collect artifacts, etc. Construction requirements, 10,000 wood, 300 energy crystals. A mining plant? It costs so much. Su Ming was surprised. This requires several times more materials than was originally needed to build the tempering plant. Although I can also perform dissections and collections, this factory can take on a lot of the work. The required materials were a bit much, but Su Ming still chose to build it. A large factory is located in the southern part of the territory, and the factory is shaped like a circular symbol. Collection factory. Level, Tier 1 Beginner. There is a 1% chance of obtaining double resources during dissection and collection. Upgrade required. 400 energy crystals. There's even a chance to get double the resources? Su Ming was shocked. He discovered that the mining plant did not require energy crystals. It could be activated and dissected simply by ascending in a monster's corpse. This stuff is great. Great stuff. Su Ming was very satisfied. Several buildings need upgrading, but resources are too scarce to cover everything. However, having a resource-gathering factory can greatly improve his efficiency in acquiring resources. However, upgrading to the next level requires 400 energy crystals, which is too expensive. Upgrading should increase the probability of obtaining double the items. I'll upgrade again when I have enough resources. Prioritizing upgrades to resource-based buildings is a good idea. However, with the beast tide approaching, the most urgent task is to improve our own combat power, mainly by upgrading the mechanical factory. Retrieve information about the machinery factory. Intermediate level machinery factory. Level, Tier 5, Intermediate. 20 RX, 78 mechanical dogs can be produced free of charge every day. Production line 1. RX, 20, time, 4.4 minutes/unit. Production line 2. RX, 78, time, 2.2 minutes/unit. Storage, 205/205. Upgrade requirements, 600 energy crystals, 12 different crystals. Su Ming calculated that the mining factory had just been built using 400 energy crystals, and now upgrading the mechanical factory to level 8 should not be a problem. Chapter 20, First Person, Mechanical Totem. Intermediate level machinery factory. Level 8, Intermediate. 20 RX, 78 mechanical dogs can be produced free of charge every day. Production line 1. RX, 20 time, 4.4 minutes/unit. Production line 2. RX, 78 time, 2.2 minutes/unit. Storage, 205/225. Upgrade requirements, 900 energy crystals, 18 different crystals. After the upgrade was completed, the energy crystals were depleted, with only 76 remaining. An 8-tier machine should have no problem sweeping away 9th-tier enemies. Su Ming looked at the new capabilities added to the mounted module. Mounted modules. Missiles, claymore mines, flamethrowers, and howitzers. 3 new weapons have been added, each capable of handling different situations in combat. Although the mounting module adds 3 more weapons, due to the limitations of the RX-20 itself, only 2 weapons can be selected for mounting. Is it because the mechanical dog is too small to carry more weapons? Su Ming looked at the RX-20 in front of him and made a guess. The RX-20 is not large enough to carry all its weapons. One good thing is that Su Ming can freely choose to switch between mounted weapons, but only before leaving the cabin. This makes it impossible to equip 2 weapons at the same time and then switch to another weapon after using them. Once the Blood Moon mode is activated, let's test the power of the new equipped weapons. Su Ming patted RX-20's head and said, "Retrieve your residence information. Based on the requirements for upgrading, you can upgrade to level 2 this time." However, after leveling up, it stopped and a prompt appeared. Your territory has reached or exceeded 50 tiles, and your settlement level has reached 9. Unlocking totem construction. Do you wish to construct it? Building totems will increase your prestige, potentially attracting creatures to your territory and boosting your notoriety, making you more visible to dangerous entities. Choosing to abandon construction will allow you to continue upgrading your settlement. Totem construction will reopen in the next settlement phase. Requirements for constructing a totem: 5,000 wood, 50 energy crystals, 50 alien crystals, and 50 territory squares. The sudden notification startled Su Ming. Building a totem? But he quickly understood what it meant. You must either abandon or build a totem in order to continue upgrading your settlement. But what's the use of a totem? Su Ming was puzzled. At this moment, a mechanical female voice answered Su Ming's question. Building totems can enhance the combat power of troops. Once a totem reaches a certain level, it unlocks higher-level technologies and improves troops. More advanced technology, improved military units? Su Ming raised an eyebrow and looked at the RX-20 beside him. Mechanical totems are great. They can not only upgrade technology levels, but also improve unit types. It's important to know that mechanical units are different from the units of other lords. Other lords' troops can gain experience and increase their strength by killing enemies. But mechanical units are different. The only way to improve is through upgrading the machinery factory, or through refining, improving, assembling, or adding modules. Therefore, the construction of the totem was a huge boost for Su Ming. Build a totem. Su Ming chose to build it without hesitation. If we abandon this construction, we will have to wait until the next phase of the settlement before we can start construction. If I'm not mistaken, level 9 is a stage, and building a totem at that point will put you far behind others. The number of energy crystals has decreased sharply again, with only 26 remaining. Fortunately, the energy crystals required to build a totem are not many, otherwise it really wouldn't be enough. A flash of white light, and the mechanical totem rose from the ground, as tall as Su Ming's chest. Above the mechanical totem, a mechanical triangle floats, its assembly method unclear. The mechanical totem is complete. The moment the construction was completed, the beginner's guide in Su Ming's mind also changed. At the same time, a new page was automatically turned. The triangular totem is located in the center of the page, radiating outwards various ability icons. These ability icons are not yet enabled, and their contents cannot be read. But one of the icons is lit up. Machine Factory. Is this the mechanical totem? Su Ming clicked on the icon of the machinery factory, and the information appeared. Factory expansion. Machinery factory storage plus 100. Plus 100 storage capacity? Su Ming exclaimed in surprise. He suspected he had misread it and checked again. That's plus 100 storage. You should know that upgrading a mechanical factory by one level only adds 10 units, and upgrading a residential area by one level only adds 5 units. But this time, it's a whopping 100 units. The number of mechanical units directly determines combat power. Even if your level is 2 or 3 levels lower than the opponents, as long as you have enough numbers, you can overwhelm them. Shepherds are an example. Great. I didn't expect to be so pleasantly surprised right from the start. I'm even more excited to see the other abilities of the mechanical totem. Su Ming tried clicking on other unactivated ability icons. I received a hint. This ability can be activated by possessing 3 different types of mechanical creations. 3 different types? Doesn't that count as me having 3 types of mechanical dogs? Su Ming was puzzled. Then I remembered the model number of the mechanical dog, RX. Self-destruct type, offensive type, and transport type are just different types of this model, so they can only be considered as one type. Then I clicked on another one. This ability can be unlocked by capturing towers. Shiyu Tower? What is that? Su Ming didn't understand and needed to check the other activation conditions. One of the conditions caught Su Ming's attention. Successfully repelling the beast horde unlocks this ability. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Repelling the beast tide will unlock it. That'll be quick. It's the 4th day now, and there are still 3 days until the beast tide arrives. 3 days later, if you can withstand the beast tide, you can unlock this ability. Exit the totem. Su Ming continued to upgrade his territory. Castle unnamed. Rank 1 star. Territory limit 56 tiles. Effect reduces production time and increases storage capacity in the machine factory. Upgrade requirements 10,000 wood, 60 territories, 10 extraordinary crystals. A symbol of lordship. Owning a castle signifies that you have passed the beginner stage and are now capable of participating in the struggle for supremacy. It's turned into a castle? Is this a new phase? Su Ming was somewhat surprised. Although the residential area has reached the next stage, the reduction in mechanical production time and warehouse storage remain unchanged. Moreover, although it is called a castle, it is not as tall and magnificent as a real castle. It is more like a small villa and does not meet the standard of being called a castle at all. Should we name it? Su Ming looked at the small villa in front of him, thought for a moment, and said, let's call it the City of Machinery. The City of Machines has been successfully named. However, right after Su Ming finished naming it, an announcement rang out throughout the entire 88,888 area. The first castle lord in area 88888 has appeared and has been specially granted the title of landlord. Other lords, please continue your efforts and strive to become castle lords. Chapter 21 caused a sensation. The Lord of the Castle. The Lord of the Castle? Someone has already become the Lord of the Castle. Who is this freak? Is the owner of this castle that unscrupulous merchant? Is it him? It must be that unscrupulous merchant. He's taken so many of our resources. Who else could it be but him? We told you not to buy food from unscrupulous merchants, but you didn't listen. Now look what's happened. They've already taken the lead over us by so much. Damn profiteer. Su Ming, your position as the lord of this castle was built with our resources. You must not forget your roots. You should set an example and bring down food prices. If you don't lower the price of food, we will unite and attack you. Even if you are the lord of the castle, can you withstand the combined might of so many of us? That's right, the price must be brought down. The channel was in an uproar, with everyone talking about Su Ming becoming the castle's lord and the food he was selling at exorbitant prices. They even demanded that he show his face, since he had never appeared in the area chat channel. They simply and ruthlessly put food on the shelves and then harvest their resources. When Yushu heard the announcement that Su Ming had become the lord of the castle, he was completely stunned. The news was too sudden. No one expected that Su Ming would become the lord of the castle. Is the castle a new stage after the 9th level of the residential area? So, his territory has reached 50 squares. Why is he exploring so quickly and even managed to capture a shepherd resource point? Yushu couldn't understand how Su Ming had managed to do it. Selling food can yield a lot of resources, but upgrading your settlement doesn't just rely on resources. You also need to cultivate new territory. What kind of rare soldier is he that he is so powerful, and he doesn't even need to eat or drink? No, I need to work even harder once Blood Moon Kill mode is activated, or I'll be left behind by her very quickly. Yushu cast aside distractions and prepared to face the Blood Moon Kill mode. This time we must kill even more than last time. The man who owned the Earth Dragon's lair also showed the same astonished expression as Yushu when he heard the announcement. No wonder he's so arrogant, the lord of the castle. He certainly has the right to be arrogant. The man silently opened the private chat channel and added Su Ming as a friend again. The other party may reject you countless times, but as long as you can get them to add you even once, you've succeeded. Upon hearing the news that Su Ming had become the castle's master, Tao Yaoyao burst into excited laughter, as if she herself had become the castle's master. Then, I sent a congratulatory message. Peach Blossom, Boss Su Ming is amazing. Boss Su Ming is mighty. Boss Su Ming is the best in the world. Su Ming felt a little embarrassed when he saw the message from Tao Yaoyao. He never expected that naming the castle would result in a region-wide announcement. Now he was famous among all the lords. Although the announcement did not identify him, people in the chat channel were speculating that it was him. Su Ming made no response, letting them guess, since it wouldn't affect him anyway. After the region-wide announcement, there seems to be a landlord title. What's the purpose of this title? Su Ming brought up his information panel. Su Ming, landlord. Strength, 1 star. Castle, the mechanical city. Territory limit, 56 tiles. Totem, mechanical totem. Unit types, RX, 78, RX, 30, RX, 20. Buildings, machinery factory, refining factory, mining factory. The word landlord was added after his name. Su Ming stroked his chin. Shepherds seem to have this title too. Does this title have any special function? Landlords were seen as symbols of status and prestige, enhancing their own visibility. It's useless, just empty fame. Moreover, the higher the fame, the more powerful creatures it will attract. So it doesn't seem like a good thing. The title Su Ming is not a good thing. If there are some attribute bonuses, then it's acceptable. Time passed. Day 5, midnight. The pitch-black night sky gradually turned blood red, and the atmosphere in the forest became eerie and terrifying, making people feel very uneasy. Su Ming opened his eyes. The blood moon hunt has begun. I found a good spot this time, so I should be able to hunt even more than yesterday. He immediately set off for the location where the cave had been discovered the day before. Ahead, there is a plain ahead covering 5 tiles. The number of creatures is uncertain. Minimum level, Tier 5, beginner. Maximum level, Tier 9, intermediate. Blood Moon Kill mode is active. Creatures are in a berserk state and their strength is greatly enhanced. Exploration is not recommended. The plains are perfect for the mechanical dogs to fight. Entering the plains, the vast grasslands stretching as far as the eye can see should be a delightful sight, but the blood-red sky makes everything seem eerie. A bright, crimson blood moon stood in the sky, enormous, as if it were about to crash down at any moment. The atmosphere is rather oppressive. Su Ming felt like there was a stone pressing on his chest. which made him very uncomfortable. After adjusting his mindset and noticing the falcons circling in the sky, Su Ming quickly dispatched self-destructing robot dogs to form a defensive line. As soon as the RX-78 mechanical dog was released, a blood moon eagle swooped down, grabbed the mechanical dog with its sharp talons, and flew into the air in the blink of an eye. The next second, boom-streepje, a firework exploded in the sky, and the blood moon eagle crashed to the ground like a falling plane. Then, Su Ming saw several blood-striped leopards swarm over and devour the crashed falcon. Your little paws are really good at picking things. Su Ming smiled, but his arrangements did not stop there. Claymore mines were launched, forming a defensive line on the ground. The number of claymore mines carried was not large, only 5. However, there are quite a few RX-20 mechanical dogs, each firing 5 claymore mines, which is a huge number. Boom! A blood-striped leopard stealthily circled around from the side, accidentally stepped on a landmine, and was blown half its body to pieces. Seeing such power, Su Ming's eyes lit up. This landmine is really powerful. It can even injure a level 7 berserk creature. Normally, a 7th-tier creature would be instantly killed if it stepped on a landmine. However, under the influence of rage and darkness, the creature's attributes are greatly enhanced, and being able to blow off half of its body is already quite impressive. The explosion and bloodshed attracted many ferocious creatures to gather in Su Ming's direction, eyeing him menacingly as they approached step by step. Seeing this, Su Ming simply smiled faintly. That's enough attack. The RX-20 opened fire instantly, unleashing a barrage of bullets, missiles, and grenades at the berserk creature ahead. The explosion shattered the tranquility of the plane, flames shot into the sky, and the smell of gunpowder masked the pervasive stench of blood. The berserk creature, unaware of what was happening, was subjected to a frenzied barrage of artillery fire. If you like it, please give me a thumbs up, and I'm updating like crazy. Chapter 22, Sweeping the Plains, New Model, GX. Amidst the roar of artillery and the billowing smoke of the battlefield, transport mechanical dogs moved nimbly through the chaos, carrying back the corpses of rampaging creatures. Su Ming will not need to perform the autopsies himself. The bodies will be transported back to the collection facility in his residence for unified autopsies. Soon, Su Ming received the resource information obtained from dissecting corpses, occasionally triggering a double effect, which made him extremely happy. Although there's only a 1% chance of getting double the resources, the probability is actually quite high once the quantity is increased. After an hour of relentless bombardment, the berserk creature's attack speed slowed down, and they even stopped attacking altogether. The blood moon inflicts a frenzy that drives them mad, but their biological instincts remain. Faced with such terrifying artillery fire, its biological instincts would tell it that there is danger ahead and it should leave as soon as possible. Watching the increasingly frightened beast, Su Ming simply smiled faintly. Afraid to come any closer? Then it's my turn to attack. The self-destructing mechanical dogs charged ahead like suicide soldiers, fearless, blasting a safe path through the enemy lines. The attacking mechanical dogs followed behind, unleashing a barrage of firepower to kill any ferocious creatures they could see. The bodies were collected by transport robots and transported back to their place of residence. The central area of the plains. The berserk creatures here are of a higher level. You can even see Tier 8 mid-level berserk creatures, as well as groups of Tier 6 mid-level berserk creatures. Upon seeing Su Ming enter, the berserk creatures immediately became alert, glaring at him menacingly, and some even issued warnings. Roar! A giant elephant returned from its hunt and roared angrily upon seeing someone trespassing into its territory. Its trunk immediately lashed out towards Su Ming's location. Call! But what greeted him was a missile, followed by a barrage of grenades that sent the giant elephant staggering backward. Such thick skin, is this all it took to make him bleed a little? The troll elephant reached the intermediate level of Tier 8. With the blessing of the blood moon and the night, its defense was extremely exaggerated. Even after repeated bombardments, it only suffered minor scratches. The giant elephant burst forth from the dust, its running sound like a small, moving hill. It didn't need fancy abilities. Its massive body was its best weapon. Several self-destructing mechanical dogs immediately pounced on it, exploding the moment they touched it, but they still couldn't stop the giant elephant's charge. Su Ming was not surprised. A few mechanical dogs simply couldn't stop that enormous body. But what if the quantity increases? A horde of self-destructing robotic dogs pounced on the giant elephant, exploding into a spectacular display. The self-destructing mechanical dog is already quite powerful. It has a power module and has been tempered. Even if you're made of steel, it can melt you under such a large-scale bombardment. The giant elephant howled, its wounds widening. Even its trunk was stained with blood. At this moment, dozens of attacking mechanical dogs surrounded the troll statue, and scorching flames erupted, roasting the giant elephant alive. With a loud boom, the ground shook violently, as if a small mountain had collapsed. The giant elephant fell to the ground, its body emitting white smoke, its thick skin blown apart and burned. With such a large size, will it be possible to transport it back? Su Ming saw several transport-type mechanical dogs trying to lift the giant elephant and carry it back, but they couldn't lift it even after trying for a long time. Even if they could lift the giant elephant, given its exaggerated size, Su Ming felt that the mechanical dogs couldn't withstand it and would be crushed to pieces. You guys go and transport the other bodies. I'll handle this on the spot. Su Ming ordered them to carry the corpse, while he himself went to the giant elephant. Dissection yields 20 pieces of frenzied elephant meat, 10 energy crystals, 5 differential crystals, 2 ivory tubes, and 1 unknown blueprint. Are there any unknown blueprints? Su Ming's eyes lit up. Finally, the blueprints had been leaked again. The dissection was completed quickly, and a drawing fell into Su Ming's hands. GX 90 UAV production blueprints can be produced by goblins, dwarves, human craftsmen, etc. Upon seeing the name on the drawing, Su Ming exclaimed excitedly, "It's a new model!" Using the blueprints immediately, Su Ming noticed that the GX 90 had been added to the machinery factory's production list. GX90 UAV, functional type. Attack method, delivery. Module, equipped module. Production time, 2 minutes. Production required, 1 energy crystal. The production time was the same as that of the RX-78. Is it a functional type? I wonder what kind of capabilities it will have. If he had a choice, he would prefer a reconnaissance type machine. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Understanding the other party in advance allows for better planning. After adjusting the production line, a drone was delivered to the warehouse 2 minutes later. Su Ming took it out. It was only the size of 2 palms, not very big, but not small either. Access module capabilities. The module it carries is different from the module mounted on the RX-20. It can carry modules of other models. For example, the mounting module for the RX-20. But you can only have one ability. Moreover, it can even carry other mechanical dogs. Based on this alone, Su Ming realized the power of this module and even its many other uses. As expected of a functional type, this ability is too strong. Su Ming couldn't wait to try out the power of the module. The self-destructing mechanical dog was mounted on the drone, and then the GX-90 drone flew over a pack of blood wolves. The wolves noticed the strange creature, stared at it warily, and let out warning roars. The self-destructing robotic dog was deployed and exploded among the blood wolf pack with astonishing force. The resulting metal fragments reaped the blood wolves, leaving none unscathed. Awesome, I could drop bombs from the air now. Su Ming was very satisfied. Ground forces are important, but air forces should not be ignored. Moreover, the GX-90 is not a one-time product. After its deployment, it will return to await a new round of deployment. With this functional drone, there are many ways to attack. Deploying robotic dogs and transporting troops to the rear are both very effective attack methods. Moreover, the RX-20 equipped modules can form an air force. Without air-to-air capabilities, they would be vulnerable to attack. Keep going. Let's see if we can conquer this plane. This plane covers 5 squares. If we can capture it, it will be a buffer zone, which will help us better cope with the beast tide later. This continued until dawn, when the blood-red color in the sky gradually faded and the blood moon killing mode was thus shut down. We still haven't been able to complete the occupation, but isn't there a mid-level 9th tier creature here? Why haven't we encountered it? Su Ming was puzzled. He had walked almost half the plane without encountering the strongest creature. Let's go back. Today we'll explore new territory from a different direction. Su Ming had no intention of occupying the plains. This was a convenient place to farm monsters, and if he occupied it now, it would be placed under protection, and the berserk creatures would not appear here. Finding such a place again won't be easy, so it's not too late to occupy it when the beast tide is about to arrive. Or find a new area. Chapitre 23 Formidable Alliance. Advanced Mechanical Factory. The blood moon gradually faded, and the sky returned to its usual colors. Su Ming returned to his residence and took stock of what he had gained that night. 2450 rampaging meat chunks. Energy crystal asterisk 1602. Heterocrystalline asterisk 532. The harvest was quite fruitful, even exceeding Su Ming's expectations. He knew that he was able to acquire so many resources thanks to the gathering factory. Without double the harvest, he probably wouldn't have been able to obtain so many resources. Put on the shelves, then upgrade the factory. This time, upgrading it to an advanced mechanical factory should be no problem. On the other side of area number 88888, Yushu dragged her tired body back to her residence. Although she was exhausted from a night of frantic hunting, she had gained a lot. This time we killed 100 berserk creatures, twice as many as yesterday. Yushu sorted out the food, kept some for himself, and put the rest on the shelves. Even so, more than 200 pieces of frenzied meat chunks were put on the shelves. But when she arrived at the chat channel and saw what everyone was discussing, she was stunned. Is he insane? Over 2,000 pieces of berserk flesh. Just how many berserk creatures did he kill? Are these berserk creatures just ants that can be easily crushed? How could this swindler kill so many? Damn it, they're not lowering the price for all these pieces of ferocious meat, and they're still selling them at ridiculously high prices. Can't they consider how we feel while we're starving? You unscrupulous merchant. Your castle's lordship was built with our resources. You can't treat us like this. Exactly. You've consumed so many of our resources, and you still sell our products at such high prices. How can you treat us like this? Let's start boycotting unscrupulous merchants. We should unite and boycott together. No, we should form an alliance to fight against the unscrupulous merchant. Ideally, we should find his location and destroy his stronghold. At this moment, Yushu was still in a daze. Quickly flipped to the trading area, and there it was. Su Ming's berserk meat chunks were listed. The number of frenzied meat chunks has decreased to less than 2,000, but there are still more than 1,000 of them. How did he manage to harvest so many ferocious chunks of meat? Yushu could no longer see through Su Ming's strength. More than 2,000 pieces of frenzied meat would require hunting at least 400 frenzied creatures to obtain such a quantity. 400? How could he possibly encounter so many ferocious creatures in one night? Even rare units couldn't do that. Yushu murmured, how'd he do that? She really wanted to know the answer. Take a deep breath, adjust your mindset, and put the food on the shelf. The channel immediately erupted with praise for the goddess. This is a private message that was sent to me. Gao Ran, troll goddess you. I'd like to invite you to join our alliance to deal with that unscrupulous merchant Su Ming. Are you interested? This is a friend Yushu added before. He's quite strong, and his unit is a troll, so he added that name to his contacts. Although trolls are not considered rare units, they are still considered high-level units and worth engaging. After seeing the message, Yushu thought for a moment and declined the offer. Yushu, no, I have no plans to form an alliance for the time being. Gao Ran troll why? Why? Because I never intended to stand against Su Ming. Yushu thought to himself. Yushu, if we form an alliance, food will be monopolized, and some weaker lords won't be able to afford the expensive food. The food I obtain will also be prioritized for my allies, which is not what I want. Gao Ran, troll is expected to goddess you. You have such a kind heart. Yushu glanced at the other party's reply, closed the chat, and thought to himself, even if we're going to form an alliance, I should be the one to take the lead. After all the food was sold, Yushu took 100 energy crystals and put them into the snake cave. Hopefully this time, it'll be a rare breed. Yushu prayed. A moment later, 10 snake eggs were pushed out of the snake hole, and Yushu looked over nervously. Among the 10 snake eggs, one shimmered with a glassy, colorful sheen. Yushu's eyes widened, and he exclaimed excitedly, a rare breed. Without hesitation, she chose the snake egg that shimmered with iridescent colors. After the selection was completed, the remaining 9 snake eggs were returned to the snake cave. Finally, a rare species has appeared. My luck is about to change. Advanced Machinery Factory. Level, Tier 1 Advanced. 30 RX, 20 mechanical dogs can be produced for free every day. Production Line 1, RX, 20, time, for minutes/piece. Production Line 2, RX, 78, time, 2 minutes/piece. Production Line 3, GX, 90, time, 2 minutes/piece. Storage, 56/350. Upgrade requirements, 1100 energy crystals, 30 different crystals. After being upgraded to a high-end machinery factory, an additional production line was added, which greatly improved production efficiency. When a mechanical factory is upgraded to Tier 9, intermediate, the mounted module gains its final ability, Cluster Bomb. There is only one, but once launched, it can disperse into 100 small bombs, capable of dealing with a wide range of enemies. After upgrading to the Advanced Mechanical Factory, new mechanical creations were unlocked. GX, 86 UAV, Reconnaissance Version. Ability, Reconnaissance. Module, Reconnaissance Module. Production time, 9 minutes. Production requirement, 10 energy crystals. Reconnaissance type. This is exactly what Su Ming wanted. The GX-80 SIXS Reconnaissance Module capability is area reconnaissance. The reconnaissance range is a 5-square area, and it can even be used to reconnoiter unexplored areas. Looking at the drone in his hand, Su Ming thought to himself, my talent allows me to see information in the fog. I wonder to what extent a reconnaissance drone can do. Send out GX-86, heading towards the location where the first swamp sheep were discovered. Back then, he wasn't strong enough, and the shepherd lingered there. But things are different now. If he encounters the shepherd again, he's confident he can kill him. While waiting for the drone to conduct reconnaissance, Su Ming looked towards the Quenching Industrial and Commercial Bank. The tempering plant is only at a basic level. It's time to upgrade it. After all, the smelting plant plays a significant role in enhancing the capabilities of machinery. The tempering factory was upgraded to intermediate level in one go, and the tempering capacity was further enhanced. After being tempered, the RX-78 not only has increased explosive power, but also increased kill range. The RX-20 is tempered to improve bullet power and penetration. The RX-30 has been refined, increasing its speed while maintaining its original increased load capacity. GX-90 tempering enhances defense and stability. The GX-86 has been refined to improve its detection range and anti-interference capabilities. After the upgrade, its strength was greatly improved, but the number of energy crystals was also sharply reduced to 300. Su Ming was not worried about this. As long as there were enough energy crystals to meet production needs, there would be no shortage of energy crystals. For him, the fastest way to develop is to sustain the war through war. Soon the GX-86 reconnaissance aircraft returned, flew in front of Su Ming, and projected the information it had gathered. Chapter 24 Thornflower Fairy, Wandering Goblin. The GX-86 projects a small map, displaying the recorded information. Several wandering goblins have appeared in the area where the swamp sheep were previously found. Continue scouting to the left. There's a vibrant flower forest. Further ahead, dozens of goblins roam, and behind is a swamp, etc. Su Ming played the lake's surface of the flower forest again, and in the flower forest on the left side, he saw a golden corner. It's a treasure chest. We found another one. Su Ming shouted excitedly. The GX-86 is not as powerful as the holographic eye, which can obtain accurate information, but it can detect the general situation of unexplored areas, reducing its own exploration time. Take this treasure chest, for example. Even while resting, the GX-86 can be sent out to gather more information and prepare for the next day's exploration and development, enabling faster and more accurate resource acquisition. Just as Su Ming was about to head to the location of the treasure chest, Tao Yao Yao sent him a message. Tao Yao Yao, Su Ming, this is bad. I saw people in the channel talking about targeting you, even forming an alliance to come after you. Targeting me? Su Ming was taken aback. I didn't do anything to them, did I? Puzzled, Su Ming scrolled through the chat history of the regional channel and roughly understood what had happened. Are these guys just bored? Or did I set the price too low and let them live too comfortably? Su Ming gave a cold laugh. Their alliance is laughable. Dare to come? If you dare to come, I'll blow you to pieces. Su Ming, don't worry. Even if they find my territory, it doesn't matter. Pow yow yow. Hee hee, then I'm relieved. With someone as powerful as Su Ming, there's definitely nothing to fear from them. Su Ming, by the way, can the blue fairy's gift really yield rare items? Su Ming asked a question. The 3 blue fairy gifts I traded with Tao Yao Yao last time all yielded white grade items. 3 consecutive whites. There aren't even any high-end items. I suspect there might be an error. Peach Blossom, great. I got 2 rare buildings in a row with the remaining 2. The speed at which I cultivate fairies has increased quite a bit. Su Ming closed the chat, not wanting this to spoil his good mood after finding the treasure chest. Left, a goblin that appeared out of nowhere, wandering around here, seemingly scouting. Level 7 beginner. Level 7, and that's just the beginner level. Su Ming didn't take it to heart at all and went straight into the area. After encountering those wandering goblins, they were all taken down one by one by the RX-20. After completing the exploration here and occupying the area, Su Ming looked to the unexplored area on the left. Upon entering, you will encounter a flower forest. The pollen in the flowers is highly poisonous. There's a treasure chest, blue, in the center of the forest, but a thorn flower fairy also inhabits this area. Level 9, intermediate. There's even a monster guarding it, a mid-level 9th tier. It would be a bit difficult to deal with at night and under the blessing of the blood moon, but it's daytime now. Su Ming smiled faintly and sent out the lower-level mechanical dogs. Although it's said to be of low level, it still possesses mid-level combat power at the 9th rank. After all, mechanical factories are now advanced, and the mechanical dogs they produce are all advanced. Those that can't keep up naturally have to be consumed. The RX-78 just kept exploding, simple and brutal. The RX-20's jet flames burned all the flowers here. Poisons have no effect on machines. The brutal destruction quickly attracted the attention of the thorn flower fairy. Thick vines rose from the ground and danced wildly in the air, while a huge flower bud slowly rose, obscuring half of the sky. The enormous size surprised Su Ming, who exclaimed, "Wow, it's so big!" GX-86 also detected this flower. I thought it was just growing big because it had plenty of nutrients, but it turns out it's a flower demon. Puff! A spray of purple nectar hit the charging, self-destructing mechanical dog, instantly melting it and preventing it from detonating. The splattered nectar landed on the other mechanical dogs, causing corrosion. Its corrosiveness is incredibly strong. Su Ming immediately ordered them to disperse to avoid being wiped out all at once. Seeing this, the flower fairy quickly manipulated the vines to attack wildly. Even when the vines were destroyed, she didn't care and even grew more. My offensive methods are severely limited when facing this monster. Su Ming was analyzing the situation from the back. The self-destruct type is difficult to approach and cannot unleash its original power. Although the offensive type was able to hit the opponent, it failed to deliver an effective blow, as all attacks were blocked. If such a monster appears during a beast tide, it will be very troublesome, and a frontal attack will be difficult to achieve results. These fleshy monsters blocking the way can absorb a lot of firepower. They're disgusting. However, they're not without weaknesses. Su Ming looked up at the sky above the Thornflower Fairy. That was a good opening. Several GX-90s carrying self-destructing mechanical dogs were immediately launched and dropped them over the Thornflower Fairy. The incredibly powerful bomb exploded in the heart of the Thornflower Fairy, its terrifying destructive power destroying most of the main root system, causing it to wail in agony. Destroy it. With her abdomen injured, the Thornflower Fairy was no longer able to resist, and Su Ming captured her in one fell swoop. Subsequently, the RX-30 entered the field and transported the Thornflower Fairy back. It appears huge, but only the core part is taken. Su Ming glanced at the items that the Thornflower Fairy could drop, and finding nothing special, he didn't collect them. A moment later, the treasure chest was found in a place entangled in thorns. The treasure chest looks better than last time. At least it doesn't have as much rust, and it looks more upscale. The last treasure chest yielded fence construction blueprints. This treasure chest is a bit more advanced than the one we found last time, so it might contain some good stuff. Su Ming immediately activated it. Obtained blueprints for the excavation factory. New architectural blueprints. Su Ming's eyes lit up. He had finally gotten something good. Excavation factory construction blueprint blue. Excavation of mineral veins and historical sites is possible. Construction requirements: 2,000 wood, 20 energy crystals, It's possible to mine. If I remember correctly, there seems to be a mineral vein in the location of the elite stone giant. However, these mines are not very useful to me now, and I cannot use them to make equipment or improve machinery. But Su Ming discovered something special. Ruins. This isn't a blueprint for a mining factory. It's a mining factory. Besides mining, you can also excavate relics. Although no remains have been found yet, if they were to be found, they might be able to serve as a factory. Although we don't need it for the time being, it's still a good thing. Su Ming carefully placed the construction blueprints, preparing to build the structure when he returned. Just as he was about to continue his exploration, he suddenly received a warning message. Goblins have been detected loitering near the territory. It is recommended that you eliminate them. Chapter 25, The Shepherd's Resource Point Captured. Are there goblins roaming my territory? Su Ming was quite surprised when he received the notification, as this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. His first thought was that other lords had discovered the location of his territory. I remember someone in the chat channel had a goblin unit. Returning to the previous area, Su Ming saw more than a dozen surging dark figures. Because the area ahead is unexplored, it is impossible to see what the other party looks like, but based on the previous clue, it can be confirmed that these dozen or so dark figures are goblins. If I remember correctly, there were about a dozen goblins in the area ahead. Have we found this place? After confirming that it wasn't another lord's troops, Su Ming felt much relieved. Explore forward, and words emerge from the mist. Several goblins are wandering around your territory, seemingly wanting to enter, but are being blocked by a special force. They may be searching for the goblin that died here. Number 13, level 1, intermediate. Looking for that dead goblin? So mean Fronith. He felt things weren't that simple. So the goblin I just killed and the goblins outside might be from the same group? Is there a goblin tribe ahead? So mean Smaith. He liked it when creatures were clustered together, as it made hunting much easier. He sent out an RX-20, which consisted of a dozen or so small tier 1 mid-level goblins, and he didn't take them seriously at all. As the goblins wondered why they couldn't enter the area ahead, a mechanical creature suddenly appeared, startling them. Before he could even figure out what it was, he was shot dead. What is this? Run. Go back and report to the king. This thing is too weird. Without a single thought of resistance, the remaining goblins turned and ran. Su Ming, who was following the RX-20, naturally heard what the goblins said. Talking goblins? They even have a king. Su Ming was a little surprised. Their ability to understand human languages demonstrates their high level of intelligence. This goblin tribe may be larger than expected. Even if the goblins tried to escape, they couldn't outrun the bullets and were all shot dead. Is the Goblin King in front? That means there might be a large number of goblins gathered there. Considering the goblins that had appeared during previous reconnaissance and the direction they had fled in, the location of the tribe was likely not far ahead. After capturing this area, continue exploring along the route the goblins had taken. Formerly, Shepherd's Settlement, recently occupied by the Goblin King, who is currently plundering its resources. Number 110. Goblin King level, Tier 1, Elite High. Su Ming was stunned when he saw the text message that appeared in front of him. The shepherd's camp has been taken over by goblins. How could this happen? Su Ming found it unbelievable. At the same time, he realized that in this area, not only their lord was fighting to survive, but other native creatures were also struggling to survive. They can also attack and occupy other people's territories. The attack on the shepherd's dwelling is the best proof of this. A high-level Goblin King is still elite level. No wonder it was able to kill the shepherd. But by occupying the shepherd's land, they are tantamount to robbing me of my resources. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Ming immediately dispatched the mechanical dog. Shepherd's camp. Large numbers of goblins were burning, killing, and looting. They picked all the fruit from the orchard, chopped it down with stone axes, and then burned it all to the ground. The swamp sheep in the sheepfold did not escape the fate of being hunted by goblins, who killed them in the most cruel way and then took them back to their tribe. The Goblin King raised his giant axe and smashed the house in front of him to pieces, then searched through the ruins. Soon, a black jar was retrieved from the ruins. He crushed it with a strong squeeze of his palm, then took out the millet bag inside. His eyes lit up with fervor when he saw the spirit rice inside, and then he poured it all into his mouth. Sensing the increasing power, the Goblin King let out a roar. Cool. The roar resonated with the goblins present, drawing their attention and prompting them to cheer. I will lead you to conquer territory after territory and establish our own Goblin kingdom. The Goblin King raised his giant axe and delivered a passionate speech. The goblins below responded enthusiastically, raising their weapons in a frenzy. Just then, a violent explosion interrupted the goblins' revelry. The Goblin King's gaze was drawn to it. Before he could even see what was happening, he saw a missile flying towards him. The giant axe swatted away the incoming missiles, and before it knew what was happening, it saw more missiles coming. Boom! The explosions spread everywhere, blasting other goblins to their deaths, leaving them bleeding profusely. What a beautiful place, and you've ruined it like this. Su-Ming walked over and felt heartbroken when he saw the mess on the scene. So much food has been eaten by pigs. Humans. The Goblin King's gaze sharpened, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, other humans appeared here right after we captured the shepherd's camp. Having no intention of lingering in the fight, the Goblin King turned and ran. The sudden escape caught Su-Ming off guard. Chase him, don't let him get away. How could we let an elite-level monster go so easily? And they even ransacked the shepherd's camp like this. Even the sheepfold and orchard were destroyed. The mechanical dog gave chase, but was intercepted by other goblins who risked their lives to cover their king's retreat. Su-Ming went to the shepherd's house and noticed the broken pieces of jars on the ground, as well as a few grains of spirit rice that had fallen to the ground. This shepherd's camp also had spirit rice, but it looks like that goblin ate it all. Su-Ming was heartbroken. Such good spirit rice had been wasted. This could be exchanged for a lot of resources. Despite his anger, Su-Ming also realized something. The goblin we encountered this time was completely different from the one we had encountered before. These goblins are even more intelligent, and they will even launch attacks on shepherd settlements. Soon, the goblins here were cleared away. All the bodies were transported back. The Goblin King's tribe must be nearby and not far away. After completing the occupation of this place, Su-Ming looked in the direction the Goblin King had fled. An elite-level monster with such intelligence, defeating it might yield some good loot. His lair may also hold many valuable items. But what puzzled Su-Ming was why the Goblin King ran away as soon as it saw him. It's a high-level Goblin King, an elite monster, for goodness sake. This doesn't make any sense. Even if you can't win, you should at least try to fight before running away, but I've never seen someone run away as soon as they see you. But this unusual behavior made Su-Ming even more vigilant. Chapter 26 Goblin Tribe. Get ready. The enemy is attacking. The Goblin King returned to his tribe as quickly as possible and gave orders to his goblins. Upon hearing this, the goblins, who were overjoyed, acted immediately after only a brief hesitation. The maned silver wolves, which had been locked in cages, were let out, and goblins clad in metal armor immediately mounted them, pulling on the iron chains around their necks to drive them. In less than a minute, the goblin cavalry wolf soldiers quickly assembled. The mountains and forests were also filled with goblins, armed with bows and arrows, ready for battle. Then, one by one, ogres were released from the iron cage, their necks also shackled, while goblins stood on their shoulders, enslaving them. My lord, what's going on that makes you so nervous? An elderly goblin, leaning on a cane, approached the Goblin King. I've encountered humans. Humans? The elderly goblin asked incredulously. What's so scary about humans? You don't understand. The world has changed. The humans who have appeared here possess extraordinary power, which is terrifying. Encountering human beings is a fight to the death. The Goblin King said with a solemn expression. Then he shouted, Bring me my well-maintained armor. Seeing how much importance the king placed on this, the elderly goblin became even more curious. Are humans stronger than shepherds? We just killed a shepherd and seized his stronghold. You have obtained spirit rice from the shepherd, greatly increasing your strength, and you no longer need to fear humans. At this moment, dozens of goblins carried a heavy suit of armor and arrived before the Goblin King. The Goblin King picked it up with one hand, put it on, and said, You don't understand. This caution is necessary, or you'll die a horrible death. Boom streepje streepje. The sudden explosion drew the attention of all the goblins. A scout approached the Goblin King and quickly reported, Your Majesty, we have discovered mechanical creatures invading our territory. That human has arrived. Launch a full-scale counterattack. The Goblin King felt a chill run down his spine, not expecting the enemy to arrive so quickly, but he still swiftly issued orders. No sooner had the order been given than his attention was drawn to an object flying in the sky. The Goblin King didn't know what it was, but his intuition told him that it was dangerous. Soon he saw the GX-90 drop a spherical shell. The shell exploded in midair, scattering into hundreds of small bombs that fell on the goblin's territory. Flowers bloomed everywhere, accompanied by bursts of explosions. "That bomb, get out of the way!" "Shoot! Shoot that thing down from the sky!" Cluster bombs covered almost the entire goblin tribe. Although their power was not as great as other mounted weapons, they had a terrifying kill radius that even the weak goblins could not withstand. "Shoot that thing down from there!" The Goblin King had never seen such a wide-ranging attack before, and in his anger, he ordered his men to retaliate. Countless arrows shot into the sky, but because of the GX-90's small size, they were almost impossible to hit. Moreover, after the goblin is thrown, the GX-90 will return to base, giving it no chance to shoot down. I didn't expect them to have such aerial attack capabilities. The Goblin King's face darkened, but he quickly came up with a solution. "Fight our way out. That human should be in the vicinity." He knew that with such offensive capabilities, the enemy couldn't possibly have entered this place. His only option was to fight his way out, or he would be mercilessly attacked and killed. The enslaved ogres charged at the forefront, followed by goblin cavalry and wolf soldiers. Next are the ordinary goblins. Although they're called ordinary, each of them is carrying a weapon and their level is at the intermediate level. Such combat power would be considered strong anywhere. Su Ming, who was in the rear, learned about the situation at the Goblin King's place through the information returned by GX-86. Upon discovering the Goblin King, they immediately dispatched GX-86. Goblin tribes were discovered in the first two areas. When the GX-86 transmitted the images from there, Su Ming was shocked. It could no longer be considered a tribe. It would be no exaggeration to call it a human settlement. There are at least 1,000 goblins living there, and they're extremely quick to react, completely different from ordinary goblins and very organized and disciplined. They even enslaved many creatures to serve them. Seeing that the opponent possessed such a large fighting force, Su Ming could not go to their territory to fight. Otherwise, he would suffer very serious losses. They casually dispatched GX-90s, equipped with cluster bombs and self-destructing mechanical dogs, to bomb the area and force them out. Even if they don't come out, they can still effectively kill the enemy's manpower. However, the Goblin King was even smarter than Su Ming had anticipated. Knowing that he couldn't handle the aerial attack, he chose to take the initiative and led his goblin army to attack Su Ming's side. The cannibal entered the area where Su Ming was located. This area was not occupied by him. It was a buffer zone that he had deliberately left. Boomstrapje. The moment the ogres stepped inside, the claymore mines that had been laid beforehand were immediately triggered, blowing the ogre's feet to smithereens, and it let out a painful howl. This did not stop the other cannibals. Explosions continued to ring out as the ogres trampled almost all of the claymore mines that Su Ming had laid out. The cannibals also suffered heavy casualties. But for goblins, these enslaved creatures were meant to die anyway, and they wouldn't feel sorry for them if they died. Seeing that the traps had been completely destroyed, the goblin cavalry charged out, launching an attack at top speed. "Fire! Charge!" Su Ming issued the order. Bullets rained down, forming rows of barges, and the goblin cavalry wolf soldiers at the forefront were the first to be hit. Even though they were wearing armor, they could not withstand the penetrating power of bullets. The goblin cavalry and wolf soldiers fell in rows, but they reacted very quickly, immediately scattering and launching attacks from different directions. At that moment, the self-destructing mechanical dog pounced and collided with the goblin. These dog-shaped mechanical creatures are here to take us all down with them. Don't let them get close. A goblin saw through the RX-78's attack pattern and immediately alerted the others. Even with their precautions, they were still unable to stop the RX-78's self-destruct attack and the RX-20's barrage of firepower. With just one charge, the Goblin Iron Cavalry Wolf soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Damn it! How can this human be so strong? Just then, the GX-90, having completed its deployment, flew over them and hurled down the self-destructing mechanical dogs. The Goblin Wolf Riders suffered heavy casualties, with fewer than 20 remaining after the bombardment. Ordinary goblins arrived on the battlefield and immediately went into battle. The goblins wielding great swords and scimitars charged forward, fearlessly rushing into the RX-20's barrage of fire, creating opportunities for the other goblins to attack. The goblins at the rear immediately drew their bows and shot arrows, launching an attack on Su Ming's location. They are so well trained that they can rival the military. Su Ming was positioned at the rear, so the arrows naturally couldn't reach him. However, the arrow pierced through a significant portion of the RX-20's metal casing. Is that all? Let me show you what real firepower output is. Missiles and grenades were launched, bypassing the goblin soldiers blocking their way and exploding directly behind them. Meanwhile, GX-90s in the air dropped cluster bombs and self-destructing robotic dogs, and the combined air and ground firepower wiped out the approaching goblins. Just then, a huge meteorite struck, smashing the GX-90, which was preparing to return, to pieces and causing it to plummet to the ground. Such terrifying power immediately reminded Su Ming of the Goblin King. Humans don't think we're easy to bully. The Goblin King emerged from behind, his face filled with murderous intent. They thought they could wear down the enemy with ogres, goblin cavalry, and wolf soldiers, but they were completely crushed. This forced him to appear, otherwise all his soldiers would have died. Are they here? Su Ming glanced at his inventory, and his confidence returned. Let's see if you can withstand my firepower first. 80 RX-20s were released, their guns aimed at the Goblin King in the distance. In an instant, bullets poured out. It's currently being updated. Chapter 27 Mutual Show of Weakness Leads to Successful Scheme. When the Goblin King saw the horde of mechanical dogs appear, his face immediately darkened. These mechanical dogs are individually quite powerful, but they cannot harm him while he is wearing heavy armor. 1 or 2 is fine, but this number... However, through the battle just now, the Goblin King roughly understood the attack patterns of these mechanical creations, and as long as he was careful, there might be a way out. Human, you shouldn't have come after me. The Goblin King swung his giant axe in front of him, roared, and launched a charge. I'd only taken a few steps when I heard a crack sound under my feet, followed by a violent explosion. Boom strapje. It's a claymore mine. After the cannibals trampled everything, Su Ming rearranged some things. Subsequently, dozens of missiles were fired at the Goblin King. The RX-20 has reached an advanced level and has been further refined, making it even more powerful than before. Even though the Goblin King in front of them was powerful and wore heavy armor, it still couldn't withstand such dense artillery fire. Call! A massive figure burst out of the dust, its armor torn and blood flowing from all over its body, but all its vital organs were protected. The Goblin King charged forward, triggering claymore mines repeatedly, but he still did not stop. Only by killing the humans in front of them will these mechanical creations lose their command and become a pile of scrap metal. Seeing the Goblin King's reckless charge, Su Ming frowned, quickly retreated, and deployed an RX-78 at the same time. The RX-78's self-destruction was very powerful, directly knocking the Goblin King back. Seeing more self-destructing mechanical dogs rushing towards him, the Goblin King's expression changed, and he quickly went to his defense while retreating to dodge. These things are disgusting. You can't touch them, and you can't ignore them either. The Goblin King kept defending and dodging, pondering a way to deal with the situation. It seems he only has 2 types of mechanical creations. As long as I can hold out, once he runs out of them all, it will be his death. The Goblin King felt this method was feasible, so he began to fight and retreat, creating the impression that he wanted to attack, but couldn't defeat his opponent. Su Ming initially did not realize the Goblin King's purpose, but after fighting for half an hour, he vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Is he planning to deplete my machine stock? Su Ming saw through the Goblin King's plan and was amazed by his wisdom. If we continue bombarding at the same rate as before, the production rate will definitely not be able to keep up with the consumption rate. Therefore, we must kill the Goblin King before the quantity is exhausted. Otherwise, we will be the ones who die. However, the Goblin King remained on the defensive, and even when the self-destructing robot dogs landed on him, they were unlikely to cause him fatal damage. This made Su Ming increasingly anxious, and it was through this that he discovered the Goblin King's plan. Because he failed to seize several opportunities to succeed, he only focused on defense. Since you intend to deplete my number of mechanical dogs, then I will play along. Su Ming glanced at the warehouse. 105/330. Subsequently, the deployment of robotic dogs was reduced. Su Ming gradually reduced the frequency of his attacks, creating the impression that his inventory was about to run out. His firepower has weakened. Is his mechanical creation finally running out? The Goblin King's gaze sharpened, sensing that his chance to retaliate was fast approaching. But he didn't rush to make a move. He continued to use this method to deplete Su Ming's mechanical creations to see if they were really almost exhausted. Isn't this guy being a bit too cautious? Su Ming couldn't help but admire the Goblin King's caution. While continuing to reduce the number of robots deployed, Su Ming hid some of the mechanical dogs at the back, and then fought and retreated, luring the Goblin King into the encirclement. Su Ming's careful retreat was keenly observed by the Goblin King. His mechanical creations are exhausted. He needs to prepare to escape. It's time. The Goblin King launched a sudden counterattack, charging towards Su Ming's location with overwhelming force, raising his giant axe and slashing down. You've been getting beaten up for so long, now it's your turn. But you'll pay with your life. The Goblin King, who had endured so much, was finally released. All the resentment and anger were concentrated in this one strike. Upon seeing this, Su Ming's expression changed drastically, and he retreated even faster. Human, your death is nigh. Seeing Su Ming's actions, the Goblin King was certain that his mechanical creations were running out. They tried to see despair on Su Ming's face, but found no panic at all. Instead, he had a faint smile on his face. That smile immediately alerted the Goblin King that something was wrong. It's a trap, the Goblin King realized immediately. At that moment, dozens of self-destructing robotic dogs rushed over, and the violent explosions forced him back. Su Ming smiled slightly. That's right, it's too late for you to realize this now. Nearly 100 RX-20s appeared behind Su Ming, their dark muzzles and missiles locked onto the Goblin King. Moreover, behind him, 50 self-destructing mechanical dogs were already eyeing him menacingly, waiting for Su Ming's command to pounce together and blow the enemy in front of them to smithereens. You, how do you have so many mechanical creations? Were you faking it all along? The Goblin King looked on in despair. He couldn't believe that despite his constant defense and efforts to deplete the opponent's mechanical creations, their numbers had not decreased but had instead increased. Su Ming smiled faintly. At first I planned to finish this quickly, but since you've been playing defensively like a tortoise, I can change my strategy. I must say you were the smartest goblin I have ever met, but that's where it ends. Boom! At a command, nearly 100 missiles were launched simultaneously, and the self-destructing mechanical dogs behind them all rushed forward. A massive explosion occurred, causing the ground to shake violently, a small mushroom cloud to rise from the forest, and everything around was destroyed. After a long while, the smoke and dust dissipated. The Goblin King knelt on the ground, his body a bloody mess. His heavy armor had been blown to smithereens, and only the handle of his giant axe remained. They're really tough to deal with. Are all elite-level monsters this powerful? Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the cost was even greater than the last time we dealt with the shepherds. Fortunately, the machine factory was able to produce on the third line. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to replenish the quantity. Within the regional channel, I thought it was an earthquake just now. Guess what I saw? What do you see? A mushroom cloud. That is a mushroom cloud that can only be produced by a nuclear explosion. Although it is not very big, it is indeed a mushroom cloud. No way. There's a nuclear bomb in this damn forest. It was probably a fantasy before he starved to death. It's true. I'm not lying to you. I really saw a mushroom cloud. I'm going to go check it out and see if any treasures have appeared. I don't recommend you go. A mushroom cloud appeared that shouldn't have. It might have been caused by another lord. Wouldn't you be just asking for death if you went? You're right. If it really is another lord, then his troops are nuclear weapons? Holy crap, that's terrifying. How could a military branch be armed with firearms? That's a joke. What else could it be but a firearm? Could it be a machine, and then they create a small nuclear bomb? Holy crap, that's outrageous. One nuclear bomb could wipe out a huge number of people. Chapter 28 Conquest, Tribal Harvest. Rewards. Rotten Flesh *20, Energy Crystals *30, Differential crystals *20. Equipment factory construction blueprint *1. Goblin great axe, purple, *1. Goblin heavy armor, purple, *1. The loot was amazing. Not only did it include building blueprints, but it also contained 2 rare grade pieces of equipment. Equipment factory? Does that mean I can craft my own equipment? Su Ming looked at the construction blueprints in his hand with some anticipation. If you're making equipment for humanoid wearables, the robot dog might not be useful, but it can still be sold in the trading area for resources. After all, mechanical factories consume a great deal of energy. This is especially true as there are more machine models and various factories need to be upgraded, which increases the consumption even more. There probably aren't many people with rare grade equipment right now, right? Su Ming looked at the giant axe and thick armor in front of him. He could sell the weapon in the trading area, but as for the thick armor, I tried wearing it and found that it greatly restricted my movement. It's only suitable for heavily armored tank-type creatures, although wearing it can absorb a lot of damage. Let's put it up for sale. It's not suitable for me. After dealing with the loot dropped by the Goblin King, Su Ming released the RX-30 and began cleaning up the battlefield. Even ordinary goblin corpses are important resources and shouldn't be wasted. Leave the RX-30 here to clear the transport, and Su Ming moves into the area ahead. There are too many goblin corpses here, and it will take a long time to clean them up, so he naturally can't wait here. And the goblin tribes might have something even better. That's the real issue. Goblin tribe. The king's fall was quickly learned by the goblins here, and panic spread rapidly among the group. Don't panic, we haven't lost yet. The elderly goblin stood on the high platform and roared, immediately stunning all the goblins present. Although our king is dead, he left the tribe behind. We need not panic. Let's take up our weapons, fight the enemy, defend our tribe, and avenge our king. The impassioned speech dispelled the goblins' fear. They raised their weapons and roared. Defend the tribe. Avenge the king. Defend the tribe. Avenge the king. Defend the tribe. Avenge the king. Their fighting spirit was ignited, and they did not succumb to despair despite the fall of the Goblin King. Just then, the GX-90 arrived over the Goblin tribe and began to bombard them relentlessly with missiles. Shoot! Shoot the mechanical bird down from the sky. Goblin archers drew their bows and fired arrows, unleashing a dense rain of arrows into the sky in an attempt to shoot down the drone. The GX-90 flies at a very low altitude, making it easy for arrows to hit. But the sturdy metal shell was far beyond the reach of these goblin archers. They were all bounced away. At most a mid-level 6 tier, you think you can penetrate my drone? When Su Ming arrived at the goblin tribe, he was surprised to see that they were full of fighting spirit and did not panic and flee because of the fall of the Goblin King. Seeing that the remaining goblins were so weak, he was immediately relieved. They couldn't even break through the GX-90's defenses. Clean them up. Su Ming dispatched 50 RX-20s and issued an attack order. The RX-20's attack on the remaining goblins was like a dimensional reduction attack, moving through their territory with impunity. Su Ming, who was stationed at the rear, couldn't help but marvel at the Goblin tribe's defensive fortifications. No wonder the Goblin King ran away immediately when he saw him. Once inside, no amount of mechanical dogs can breach the defenses. Fortunately, the GX-86 had been used for prior scouting and revealed the situation, which allowed them to force the Goblin King out. Su Ming then commented, if the Goblin King hadn't died and had continued to grow stronger, he would have posed a huge threat to my territory. The remaining goblins were almost powerless to resist. Even with their strong fortifications, they posed no threat due to their own limited strength. After a large number of goblins were killed, Su Ming began searching for treasures here. The Goblin King is so powerful, he must have left behind a lot of good stuff. Upon entering the tribe, Su Ming discovered a large amount of food. There are all kinds of meats, it's very plentiful. Everyone has learned to hoard food, and I'm starting to wonder if this Goblin King is a human in disguise. Su Ming wanted to move the food away, but found that all the transport robot dogs were transporting corpses on the battlefield. The warehouse is out of stock. Never mind, this area is mine anyway, I'll just stay here for now. Su Ming has no plans to increase production. The warehouse can only store so many units. Now is not the time to increase RX-30 production. An armory too? Su Ming pushed open a warehouse door and found a few weapons scattered inside. Most of the weapons had been taken by goblins. No wonder every goblin carries a weapon. That alone puts them ahead of many others. After searching, Su Ming found several supply boxes, but he didn't believe that was all. Upon closer inspection of the Goblin King's room, text appeared on a stone wall. Special food is hidden in the wall. Su Ming smiled, finally found it. After digging around, they retrieved a package of black objects from a hidden compartment in the wall. It's an unidentified type of dried meat. Demon beef jerky. Increases attributes by 100% after consumption, then inflicts weakness, permanently increasing attributes by +10. Seeing the effects of the devilish beef jerky, Su Ming's eyes widened. This is insane. Not only can it increase attributes by 100%, but it also grants permanent attribute bonuses. This is simply outrageous. There are 10 pieces left here, probably what the Goblin King left behind. There might have been more before. No wonder he's so strong. Su Ming accepted all of the devil beef jerky. This is good stuff. They then found 2 more high-level treasure chests in other hidden locations. Upon activation, you will receive 1,000 energy crystals and 500 alien crystals. Does opening these things make your face particularly unlucky? Su Ming thought he would be able to continue obtaining architectural blueprints, but all he got were resources. During the search, the battle outside gradually came to an end. No goblins were able to escape. They all perished under gunfire. After clearing the previous battlefield, the transport robot dog arrived at the goblin tribe and began carrying the corpses back for dissection. At that moment, a notification popped up. Successfully conquered the goblin territory. Would you like to add it to your territory? Territory size, 15 tiles, 15 squares. The goblin tribe's territory is that big. Su Ming was slightly surprised. It's worth noting that the previously discovered shepherd settlement and plain occupied 2 and 5 squares respectively. The goblin tribe now occupies 15 squares. Is it really that big? It didn't seem this big when I was walking around. Did I miss something? Su Ming was puzzled, but decided to complete the occupation first. As dusk approached, Su Ming ceased his exploration and prepared to return to his residence to replenish his mechanical dogs, awaiting the activation of the Blood Moon kill mode that evening. Just then, an old wolf led a dozen or so crippled wolves to Su Ming. He was lying face down on the ground with his limbs hanging down. Su Ming noticed a dozen or so silver wolves with manies, almost all of them missing arms or legs, some even without legs, dragging their bodies on their forelimbs. That's why they weren't used by the goblins and survived by sheer luck. The old wolf prostrated himself and humbly said, "Thank you, sir, for saving my people. These goblins are extremely cruel. They not only enslave my people, but also treat us as playthings. Thank you, sir, for taking action to eliminate them." Su Ming glanced at the remaining wolves and said calmly, "Seeing that you've been tormented quite a bit by these goblins, I won't kill you. You can leave on your own. Killing these wolves will be a waste of my bullets." Seeing that they showed no intention of leaving, Su Ming knew what they were thinking and said, "You don't mean you want me to take you in, do you? These crippled wolves have almost no fighting ability. They're basically just waiting to die. We're doomed if we leave here. Please, sir, take us in. Just give us a corner." The old wolf almost buried its head in the ground, pleading with Su Ming to leave them behind in an extremely humble manner. It knew that leaving this place would only lead to its death. "What use are you to me? Or is it that your crippled bodies can fight for me?" Su Ming asked. "I'll trade you the secrets of this place, sir. I only beg you to let us stay." "Oh, a secret." Su Ming immediately became interested. He felt that there must be something else hidden in the goblin tribe, but he just couldn't find it. He continued, "What secret could a prisoner like you possibly know?" Old Wolf quickly said, "I overheard it by accident. There's actually a huge mineral vein here." Chapter 29. Equipment takes flight. Factory construction begins. Su Ming and the old wolf reached an agreement, leaving behind a dozen or so crippled wolves. "Since our territory is quite large, it's not unreasonable to leave a piece of land for them." With the collection plant now closed, Su Ming tallied up his gains. Rotten flesh, 3120. Energy crystal, 3216. Heterogeneous crystal, 520. Weapons and equipment, 1568. The food count only includes what was obtained from dissecting goblin corpses. There's a large amount of food in the goblin tribe that was not included in statistics. Su Ming categorized the weapons and equipment he had acquired. Spears, bows and arrows, broadswords, and metal armor. The quantity of each type was considerable. It was as if they had everything imaginable. It was hard to imagine that this was the amount of weaponry and equipment a goblin tribe could possess. Su Ming simply couldn't use these weapons. Mechanical dogs cannot be equipped. They can only be traded for resources in the trading area. Put all weapons, equipment, rotten flesh, and food from the goblin warehouse on the trading floor. Subsequently, Su Ming began building a new factory. The weapons and equipment had barely been deployed when they caused a major upheaval. There are over 1,500 pieces of equipment, all of a wide variety and at a relatively high level, with many even being high-level items. Damn, where did all these weapons and armor come from? They're all from goblins. Did that shady merchant wipe out several goblin tribes? How did he get so much equipment? Damn, that shrewd businessman is awesome. Boss Su Ming is awesome. Haha, my unit type happens to be goblins, and these equipment are a perfect fit for my unit. This time my unit has been greatly improved. Thank you, Su Ming. A shrewd businessman is a shrewd businessman. Every time he makes a move, he does something amazing, acquiring more than 1,000 pieces of equipment in one go. Is this the power of the castle lord? That's amazing. TCH, what's so great about it? They're all just basic high-level equipment, garbage. You upstairs are just jealous, aren't you? Is it because your troops can't use these equipment? Haha, I can use them. You'll be so mad. This beast hide is in the bag. What did I just see? Rare grade equipment. 2 pieces of it. Are these shady merchants even selling this kind of equipment? Don't try to take it from me. It's mine. Whoever stole my rare equipment, I'll never forgive them. The Goblin King's great axe was sold out instantly as soon as it was listed, so fast that Su Ming even doubted that he had listed the equipment. Rare grade equipment is extremely scarce at this stage, and the appearance of even one piece is enough to cause a huge stir. Not to mention 2 items. When everyone saw Su mainly in selling rare equipment, they began to speculate about his unit type. However, Su Ming didn't care about this. After putting everything on the shelves, he went to build the factory. Area number 88888. A certain place. The Earth Dragon is frantically destroying a nest that houses many Voldemors. Even though they are hiding deep inside the cave, they cannot escape the Earth Dragon's slaughter. The man noticed what was happening in the chat channel and was shocked by the equipment Su Ming had listed. He must have conquered several goblin tribes, and there were quite a few goblins, at least 1,000. Is this the master of the castle? But I'll be there soon too. Once I've developed enough power, Su Ming will be nothing in my eyes. Then he'll see just how terrifying my Earth Dragon really is. Should I even ask him why he didn't add me as a friend in the first place? Humph. Yushu led her Python team to hunt down several 7th-tier, intermediate creatures in front of them. Su Ming distanced himself from me again. But I'll catch up soon. Yushu looked at the glass python that had hatched not long ago. The glass python is several times stronger than an ordinary giant python and twice as strong as a golden python. It can almost easily kill creatures of the same level, and challenging creatures of higher levels is not a problem at all. After taking this place, my residence can be upgraded to a castle, and then I can acquire the shepherd resource points. This will further enhance my strength, and I will soon surpass Su Ming. Yushu was full of confidence. There are still quite a few people who hold this view. They believe that Su Ming had only gained a rare unit, which gave him a significant early lead. Given time, they will surely surpass them. Their units are also strong, and they even have rare units. While everyone was scrambling to buy weapons, equipment, and food, Su Ming had already completed the construction of the excavation factory. Basic excavation factory. Level, Tier 1 beginner. Excavator soldier, 5 out of 5. Mining of veins below advanced level is possible. Upgrade required, 10 energy crystals. Su Ming built the excavation factory near the steel or vein. After construction was completed, 5 excavator soldiers who looked like nuts walked out of the factory and began mining with pickaxes on their shoulders. Is this how you work? Su Ming looked at them curiously. 1 minute later, a small truckload of refined steel was delivered to the excavation plant. Another minute passed, and Su Ming saw that his number of refined steel had increased from 5 to 6. It's convenient to dig and refine at the same time, but isn't the efficiency too low? 2 minutes for a piece of high-quality steel material. That's incredibly slow. However, Su Ming doesn't need these materials now, so he can just let the mechanical engineers dig them up slowly. Then, Su-Ming took out the blueprints for the equipment factory and began construction. Moments later, a factory bearing the symbol of a crossed sword and shield was set up in Su-Ming's territory. Basic Equipment Factory. Level, Tier 1 Beginner. Equipment Crafting Custom Crafting. Upgrade required. 100 energy crystals. Can it also be customized? Su-Ming's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected it to be so convenient. However, he was curious about how to customize and create equipment. Click to customize. The factory projected a beam of light, scanning Su-Ming thoroughly, and then a humanoid digit appeared before him. Please select the equipment slot you wish to craft, enter your desired designation, and specify the equipment strength. So convenient. Su-Ming was shocked. He simply customized one according to his own ideas. Click to confirm. Your custom equipment has reached the rare level and cannot be produced at present. It is recommended to upgrade the equipment factory to the advanced level. Su-Ming, is this already at the rare level? I didn't even make any demands. I canceled the custom crafting option and opened the equipment crafting option. Various equipment options are displayed, with the highest level being advanced equipment that requires various metal materials instead of energy crystals. For example, metal armor requires the use of high-quality steel. Isn't there a way to upgrade the mechanical dog? For example, to increase the strength of the metal shell. Su-Ming searched through the equipment crafting section but couldn't find it. Custom crafting. Although it is possible to craft, it will display a message that the factory level is too low. Su-Ming ultimately assessed it as useful, but not necessary at this stage. Even if the factory is upgraded to a high level, it will still be unable to manufacture equipment due to a lack of various materials. After all, crafting equipment requires more than just energy crystals. It also requires various other materials. Chapter 30 Devil's Beef Jerky. Reconnaissance Module. Range reconnaissance, scanning, and synchronous transmission. After the mechanical factory is upgraded to Tier 3 Advanced, the reconnaissance module gains 2 new abilities. Scanning, to perform a scan within a certain range and collect information within that range. Synchronous transmission, synchronize information with GX86. The 2 new capabilities are very useful, especially the synchronous transmission. 1GX. 86 is out on reconnaissance, while the other remains by the side to receive the same information. Even if the investigation is discovered and destroyed during the investigation, there is no need to worry about the loss of information. This ability is very useful. After that, Su-Ming upgraded the tempering factory to the advanced level. The reason for not fully upgrading the machinery factory at once was to upgrade the refining factory. Besides the mechanical factory, which can enhance the combat power of mechanical dogs, the tempering factory is next. After being upgraded to an advanced refining factory, the robot dog's refining process was further enhanced. The explosion of the RX-78 was accompanied by a burning effect. The RX-20 increases bullet power while also achieving a longer range of 1500. The RX-30's payload and speed have been improved once again. The GX-90 enhances stealth capabilities. The GX-86 continues to enhance reconnaissance capabilities. After completing the upgrade, Su-Ming looked at his castle, small villa. After conquering the Goblin tribe, the territory reached an area of 77 blocks. The conditions for upgrading have been met, but that's only enough to advance 2 levels. City of Machines. Rank, 3 stars. Territory limit, 77 tiles. Effect, reduces production time and increases storage capacity in the machine factory. Upgrade requirements, 14,000 wood, 50 energy crystals, 30 differential crystals. After the upgrade, the castle became a bit bigger and started to look like a castle. The territory required for upgrading the castle increases, and it takes too much time to occupy unknown areas one by one. It's much faster to occupy other people's territories. This place encourages us to seize other people's territories, not only natives but also lords. Sumin Pandith. It's only in the development stage now. But if it wants to continue to grow stronger in the future, seizing other people's territories is inevitable and also the fastest way to expand its territory. This is also the fastest way to improve. Right now, the Blood Knight kill mode is the fastest way to acquire resources in order to get through this beast tide. Unable to find a suitable hunting ground today, I will still choose to hunt in the plains after the Blood Moon kill mode is activated. Hopefully, this time we'll encounter the strongest creature on the plains. Su Ming had the idea of occupying the plains. But to take it over, you need to get rid of the monsters there. During dinner, Su Ming sent a message to Tao Yao Yao. Su Ming, the beast tide is coming soon. Are you confident you can hold it off? Tao Yao Yao, who was eating rice cooked with spirit rice, was stunned for a moment when she saw the message from Su Ming, then jumped up excitedly. The fairy beside her was also startled. Seeing her master's reaction, she knew who had contacted her. It's that guy who delivered the spirit rice. Peach Blossom, thank you for your concern, Boss Su Ming. I was a little worried before, but after receiving the snake egg from you, I'm not worried at all. With 9 elven snake eggs, she was very confident in fighting off this beast tide. Su Ming, your spring of spirits can nurture monster eggs into your battle beasts? Tao Yao Yao. Yeah, isn't that amazing? Peach Blossom, Su Ming is amazing. You've conquered several goblin tribes this time. I've seen so many people in the chat talking about your achievements. It's truly incredible. Are there several goblin tribes? Su Ming shook his head, thinking to himself, if they knew that was just the amount of a goblin tribe, they would probably be shocked. Then, he took out a piece of devil beef jerky and traded it over. Su Ming, take this. It will be a great help when facing the beast tide. Tao Yao Yao was puzzled when she saw the dark, jerky meat she had received, but her eyes widened like saucers when she saw the result. Tao Yao Yao, Su Ming, boss, this thing is really going to be given to me? It's another food that increases attributes, and the attribute increase is even more outrageous than the previous spirit rice. She couldn't believe that Su Ming had so casually traded such an outrageous amount of food. Su Ming, it's not like I'm giving it to you for free. Consider it a deposit for the next fairy's gift. He was worried that the 9 elven snakes wouldn't be able to withstand the beast tide, so he traded away the demon beef jerky. This can also be considered an investment in Tao Yao Yao. After all, her unit is indeed special and has great potential. Tao Yao Yao, huh? But I haven't finished delivering the snake eggs from last time, and this time, she was a little embarrassed. Su Ming, then you should try your best. Tao Yao Yao, seriously, okay, I promise I won't let Boss Su Ming down. A few minutes later, the conversation suddenly changed. Tao Yao Yao, oh my god, Su Ming, my fairy seems to have gone mad. Su Ming, what happened? Tao Yao Yao. After eating the devil's beef jerky, she suddenly went mad, becoming extremely agitated, and kept circling the fairy spring. Upon seeing the message from Tao Yao Yao, Su Ming was speechless. I told you to save it for when the beast tide came, but you ate it now? And it was meant to be eaten by the fairy. Shouldn't it have been left for the serpent spirit? Soon, Tao Yao Yao sent another message. Tao Yao Yao, wow. Su Ming, your demon beef jerky is amazing. You actually cultivated a golden orb of light. This is the first time I've ever seen a golden orb of light. A golden sphere? Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened. A gift from the golden fairy? Epic? Was it the devil's beef jerky that unleashed the fairy's potential? Peach Blossom, Su Ming, the big boss, has produced 2 more purple orbs. That's amazing. 2 rare items? Su Ming was shocked once again. Is this devil beef jerky some kind of stimulant? What can make a fairy so powerful? If we feed them all to the fairies, wouldn't we be able to cultivate a lot of purple or gold fairies as gifts? I'm so excited just thinking about it. Peach Blossom, Su Ming, something terrible has happened. My fairy suddenly can't fly anymore. She's lying on the ground motionless, like she's dead. What should I do? Upon seeing the message from Tao Yao Yao, Su Ming could almost picture her holding the fairy and crying her eyes out. Su Ming, this is a side effect of the demon beef jerky. It will cause a period of weakness after consumption. Just let it rest for a while. Tao Yao Yao, is that so? I thought she was going to die. Peach Blossom, Boss Su Ming, I could pay back part of it now. 2 purple and 1 gold jerky. Is that enough to make up for your demon beef jerky? Tao Yao Yao didn't keep any for herself, but instead gave the fairy she had cultivated to Su Ming first. Give it to me directly? Su Ming was somewhat tempted. 2 rare items will yield 1 epic item. Obtaining such valuable items will undoubtedly enhance one's strength. But, Su Ming, keep these 2 gifts from the fairies for yourself. Focus on improving your combat strength to withstand the beast tide first. You could tell the difference between having a full meal at 1 meal and having a full meal at every meal. If Tao Yao Yao successfully resists the beast tide, he will receive even more gifts from the fairies in the future. If we can't hold on, just consider it a loss of your investment. He had previously been thinking of getting more monster eggs for Tao Yao Yao, but unfortunately, he hadn't been able to find any. Tao Yao Yao, huh? Tao Yao Yao was surprised that Boss Su Ming didn't want them, but instead kept the 2 light orbs for her. Boss Su Ming was worried that I wouldn't be able to withstand the beast tide, so he specially left it for me. Actually, the boss is worrying for nothing. I feel that 9 spirit snakes are enough. Tao Yao Yao knew that Su Ming was worried about her, and she was very happy. This also shows that he has finally managed to get on the good side of Boss Su Ming. Since Boss Su Ming doesn't want it, I'll keep it for now and give it to him after the beast tide. Tao Yao Yao also did not use the fairy's gift, but kept it and would give it to Su Ming later. He had no reason to refuse. As night fell, the warehouse reached its storage capacity and the machine factory ceased production. Now we just wait for the blood moon kill mode to start. This period of waiting for the system to open was also the only time Su Ming could rest. Day 6, midnight. The blood moon did not appear on time. In contrast, a mechanical female voice announced from the sky. Chapter 31, Conquering in Blood Moon Kill Mode. 2 days remaining until the beast tide arrives. The lord with the highest score after successfully repelling the beast tide will receive a unique special reward. The top 10 lords will also receive a special reward. We hope all lords can survive the beast tide. The chat channel suddenly became lively. There's a unique special reward for repelling the beast tide. I have to try and get that. The person upstairs is deaf. Only the one with the highest score gets the unique special reward. There are special rewards for the top 10. I definitely have no hope of being first, but making into the top 10 shouldn't be a problem. Tell me what kind of ability you have upstairs. You want to compete for the top 10? There's still more than 6,000 people here. Haha, I'm definitely going to be in the top 10. Thanks to Su Ming for providing the goblin equipment. I'll stick with you from now on. If anyone says anything bad about you, I'll fight them to the death. I told you, come and get me if you dare. Tell me your location, and I'll come and beat you until your own mother won't recognize you. The two started arguing in the regional channel, then added each other as friends and began insulting each other. A special reward, I wonder what it will be. I'll give my all tonight. I'll fight hard and kill the enemy to become the lord of the castle before the beast tide arrives. I'll give it my all. I'm going to be the second lord of the castle. Upon hearing the announcement and the promise of winning that special reward, Su Ming was thrilled. This unique and special reward can only belong to me. After the announcement disappeared, a blood moon descended. The mode started a dozen seconds later than it had 2 days ago. Su Ming arrived at the plains and immediately deployed his RX-20 to begin hunting the creatures on the plains. The creatures here no longer pose any threat to him. He can basically crush them all. However, there's also a 9th tier, intermediate, creature hidden here, and Su Ming plans to find it. GX-86 was dispatched to begin reconnaissance and scanning, and the information was subsequently relayed back to Su Ming. While searching for the 9th tier, intermediate, creature, he also commanded the mechanical dogs to fight. We know exactly where the ferocious creatures gather, so we can send the mechanical dogs there directly, greatly improving hunting efficiency. A moment later, another GX-86 flew back, projecting the collected information. The location of the mine and the supply boxes were marked on the screen, but what caught Su Ming's attention more was the scarlet symbol on the screen. Is that 9th tier, intermediate, creature hiding there? Through the specific image projected onto the GX-86, Su Ming saw the location of the 9th tier berserk creature. At the same time, a strange phenomenon was also discovered. Almost no creature dared to approach that area. They mostly went around it. Even the berserk creature being chased by the mechanical dogs did not choose to flee in that direction. Is it hidden underground? Su Ming had a vague idea in his mind. Then, a GX-90 was dispatched, carrying a self-destructing mechanical dog, which flew above the enemy and was then dropped. The self-destructing mechanical dog fell vertically downwards without exploding, because there was no goal at all. In the video, the self-destructing robotic dog looks like a helpless little animal that has fallen into a trap. At that moment, the ground trembled slightly, and then Su Ming witnessed a shocking scene. A giant maw appeared out of thin air, swallowing up an entire area, including the self-destructing mechanical dogs on top. Then another tremor occurred, and the ground that had disappeared returned, as if nothing had ever happened. That's its mouth. Su Ming was shocked. The entire ground seemed to have been swallowed up. No wonder no creature dares to approach that area. That area is his hunting range. As long as prey enters, he will swallow it whole. Even if it wants to run away, it won't have time. I roughly understood the other party's hunting methods. However, the fact that the other party was hiding underground was also a headache for Su Ming. Let's try using missiles to see if we can force him out. Dozens of GX-90s equipped with missile modules flew over the monster and then dropped the missiles, beginning to bombard the planes below. After one round of bombing proved ineffective, Su Ming changed his strategy. They deployed the self-destructing mechanical inlet again to lure the enemy into feeding, and then the RX-20 and GX-90 launched a fierce attack. Roar! Bullets pierce the opponent's skin, missiles shatter the opponent's edges, causing them to scream in agony. At this moment, Su Ming finally saw what the creature looked like. It was a giant sandworm with a mouth like a turbine, containing hundreds of sharp teeth that would instantly grind any food that fell in. Strangulate the python. Wow, it's huge. I wonder how much stuff it can drop. Su Ming immediately issued the attack order, and at the same time, GX-90s took off again, this time carrying self-destructing mechanical dogs to begin bombing. The exploding mechanical dogs blasted bloody holes in the strangler python's back. If it weren't for its thick skin, the second self-destructing mechanical dog would have blown through its back and torn it apart when it landed. Gurgle. The strangling python suddenly contracted its body, and its huge mouth began to suck in everything in its sights like a giant vacuum cleaner. The GX-90, which was in midair, was sucked in and torn to pieces before it could escape. If he likes to smoke, then let him smoke his fill. Despite the enemy's powerful suction, Su Ming deployed 15 RX-20s and then launched missiles and grenades to bombard them. The RX-78 did not seek cover, allowing itself to be sucked in and then explode inside its body. Puff! After inhaling several RX-78s, the strangler python's body exploded with a bloody hole, and almost its entire row of teeth was blown apart. The sound of an explosion could be faintly heard from underground. The strangling python swayed a few times and lay down on the plain, too exhausted to fight any longer. Dissection yields 90 pieces of strangled python meat, 60 energy crystals, 27 heteromorphic crystals, and 1 strangled python stomach. No blueprints were provided, but something unexpected appeared. Strangling the python's stomach. Could there still be food left in this stomach that strangled the python? With this in mind, Su Ming immediately completed the dissection. After obtaining the strangler python's stomach, they dissected it again. Immediately, a stench hit them, causing Su Ming to back away. Then he saw the self-destructing robot dog that had been swallowed up earlier come out. It was covered in food scraps and gastric juices, and part of its metal shell had been corroded by the gastric juices. You haven't melted yet? I thought you'd been digested. Su Ming was very surprised. Then, 2 blue treasure chests were found in the stomach of the strangler python. Good heavens, it actually ate the treasure chest. This guy really can eat anything. Su Ming immediately opened the treasure chest. Obtained building blueprints, white. Obtained watchtower construction blueprint, white. Buildings? Watchtowers. Su Ming was taken aback. These 2 buildings are useless to me. The buildings can provide housing for military personnel. But his unit is a mechanical soldier, so it can be placed directly in the warehouse and doesn't need housing at all. The watchtower might have been somewhat useful if the blueprints had been released earlier, but now there are better alternatives. GX-86. It can conduct reconnaissance over a wide area and synchronize information, completely outclassing the watchtower. I wonder if I can sell the building blueprints in the trading area? Su Ming suddenly had this thought. Apart from the 2 treasure chests, there was nothing else in the strangler python's stomach. With the death of the most powerful and ferocious creature here, Su Ming has achieved his goal, to occupy this place after the blood moon recedes and bring this plane into his territory. This was the first time he had captured an area at night and in blood moon mode. An advanced mechanical factory is already a formidable force at this stage, and it should be able to handle the beast tide without any problem. But I don't feel confident enough to take first place. Su Ming believed that there must be many lords who were very powerful, but they just didn't show it. Therefore, we must not be careless. Look at the number of energy crystals and hetero crystals in your possession. Energy crystal, 4,900. Heterogeneous crystal, 2,456. If we can upgrade the mechanical factory to the rare level before the beast tide arrives, then taking first place should be a sure thing. Chapter 32, Trying New Hunting Methods. Upon returning to his residence, Su Ming attempted to sell the 2 blueprints he had acquired, but a message appeared indicating that they could not be sold. This thing can't be sold? Su Ming was a little surprised. Since we can't sell them, we'll just have to keep them for now. After preparing breakfast, Su Ming opened the chat channel while eating and glanced at the number of current users. 5987/10,000. There are still about 6,000 people left, which is more than he expected. However, the number of people is expected to decrease sharply after the beast tide begins. Then the announcement sounded again. 10 lords in area 88888 have already become castle masters. Becoming the lord of a castle will better defend against the beast tide. All lords should strive towards this goal and defend against the impending beast tide. The announcement reignited the chat channel. 10 castle lords already. Someone's making a fortune in silence. Wow, that's impressive, bro. Are 10 castle lords a lot? This area has 10,000 people, and only 10 castle lords have appeared so far. I feel that this pace is a bit slow. Damn, this guy is the castle lord. When someone becomes the castle lord, their speech will include the castle's name. When someone noticed the words Troll City following Gao Rant's name, it immediately caught everyone's attention. Damn, bro, you're awesome. How cool. I want to become the castle master before the beast tide arrives. Let's all work together. There are still 2 days until the beast tide. Let's all try to survive. The speaker was Yu Shu, whose name also included the name of the castle. 7-colored Python City. Goddess Yu is now the lord of the castle. Python City? The troops are pythons. Goddess and Python, that's exactly my type, I love it. Praise be to Goddess Yu. Shouldn't the remaining 8 castle lords also show their faces? They shouldn't be hiding their identities anymore. The cunning merchant was the first to become the lord of the castle, but he has never shown his face and is incredibly mysterious. All they do all day is harvest our resources. No one is forcing you to buy. Exactly, it feels like a rat in a sewer, too ashamed to show its face. Come out and fight me one-on-one. Let's see how good you are. At this moment, Su Ming, who was known as a shrewd businessman, was eating breakfast and watching them chat. He also learned that after becoming the lord of the castle, his speeches would automatically include the castle's name. Su Ming ignored their urging him to come out. 10 castle lords have appeared at once. We really can't underestimate the other lords. I may be a step ahead of them, but the difference in strength isn't that significant. If I were in another region, would my current strength be considered top tier? Su Ming was pondering this question. Assuming 10,000 people per region and assuming 100,000 regions, that's at least 1 billion people. With a population of 1 billion, my current strength probably doesn't even rank me among the top. There are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. He always believed that this statement was correct. I need to improve much faster. I have an idea that I can try out now. If it succeeds, my leveling speed will be much faster. In the flower bed, a large number of queen bees were collecting nectar. Suddenly, a merciless flame shot out from afar, startling them into fleeing. After escaping to a certain distance, they saw a dog-shaped mechanical creature spewing flames at them, burning their food. Queen Peak, also a creature with a fiery temper, immediately called upon her companions and launched an attack on the mechanical creature before her. In the blink of an eye, the robot dog was surrounded by the queen bees. They deliberately avoided the flame jets and attacked from the sides and behind. One poison needle after another was fired, striking the mechanical dog with only a clanging sound. Some needles were even deflected without causing any damage. The queen bee swarm was shocked by what they saw. He couldn't believe that his poison needles had no effect. After being attacked, the mechanical dog immediately turned around, retreated a distance, and spewed flames in retaliation. The queen bees suffered heavy casualties in an instant and immediately fled back to the hive. The mechanical dog chased after them at a leisurely pace. Its target is the queen bee's nest. The goblin cave is home to hundreds of goblin creatures, forming a small-scale tribe. But at this moment, 3 mechanical dogs have arrived and begun their hunt. Originally, the goblin cave was not on Su Ming's exploration route, and he had not even discovered the existence of goblins. These guys, for some reason, suddenly appeared near his territory and even attacked the protective barrier. Su Ming had no choice but to eliminate them, and even fought his way to their stronghold. The goblin corpses were then transported back to their habitat by RX-30s and sent to the harvesting plant for dissection. Queen's Hive, Goblin Cave, Dire Wolf Pack, Dryads, Goblins. Images were projected in front of Su Ming as he simultaneously commanded a large number of mechanical dogs in battle. Even if they remain in their settlement, they can still hunt by operating mechanical dogs. It's not very convenient to execute yet, but this is exactly the kind of command and control I want. The experiment was a success. Su Ming was very satisfied. This not only ensured their own safety, but also greatly improved hunting efficiency. Of course, this method also has a drawback. The captured areas cannot be completely occupied. Su Ming didn't care, thinking he could take over the territory later. He continued to give commands to the mechanical dog and expand the territory. Damn it, we actually encountered an elite-level creature. This is a huge loss. The young man's heart was bleeding. The beast tide was approaching, and every unit lost weakened him. He then quickly completed the autopsy and obtained a blueprint, which somewhat made up for the loss. Occupy this place, and I will become the lord of the castle. Just as the young man was about to return, he suddenly noticed a strange thing flying in the sky. The alert man immediately hid. Is this a drone? After recognizing what it was, the young man's face showed horror. He could never have imagined that drones would appear in such a place. Moreover, this drone appears to be conducting reconnaissance patrols. With this in mind, he hid himself even more deeply. Damn, whose unit is this? It can even summon drones. That's insane. Does that mean he can also manufacture all sorts of firearms? At this point in his rant, the young man's pupils suddenly dilated as he recalled the mushroom cloud he had seen rising yesterday. That lord with the nuclear bomb has already ventured this far? He's not far from me. Damn it. I'm so unlucky. How could I run into such a freak? The young man was so angry that he started cursing. Suddenly, he remembered that he had posted the situation here in the chat channel yesterday, and the discussion that everyone had about it. Is this drone part of Su Ming's military? Is Boss Su Ming right next to me? The young man was somewhat frightened. I never expected that a super big shot was right next to me. Although it was just a guess, he felt that the possibility was very high. By the way, I remember someone organized an anti-profiteer alliance. I can tell them this news, and even get them to eliminate this profiteer. That way I'll be safe. The young man thought it was a brilliant idea and would contact the Anti-Corruption Alliance once he returned to his territory. However, he dared not move at all, for fear of being spotted by the drones overhead. Chapter 33, Offering Loyalty, the Restored Main Silver Wolf. There's a lord living nearby. Su Ming stared in surprise at the young man in the picture. The other party remained motionless, hiding in the bushes, glancing occasionally at the drone in the sky, seemingly watching to see when it would leave. In fact, the young man was unaware that his hiding place was completely exposed by the GX-80 SIXS scanning. Even though he hid in the bushes and covered his body with leaves, he couldn't escape the scan. The appearance of a lord nearby is probably not a good thing, but we're still under protection, so there's not much I can do about it. Within the protected area, the lord cannot be harmed within the territory, whether by attacks from monsters or other lords. Norus. The protection period is about to end. If it's dangerous, then we should deal with it first. Su Ming dispatched another GX-86, which went to the designated location and hid there. He then recalled the drone that had previously discovered the lord. After seeing the drone leave, the young man immediately got up and returned to his territory. Little did he know, a drone was secretly following him, recording all his information, including the location of his territory. So this is where it was. Su Ming opened the map and confirmed the other party's location. After observing the situation of the dispatched mechanical dogs and confirming that there were no major problems, Su Ming went to the location where the main covered silver wolf was placed. The place is small, just a small hillside. When the old wolf saw Su Ming, he quickly ran over. What are your orders, sir? Do you want me to take you to see that mine? Su Ming shook his head. No rush. Let's go check after the beast tide. However, this is not the right time, and it might be destroyed when faced with a beast tide, which would be a great loss. I've come to you to borrow a silver wolf with a mane. Su Ming revealed his purpose. Old Wolf humbled himself and quickly said, Sir, you're too kind to ask for a loan. Our lives are now yours. Without Su Ming's shelter, they would have long since become food for other creatures. Upon hearing Su Ming mention borrowing the word, it immediately lowered its head. Sir, what do you need them for? the old wolf asked curiously. They were already missing limbs, crippled wolves, and almost useless. I am useful. Perhaps I can help you restore your fighting ability. With that, Su Ming went inside. To restore combat ability? Old Wolf froze on the spot upon hearing Su Ming's words. Can we resume the fight? This can't be a joke, right? When it came to its senses, it saw a sturdy, maned silver wolf dragging its body behind Su Ming. Its hind limbs had been cut off by the goblins, and it was dragging its body along using only its forelimbs. The old wolf immediately followed and hurriedly asked, "Sir, are you telling the truth?" "I don't know yet. We'll have to try it first." Su Ming led the crippled wolf to the equipment factory, with the old wolf following behind. The wolf was stunned when it saw the rows of factories. Only one thought remains. The master is unfathomable. Su Ming opened the mechanical factory interface, and then selected custom crafting. A beam of light shot out and began scanning the mane of the silver wolf's body. A moment later, the data of the mane-covered silver wolf appeared in front of Su Ming, with the missing parts highlighted in red. Su Ming selected 2 hind legs and then entered his thoughts. Crafting requires 20 refined steel and 2 extra refined steel. Do you wish to proceed with the crafting? Seeing that it could be made, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. That's right, he plans to build a pair of mechanical legs for this crippled silver wolf with a mane, so that it can regain its ability to run. This was something he came up with on the spur of the moment when he saw the mechanical dogs fighting. He wasn't sure if the equipment factory could build it, so he decided to give it a try, and to his surprise, it succeeded. Production. Su Ming clicked OK. The equipment factory immediately began operation. Moments later, a pair of mechanical wolf legs were created. Su Ming installed it on it, and it fit perfectly. He then patted the silver wolf's head and said, "Try it and see if you get used to it." The silver wolf looked at its mechanical legs, still unsure what had happened, but tried to control them after hearing Su Ming's words. To my surprise, I was able to stand up again. Its face beamed with indescribable excitement. It jumped a few times and found no discomfort. It tried to exert force with its hind legs and suddenly rushed forward, leaving a small crater in the ground with each stride, showing how strong and powerful its hind legs were. It seems to be a good fit. Su Ming was very satisfied with the other party's running speed. The old wolf froze, stunned, as it watched the figure rush away. A miracle, a divine intervention. The master has restored its ability to run. Old Wolf was so excited he couldn't speak, unable to believe what he was seeing was real. Soon, the silver wolf with the mane ran back, its eyes shining with excitement, wagging its tail wildly at Su Ming, its previous gloom and disappointment gone. It seems to be working quite well. Su Ming rubbed its head and said to the old wolf, "Go and bring the other wolves over. I'll create new limbs for them. Thank you for saving me, sir." The old wolf prostrated himself on the ground, offering his utmost loyalty. Seeing this, the silver wolf with the mane also knelt down on the ground, just like the old wolf, offering its utmost loyalty. Su Ming looked at them and said calmly, "I don't keep good-for-nothings here who just want to eat and wait to die. Consider this a chance for you to be reborn. I hope you can seize it." "Yes, sir." The old wolf immediately got up and went to bring the remaining wolves. Upon hearing that the silver wolf was to be equipped with legs, it immediately darted out and ran even faster than the old wolf. Soon, the remaining maned silver wolves were brought here. Su Ming counted them carefully. There were 15 in total. "Line up, one at a time." Su Ming began operating the equipment factory to measure their bodies and create new limbs for them. An hour later, the once lifeless silver wolf with its mane regained its vitality, leaping and bounding about, showing off its new legs. With a loud bang, a silver wolf with 4 limbs kicked a nearby tree, splitting it in 2 before it collapsed. "Oh!" Seeing the terrifying power in his legs, he shouted excitedly. Su Ming looked over when he heard the noise, and the excited silver wolf with its mane immediately fell silent and quickly lowered its head, looking as if it knew it had done something wrong. Su Ming didn't blame it, but instead said, "It seems it still has some power." After getting new limbs, the silver wolf's legs naturally became far more powerful than before. Seeing that his clansmen had all regained their courage and were even stronger than before, the old wolf couldn't help but show envy. It came to Su Ming's side and said, "My lord, I also want new limbs." Su Ming glanced at it and said, "You're not missing any arms or legs. But the new limbs are stronger, and I want to become stronger. The adults have also said that they don't keep useless trash. Old Wolf stared intently at Su Ming. Su Ming, you can get a replacement if you want. We can replace it when you're missing an arm or a leg. I'll cripple these limbs if the adults agree. As he spoke, the old wolf raised his legs and swung them violently at a nearby tree, snapping it in two. Despite the intense pain, the old wolf didn't utter a single howl. Su Ming was shocked. Seeing the old wolf destroy its own limbs, I was also amazed by its courage. Since you want to change it, we'll make one for you. We're updating like crazy right now, so please don't leave the book unread. Following along in the early stages is very important. Please. Chapter 34, Crafting Equipment, Units Exposed. The old wolf got his new limbs as he wished. Its strong and powerful limbs give it even greater strength. The power he unleashed while running was comparable to, or even greater than, that of his youth. If I had these powerful limbs back then, how could I have been enslaved by those goblins? The old wolf recalled the dark days when he was humiliated by the goblins. But soon, it swept away the previous gloom and regained its former confidence. Awoo! The old wolf roared powerfully from the rock. Sound evokes resonance. Awoo! The silver wolves with manes raised their heads and roared in unison, their voices filled with excitement and exhilaration. Looking at them, Su Ming was very satisfied. At least my idea succeeded. If they can even create limbs, they can probably do the same with non-humanoid equipment. Su Ming looked at the mane-covered silver wolf and had a new idea. The previously leaked equipment could only be worn by humanoid creatures or units. If there is equipment that fits an animal form. Thinking about this, Su Ming seemed to see a huge business opportunity. Not only can armor be equipped for the main silver wolf, but these items can also be sold, creating a huge market. The troop types of each lord are the target customers. With that in mind, Su Ming immediately began to try it. The equipment factory has already recorded the size of the maned wolf. Once selected, you can immediately input your own ideas. A notification popped up at that moment. Custom crafted equipment conforms to the general template. Proceed with crafting. Su Ming was taken aback. General template? There are general templates? Switch back to the equipment crafting interface. After selecting an item, Su Ming noticed two more options below. Humanoid, biological. I overlooked that it can be used to craft armor for other creatures. Currently, the equipment factory can only manufacture basic, white, and advanced, blue, equipment. A blank board requires one piece of fine steel, while an advanced board requires 2 pieces. To increase equipment strength, you can add alien crystals, up to a maximum of 2. Su Ming glanced at the amount of refined steel he possessed. 500 pieces of stainless steel. A total of 250 pieces were used to craft high-level equipment. Other lords may also have troops capable of crafting equipment, but we can take the lead and seize the market first. Once the setup is complete, the equipment factory will begin operation, and it will only take 3 hours to complete 250 pieces of equipment. However, the excavation plant is still operating, and the number of equipment may increase. Su Ming looked at the still swarming silver wolf with mane and said, "You should adapt to your new limbs. There will be a beast tide in less than 2 days, and then you will be needed." Su Ming didn't expect the main silver wolf to be of much use, but having more combat power would help protect one more territory. "Yes, sir. We'll go back now to get used to this new body. We promise we won't let you down." The old wolf led his revitalized pack back home. A quick glance at the GX86 projector showed that the mechanical dog's hunting trip was going smoothly, so there was no need to worry too much. The machine factory can be upgraded now. Su Ming currently has a very sufficient supply of energy crystals. Consuming 2,900 energy crystals, the mechanical factory was upgraded to level 5. Advanced Machinery Factory. Level 5 Advanced. 30 RX. 20 mechanical dogs can be produced for free every day. Production Line 1. RX 20. Time 3.8 minutes/unit. Production Line 2. RX 78. Time 1.8 minutes/unit. Production Line 3. GX 90. Time 3.8 minutes/piece. Storage 358/380. Upgrade requirements 1,600 energy crystals, 80 different crystals. Upon reaching Tier 4, the reconnaissance module unlocks its final ability, Stealth. It can hide itself, but only for 10 minutes. Although the time was short, it was enough for in-depth investigation. After reaching Tier 5, a new module, the Assembly module, is unlocked. The Assembly module has no capabilities. It only has a slot that allows you to combine the capabilities of other modules. This module can be installed on any machine, as long as there is space and there are no conflicts. A versatile, universal module, that's great. After learning about the module's capabilities, Su-Ming came up with many uses for it. By mounting the assembly modules on the GX90, we can utilize more module capabilities and improve its practicality. However, the current assembly module only has one slot. To assemble other modules, more slots are needed, which requires upgrading the mechanical factory level. As night fell, the robot dog and drone returned one after another. There was some wear and tear, but it wasn't a big problem. Su-Ming Ching then tallied up his day's gains. Food, 470. Energy crystal, 562. There were no alien crystals. After all, we didn't encounter any elite-level creatures. This is a pretty good record for the day. I wonder how many more we'll achieve tonight. Using this hunting method, you might be able to obtain 3 times more resources than usual during the Blood Moon kill mode. At that moment, Tao Yaoyao sent a message. Tao Yaoyao, Su-Ming, have you checked the chat channel? They're all talking about you, saying your unit might be mechanical, capable of building drones, and even nuclear bombs. Tao Yaoyao, nuclear bomb. Wow, is what Boss Su-Ming and the others said true? Can you build a nuclear bomb? Excited. Upon seeing the message from Tao Yaoyao, Su-Ming frowned. I can build nuclear bombs? These guys are making up such outrageous stories, but it's true that I can build drones. He could already guess where the news came from. The Lord was discovered this morning. It's likely that he leaked the message. But why did he say I could build nuclear bombs? Was it because of his self-destructing robot dog? Su-Ming opened the chat channel. I'm 100% sure that the unscrupulous merchant's troops are machines. Mechanical units, how awesome is that? We could just build as many mecha girls as we want. Do you think this is some kind of imaginative novel with its creation of mecha girls? If we can't build mecha girls, then we can definitely build Optimus Prime. Holy crap, that's so cool. Why am I not a mechanical soldier? He can't build these, but he can probably build drones and other machines, and maybe even nuclear bombs. I saw a small mushroom cloud last time. A nuclear bomb? Holy crap, is this for real? Who could withstand that? That can't be right. I hereby announce that our anti-profiteering alliance is now renamed the Anti-Machinery Alliance. If Su-Ming dares to drop a nuclear bomb on our allies, we will jointly sanction him. That's right, we should unite. Those who want to join the Anti-Mechanical Alliance can message me privately. The alliance currently has 3 castle lords. Once you join, you'll be a part of the alliance. If that unscrupulous merchant dares to drop a nuclear bomb on you, we will immediately send troops to punish him. That's right, I already know his location. 3 castle lords? This alliance is quite formidable. 7-colored Python City. When Yushu saw everyone guessing that Su-Ming was a mechanical soldier, she was not surprised. All signs proved that mechanical soldiers did indeed fit the characteristics. But when he saw someone say that he could build nuclear bombs, he became a little uneasy. This can't be real, right? Can I even build nuclear bombs here? Yushu didn't quite believe it. But thinking about it, it seems like that's possible. If that's the case, forming an alliance is the best option. After the protection period, it's like you've passed the novice stage. What follows is the competition between the various lords. Su-Ming's methods are astonishing. Forming an alliance will better restrain him. Just as Yushu was having the idea of forming an alliance, Gao Ran approached her again. Goddess Yu, join our anti-mechanical alliance and fight against Su-Ming together. Upon seeing the message, Yushu rubbed his head. Although she wanted to form an alliance, she had no intention of standing against Su-Ming. Let's talk about it after the Beast Tide ends. City of Earth Dragons. The man saw the message in the chat channel and smiled dismissively. I thought it was some powerful unit, but it's just a machine far inferior to my Earth Dragon. Build a nuclear bomb? A nuclear bomb could penetrate my Earth Dragon's defenses? I'm a dragon. It seems that Su-Ming is not a very capable person. He just took advantage of the machinery in the early stages to acquire more resources and got ahead of us. But he's not some rare unit, so why won't he add me as a friend? It's infuriating. Chapter 35 Blood Moon Slaughter, 5x rewards. Day 7, midnight. This is the last time the Blood Moon kill mode will be activated. It's also the last day of the protection period. With the activation of the Blood Moon Kill mode, an announcement was also made. The final Blood Moon Kill mode is now available. A stronger Blood Moon monster will appear on the map. Lords are welcome to challenge it. Successfully defeating it will grant 5 times the reward. Good luck. The announcement caused the chat channel to erupt in excitement once again. Special monsters, 5 times the reward. Is this for real? It must be true. The Beast Tide is coming soon, and this is a special reward for us. The special Blood Moon monster spawned right next to me. I'm really lucky. This 5x reward is mine. Attention everyone, I just tested it. The Blood Moon monster is stronger than the regular Berserk monster. If you're not strong enough, don't touch it, or you might die the night before the Beast Tide. No, it's a Tier 1 advanced Blood Moon monster. Who can beat it? And spawns right near my territory. I can't even go out and kill some Berserk monsters. Haha. Good luck to the person upstairs. Mine is only level 5, intermediate, so it'll be a piece of cake for me. This is so unfair. I want to protest. Upon hearing that special monsters would spawn on the map, Su-Ming quickly opened the map and found that there were indeed many more red dots on it. Moreover, there are 3 red dots that are not too far away from here. I'm lucky, I got 3 here, perfect for trying out multi-front operations at night. Su-Ming deployed 60 RX-20s, 60 RX-78s, 10 GX-90s, and 3 GX-80 SIXS. They split into 3 groups and went to deal with the Blood Moon monsters simultaneously. Just after Su-Ming sent out the mechanical dogs, Tao Yao Yao sent a message. Peach Blossom, Su-Ming, a monster just spawned right outside my house. What should I do? Should I go out and fight it? Tao Yao Yao. It's a gorilla, and it looks really powerful. I'm afraid I can't beat it. It was swiped right to my doorstep. You're incredibly lucky. Su-Ming, what's your level? If it's not too high, try playing it, since there's a 5-fold reward. Considering the abilities of Tao Yao Yao's troops, who seem to have never fought, and worried about being overwhelmed by a beast tide, he sent another message. Su-Ming, you probably haven't fought much, so this is a good opportunity to practice and prepare for the beast tide. Tao Yao Yao. Su-Ming is a level 5, intermediate gorilla, and he looks really fierce. Only 5th tier, intermediate level? This isn't something you can just snap up anytime. Just as Su-Ming was about to reply, he saw in the synchronized footage from GX86 that a 3-meter-tall werewolf was crushing the self-destructing mechanical dog that had charged at him. My hand only has a few scratches. Nothing serious is injured. This Blood Moon werewolf is at least at a high level. Why haven't I encountered one that's so easy to defeat? Su-Ming couldn't help but complain and continued to send troops to the location of the Blood Moon werewolves to prevent a shortage of troops. She then replied to Tao Yao Yao, telling her to try fighting. Tao Yao Yao sighed. Upon seeing that Su-Ming had asked her to go out and try to defeat the gorilla, she immediately retrieved 9 fairy snake eggs from the fairy spring. Isn't it too wasteful to hatch them all? There's no need to use 9 war beasts for just 1 gorilla. After thinking for a while, Tao Yao Yao threw the 6 fairy snake eggs back into the fairy spring to continue nurturing them. 3 should be enough. Hatch immediately. 3 elven snakes, each over 10 meters long, hatched from their shells. They were brightly colored and had small, transparent wings on their backs. Let's call you Little Blue, Little Yellow, and Little Purple. You're all rank 5, intermediate, so you should be able to beat them in a 3-on-1 fight. However, I heard that the monsters in the Blood Moon mode are very strong, and this time the monsters have 5 times the rewards, so they may be even stronger. You should be careful. Tao Yao Yao reminded her. The 3 elven snakes nodded, then charged towards the Blood Moon ape outside their territory. Little Blue twisted its body to dodge the Blood Moon gorilla's fists, then climbed up its arm to its neck before spitting out poisonous mist. Driven mad by the stench, the Blood Moon ape went berserk, knocking down several trees. Xiao Zi seized the opportunity to reveal her venomous fangs and bit into the Blood Moon ape's ankle, injecting venom into its body. The intense pain caused the Blood Moon ape to howl in agony, and with a boom, it collapsed to its knees. Taking advantage of the situation, Xiao Huang launched a strangulation attack, effectively blocking the Blood Moon gorilla's movements. The Blood Moon ape struggled incessantly, trying to break free from the 2 spirit snakes binding it. The more it struggled, the tighter the serpent coiled around it. 5 minutes later, the Blood Moon ape finally lost its ability to resist and collapsed to the ground. Truly impressive. Tao Yaoyao clapped her hands excitedly. This was her first time hunting. I wonder what good stuff it contains. The Blood Moon werewolf was far more powerful than Su Ming had anticipated. While the battles on the other two sides had ended, the fighting there was still ongoing. Su Mingshi even came to the scene in person. Tier 3, advanced. This is really giving me credit, sending monsters of this level here. Upon seeing the Blood Moon werewolf's level, Su Ming felt an urge to curse. Nighttime enhancement and Blood Moon enhancement give the Tier 3, advanced, Blood Moon werewolf the strength of a Tier 5, and even its defense is enhanced. It also has a bloodthirsty skill, but luckily my units are all cold, mechanical things that don't have flesh and blood for it to feed on and can't restore its health. Otherwise, it would probably have taken much longer to fight. Su Ming personally took command, and the firepower began to be concentrated, constantly encircling and annihilating the Blood Moon werewolves. GX-90s launched an aerial bombardment, precisely dropping self-destructing robotic dogs onto the Blood Moon werewolf, the resulting explosions consuming its life force. The RX-20 fired relentlessly from all directions, and even though the Blood Moon werewolf possessed a body of steel, the constant barrage of bullets still managed to breach his defenses. The Blood Moon werewolf frantically tore at its claws, moving rapidly and ripping RX-20s into pieces. The RX-20 could fire from different directions, keeping the Blood Moon werewolf constantly on its toes, unable to attend to its surroundings, and causing it to expend a great deal of energy. Another batch of returning GX-90s took off again, carrying self-destructing mechanical dogs to begin a new round of bombing raids. 3 hours later, with a loud boom, the Blood Moon werewolf finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to its knees, its entire body covered in blood. Su Ming felt that this 500-pound body contained at least 200 pounds of bullets. The Blood Moon werewolf's body was almost completely ripped apart by bullets and blown to pieces. Finally killed. If this werewolf doesn't drop some good loot, it would be a waste of my resources. Su Ming approached the Blood Moon werewolf's body, and information immediately appeared. Dissection yields 225 frenzy meat chunks, 225 energy crystals, 175 alien crystals, and 5 unknown blueprints. There are 5 blueprints. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. This is not a loss. The dissection was completed immediately, and the 5 drawings fell into Su Ming's hands. Unknown blueprint. Requires 1 energy crystal for identification. It also consumes energy crystals. Since only 1 piece was needed, Su Ming didn't take it seriously and immediately began the identification process. Courtyard construction blueprint white. Construction cost 500 wood. So unlucky? Su Ming, refusing to believe in superstitions, began examining the second one. Watchtower construction blueprints white. Construction cost 800 wood. Another watchtower? Su Ming refused to believe it and proceeded to have all 3 remaining blueprints appraised in one go. Building blueprints white. Swimming pool construction blueprint white. Ammunition upgrade factory construction blueprint purple. For white and 1 purple. Su Ming is about to cause trouble. It's being updated at a frantic pace, so please don't leave it unread. Read at least 50 chapters. Chapter 36 Ammunition Factory. Su Ming couldn't help but curse a few times at the air. Fortunately, a rare construction blueprint was later identified, otherwise I would have been furious. It was all white, there wasn't a single blue sheet. Am I really that unlucky? Su Ming began to doubt himself. I wouldn't call myself a lucky person, but my luck shouldn't be this bad either. Fortunately, a factory construction blueprint was finally produced, so it wasn't a complete loss. Judging from the name of the blueprint, it was just right for me. Ammunition upgrade factory construction blueprint purple. Increase ammunition power. Construction requirements 2,000 wood, 200 energy crystals. With the factory responsible for enhancing the ammunition, the mechanical dog's power can be further improved. Su Ming plans to go back and build the ammunition factory. Just then, Tao Yaoyao sent a message. She must have one. Su Ming opened the private chat. Peach Blossom, beat Su Ming. The monsters in Blood Moon kill mode don't seem that strong. Peach Blossom. And there's more. This time I got 25 blueprints. I've never seen so many blueprints before. Peach Blossom. Do all monsters in Blood Moon mode drop this much loot? Did I lose out before? How many? 25 drawings? Su Ming was stunned. That gorilla was the one that delivered packages to you before, right? How could it drop so many blueprints? Thinking about those tough Blood Moon werewolves who only dropped one blueprint and only upgraded it to 5 in Blood Moon kill mode, he wanted a curse. Moreover, the Blood Moon werewolf was only level 3 advanced, while the gorilla that Tao Yao Yao encountered was only level 5 intermediate. The difference in levels is not just a little bit. Shouldn't higher level monsters drop better loot? Why is it coming from the opposite direction? Just as Su Ming was feeling resentful, Tao Yao Yao sent him another message. Tao Yao Yao, Su Ming, I identified 20 purple and 5 blue building blueprints. Peach Blossom, several of the blueprints show tree nests and snake dens. So now each fairy and serpent spirit has its own nest. 20 purple building blueprints and 5 blue building blueprints. Su Ming even suspected that Tao Yao Yao might be the reincarnation of the goddess of fortune. That's outrageous. This is incredibly lucky. Could be part of the compensation given because his unit is unable to fight. Su Ming guessed. It is highly likely that this is the case. Or maybe she's just naturally lucky. Su Ming, you're lucky. Peach Blossom, Su Ming, you must have one too. Did you get any rare items? Su Ming, Jis. Tao Yao Yao, wow. Su Ming is really amazing. After closing the chat with Tao Yao Yao, Su Ming began constructing the ammunition power factory. Moments later, a building topped with a large bullet sat in Su Ming's territory. Su Ming opened the ammunition factory interface, and like a list, one enhancement ability after another was displayed in front of him. It seems a little different from what I expected. Su Ming looked at the first ability. Bullet enhancement. Bullet power increased by 10%. Unlocking requires 300 energy crystals. Unlocked and enhanced directly using energy crystals. I like this simple and direct approach. Su Ming immediately consumed 300 energy crystals to unlock bullet enhancement. Further down, new ammunition enhancements appeared. Bullet enhancement. Bullet penetration increased by 10%. Unlocking requires 500. The demand for energy crystals has increased. Su Ming did not immediately unlock the enhancement, but instead looked at the other side of the bullet enhancement. In addition to bullet enhancement, there are 4 other enhancement abilities that can be unlocked. Missile enhancement, grenade enhancement, hirapor enhancement, mine enhancement. There are a total of 5 types of enhancements. It also requires 300 energy crystals to unlock. Each type of ammunition can be enhanced 6 times, with the required energy crystals increasing with each enhancement. Su Ming unlocked the first one, and 12,000 energy crystals were consumed in the process. The energy crystals required to unlock each level of ability will increase. To unlock all of them, it's estimated that tens of thousands of energy crystals will be needed. Su Ming scrolled down. I've seen the summary of ammo upgrades. To unlock them, I need to unlock all the other ammo upgrades first. We're still lacking energy crystals. Su Ming glanced at the remaining 2,000 plus energy crystals and felt somewhat worried. Maintaining production requires energy crystals, upgrading factories requires energy crystals, unlocking and strengthening requires energy crystals, and crafting equipment requires energy crystals. It's not nearly enough. Su Ming scratched his head. The blood moon gradually faded, and a faint light appeared on the horizon. Daylight broke. Watching the sun gradually rise, Su Ming muttered to himself, although I don't have many energy crystals, others certainly have quite a few. The crafted equipment is ready to be put up for sale. Food prices are no longer as exorbitant as they used to be. They have dropped significantly. After all, the lords who could survive until the beast tide all possessed a certain level of strength and were able to obtain enough food. Moreover, during this period, many lords have also put food on the market, which has further compressed food prices. This was something Su Ming could have foreseen. After all, food prices cannot remain high indefinitely. At this point, new products are needed. It's dawn. This is the last day of the protection period. Yes, we won't go hunting today to avoid troop losses. If we can't handle the beast tide, that would be troublesome. Guess what I got from the special Blood Moon monster last night? Rare equipment. Rare equipment. Who asked you? Get lost. Ha ha. I finally became a castle lord on the last day. Isn't the name I chose for my castle awesome? Magic Fairy Castle, huh? You think you can summon the dark goddess Gunala? Any unscrupulous merchants selling their gear? It's the last day. Don't keep all the good stuff hidden away. Yeah, what other good stuff is that unscrupulous merchant hiding? Can he bring it out to sell? I feel like my troops can't hold off the beast tide. Ideally, there would be non-humanoid armor so that my giant bear could wear it. We forbid the purchase of goods from unscrupulous merchants. Anyone who does is an enemy of our anti-mechanical alliance. Enemy my foot. I don't even know if I can survive this beast tide. Exactly. I can buy from whoever I want. When did the anti-mechanical alliance become so nosy? The anti-mechanical alliance's words immediately angered many lords, drawing a barrage of insults. They knew that most of the remaining 5,000 plus people might not see the sun rise tomorrow. Naturally, there's no fear of any so-called threats. Survival comes first. Su Ming finished organizing the equipment, which totaled 315 pieces. The result of continuous mining and continuous development. It's almost ready to go, but how much should we price it? Chapter 37, The Last Day, Frenzied Shopping Spree. There are many people in the chat channel today. Many lords did not go out hunting, opting for a prudent approach and remaining within their territories to preserve the strength of their troops to the greatest extent possible. Su Ming categorized the armor and equipment and then put them on the shelves. Each piece of high-level armor costs 2,000 energy crystals. As long as it can crystallize, the equipment became known to people as soon as it was put on the market. Some people have been keeping an eye on the trading area, ready to buy any equipment that appears. We have equipment now. It's general-purpose armor. My giant bear units are equipped. The shady merchant has put the equipment up for sale. He never disappoints. So expensive, 2,000 energy crystals for one piece of equipment. Hey guys, leave some gear for me. Don't be so quick to snatch it all. Don't rob it if you think it's too expensive. You think it's too expensive, but you still want to buy something cheap. And those lords of the anti-mechanical alliance, don't try to steal our equipment. If you're going to oppose us, then oppose us to the end. Don't use anything that belongs to Boss Su Ming. I agree. Where's the gear? How did it disappear so quickly? How many years have you been single? How come your hands are so fast? Shrewd merchant. No, Boss Su Ming. Do you still have any equipment available? I haven't bought any yet. Boss Su Ming must still have equipment, right? Su Ming put the equipment up for sale, and it was all sold out in just a few seconds. A large number of lords crowded into the trading channel, constantly refreshing the trading area in an attempt to snap up the equipment that was listed. The beast tide is coming, and everyone should do their best to improve their strength to resist it. After all, resources are meant to be used. You can't take them with you when you die. A mere few hundred pieces of equipment are simply not enough for more than 5,000 lords to share. The lords who failed to acquire the equipment began to complain. Boss Su Ming, are you out of equipment? Please put some more on the market. I'll do anything. Are you all jackalls? They were already gone when I arrived after receiving the message. That's normal. New players don't have that much equipment. It's only because Su Ming doesn't need it that he can take it out. Does Boss Su Ming still have any equipment? If so, please let me know. Brother Su Ming, give me a straight answer. Are there any more equipment items available? If so, I'll stay here and wait. I underestimated these lords. Su Ming was shocked to see the price surge to hundreds of thousands of energy crystals in an instant. I underestimated their madness. That's true. After all, no one knows if they can survive tomorrow's beast tide. Maximize survivability. Noticing the calls from everyone in the chat channel, Su Ming looked at the vast amount of universal crystals in his hand and decided to upgrade the mining factory first. Excavation factory. Level, Tier 1 Advanced. Excavator soldiers, 150. Exploration soldiers, 5. Upgrade requirements, 5,000 energy crystals, 100 different crystals. The excavation factory has been upgraded to advanced level. Each level up increases the number of excavator soldiers by 5, directly increasing to 150, greatly improving mining efficiency. Su Ming was not worried about the steel veins being exhausted. During the previous exploration of the territory, the GX-86 had already scanned out many mining sites. Furthermore, the newly added exploration mechs have the ability to locate mineral veins. With the efforts of 150 excavator operators, the steel or vein was quickly emptied, and they moved on to the next vein to continue digging. After upgrading the excavation factory, Su Ming then upgraded the equipment factory. I originally wanted to upgrade to an advanced equipment factory, but after reaching the intermediate level, the energy crystals required for each level almost doubled, and the energy crystals I had were simply not enough to last. There is a 0.0001% chance of getting a rare grade equipment at Tier 9 Intermediate. This probability is almost zero, but at least it's not impossible. After doing all this, Su Ming glanced at the ever-increasing iron or metal. There are fine steel, iron ingots, copper ingots, gold dust. He then posted a message in the chat channel. Equipment will be available at 8 p.m. tonight. After Su Ming sent the message, he saw that the chat channel was instantly cleared and all messages were pushed to the top. My name appeared in the center of the channel, followed not by the name of the castle, but by the words landlord. Su Ming then released the message. Equipment will be available tonight at 8 p.m. Larger, bold, highlighted in red. Seeing such striking and exaggerated special effects, Su Ming was completely stunned. This was the first time he had sent a message in the chat channel. I didn't expect it to have this effect. Is this a special effect brought by the landlord? It's nice. I like it very much. It took 30 seconds for the screen to be filled before other lords could send messages. These special effects are absolutely amazing. They clear the screen of comments instantly. Is this the treatment of a top player? I'm so envious. This is too outrageous. Not only did they clear the screen, but they also muted people for 30 seconds. It's simply unbeatable. That's so cool. Landlord, is this the name of Boss Su Ming's castle? This is the title that the first person to become the lord of the castle received. Great. There will be equipment available at 8 p.m. tonight. I am saved. Please, boss, don't raise the price. 1,000 energy crystals is already my limit. Su Ming is awesome. Time passed quickly, and night soon arrived. The mechanized troops dispatched by Su Ming also returned successfully with a fairly good haul. There was still some time before 8 o'clock, so he immediately sent a message to Tao Yao Yao. Su Ming, do you want some equipment? I'll give you a few pieces to increase your survivability. Tao Yao Yao was very happy to see the message from Su Ming. She can easily obtain equipment that others can't get, which is why she clings to powerful figures. Beach Blossom, Su Ming, no need. My serpent isn't suited for wearing equipment. Wearing equipment will only affect the agility of the snake. If you absolutely have to wear one, you'll probably have to wear a helmet or something. He had this in mind when he was developing the equipment. Peach Blossom. Huh? Is there really such equipment? Su Ming, I'll give you 9 items, 1 for each of the spirit snakes. After sending the message, Su Ming traded the equipment over. Su Ming, if you can't take it, eat this. He then traded the devil beef jerky over. Tao Yao Yao was speechless with shock when she saw the equipment and demon beef jerky in her hands. She knew how valuable these things were. These days, equipment is extremely hard to find outside, not to mention food that boosts attributes. It's practically non-existent. But now, Boss Su Ming just casually gave it to him. Tao Yao Yao, Boss Su Ming, from now on I'm your little follower. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. Seriously. It was almost 8 o'clock when Su Ming saw messages flooding the chat channel, urging him to quickly list his equipment. He knew that these castle lords, who valued their lives, feared they would perish in the beastly court. They will do everything in their power to buy equipment to ensure their maximum safety. After all, there's only so much equipment. If you don't buy it, someone else will. Moreover, this beast tide also has a point system, so the top castle lords naturally want to compete for it. The crazier you all are, the more money I make. Su Ming tallied up the equipment that had been crafted. The quantity is even greater than last time, reaching a full 500 pieces. There are also 2 rare-grade equipment items inside. Subsequently, Su Ming sorted out 20 sets from the 500 pieces of equipment and packed them up. This is a complete set, so the price will naturally be much higher. With the time running out, Su Ming put the equipment up for sale one by one. Lords who constantly refresh the trading area immediately rush to buy the equipment as soon as it is listed. Not only do they have individual pieces, but they also have complete sets. Su Ming is incredibly powerful. Some people want to buy the set, but find they don't have enough energy crystals. I just discovered that the set costs 5,000 energy crystals. Not only that, some people also discovered that Su Ming had put rare equipment up for sale, which caused everyone to go even crazier. If I can snag a high-level equipment set, I'm pretty confident I can withstand tomorrow's beast tide. Don't grab it, leave some for me. 5,000 energy crystals, and there are 4,999 of them. I'm so angry. Are they all crazy? Aren't they going to upgrade the buildings anymore? More than 5,000 people frantically bought over 500 pieces of equipment, resulting in a real bloodbath. As Su Ming watched the energy crystals grow, his smile grew even wider. It's a business that's incredibly profitable, but it only happens at times like this. He knew perfectly well that advanced equipment was not worth 1,000 energy crystals at all. As everyone levels up and becomes stronger, high-level equipment will become more and more common. It will be so common that no one will even glance at it if you leave it on the roadside, and it will even be regarded as trash. At this stage, high-level equipment is a lifesaver, and rare equipment goes without saying. As long as you don't do anything reckless, you basically won't die. 7-colored Python City. This is insane. Su Ming has made a fortune this time, but luckily I managed to snag 2 sets as well. With so many energy crystals, Su Ming's building level far surpasses ours. But this is only temporary. An early lead does not mean that we can maintain it indefinitely. His mechanical units are only at a mid-level, not top tier, and certainly not among the rare units. If I can win first place in this beast tide and get the only special reward, I'll have a chance to surpass him. City of Earth Dragons. The man also managed to buy several pieces of equipment. With my powerful defense and armor, who can break through my defenses? I will definitely win first place in this beast tide. I'll make Su Ming beg to add me as a friend. Then I'll give him the cold shoulder and see how arrogant he can still be, humph. The man was incredibly confident. Possessing top-tier military personnel, he believed no one could surpass him. The equipment in the trading area was quickly sold out, and Su Ming's energy crystals exceeded 100,000. No one would disagree that he is the richest castle owner in Area 88888. You can upgrade the machine factory now. Upgrading it to the rare level will unlock a new model, giving you 3 different models. The abilities of mechanical totems will also unlock new abilities. Chapter 38 Rare Grade Factory, New Model. GT Gale. Rare Grade Mechanical Factory. Level 1 Rare. 40 RX. 20 mechanical dogs can be produced free of charge every day. Production Line 1. RX. 20. Time. 3.8 minutes/unit. Production Line 2. RX 78. Time. 1.8 minutes/unit. Production Line 3. GX 90. Time. 3.8 minutes/piece. Production Line 4. Not in production. Storage 380/430. Upgrade requirements: 5,000 energy crystals, 500 different crystals, 1 crystal core. Upgrade the machinery factory to the rare level in one go. With the increase in daily free production, another production line has been added. Su Ming also noticed that the materials required for the next level of upgrade had doubled compared to before, and there was an additional new material. Crystal cores, Su Ming murmured. Are they dropped by higher level monsters? Putting that aside for now, Su Ming looked at the new model. GT Gale, War Type. Attack Methods, Shooting Missiles. Module, Firepower Module. Production Time, 8.8 minutes/piece. Production Requirements, 20 energy crystals, 10 differential crystals. Upon seeing the new model of machinery, Su Ming raised an eyebrow. A war-type machine? Perfect timing. With less than 4 hours until the beast tide arrives, acquiring war-type machinery now is a timely boon. However, the production time is 10 minutes, castle attribute reduced by 1.2, which is a bit long. Su Ming immediately set up a production line and began producing GT Gale. With a thought, the page displaying the mechanical totem appeared before my eyes. The icon glows slightly, displaying the words to be unlocked. Su Ming unlocked it immediately. Fast production, daily free production is available directly. Directly obtain it for free every day? Su Ming exclaimed, rubbed his eyes to check again, and found that he was indeed not mistaken. As expected of a mechanical totem, its ability is truly amazing. The models that are produced free of charge each day are determined based on the models produced on production line 1. Automatic production begins after midnight. Now it's changed to direct acquisition, meaning we no longer need to wait for production time, which greatly improves production efficiency. Su Ming exited the mechanical totem and saw that the free production of the mechanical factory had a new acquire icon. The logo is still dark. Su Ming had already completed today's free production. It wouldn't start until midnight. The machine factory is constantly operating, and the machines produced are continuously sent to the warehouse. During this period, Su Ming once again operated the quenching factory at full capacity. However, when upgrading to level 9, a new material is needed, the crystal core. The ammunition upgrades at the ammunition factory have all been unlocked, but unlocking the last one also requires a crystal core. Crystal nuclei are an indispensable element in the next stage. Su Ming pushed all the factories that could enhance combat power to their limits. Even upgrading the resource-gathering factories to level 9 advanced. Of the more than 100,000 energy crystals, only about 50,000 remain. Moments later, the first GT Windstorm was produced. Its eyes glow red. It has a jet-black metal shell, square rocket launchers hanging on both shoulders, a machine gun in its hand, and jets mounted on its back, allowing it to move freely in the air. This is GT Tornado. It can fly and has multiple attack modes. It truly lives up to its war-type design. It's a genuine war machine. Seeing the Gale, Su Ming was very satisfied. Its flexibility also surpasses that of other models. This beast tide should be a sure thing. Having witnessed the power of the Gale, Su Ming started production on all 4 production lines simultaneously to accelerate the output of the GT Gale. Then, Su Ming opened the map, looked at the current territory, and murmured, "My territory is too large now, and the battle line I have to defend is too long." This is extremely disadvantageous in the face of the beast tide. After observing for a while, Su Ming decided to tighten his defenses. Shrinking the defensive line does not mean giving up territory. Rather, he intends to build the fence closer together, even though the land outside is all his own, but he has not yet used it. Therefore, even if it is overrun by a beast tide, there will not be much loss. Having made the decision, Su Ming built the wall at a position 36 squares within the territory. A basic fence is of little use in the face of a beast tide. It's practically useless. But this can be seen as one's bottom line. If the beast tide were to invade this place, it would be a very serious situation. As for the rear, Su Ming looked towards the area to be explored behind the mechanical city. It's a swamp there. I don't think you'd be interested. It was almost entirely swampy. Is this considered the edge of the map? But monsters are probably attacking from here. Su Ming didn't know. Because on the big map, you're in the center. Retain some defensive forces in case of unforeseen circumstances. After arranging everything, Su Ming summoned the main silver wolf and a group of wolves. "Sir, wherever you tell us to charge, we'll charge," Old Wolf said with a serious expression. Even he vaguely sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. A major battle was about to begin. "You go and guard the west side. I don't need you to take the initiative to attack. Just defend well," Su Ming said. He feared that if the main silver wolves charged forward, they would be caught in the mechanical explosion even if they weren't killed by the monster. "Yes, I will definitely protect your territory." The old wolf let out a loud cry and led the reborn pack toward the west of their territory. I glanced at the time. There was still an hour left. For some reason, the atmosphere around us felt strange, as if something was stirring in the shadows. "Tao Yao Yao, Boss Su Ming, I'm a little nervous." She had previously said not to worry and that she was confident she could handle it. But when it really came down to it, she couldn't help feeling nervous. After all, in the beast tide, no one knows what kind of monsters or what level of monsters they will encounter. "Su Ming, there's nothing to be nervous about. If the monster comes, just kill it. Tao Yao Yao, Su Ming then chatted with Tao Yao Yao for a few minutes to ease her tension. This same atmosphere spread throughout the chat channel. The time is almost up. The protection period is about to expire. "This is too fast. I'm not ready. Does anyone know the level of the monsters affected by this flood? My troops are only mid-level. I don't know if they can withstand it. Upstairs, see you in 18 years. There's only half an hour left. I'm so nervous. Ugh, I'm only 3 tiles away from becoming the lord of the castle. It's so infuriating. When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it. At worst, we'll be heroes again in 18 years. Everyone, I hope to see you all again tomorrow." "Me too. Good luck to you all." Time passed in a tense atmosphere. Time quietly ticked to midnight on the 8th day. Chapter 39, The Beast Tide Arrives. The new player protection period has ended, and the Beast Tide is about to arrive. Please prepare accordingly, lords. Number of Beast Tides. 5 waves, increasing in strength with each wave. The top 10 lords who rank high in the Beast Tide will receive special rewards, with the first place lord receiving a unique special reward. After the announcement, the ground shook violently, as if a million raging beasts were charging and destroying everything in sight. They're here. Su Ming's expression turned serious. The information transmitted by GX86 indicates that hundreds of monsters are attacking their territory. Warning, your territory is being invaded. The monster quickly entered Su Ming's territory, but he did not rush to attack. That was the part he had retreated to. When they finally caught sight of the monsters, Su Ming pointed at them outside and ruthlessly gave the order. Attack. Kill them all. The RX-20 opened fire immediately, its dense barrage of bullets reaping the lives of the monsters. They then jumped out of the enclosure and began to subdue the monster. At the same time, GX90s carrying RX-78s launched bombing raids from the sky. The self-destructing robot dog exploded in the horde of beasts, instantly wiping out a large number of them. Bang! The RX-20 fired a circular projectile, which separated in mid-air, releasing hundreds of small bombs. Monsters fell in rows. This is just the beginning. The monsters aren't very high level yet. Su Ming saw the situation in two other directions through the footage transmitted back by GX86. There was no pressure, and the Beast Tide was completely suppressed. Su Ming nodded. Not bad. At least it's a good start. Thump! A tremor came from the ground, and a huge body slowly walked over from a distance. Stone Giant. So mean Fronith. The holographic, I quickly read the other party's information. Stone Giant, Tier 9, Intermediate, Elite. Is this the end of the first wave? Just as Su Ming was feeling relieved, he saw the elite-level Stone Giant suddenly lift up a boulder, preparing to throw it. Smash that Stone Giant to pieces. Su Ming immediately issued the order. If that boulder were to fall into his territory, he would likely suffer considerable losses. The RX-20 immediately changed its attack direction, launching dozens of missiles that blasted the boulder into pieces the moment it was lifted by the Stone Giant. Oh! The Stone Giant let out a mournful cry, but what awaited him was one cannonball after another. Tao Yaoyao's side. A large number of monsters gathered at the entrance to her territory, and the 9 elven snakes fought desperately to stop them from getting closer. There are so many monsters, but my serpent spirit is not weak either. Tao Yaoyao stood at the highest point of the house, watching the battle ahead. Whenever a monster was about to break through the defenses, she would quickly speak up. Little Yellow, there's a toad over there. Come quick and eat it. And over there, that ugly-looking rat is trying to sneak away. Little White, hurry up and kill it with your tail. Ah, big bird is coming from the sky. Little Black, bite it. 9 elven snakes, named by Tao Yaoyao using rainbow colors, plus black and white, making a total of 9. For no particular reason, just for convenience and ease of remembering. Seeing that the defense line was gradually held, Tao Yaoyao couldn't help but feel proud. It seems the Beast Tide isn't so scary, and it's not that strong. 7-colored Python City. Hundreds and thousands of monsters are attacking the castle where Yushu is located. She stood atop the glass python, directing the attack. Wearing the goblin armor he had previously purchased and wielding a greatsword, he slashed at the approaching monsters. The first wave of monsters isn't very strong. The highest level is only 5th tier intermediate elites. If it's just this level of strength, it's hard to create a significant gap. City of Earth Dragons. Crush them. The man stood majestically atop the Earth Dragon. 5 Earth Dragons were enough to flatten everything, killing so many beast hordes that they were terrified and dared not approach. That's it. It can't even break through my defenses. The man looked down arrogantly at the attacking horde of beasts before him. Charge out and show them what we're made of. Some lords easily dealt with the attacks of the Beast Tide monsters, but others were fighting desperately. Corpses were everywhere, both inside and outside the territory. There were corpses of monsters and soldiers. With a scream, the owner of the territory was torn to pieces. The territory was completely occupied, and the buildings collapsed into ruins. After killing the lord and conquering the territory, the monsters scattered like a school of fish and disappeared. Within area number 88888. Such situations are not uncommon. In fact, they account for the vast majority. Some cheered for victory, some begged for mercy from the monster, and some died on the battlefield. War is that cruel. Only those with real ability are qualified to survive. Su-Ming opened the chat channel, which was quiet at the moment, as everyone was fighting off the beast tide. He looked at the number of people on the screen. 45, 67/10,000. More than 1,000 people died in the first wave of monsters alone. And there are 4 more waves to come. At this rate, after 5 waves of beast tides, having 2,000 people left would be considered a lot. Su-Ming murmured. Then, I saw a message from Tao Yao. Geech Blossom, Su-Ming, Ivan. The beast tide wasn't so scary after all. It was too easy. Su-Ming, this is just the first wave. There are 4 more waves to come. Each wave of monsters is stronger than the last, so don't let your guard down. Tao Yao. Okay, I understand. I'm very strong too. After successfully repelling the first wave of beasts, Su-Ming immediately dispatched RX-30s to clean up the battlefield. The corpses were transported back and put into the collection plant for dissection. After this beast tide, the surviving lords should realize how important equipment is, and their resources have also been replenished. Su-Ming looked at the equipment factory that was in operation. The equipment factory has also reached level 9, advanced, and can produce some rare-grade equipment. It is only a part because there is no corresponding metal or material. There's no need to craft rare-grade equipment. High-grade is sufficient. We can craft some suitable for lords to wear, preferably a complete set. I estimate that many people will be willing to spend the money. However, the energy crystals are no longer of much use to me. If I want to continue upgrading the factory, I need crystal cores, which no one should have at this stage. So I can exchange for other resources, such as wood, metal, and other materials. Thinking about this, Su-Ming felt that the idea was feasible. Lords are all afraid of death, especially those who have become the masters of castles and those who possess top-tier troops. They're even more afraid of death. We need more powerful equipment to protect ourselves. Therefore, I must not only make use of the monster's resources, but also the resources held by other lords. Only in this way can you level up faster. Chapter 40 After the First Beast Tide. After the first wave of beasts ended, Su-Ming tallied up his spoils. Food, 2,134. Energy crystal, 1,734. 5 heteromorphic crystals. With the energy crystals we currently possess, the total number has reached 34,214. In addition to these basic resources, we also obtained a blueprint. Stone Factory Construction Blueprints, Blue. It was dropped from that elite stone giant. Resource-based factories? Too bad I don't need them. Su-Ming still managed to build it. The battle did not result in significant losses. Only a few self-destructing mechanical dogs were lost, which can be replenished quickly. When will the next beast tide arrive? Su-Ming opened the chat channel and saw a scarlet countdown in the upper right corner. 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 47 seconds. 6 hours later, it's not one wave after another, which gives us some buffer time and prevents us from feeling too hopeless. Su-Ming knew that if the beast tides came one after another, and the strength of the beast tide monsters was constantly increasing, even he himself could not guarantee that he could resist the beast tides. After all, mechanical production takes time. Giving them a chance to catch their breath allows them to replenish their troops and better cope with the next wave of beasts. After the first wave of beasts, the previously silent chat channel became lively again. I don't think the beast tide is anything special. It's too easy a piece of cake. The next one will be very simple to fill out. Brothers, I struck gold. I got a lot of good stuff this time. Me too. I think the beast tide is here to bring us resources. I used to be dirt poor, but now I'm rich again. Where's the swindler? Where is he? Come out here. I want a complete set of rare equipment. There you go, you unscrupulous merchant. I'm going to rip you out of your pockets. You used to call him Big Boss Su-Ming all the time, but now you've turned into a swindler. Your true colors are really TSK, TSK, TSK. A complete set of rare equipment? Are you making a wish here? Even a shrewd merchant wouldn't be able to produce a whole set of rare equipment. What are you all so happy about? This is only the first wave of beast tides. There are still 4 more to come. The lords, who were originally immersed in a joyful atmosphere, were suddenly broken by one person. After a brief silence, a barrage of insults erupted. Who is it that says such discouraging things at this time? I'll remember you, Water Spirit City. Don't let me run into you, or I'll beat you so badly your own mother won't recognize you. Let's not talk about such sad things in this moment of victory. The countdown in the upper right corner is ticking away second by second, and it's making me anxious. I said stop chatting here and hurry up and strengthen our defenses. We don't have much time left. I put some equipment up for sale. Everyone hurry up and take a look, see if there's anything suitable. Damn it. Do you want to be the second swindler? Withdraw the price cut immediately, or the Anti-Machinery Alliance will definitely sanction you. Yes, this unhealthy trend must not be allowed to grow. It must be nipped in the bud. Just as everyone was discussing it enthusiastically, Su Ming sent a message. The chat channel messages were instantly cleared. Su Ming, landlord. Enlarged, bold, highlighted in red. New equipment, including rare equipment, will be available in 4 hours. Please stay tuned. The message immediately went viral, resulting in a 30-second ban on users. This message will be visible to all lords. After a 30-second silence period, the other lords began to speak. The special effects are so cool. No matter how many times I watch them, they're still awesome. Rare grade equipment. Boss Su Ming has really forged it again. Wow, awesome. Boss Su Ming, you're awesome. Haha. This time I have plenty of resources. Who would dare to compete with me? Why do we have to wait 4 hours? Can we put up for sale right now? 7-colored Python City. Yushu frowned upon seeing Su Ming's statement. More equipment has been added to the shelves, and it's rare equipment. Are they planning to plunder all our post-war resources? This guy, Imshu vaguely gave Su Ming his thoughts. Although she guessed it, she had no power to stop it. If rare equipment really appeared, she would definitely buy it. Now that we're fighting the beast tide, equipment is undoubtedly the most readily available commodity. Everyone needs this. It's a matter of life and death. Moreover, the more rare equipment you have, the stronger your combat power will be and the higher your ranking will be. But is it really okay for him to plunder other people's resources so blatantly? Does he really have the ability to protect this treasure? Yushu whispered. The protection period for territories has now ended, meaning that lords can now attack and even plunder each other's territories. Su Ming possesses a vast fortune, and his location seems to be known to other lords. This will surely bring disaster after the beast tide. Thinking of this, Yushu opened the private chat channel. I saw a prominent message that refused to add me as a friend. So arrogant. I've tried adding him so many times, and I still can't get in touch. Does he really think he can survive alone in this survival game? The best solution is to form an alliance. Despite being rejected multiple times, she still chose to add the other person. Just one success is enough. The mechanical unit has great potential and can also manufacture equipment. Its combat strength may not be strong, but it has great potential. As long as Su Ming continues to build equipment for himself, the strength of his troops will be greatly enhanced. That's what I think, but it's really not an easy thing to add this arrogant, aloof guy to your list. Yushu sighed. Suddenly, Yushu thought of a solution. He needs various materials to forge equipment. Since the energy crystals don't sway him, can I exchange them for rare metal materials? When she added friends before, she tried different messages. Instead, you could buy food at 2 or 3 times the price, form alliances, or use energy crystals to purchase friend slots, etc. Since he's not interested in any of these, what if we use materials that would interest him? With that in mind, Yushu added Su Ming as a friend again, noting that he wanted to trade rare materials with him. She nervously looked at her friend list in the private chat channel, unsure if she would succeed this time. 3 minutes later, Yushu saw that there was a new person on her friend list. Yes, it's been added. Yushu immediately sat up straight. She had never been so nervous before. Even though she was called a goddess by most lords, she did not. Great, that's great. We can finally add him. Yushu was more nervous than ever before, even more so than when he was vying for rare equipment. Staring at the chat box, she was momentarily at a loss for words. Wouldn't it be too direct to just say you'd exchange rare materials for rare equipment? Yushu hesitated for a moment before sending the first message to Su Ming. Yushu, hello. Chapter 41, Making a Deal with Su Ming. Su Ming, hello. Su Ming, what kind of rare materials do you have? When Su Ming noticed that Yushu was requesting to be a friend, he wanted to refuse, but after seeing that she had rare materials, he thought about it and agreed to add her. While tinkering with the equipment factory, Su Ming discovered that the factory's custom crafting feature had great potential, basically fulfilling all his requests. The only drawback is the lack of materials. They don't even know what materials are needed, so they can't prepare in advance. Therefore, you can only customize the equipment first, and then collect the materials you need. For example, Su Ming is currently customizing a rare grade armor for himself, but the materials required are all things he doesn't own. Seeing that you had rare materials, they took them first and decided to deal with them later, whether they were useful or not. Yushu, Jin Lu Sha. Yushu. This is a rare material I obtained from capturing the shepherd's resource point. The shepherd's resource points are no secret to them, so they can just tell you directly. Did you get it from a shepherd? Su Ming had no doubts. After all, the shepherd did indeed have a lot of good things. It even has food that increases attributes, so it's normal to have some rare materials. Su Ming, I want them all, but I'll trade you one rare grade piece of equipment. How about it? Yushu, that's too little. I have 10 gene of golden flowing sand here, enough to at least exchange for a set of rare grade equipment. Su Ming, you're overthinking it. That's just raw material. Su Ming, how come the supposedly generous goddess you has become so outrageous? Yushu, you're different. After a pause, Yushu sent another message. Yushu, you're a shrewd businessman. Rare equipment means nothing to you. Seeing the information on the screen, Su Ming was speechless. Does he really think I have that many rare grade equipment? If I did, I would have sold them long ago. He only managed to collect 2 sets of rare equipment. To obtain more rare grade equipment, you need to upgrade your equipment factory to the rare grade level to ensure a stable output. However, upgrading to a rare grade equipment factory requires crystal cores, but he doesn't yet have a way to obtain them. Su Ming, 2 items at most. Don't even think about getting more than that, unless you can come up with even more rare materials. Su Ming, besides, the rare materials you have aren't essential for me. Yushu did not rush to reply, but began to ponder. 2 rare grade pieces of equipment? That seems pretty good. She knew that 10 kilograms of flowing gold sand couldn't possibly buy a set of rare grade equipment. But since it's a transaction, the initial asking price should be set high to leave room for negotiation. I can agree to it. Anyway, I still have 90 gene of gold sand, and I can slowly exchange it with him later. Yushu obtained a full 100 caddies of flowing gold sand. Of course, she couldn't offer everything to Su Ming in a deal. She needed to keep some to maintain a bridge for communication with him. The more you communicate, the better your relationship will become. That way I can get equipment from him first, one step ahead of others. Just as Yushu was about to reply, she saw Su Ming send another message. Su Ming, what's your decision? Or is there something else you'd like? Other things? Does he have any other good things there? Yushu was taken aback and began to hesitate. Yushu, what else do you have? Su Ming, spirit rice, a food that can permanently increase attributes. Food that permanently increases attributes? Yushu stared intently at the private chat channel and shouted it out loud. The only food she knew that could increase attributes was frenzy meat chunks, but that was only temporary. I never expected that Su Ming would have food that permanently increases attributes. This food that permanently increases attributes must have come from the shepherd's resource point. Yushu said with certainty. I will reply later. Yushu, I'll trade you 5 gene of spirit rice for 10 gene of flowing gold sand. Su Ming, you think I can grow this stuff myself? I get it from shepherds, 10 gene for half an ounce, or 2 pieces of rare equipment. Yushu, half an ounce? That's too little, at least a pound. Su Ming, then 2 rare grade equipment pieces. Yushu, half a gene, that's truly my last line of defense. Su Ming, goodbye. Yushu, 1 tael of spirit rice and 2 pieces of rare grade equipment. Su Ming, half a tael plus 1 piece. Yushu, deal done. After several rounds of haggling, Yushu agreed to Su Ming's exchange terms. After the exchange, I still have 90 kilograms of gold powder to exchange, so it's not a big loss. Yushu Kai then discovered that these shimmering golden sands had such a great use. From now on, I should also pay attention to the fact that the shepherd's resource point contains food that permanently increases attributes. The transaction was completed quickly. Yushu was afraid the other party would delete her, so she said one more thing. Yushu, my troops have the ability to discover rare mineral veins. If I find one, I'll come back to you to trade. Su Ming, isn't your unit the python? It has this kind of ability? Of course not. She just made that up on the spot. Yushu, it is a python, but not the one you understand. Su Ming, okay, come find me if you have it. Su Ming didn't care whether Yushu's troops had actually found rare mineral veins or not. As long as he had them, he would take them, regardless of where they came from. After obtaining the flowing gold sand, Su Ming summoned the equipment crafting factory panel to see what kind of equipment he could craft. Can only high-level equipment be crafted from rare materials alone? It requires at least 2 rare-grade materials to craft, and it's not even 100% accurate. While eating the demon beef jerky, Su Ming continued to explore the capabilities of the equipment crafting factory. Demon beef jerky can temporarily increase attributes, and after the attributes are weakened, it can gain a permanent attribute increase. The first 2 were useful to him, but not very useful. Mechanical units don't need to eat, and they don't need to go to the battlefield themselves, so the temporarily increased attributes naturally won't be fully utilized. What he was mainly interested in was the ability to permanently increase attributes later on. Normally, it can only be eaten as a snack. I must say the taste was pretty good, and it was spicy. Time passed, and the sun gradually rose in the distance. The second wave of beasts is coming soon. With the time almost up, Su Ming began listing the equipment he had crafted. The chat channel has been rife with arguments for a while now. This time, Su Ming's new equipment, apart from some high-level equipment that requires energy crystals, has been changed to other high-level equipment made of exotic crystals, wood, and metal. You can exchange for equipment as long as you meet one of the requirements. Rare equipment, however, is not eligible for exchange. It was changed to crystal nuclei and other rare metal materials. The same applies to a complete set of rare items, only in larger quantities. I saw that there was also rare equipment, and I thought I could finally get my hands on some. But I didn't expect that the exchange condition wasn't energy crystals at all, but materials like fire roar stones. Boss Su Ming is too wicked. He secretly changed the terms of the exchange. I think this is great. Everyone has energy crystals, but not everyone has these materials. I happen to have some, so I can exchange them for a rare piece of equipment. That's awesome. Boss Su Ming, I finally saved up these energy crystals, and you're telling me I can't use rare ones to open equipment? That's outrageous. Boss Su Ming has plundered so many energy crystals from us. His buildings must be at the maximum level right now. He'll probably exchange them for things he needs even more. Boss Su Ming, you've collected so many materials. Can I have a piece of equipment custom made? Upon hearing this, many lords' eyes lit up, and they all spoke up. I want one too. How much does Mr. Su Ming charge? Just name your price. I want one too. I'm going to forge an invincible suit of armor. The initial complaints suddenly turned into requests for custom-made equipment from Su Ming. Su Ming naturally saw all of these messages. Let him choose to ignore it directly. Customized equipment. Su Ming scoffed. You have nothing right now. You're still in the beginner stage. What kind of materials can you produce? This is true. At this stage, lords cannot obtain very good materials, so customizing them would be a complete loss. Close the chat channel. Su Ming took stock of what he had gained this time. The sales were much slower than last time, but the harvest was plentiful. There are quite a few high-level materials, and some rare ones as well, enough to craft more equipment. However, Su Ming was in no hurry to build it. He would wait until the second wave of beast tide had passed. Su Ming, the second wave of beasts is coming soon. Are you right there? Tao Yao Yao, don't worry, Boss Su Ming, I'll definitely be fine. Su Ming, that's good. The once lively chat channel gradually fell silent, and no one spoke anymore. Because the second wave of beasts has arrived. Chapter 42, The Hidden Dangers of Other Lords. The second wave of beasts is coming. The images projected back from the GX 86 clearly showed that the second wave of beasts was on a completely different level from the first. Was the first wave of beasts just a warm-up? The second wave is where the real battle begins. Suddenly, Su Ming remembered that he could earn points by resisting the beast tide, but the points leaderboard didn't seem to be open yet. Su Ming's expression turned serious. This wave of beasts is for real. It's no longer a test. Having confirmed that the defensive line was in place, and seeing the monster gradually approaching, Su Ming immediately issued the order. Fire! Crush them! The GX90s flew out in a row, each carrying a self-destructing mechanical dog, so they could be dropped from the monster horde. After dropping the bomb, it returns to its territory and continues bombing with mechanical dogs. This process is repeated. Some ordinary monsters have already reached the intermediate level, so this time the elite monsters might be high level. Su Ming stood atop the castle, watching the battle ahead. The continuous deployment of GX90s made it difficult for the monsters to get close. That's about right. Put a little in. Seeing that the bombing was almost over, Su Ming let the monsters advance and allowed the RX 20 to begin clearing them out. The western part of the territory. Old Wolf, with his mane silver wolf, stood guard at the rear, watching the continuous bombing scene ahead, and felt even greater awe for Su Ming. The master's strength is unfathomable. He doesn't even consider these monsters a threat. I want to make the most of this opportunity. Su Ming moved the monster closer and began having the RX-20 clean it up. The wolf knew his chance to shine had come. Fellow clansmen, our chance to shine has arrived. Our Lord has given us new life, and we must repay him with concrete actions. We cannot allow any monster to enter our territory. You all better cheer up. The silver wolf, with its mane, responded with a whoa. At that moment, a headhunting boar broke through the defensive line and charged toward the territory. The headhunting boar charges every so often to increase its speed. Sir, leave this monster to us. The old wolf roared, knowing that Su Ming could hear it, and then led his people to attack. The RX-20, which was about to fire and kill the escaped enemy, turned its gun around. The old wolf launched a charge, its mechanical limbs replaced, making it run even faster and more swiftly than before. In a short while, it was in front of the head-hunting boar. In the past, hunting involved pouncing and tearing at prey, but after being fitted with mechanical legs, its fighting style has changed. In front of the head-hunting boar, he leaped and kicked out with both legs, sending it flying. Good. The old wolf raised its head and let out an excited roar. Then, more maned silver wolves attacked, no longer tearing their prey apart with their mouths, but instead kicking them to death. Su Ming, in the castle, saw an outrageous scene through the images projected from the GX-86. Even the attack method has changed after the mechanical legs were replaced. This is just to enhance your operational capabilities. Su Ming felt that the maned silver wolves seemed to be going in the wrong direction, but it didn't matter, as long as they could kill the enemy. Let's bring in some more to see their strength. With Su Ming's subtle adjustments, a few more fish that slipped through the net managed to get in. The old wolf shrewdly caught them and led its clan to quickly attack. On the other side, the young man was fighting back against the attacking monsters. He was a human warrior, and although his own combat strength was not very high, he was equipped with armor that gave him the ability to fight the monsters. At the same time, they dug many traps specifically to kill these attacking monsters. Although the combat soldier is a lower-ranking soldier, its combat power is not comparable to those of the Earth Dragon, Black Tiger, and other similar soldiers. But this type of soldier has a very strong learning ability, and you could say their potential is limitless. When a young man first received the human combat soldier class, he was very angry and cursed it as a piece of trash. However, upon closer examination, it was discovered that this type of soldier has considerable potential. Under certain special conditions, warrior classes can be promoted to other, more powerful warrior classes. This made the young man see enormous potential. I don't need to compete for first place. As long as I can rank in the top 10 and get the special reward, my warrior type will get another enhancement. Human potential is limitless. It's just that growth and development take longer. The young man is confident in himself. Boom streepje streepje. A loud explosion could be heard in the distance. Such sounds happen from time to time, and the young man was already used to it. I not only have to be wary of the beast tide, but also of the unscrupulous merchants next door. I can't let them kill me before I've even developed my strength. This was the only thing the young man was worried about. After the beast tide is over, let the lords of the Anti-Mechanical Alliance come and take care of him together. He must be very fat after consuming so many lords' resources. He had already begun to fantasize about dividing up Summon Castle. What he didn't know was that a drone was hovering high above his territory, capturing everything it could see. The message was relayed back to Su Ming. A warrior-type unit? These warriors can use different moves, and they can undergo special class changes. If that's the case, then this unit has great potential, and nobody knows what kind of specialization it can achieve. They're not the kind of soldiers who just brute force numbers. If we let them continue like this, they'll pose a huge threat to me. And this guy harbors a lot of malice towards me. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, considering whether it was best to strike first. The other party discovered my location and mentioned it in the chat channel. He even joined that so-called Anti-Mechanical Alliance. All these actions show that he has ulterior motives. Although Su Ming wasn't afraid of the Anti-Mechanical Alliance, he saw them as nothing more than clay chickens and dogs. Strike first, and you'll have the upper hand. Strike later, and you'll suffer the consequences. After this wave of beasts is over, I'll take care of you. Su Ming would not allow any force that could threaten him to appear nearby, especially if they still harbor hostility towards him. Then he absolutely cannot be allowed to stay. 2 hours later, Su Ming successfully repelled the beast tide, and RX-30 entered the battlefield to begin cleaning up. However, for him, the battle was not over yet. Go on. Our enemies have not been completely wiped out yet. The GX-90, equipped with self-destructing mechanical dogs, took off again, flying in a grand procession towards the enemy's territory. On the ground, 70 RX-20s marched in an orderly fashion toward the other side's territory to begin preparations for cleaning. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Su Ming also dispatched 5 GT Tornado aircraft to provide assistance. He hadn't used it during the previous 2 waves of beast tides, but he specifically sent it out this time. Since the other party is a lord, and it's unknown what kind of profession the warrior class that can change jobs will have, we should naturally consider the other party based on the greatest possible possibility. To prevent accidents. Chapter 43, Eliminating Hidden Dangers. Only in the second wave, I lost a high-level warrior. How did the strength increase so quickly? The young man's expression turned grim as he watched his elite warrior fall in battle. Advanced warriors are the elite of their class, and there are only 10 of them. However, I also got 5 blueprints for arrow towers and a high-level wall, which makes up for my losses. We should be able to survive this beast tide. The arrow towers were quickly constructed, and the territory's defenses were reinforced once again. The young man then gave the order, quickly eliminate the remaining beasts. Soon, the second wave of monsters was wiped out. At that moment, a scout soldier quickly approached the young man and reported, "My lord, enemies are attacking." Enemies? The young man quickly put on the armor he had just taken off, went to the highest point, and found no trace of any monsters inside or outside the territory. Are you blind? Where did this enemy come from? Haven't they all been cleaned up already? The scout pointed seriously into the distance and said, "Mechanical creatures have been spotted in the woods ahead." He then pointed to the sky, saying, "It's even in the sky." Mechanical life form. Upon hearing this, the young man's expression changed drastically, and he looked up at the sky. They saw drones flying towards their territory, each carrying a mechanical dog. A drone. His eyes widened suddenly. He's a swindler. He's going to attack me. Thinking of this, his expression suddenly changed. He knew perfectly well that he was no match for Su Ming at the moment. It would take at least 2 or 3 lords working together to defeat him. Quickly, prepare for battle. Shoot down those drones. The young man roared. He didn't know Su Ming's exact combat strength, but since he could build nuclear bombs, his combat strength must be weak. The soldiers, fresh from a major battle, immediately sprang into action, grabbing their bows and arrows and firing at the drones in the sky. However, what awaited them was what the young man perceived as a nuclear bomb. As the RX-78 was being dropped into the crowd, a soldier reacted quickly, trying to take it down the moment it landed. However, the RX-78 exploded the moment it made contact. Boom! The terrifying explosion destroyed the city walls, killing and injuring countless soldiers. The flying debris directly killed 3 high-ranking warriors. What kind of bomb is this? How can it be so terrifying? The young man was shocked. However, there is more than one such bomb. Dozens of mechanical dogs were deployed, destroying everything in sight within the territory. Soldiers were blown up, their bodies rolled over, and cries of agony filled the air. Fight back! Fight back now! The young man shouted. But the soldiers in his territory had long been bombed so badly that they couldn't tell which way was which, and were only concerned with scattering in all directions. After completing 1 round of deliveries, the GX-90 began its return journey. Seeing an opportunity, the young man immediately organized his soldiers to build a defense. As soon as he gave the order, he saw a whole row of mechanical dogs appear in his line of sight. The young man looked over in horror, and the dark muzzle of the gun was aimed right at him. "Su Ming, you deserve to die. Da. The firepower was relentless, killing any life they could see, and the missiles they launched further destroyed the buildings there. All of this was recorded by GX-86 and transmitted back to Su Ming. It seems he hasn't developed to the extent I expected. Su Ming nodded, indicating that the returning GX-90s did not need to continue with a second round of bombing. Even sending out the G Gale was useless. 30 minutes later, a notification popped up. You have successfully destroyed a lord's territory. Territory range, 45. Do you want to add it to your territory range? 45 squares, it's still faster to expand by seizing territory from others. Su Ming sighed and immediately chose to occupy the territory. Occupation successful. Obtain resources from the opponent. Wood asterisk 3000, energy crystal asterisk 1098, different crystal asterisk 5, equipment asterisk 30. You are the 60th person to kill another lord and seize territory from them. When a number of kills reaches 100, a battle of plunder will be triggered. Please be prepared. Am I the 60th person to kill another lord? Su Ming was startled. So you're saying there are 59 lords who were faster than me, killing the other lords first. The protection period ended less than a day ago, and some people have already made their move. No, logically speaking, it shouldn't be this fast. It's possible that they made their move earlier. During the new player protection period, lords will not be harmed within their own territory, but this may not be the case outside. So he encountered other lords outside and got killed? This is highly likely. However, what Su Ming cared about most was the war of plunder mentioned in the prompt. Is this meant to incite the various lords to fight each other? If that's the case, then we'll definitely fight to the death. It seems I need to prepare in advance. Su Ming saw the countdown in the chat channel start moving, and it continued until the second wave of Beast Tide ended. The buffer period remains at 6 hours. Tao Yao Yao, Boss Su Ming, I won. This time it was a little easier than last time, but it's still very simple. Su Ming, don't be careless. There are still 3 waves, each stronger than the last. Peach Blossom, I know. A lot of good stuff dropped this time, which will strengthen my territory's defenses. Did you find something good again? Su Ming raised an eyebrow, glanced at his haul, and found nothing particularly special. The blueprint dropped by the final boss was identified as a high-level anti-aircraft tower blueprint, which wasn't very useful. Su Ming, let me know if you need anything. After closing Tao Yao Yao's chat, Yushu also sent a message. Yushu, I killed a quicksand giant and got the rare material flowing gold sand. I'll trade it for spirit rice and equipment with you. After eating the spirit rice, she never wanted to eat ordinary rice again. They're not the same thing at all. Even before the second wave of beasts began, she couldn't resist wanting to trade with Su Ming again. But I held back. After all, I told him it was only 10 Gene, 5 caddies, but now I feel like I'm deceiving him. After the second wave ended, they immediately contacted him. They lied and said they had killed the boss and obtained the materials. Su Ming, half an ounce of spirit rice or a rare grade equipment. Yushu, isn't it half an ounce of spirit rice and a piece of level 1 equipment? Su Ming, the price has gone up. When Yushu saw Su Ming's reply, his eyes widened in surprise. She felt a little regretful, wondering if she should have offered more in exchange with Su Ming. I shouldn't have swapped with him little by little. Yushu, how can you raise prices like this? One price after another, and it hasn't even been a day yet. Su Ming, because I'm a shrewd businessman. Chapter 44 Public Opinion Critique, Points Ranking. In the end, Yushu only managed to exchange 10 Gene of flowing gold sand for half an ounce of spirit rice, losing 1 less rare grade equipment than last time. After the transaction was completed, Su Ming began crafting the equipment and then announced that he would be selling it. Opening the trading channel, I found that the activity level here is even higher than after the last Beast Tide. He's gone mad. Su Ming killed a lord. It's absolutely true. It's basically certain that his unit type is mechanical. Everything I just said is true, and there are also images that the other party sent back before they died. Su Ming is despicable. He actually killed other lords at will. He's utterly lawless. That's right, these heinous criminals must be punished. He has already dropped nuclear bombs on our allies, which is tantamount to violating our interests. He must be sanctioned. Soon, someone uploaded a picture. It shows footage of a large-scale drone bombing. It was taken by a young man on his deathbed. We should unite and help each other. But Su Ming broke this rule, so we must teach him a lesson and not let them run wild like this. That's right. Without rules, there can be no order. This murder of a lord cannot be left unpunished. The chat channel was filled with attacks on Su Ming. They even wanted to force him to come out and apologize. But their words displeased many lords, who wondered when these few people could represent them. When will I have to listen to them? Who do you think you are to represent us? Killing a lord is an unforgivable crime. 3 days ago, I was being hunted down by other lords' troops. Luckily, I ran fast and escaped with my life. Some people have already started killing lords. Exactly, who do you think you are? I think you're all spineless. He's exploiting you like this, and you're still willing to speak up for him. Can't you stand up for yourself? You spineless good for nothing. We're fighting for your rights right now, and you're still speaking up for him like this? What are you up to? The arguing continued, and Su Ming naturally saw it all. These lords who formed the Anti-Machine Alliance are really making me a target of hatred. Su Ming stroked his chin. If he knew the enemy's location, he would immediately lead his troops there and raze them to the ground. Just as he was about to release the message, an announcement rang out. The leaderboard is now open. All lords are welcome to check it out. The top 10 lords in terms of points will receive special rewards, and the lord with the highest points will receive a unique special reward. Lords, please strive to defeat all enemies and successfully reach the top of the rankings. The leaderboard is now open. The arguments in the chat channel also stopped, and everyone opened the newly released points leaderboard. The same goes for Su Ming. Beast Tide points ranking. First place, Land of the Dead, points, 2,765. Second place, City of Earth Dragons, points, 2,543. Third place, Black Dragon Castle, points, 2,398. Fourth place, Goblin City, points, 2,298. Fifth place, Mechanical City, points 2098. Sixth place. 10th place, Seven Colored Python City, points 1789. 19th place. The leaderboard is updated after each beast tide. Those who make the list are basically all castle lords, possessing great power. Am I only ranked 5th? I really can't underestimate any lord. Su Ming noticed his ranking. He had expected that even if he couldn't get first place now, he would at least be in the top 3, but he didn't expect to be ranked 5th. There are many powerful castle lords. But how exactly are the points calculated? Is it based on the number of monsters? But it seems that the number of monsters encountered by each lord is different. Su Ming thought of Tao Yao Yao. She didn't encounter many monsters during the first wave of the flood. The second wave should be the same, otherwise she couldn't have killed them faster than me. Su Ming pondered what the pattern was for gaining points. Is it linked to the time it takes to repel the enemy? It's still tied to territory. If it's tied to territory, my method of shrinking my territory on my own probably won't work. Move the defensive line forward, and then repel the beast tide as quickly as possible next time. This was the solution Su Ming came up with. It can't really be called a solution, it's more of a guess, since he doesn't yet know the rules for obtaining points. The information will be released soon, and equipment will be available for purchase. Su Ming posted another message. If anyone knows the location of the Anti-Mechanical Alliance Lord, providing information will be rewarded. Alright, Su Ming, get ready. I've had my eye on these guys for a long time. They're always pontificating and giving orders. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were the ones who called the shots in the 88888 gold zone. That's right, these guys are too arrogant and disrespectful. They're always threatening sanctions. Who do they think they are? I have a position for the Anti-Mechanical Alliance Lord right here. I'll send it to Boss Su Ming now. Our Anti-Mechanical Alliance has 3 castle lords who are ranked on the leaderboard. If you dare to touch any of our members, we will fight you to the death. Platinum City, ranked 8th. If you dare to reveal your position, believe me, Boss Su Ming will come and take you down right now. Hee. Then I would really love to welcome him. Mechanical units are just inferior units. In my eyes, they're just a pile of scrap metal, nothing special. What's the point of all this nonsense? If you got the guts, just tell us the location of your territory and see if Boss Su Ming dares to mess with you. Hundreds of nuclear bombs would be dropped on you, instantly vaporizing your territory. Su Ming closed the chat channel and made a note of the Mechanical Alliance. He didn't care about the other side forming an anti-mechanical alliance, but they were too arrogant. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they would really think he was easy to bully. It's a pity we don't know their location yet, otherwise we really would have gone to kill them. There's still time before the next wave of beasts. After conquering their territory, my castle can be upgraded again. During the beast tide, the expansion of territory was not continued, and the castle upgrade progress was naturally put on hold. Now that we have occupied the opponent's territory, the territory size has reached 122, which meets the upgrade requirements. City of Machines. Rank, 7 stars. Territory limit, 122 tiles invaded. Effect, reduces production time and increases storage capacity in the machine factory. Upgrade requirements, 80,000 wood, 130 territories, 70 crystals. A symbol of lordship. Owning a castle signifies that you have passed the beginner stage and are now capable of participating in the struggle for supremacy. In one go, it leveled up 4 times, reaching a 7-star castle. At the same time, the production time in the machine factory was reduced by 0.4 minutes, and the production time of the RX-78 was reduced to half of the original time. Everything is fine, except the storage is too small. It would be great if the storage capacity could be doubled. Su Ming was a little worried. Is the intensity going up in Chapter 45? After equipping the equipment, Su Ming redeployed the defenses on his territory, no longer using parts of the territory as a buffer zone. Then the arrow towers were placed in areas with weak defenses. Su Ming had no intention of setting up these things. He was confident that he could hold out with the machinery at his disposal. Because of the points system, and because the defensive line has been lengthened after annexing the opponent's territory, more defensive forces naturally need to be deployed. The arrow towers may not be very powerful, but they're better than nothing. Even if those monsters were to dismantle them, it would still take some time. With everything prepared, the third wave of beasts arrived. From afar, you could hear their roars, and there were even more of them than last time. The quantity has tripled compared to last time. The tank monsters clear the way, and there's also an organized attack. Through the images projected back from the GX-86, Su Ming saw the attacking monster first. Leading the way are the first wave of beast horde bosses, the stone giants. There are 5 of them, but they are not elite level. Then came different kinds of monsters. The stone giants are clearing the way for the monsters behind them. If it were any other lord, they would probably have a headache, but my mechanical abilities can get past you. Su Ming issued the order. The GX-90, equipped with a self-destructing mechanical dog, flew out. The stone giants stood at the forefront like a giant city wall, absorbing the firepower, but they were helpless against flying objects in the air. The GX-90 easily bypassed the city wall in front of it and launched an indiscriminate bombardment of the monster horde behind it. In addition to carrying mechanical dogs, some GX-90s also carry cluster bombs with mounting modules. When the bombs fall, they reap the lives of monsters in large numbers. After completing 1 round of bombing, the GX-90 began its return journey, preparing for the next round. Just then, dozens of swift falcons swooped out, their sharp talons tearing through the GX-90's metal shell and destroying all the internal parts. In a matter of moments, dozens of GX-90s were destroyed, crashed to the ground, and trampled into pieces by the monsters. Gale destroyed them. Su Ming was not surprised and immediately dispatched GT Gale to fight. GT Gale is a war-type machine with extremely high mobility in the air and firepower that is no weaker than other mechanical units. After successfully killing its target, the Swift Falcon saw more mechanical constructs flying towards it. It narrowed its eyes and shot out like a bullet. Its sharp claws are confident they can tear everything apart, shredding the machinery in front of it into scrap metal. The red light in its pupils moved rapidly, and GT Gale quickly locked on to the Swift Falcon's extreme speed. Seeing the incoming claw attack, it easily dodged it with a single takeoff, and at the same time, the missiles loaded on its shoulders were immediately launched. With a loud boom, the Swift Falcon's back was blown to smithereens. As it fell to the ground, the machine gun in GT Gale's hand fired several more shots at it. After easily eliminating the target, quickly move on to other targets. GT, there's more than one Gale. Su Ming has sent out 30 this time. However, this beast tide was not limited to the Swift Falcon. Other flying raptors appeared one after another and launched an attack on GT Gale. Even if the enemy has a numerical advantage, the GT Gale is a war machine that can quickly determine the direction of the enemy's attack and then deliver a devastating blow. The flying raptors fell to the ground like rain, and the GT Gale was like an aerial killer, protecting Su Ming's aerial territory and preventing any foreign enemies from invading. GT, while the Gale is powerful, it is inevitable that some will perish or be damaged when faced with such a large number of monsters. When it is about to be destroyed, GT Crazy will enter a specific self-destruct sequence, rushing directly towards the enemy and self-destructing with them. While its self-destruction power is not as great as that of the RX-78, it should not be underestimated. With no problems on the main battlefield, Su Ming looked at the defenses in the other 2 directions. Old Wolf, along with his main silver wolves, was specifically tasked with hunting down any monsters that were missed, allowing the RX 20 to unleash its attacks without any worries. They're working really hard. It seems like keeping them in the first place was the right decision. Su Ming nodded, then looked to the other side. Several arrow towers were set up here, and their function was the same as that of the main Silver Wolf, to shoot down monsters that crossed the defensive line. After all, the range of the arrow turret is not as long as that of the RX-20, but the firing range of the bullets is already twice that of the arrow turret, not to mention the missiles it carries. Su Ming directed the battlefield, immediately dispatching new machinery to replace any missing pieces. The fierce battle continues as always. Monsters can be seen everywhere in the sky and on the ground. Among them are many high-level monsters and even quite a few rank 9 intermediate elites. These kinds of monsters are the final monsters of the previous wave, or even the boss. But now it's appearing in the third wave. That's insane. The sheer scale of it made even Su Ming's scalp tingle. The third wave is not only twice as numerous as the second wave, but also several times more difficult. Compared to the previous two waves, this is nothing. The range is a bit too large. How many lords could withstand such intensity? Even lords with top-tier troops would probably find it difficult to contend with. Su Ming's expression was solemn. This is only the third wave. Rare monsters may appear in the fourth and fifth waves. Rare? How many lords besides themselves could defend against such a monster? Suddenly, Su Ming thought of a possibility and said, could it be that my castle level is too high? That's why it has attracted so many monsters. In the mechanical city of 7 stars, he could confidently say that no one in this region could reach such a level. The castle level combined with a landlord title is probably what attracts so many monsters. Once I figure this out, if I continue with my current fighting style, I'll soon be able to surpass everyone else and reach the top spot. Round after round of attacks were blocked, and the ground was littered with corpses, the blood having long since stained it dark red. Under the onslaught of the GT Gale, not a single bird of prey in the sky was able to cross the defensive line. They were all intercepted. Rumble. The ground shook violently, and a black lizard crawled out from underground. It had sharp horns on its body and 3 tails, making it very different from other lizards. As the boss of the third wave of beasts finally appeared, the appearance of the boss signifies that the third wave of beasts has reached its final stage. Once it is killed, the third wave of beasts can be declared over. It's the final stage, so I don't need to hold back anymore. Su Ming began deploying machinery to encircle and annihilate the final boss. He didn't need to deploy the first 2 waves, but this lizard was level 9, advanced, so it naturally deserved the utmost respect. The production speed of the mechanical factory is now much faster than it was at the beginning. With all 4 production lines operating simultaneously, it can still kill even rare-level monsters. Chapter 46, Su Ming drops out of the top 10. The third wave of Beast Tide is too strong. With such an increase in strength, I'm afraid many lords won't be able to withstand the fourth wave of Beast Tide. Is this really a gradual increase? I feel like it's not the same intensity as the previous 2 waves at all. The water temperature is too high. I probably won't be able to hold off the next wave. The lunch we're going to have later will probably be the last meal for many lords. There are only 3,487 people left. It is estimated that after the 4th wave of Beast Tide, there will be only 2,000 left. The final boss of the 3rd wave is already a high-level monster, so there will definitely be high-level monsters in the 4th wave. My God, my troops are only at the high level. Look, the leaderboard has been updated. Big Boss Su Ming is not in the top 10. No way. Su Ming is so strong. How could he have fallen out of the top 10? That doesn't make sense. Wait, his score hasn't changed. Does that mean his battle isn't over yet? I've already told you, mechanical units are trash units. He's probably putting up a last-ditch resistance right now. It seems that he will be swallowed up by the Beast Tide without our anti-mechanical alliance even needing to intervene. What a pity. In Area 88888, in a mountainous region, a castle sits there, and dozens of trolls lie on the ground resting, their snoring filling the air. Many trolls were also bandaging their own wounds. His points haven't increased at all. It seems that Su Ming is nothing special. I even considered him a rival. Now it seems that he is not worth mentioning at all. Gaoren looked at the rankings on the leaderboard and smiled coldly. This time, his troll city jumped from 8th to 4th place, and is very close to the 1st place. He is confident that he can reach the top position after the next wave of Beast Tide ends. Beast Tide points ranking. 1st place, Land of the Dead, points, 6,765. Second place, City of Earth Dragons, points, 6543. Third place, Black Dragon Castle, points, 5980. Fourth place, Troll City, points, 5,678. Fifth place, I'll be able to climb to number 1 soon. But who exactly is number 1? I've asked so many people, and none of them know. Gao Ran frowned as she looked at the leaderboard. Judging from the name of the castle, it should be an undead unit. Undead are considered top-tier units. If we could get him on board, that would be the best outcome. Gao Ran continued looking down and saw that her allies were ranked 7th and 8th, which was a slight drop from before, but still within the top 10. As long as it remains in the top 10, it's a great brand, attracting more lords to join the alliance and grow stronger. It's a pity that you Shu didn't join my alliance. Otherwise, 4 of the top 10 lords would belong to my anti-mechanical alliance. Gao Ran saw the 7-colored Python City, which was ranked 6th, and felt a little regretful. This leaderboard is the best opportunity to build your reputation within the league. Once the alliance's banner is raised, more lords will join, and you will become the leader of the alliance, enjoying more resources and leveling up faster. As for Su Ming, he was merely a stepping stone for Su Ming's development. Su Ming's reputation as a shrewd businessman was used to attract more people to his side. Just as Gao Ran was about to close the leaderboard, the rankings changed again. Su Ming's name jumped up and squeezed into the top 3. Gao Ran, on the other hand, dropped to 5th place. Third, how was that possible? Gao Ran was shocked. Wasn't he still ranked outside the top 10? How could he suddenly jump to 3rd place? Did he just defeat the Beast Tide and finish calculating his points? Even so, he shouldn't have gotten this position. Time and the lack of territory are the criteria for judging points. Su Ming defeated the Beast Tide later than us, so how could he still get such a high score? Gao Ran gritted her teeth, feeling it was utterly absurd. I glanced at the chat channel and saw many people mocking him, saying things like, "You're trampled underfoot by trash. What trash are you?" He was so angry that he started cursing. He started typing furiously in the chat channel. However, since he couldn't use swear words in the chat channel, he could only roar angrily in the castle. Tao Yao Yao. Su Ming, I saw in the chat channel and thought you were going to give up. I was so scared. Su Ming, this time it was just a bit more difficult to deal with, and it took a little longer. Tier 9, advanced, still an elite, with ridiculously strong defense. If it weren't for the RX-20's bullets gaining armor-piercing effects in the ammunition upgrade factory, it is estimated that it would take at least several hours of continuous firing to penetrate the enemy's defenses. But it's okay now, it doesn't take that much time. Thinking about the intensity of the 3rd wave of Beast Tide, Su Ming sent a message to Tao Yao Yao to inquire. Su Ming, the Beast Tide has become much stronger. Are you sure you can handle the 4th wave? Tao Yao Yao, don't worry, Su Ming. This time, I got a blueprint for an energy tower. It can absorb the energy of fairies and use it as cannonballs. It's quite powerful. Peach Blossom, Su Ming, are you too amazing? Even the monsters in the Beast Tide have become stronger. Tao Yao Yao, how about I give you that golden orb? I haven't used it yet. Su Ming, you haven't used it yet? Tao Yao Yao, because it was originally yours. Su Ming was a little angry when he saw Tao Yao Yao's reply. The reason I didn't accept the Golden Fairy's gift was that I intended to save it for Tao Yao Yao to defend against the Beast Tide, but I didn't expect that she wouldn't use it and would keep it until now. Su Ming, you used it right now. Did you hear me? You don't need to worry about my situation. His goal is to be number 1 on the leaderboard. Tao Yao Yao, I was just worried about you. Su Ming, what's inside the Golden Sphere? After waiting a long time without receiving a reply from Tao Yao Yao, Su Ming asked again. Su Ming, haven't you used it yet? Peach Blossom, don't be angry, Boss Su Ming, I'll use it now. Peach Blossom, wow. Su Ming, this is an epic holy spring. I can finally soak in hot springs now. Epic. Upon seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at Tao Yao Yao's luck. Based on the fairy gifts I received before, the Golden Fairy gift doesn't guarantee an epic item. It only has a certain probability. I just didn't expect that Peach Blossom would bloom on its very first try. She must be the first lord to obtain an epic item. Su Ming was a little envious of this lucky girl. Peach Blossom, Su Ming, this holy spring is amazing. My fairy can recover her energy after soaking in it for a while, which is perfect for working with the turret we just built. Excited. Peach Blossom, Boss Su Ming, there are 2 more purple orbs. Why don't you take them first? I have enough holy spring. This was also a gift from the fairy that Su Ming hadn't taken when they traded the demon beef jerky before. Su Ming, no need. Keep it for later use. Just return it to me next time. Turn off the chat. Su Ming noticed the message sent by Yushu. One concern is one's own safety. The other is the trade of spiritual rice. However, Su Ming did not reply to her this time and chose to ignore her. I finally got some good stuff from this beast hide. Su Ming looked at the construction blueprints in his hand. Ancient tusk cannon construction, weapon factory construction blueprints. Chapter 47 Giant Cannons and Weapon Factory. 2 rare blueprints. If the boss hadn't dropped those 2 blueprints, Su Ming might have taken the golden fairy gift from Tao Yaoyao, because he had already sensed the intensity of the beast tide. If this level of enhancement continues, Tier 9, high level, monsters will appear in the 4th wave of beast tide, and the boss may be a rare level monster. Rare and elite. It's enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. And this is only the 4th wave. What about the 5th wave? So these 2 drawings appeared at the perfect time. This giant cannon can be placed on the front line, and other machinery can be moved to the other 2 flanks to relieve the pressure on both sides. After selecting the location, Su Ming began construction. The construction of the giant cannon requires 5,000 energy crystals and 500 alien crystals. Moreover, once completed, it cannot be moved and must be fixed in this position. However, it can be demolished, but demolition takes 1 day, and construction materials will still be required when rebuilding. Rumble. After construction was completed, the ground rumbled, and a giant cannon, as big as a small mountain, was placed in Su Ming's territory. It's 20 stories high, with a cannon barrel nearly 40 meters long, and an even more terrifying muzzle of 800 millimeters. What the heck? You're telling me this is a giant cannon? Su Ming stared in disbelief at the giant cannon before him. This isn't some giant cannon. It's a massive steel beast. Standing to the side, I felt as insignificant as an ant. This is simply a weapon of mass destruction. One shell hits, and it's not just here but there. Looking at the steel beast before him, Su Ming couldn't wait to test its power. Summon the giant cannon panel. Ancient Tasif cannon. Attack methods. Artillery fire. Charging. Cooldown. 30 minutes / shot. Consumable. 5,000 energy crystals / 500 alien crystals. Increasing the consumption also increases the power. Description. A super steel behemoth built by Tasif. Known as the overlord of the land. It was named after itself for its giant cannon. Each shot required a huge amount of energy to propel it, and after a few were built due to the enormous energy consumption, it was abandoned. The description is accurate. This is indeed a steel beast. Each shot costs 5,000 energy crystals, which most lords probably can't afford, and that's the minimum cost. A single shot costs 5,000, and even Su Ming would find it difficult to withstand such a huge drain on his energy. He couldn't fire more than a few shots. Su Ming stroked the steel beast in front of him and muttered to himself, I wonder how many energy crystals it will consume at most, and how much power it can unleash. I can't wait to blast that damn cannon. But I held back. Anyway, I'll be able to test the power of this giant cannon soon, so I shouldn't waste it now. Reluctantly returning to their residence, they could still clearly see the steel beast lying there majestically, deterring any scoundrels in the distance, even from the castle's location. Su Ming took out the second blueprint and began construction. A weapons factory rose from the ground, with 3 cannon muzzles hanging on the roof, looking very imposing. Open the weapon factory operation interface. The familiar interface was exactly the same as the equipment crafting factory, so Su Ming didn't need to familiarize himself with it much. He already knew it like the back of his hand. Weapon production, custom weapons, defense towers. However, unlike the equipment crafting factory, the weapon factory has an additional defense tower option. They can even build defense towers? This weapons factory is impressive. Su Ming was a little surprised. He opened the tower building interface and found that all the options were dark except for 2 that were lit up. Arrow towers and watchtowers. Do I need blueprints to build a defensive tower? Not even an upgrade? Su Ming found that the conditions for the defense tower were a bit harsh, since the blueprints were obtained randomly and could not be traded, so it was all up to luck. However, his focus is not on the defensive towers. It's weapons production. In addition to cold weapons, weapons factories can also produce firearms. Before starting weapon production, Su Ming first upgraded the weapon factory. Weapons factory. Level 9 advanced. Weapon production, custom weapons, defense towers. Upgrade requirements, 10,000 energy crystals, 5,000 different crystals, 5 crystal cores. This upgrading to a rare grade factory requires 5 crystal cores. That's a bit too much. Upon seeing the upgrade requirements, Su Ming couldn't help but gasp. The crystal core consumption is 5 times that of other factories. Enter custom weapon production. Having gained experience in the equipment manufacturing plant, I can also use the weapon factory's interface with ease. 5 minutes later, Su Ming customized a weapon for himself and then began production. 10 minutes later, a weapon resembling a shotgun appeared in Su Mingzhong's possession. It is dark gold in color, and the loading position on the back has been replaced by a special transparent sphere with flowing gold sand inside. It requires a different crystal to activate. The Sandstorm Separatists. Rare weapon. This is the best weapon I can make from the materials I currently have, and it looks pretty good. Su Ming looked at the flowing killer splitter in his hand with great satisfaction. The main ingredient is gold sand. Yushu must have quite a few more. They must have all come from the shepherd. They always say that monsters drop flowing gold sand, but how come you encounter stone giants that drop flowing gold sand materials every time there's a beast tide? Su Ming complained to Yushu. When Yushu came to him again to exchange for spirit rice, he guessed her little tricks. They probably didn't dare to say there was a large amount of gold dust because they were afraid of asking for too much. Of course, that's not why I'm ignoring her this time. It's because we need to expedite the production of weapons. After completing the weapons test, Su Ming called Old Wolf and the others over. They were positioned at the rear, responsible for clearing out the remaining fish. They weren't seriously injured, but some of their mechanical legs were damaged. The Old Wolf asked respectfully, "My lord, what are your orders?" Su Ming's gaze swept over them one by one, and he said, "If your mechanical legs are broken, come directly to me and I'll replace them with new ones. Furthermore, the beast tide is getting stronger and stronger, and your current strength is no longer enough to keep up." Upon hearing this, Old Wolf's expression changed, and before Su Ming could finish speaking, he interrupted, "The Lord has granted us a new life, and we are willing to die on the battlefield." Su Ming was taken aback, realizing that Old Wolf had misunderstood, and said, "I'm not preventing you from going to the battlefield. I just want to provide you with some new weapons. The main covered silver wolf's level isn't very high. It's only at the intermediate level. They certainly won't be able to cope with the upcoming beast tide, so there's an urgent need to help them improve their strength. It's impossible to level them up, but leveling up doesn't necessarily increase strength. There are many other ways to increase strength. For example, replacing their teeth and claws. Replace it with a stronger, harder, and more lethal metal material. Chapter 48, Modifying the Main Silver Wolf. Chat channel. Where's Su Ming? Why isn't he listing any equipment this time? Yeah, they haven't even sent any messages this time. What's going on? Could it be that even someone as powerful as Su Ming can't survive this beast tide? Didn't you guys notice that although Su Ming came in 3rd place this time, it took him a long time to tally up his points? Did he really put in a lot of effort to defeat the final boss? No way. Su Ming is one of the strongest lords and the first castle lord. He probably won't be able to withstand the next wave of beast tides. Just you wait and see. No way. I'm still waiting for Su Ming's equipment to save my life. The unscrupulous merchant's mechanical units only gained an initial advantage. This kind of inferior unit will show its true colors in the face of the beast tide. They think they can mess with my anti-mechanical alliance? That's ridiculous. They don't even know their own limitations. Don't be arrogant. Boss Su Ming is so powerful, he can definitely survive the beast tide. That's right, he'll definitely get 1st place. 7-Colored Python City. Yushu noticed the Lord's discussion in the chat channel. Is Su Ming really going to give up? He didn't even reply to me about this deal, so things probably aren't going well for him. Yushu couldn't help but feel worried. She naturally didn't want to see Su Ming die in the beast tide. After all, his troops are still very useful, as they can craft equipment and improve troop combat power. As long as they are brought into the alliance he plans to form, they will definitely receive a huge boost. Only, what a pity. Yushu sighed. Even if I wanted to help him, I couldn't. We can only hope that he can pull through. City of Earth Dragons. I didn't realize that Earth Dragons are so strong after they've eaten their fill. It's all my fault for not feeding you properly before. The man looked at the 4 earthworms eating in front of him and knew he had wronged them. After the first two waves of beast tides, they obtained a large amount of food, which finally allowed the earth dragons to have a good meal. It was this hearty meal that allowed him to witness the power and ferocity of the earth dragon during the third wave of beast tides. One head is worth more than 1,000 troops, and when well fed, it is invincible. The man opened a trading area, and the food was no longer priced as outrageously as before. After all, the surviving lords all had a lot of food, and if they couldn't finish it, they would naturally throw it into the trading area to exchange for resources. With more people selling, the price naturally drops. The man took this opportunity to buy a lot of things to keep for future use. After all, there are only 5 waves of beast tides. Once they end, it won't be so easy to get a lot of food again, and the price of food may also go up, so it's best to stock up on some first. After making most of his purchases, the man opened the leaderboard and saw his castle's name in second place. The third is Ming. As expected, as someone I consider a rival, he actually ranked third. He does have some ability, but I'll add you as a friend after I reach number 1. Then let's see if you dare to refuse me then, humph. Ming was helping the main silver wolves adjust their weapons and didn't have time to produce equipment to put in the trading area. After 3 hours of production and adaptation, the main silver wolf was equipped with brand new gear. Its teeth have been replaced with titanium alloy steel teeth, which can bite off a large chunk of trees and boulders with a single bite. Their claws have also been replaced with more robust diamond claws, capable of easily tearing through the defenses of high-level monsters. My lord, these new teeth and claws are too strong. After some experimentation, the old wolf excitedly ran up to Ming and said. Ming nodded. That's good. I'm just worried you won't be used to it. I really like it. It's like it was tailor-made for me. There's no discomfort at all. The old wolf suddenly exerted force with its claws, and the sharp blade instantly shot out. Then, with a graceful turn and leap, it swiftly severed the large tree behind it. Upon seeing this, the RX-30 ran over and transported the trees away for recycling. Not bad. Sumin Nadith. Judging from the situation, you've adapted quite well. I feel much more at ease leaving the defense of the West to you. The old wolf immediately stood up straight. I will definitely not let you down, sir. With 3 hours remaining, Ming began producing equipment and some weapons. This time, only some very common materials were used for production, such as high-quality steel, iron ingots, and yellow rock. Naturally, no rare-grade equipment was produced. 2 hours later, a large batch of equipment was produced. Ming put it directly on the shelves, adding that it could be purchased with energy crystals. I have a major consumer of energy right now, and if I don't get more energy crystals, I probably won't be able to fire more than a few shots. Here it comes. Boss Ming's equipment has arrived as scheduled. Finally, it's here. I am saved. Thank you, Boss Ming, for saving my life. Holy crap, they actually sell weapons. That's great. Awesome. My goblin can finally get new equipment. Before, he used wooden spears and stone axes as weapons. Now he can finally use metal weapons. After listing his equipment, Ming ignored the messages in the chat channel and noticed that Yushu had sent another message. Yushu, I heard you had a very difficult time resisting the third wave of beasts. Are you confident about the fourth wave? Ming, simple, my goal is first place. First? Upon seeing the message from Ming, Yushu was taken aback. It's unclear where he got the courage. Just as I was about to reply, I saw another message from Ming. Ming, how much flowing gold sand do you have left? I want all. Yushu glanced at it and saw that the stock of Lejinsho was 80 gene. I replied immediately. Yushu, there are still 50 gene left. Ming, that's too little. Ming, by the way, I need some metal materials. If you can get them, I'll trade you some attribute-enhancing food. Afterwards, Ming sent over the necessary materials. There are as many as 5 or 6 kinds. Looking at the message Ming sent, Yushu thought to himself, so he's finally asking me for help? This is just the beginning. Just as she was about to ask Ming to pay some spirit rice as a deposit, she saw that he had sent her another message. Ming, you give me 20 gene of gold dust as a deposit. Upon seeing this message, Yushu was stunned. After reading it several times, I was sure I hadn't misunderstood. It was I who was going to give Ming 20 gene of gold dust as a deposit. Yushu, you've got it backwards. Shouldn't you be the one giving me the deposit first? Ming, it's not backwards. It's just that you're giving it to me to prevent you from promising to get it, but then failing to do so. Yushu, Yushu, you can't just pull off a free lunch like this, can you? Don't treat me like a fool. Su-Ming, how could that be? As long as you can get your hands on these materials, I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the attribute-enhancing food. At this moment, Yushu realized what was happening. Yushu, do you have any other foods that permanently increase attributes? Chapter 49, The Power of the Giant Cannon. Testing a new weapon. The fourth wave of beasts is coming. Standing beneath the giant cannon, Su-Ming saw, through the images transmitted back by the GX-86, a large number of monsters approaching his territory. There's so many this time. There must be 4,000 or 5,000. Upon seeing this scene, Su-Ming's expression became more serious. At the very front are elite stone giants, followed by various monsters, the lowest level being 9, intermediate, and then monsters that Su-Ming had never encountered before. Their faces were grotesque, like withered old trees. They held dry branches in their hands and muttered something unintelligible as they reinforced the defenses of the stone giants in front of them. This is an even bigger operation than the third wave. If it were any other lord, seeing this scene would surely make their scalp tingle. But Su-Ming wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, he was very excited. He patted the giant cannon next to him and said, "Big guy, let me see your power." Consume 5,000 energy crystals to begin charging the giant cannon. Su-Ming first tested the power at the lowest consumption level, and then gradually increased it to test the power at other levels. Once charging was complete, Su-Ming didn't rush to launch, waiting for the monster in front of him to get closer. 3 minutes later, the beast horde was within sight, and Su-Ming immediately launched. Boom, streepje, streepje, streepje. A deafening roar erupted, so loud that Su-Ming experienced a brief period of hearing loss, and the ground shook violently, as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. The violent tremors even knocked the excavator soldiers within the territory to the ground. Thinking danger was imminent, they quickly clung to nearby rocks, trembling. The silver wolves guarding the west were also startled by the sudden earthquake, and all looked toward the main direction of the attack in their territory. Such a strong earthquake. Was it caused by that long-nosed beast? The old wolf whispered. During the modification and upgrade, he noticed the steel behemoth in the distance. But since Su-Ming didn't mention it, he naturally didn't feel comfortable asking. The tremors that are now being heard are very likely the work of that giant beast. Su-Ming dikabith. I didn't see the trajectory of the 800mm shells. All I saw was a sudden explosion at the center of the beast hide, with all sorts of corpses blasted into the air like a shower of flowers. Su-Ming quickly dispatched a new GX-86, as the previous one was destroyed by the aftershocks. A moment later, the image was transmitted back. A large crater with a diameter of 40 meters appeared in the center. Wow, that's incredible. Is this really just the lowest power level? Su-Ming was so shocked by the scene before him that he was speechless. The once horde of monsters was mostly wiped out, as if it had been erased by an eraser. That's incredible, Su-Ming exclaimed again. No matter how powerful or evil you are, you can't stop this shot. The giant cannon went into cool-down mode, but the beast horde did not retreat because of this shot. Instead, it launched an even more ferocious attack. GX-90 and GT Gale engage in battle. First, conduct aerial bombardment to clear the area, and then ground troops will advance. I've tested the power of the giant cannon. It's time to try out my new weapon. Su-Ming ordered the RX-20 to leave 2 survivors and let them enter the territory. Su-Ming then led his sand splitters to find them. A tier 3, high-level, monster? It's a bit low-level. Let's heat it up with this weapon. Inserting a strange crystal immediately activated the quicksand within the transparent sphere at the bolt position. Seeing the monster enter his firing range, Su-Ming pulled the trigger. Bang! Golden bullets were fired. They were bullets formed from quicksand. Just as it was about to hit its target, the bullet split into countless golden grains of sand, instantly turning the monster in front of it into a swarm of beehives. The power is good, just like in the test. Su-Ming was very satisfied. With a firing range like a rifle and a kill radius like a shotgun, a hit from it basically means no chance of survival. There's one more. Su-Ming quickly aimed at the opponent. Having witnessed the power of that strange shotgun, the monster in front of him moved rapidly from side to side, attacking Su-Ming with a series of leaping movements. Su-Ming raised an eyebrow and fired 3 shots in quick succession. The bullets were fired, splitting into fine sand in midair, forming a dense coverage area that directly killed the monster that was leaping left and right. We need to equip auxiliary accessories. The opponent is a speed type, making it difficult to aim with the naked eye. Su Ming noted down the directions for improvement and planned to make adjustments and incorporate these ideas when producing the next batch. Looking at the battle on the front lines, the mechanical forces are constantly suppressing it, and almost no monsters are able to set foot within its territory. I don't need to worry about the final boss until it appears. Let's go to the other two sides and continue testing the weapons. The battle on the main battlefield was too intense, and there was no chance to let any monsters in, so we could only test our weapons on the other two sides. West. The battle here is fierce, with explosions constantly ringing out, not only on the ground but also in the sky. The flying raptors were numerous and dominated by the GT tornado, which constantly attacked and suppressed them. When one was destroyed, it triggered a self-destruct sequence, crashing directly into the other and destroying itself along with it. They managed to keep the other party out. The ground battles were the most brutal, but the defensive line built by the RX-20s still prevented the monsters from taking a single step. Kill! The old wolf finally saw a monster sneak in and charged at it at full speed. It's not easy to get one in, so he can't act without his orders. It was a Tier 1, advanced, poisonous rat, a level much higher than the old wolf, but he remained fearless. His powerful equipment gave him immense confidence. They are confident that they can deal with advanced enemies. Seeing the main silver wolf charging with murderous intent, the poisonous rat let out a shriek and quickly spat out a mouthful of venom. The wolf didn't dodge. Instead, it leaped and kicked the venom apart. How can mere venom possibly harm my steel body? Let me show you my invincible claws. Sharp metal claws extended, launching a skillful attack. The claws easily tore through the venomous rat's fur, and blood spurted out like a fountain. That's all there is to it. The old wolf looked arrogantly at its prey that had died in front of it, raised its paw to lick off the blood, and suddenly remembered that the paw was extremely sharp. If it licked it, it would probably cut off its tongue. Then, they spotted another fish that had slipped through the net, and old wolf charged straight at it. They are not afraid of monsters that are a whole level higher than them, and can even kill them. The old wolf killed with great gusto, only remembering that his subjects were watching from the sidelines, not participating in the battle, when their cries of discontent arose. Go, let's see just how powerful the new power that the adults have given us really is. The old wolf gave the opportunity to other members of his tribe. Watching them fight bravely, it's hard to imagine that just a few days ago they were prisoners of goblins, but now they have been transformed and can easily kill enemies of a higher level than themselves. This is a new life bestowed upon me by the adults, and I must become stronger to repay them. The old wolf's eyes gleamed with fervor, as if he were making some kind of decision. Chapter 50. The Power of the Giant Cannon. Rare Monster, Crystal Core acquired. Tao Yao Yao side. 9 elven serpents bravely fight ahead, mercilessly tearing apart any creature that approaches their territory. In addition to the battle between the fairy snakes, fairies have also joined the fight this time. The fairies enter the energy tower and contribute their own energy to synthesize an energy projectile that propels them toward the monsters ahead. One amazing energy tower. Tao Yao Yao clapped her hands in delight. The fairies whose energy had been drained became extremely weak, and then entered the sacred spring that Tao Yao Yao had prepared for them. The fairies soaked in the holy spring, and within 5 minutes they regained their vitality. Then it contributes its own energy once again to recharge the energy tower. This process is repeated. Xiao Huang, you're injured. Come back and get treatment right away. When Tao Yao Yao saw that Xiao Huang's scales had fallen off and several ferocious claw marks had appeared on its body, she quickly called it back. Finding an opportunity to slip away, Xiao Huang skillfully plunged into the holy spring with a boom. The power of the sacred spring continuously nourished its body, eliminated its fatigue, helped it regain its energy, and even its wounds gradually healed. 10 minutes later, Xiao Huang was full of energy again and rejoined the battle. This holy spring is truly amazing. It deserves to be called an epic level item. Tao Yao Yao looked at the holy spring that had automatically cleaned itself and couldn't help but marvel. Even severe injuries, covered in blood, can be healed by the holy spring without being contaminated. At the same time, I'm glad that boss Su Ming let her use this golden orb. Otherwise, the fourth wave of Beast Tide would have been extremely difficult. Because of the temple's special ability, whenever a fairy snake is injured, it is sent back to heal it before it rejoins the battle. Even though the fourth wave of monsters numbered as many as 500, they were still firmly kept outside the territory. 7-Colored Python City. Yushu fought valiantly with her glass python, her armor stained with blood and her sword dulled from the blows. The monsters had already invaded her territory. The fourth wave of Beast Tide is too strong. Can I really survive the fifth wave? Yushu was panting. Originally, there were 15 giant pythons, but now only 10 remain. Trattino. Suddenly, a giant python opened its blood-red maw and swallowed a monster 3 times its size, forcibly consuming its energy. At the very moment it finished digesting, the giant python mutated. It's mutated! The bloodline mutation of my totem has finally been triggered. Upon seeing this, Yushu trembled with excitement. The first ability unlocked after obtaining the totem is bloodline mutation. However, the probability of bloodline mutation is very low and extremely unstable. She doesn't even know when the mutation will occur. It could be during a battle, during a meal, or even while sleeping. In short, there are countless possibilities. Just when she thought she couldn't hold on any longer, the mutation occurred. Devouring Python, Tier 1, Rare. A glint of light flashed in Yushu's eyes. The giant python not only completed its mutation level, but also received an upgrade. Yushu rallied his troops and roared, "Kill!" The gold sand was refilled. It was obtained for free from Yushu. As he expected, Yushu had many more such materials. We've tested the new weapon quite a bit, and we're gradually understanding its advantages and disadvantages. Su Ming took out the remaining fish with a single shot, riddling it with bullets, and had a general direction for improving his weapon. Moo! A cow's bellow echoed through the sky, and Su Ming knew that the boss of the fourth wave of Beast Tides had appeared. Back on the front lines, they saw a 20-zhang-tall bull charging forward. This bull was not only fast, but also thick-skinned. Bullets only left shallow marks on it. In the blink of an eye, the demon bull charged into the area within sight. Demon bull. Rank, Tier 1 Rare. Features, Boss Elite Special Enhancement. The final boss is indeed a rare monster, but actually has 3 special characteristics. Su Ming immediately filled the giant cannon. Half an hour of cooling off time had long passed. 5x enhancement. Su Ming used up 25,000 energy crystals directly, reducing the quantity to less than 500. He hadn't intended to use so much, but the boss in front of him had an additional special enhancement compared to before, so he decided to increase it by 5 times to be on the safe side. Demon Bull. I wonder if you'll drop demon beef jerky. While the giant cannon was charging, Su Ming suddenly remembered the food that would increase permanent attributes. After all, the shepherd's permanent attribute food didn't come out of thin air. It must have come from hunting other creatures. I hope so. Once fully charged, the giant cannon aimed at the rampaging demon bull in the distance. Take this shot. Boom. The violent tremors and roars even shattered the clouds in the sky, and the land where the demon bull had been running suddenly exploded. When the smoke cleared, it was nowhere to be seen. The power is indeed terrifying. It could even kill rare-grade items instantly. Su Ming was once again amazed by the power of the giant cannon. The crater created by the blast was twice as big as the last one. Moreover, Su Ming discovered that after the consumption increased 5-fold, the cooldown time of the giant cannon also increased 5-fold, and the next activation time would be 150 minutes later. The greater the consumption, the longer the cooldown time required. However, being able to cool down before the 5th wave of beasts arrives doesn't necessarily delay the use of the giant cannon. After the 4th wave of beasts ended, the RX-30 began clearing the battlefield, transporting all the corpses back to the resource-gathering factory to obtain resources. Since Su Ming couldn't find the demon bull, he could only hope that some of it remained so that he could still obtain resources from it. After the battle ended, Su Ming opened the leaderboard. Beast Tide points ranking. First place, Mechanical City, points, 15,432. Second place, Land of the Dead, points, 6765. Third place, City of Earth Dragons, points, 6,543. Fourth place. Their scores haven't been tallied yet, so the battle probably isn't over. As expected, the faster you repel the beast tide, the more points you gain. This time, the points have doubled. As long as I can finish off the 5th wave of beasts quickly, their points should not surpass mine, and I will firmly hold the 1st place. Su Ming had enough confidence. A higher castle level attracts more monsters, and the next wave will definitely have rare monsters, which will earn you even more points. Moments later, the RX-30 located the corpse of the demon bull and brought it back. Almost nothing was left, just a bull's head. Dissecting the item will yield 10 demon beef, 500 energy crystals, 200 alien crystals, 1 crystal core, 1 prism tower construction blueprint, blue, and 1 steel wall construction blueprint, blue. Finally got the crystal core. Chapter 51 Upgrade, 2 rare factories. As expected, crystal cores can only be obtained by killing rare level monsters, and now I can upgrade the factory level. Instead of dissecting the cow, Su Ming threw the head into the collection facility. The resource gathering factory has been upgraded to a high level, significantly increasing the probability of obtaining double the resources compared to before. What if? The dissection of the demon bull is complete. Rewards: 20 demon beef, 1,000 energy crystals, 400 alien crystals, 2 crystal cores, 2 prism tower construction blueprints, blue, 2 steel wall construction blueprints, blue. Double the resources. Su Ming smiled with satisfaction. My luck is finally turning around. Take out the devil beef, which differs from devil beef jerky by only 1 word. I don't know if it's the same thing. Demon beef, after consumption, increases personal attributes by 100% and then permanently increases attributes by 20. No side effects, and it contains even more than the devil beef jerky. Su Ming was a little surprised. So, the drying process of devil beef reduces its effectiveness and adds side effects. Is this the original attribute? At this point, Su Ming realized the problem. Is it because this kind of food can't be preserved for long? So the Goblin King made demon beef into demon beef jerky, so that it could be preserved for a long time? Or is it that the Goblin King found the demon beef jerky elsewhere, and it wasn't obtained by him from killing the demon bull? This needs to be verified. If maintaining freshness is required, devil beef cannot be stored for as long as spirit rice. The longer it is stored, the more its properties are lost, which is why it needs to be made into demon beef jerky. I obtained quite a lot of demon beef. I can verify it. If there really is a requirement for preservation, we should pay attention to this when obtaining food that increases permanent attributes in the future. Take out a piece of devil beef and grill it first. While waiting, Su Ming looked at 2 other construction blueprints. 2 defensive towers, which can be built on the east side. There's a giant cannon on the front, a powerful firing point. To the west are maned silver wolves. Although they can only serve as backup, their combat strength is quite good. After being mechanically enhanced, they can deal with high-level monsters. Having chosen a suitable location, Su Ming built the prism tower on the east side of his territory. A straight thing, like a telephone pole, stood on the ground. Light prism tower. Level, Tier 1 beginner. Attack method, laser. It can fire 3 laser beams per second. The prism towers can be linked together to increase their power. Connecting them increases power, meaning the more prism towers you build, the greater the power. Su Mingjue found this defensive tower interesting. Although he only has 2 blueprints for building the prism tower, he has a weapons factory. Once you obtain the blueprint for the defense tower, you can unlock it and begin production. This defensive tower is pretty good. Su Ming constructed the 2nd prism tower, causing it to connect within its range. However, the prism tower was neither upgraded nor put into continued production. The main problem is that there isn't enough energy right now. We need to wait until the RX-30 has finished cleaning up the battlefield, then upgrade the factory and reserve the production needed to face the 5th wave of beasts before we can upgrade the prism tower. After completing the construction of the prism tower, Su Ming built 2 steel walls. After all, we have 2 design drawings, so we can't waste them. Half an hour later, after the battlefield was cleaned up, Su Ming looked at his less than 500 energy crystals and finally had more. Su Ming summoned the factory panel and said, "We have enough energy crystals. We can upgrade the factory now." 2 crystal cores can upgrade 2 factories to the rare level. As for which 2 factories to upgrade, Su Ming already had a plan in mind. Switch to the quenching plant. This is currently the fastest way to improve combat power. By upgrading the tempering factory to the rare level, the machinery can be tempered and strengthened. Refining factory. Rank, Tier 1 rare. Refinable models. RX, GX, GT. Upgrade requirements. 5,000 energy crystals, 500 different crystals, 2 crystal cores. After completing the upgrade, Su Ming can check the effects of the temporary machinery. RX, 78. After self-destruction, it left a contaminated area on the ground that lasted for 60 minutes. RX, 20. Increases attack range, enhances bullet penetration, and boosts module power. RX, 30. Enhanced search capabilities. Transport based on rarity or resource quantity. Can also transport monsters not killed by you. GX, 90. Increases flight range and altitude. GX, 86. Enhanced exploration range and stealth capabilities. GT Gale. Increases ammunition power, self-destructs and explodes, generating lava on the ground for 30 minutes. Su Ming was very satisfied with the new tempering and strengthening direction, but the consumption of tempering also increased, requiring more exotic crystals than before. After completing the upgrade of the tempering factory, Su Ming switched to the ammunition factory. The ammunition factory is already at full capacity. To continue upgrading, you need to upgrade to the rare level and unlock the major upgrade to further enhance the ammunition. Ammunition Upgrade Factory. Rank, Tier 1 Rare. Upgrade requirements. 5,000 energy crystals, 500 different crystals, 2 crystal cores. After the upgrade is complete, the new ammunition enhancement information can be viewed. Ammunition attributes. Bullets, missiles, and other ammunition acquire attribute effects. Initial attribute. Radiation is available upon unlocking. Unlocking requires 10,000 energy crystals, 500 alien crystals. Additional attributes? Unlocking it directly grants the radiation effect, so the remaining enhancements should all be attribute-oriented. Su Ming had a general understanding. Gaining attribute enhancements is quite good. For example, fireballs are more effective when dealing with plant-type monsters. It can kill it faster and save a lot of ammunition. But upon seeing the unlocking of this major enhancement, Su Ming rubbed his temples, saying 10,000 universal crystals. Unlocking this enhancement consumes quite a lot. After the previous factory upgrades, as well as mechanical production and refining, energy crystals and heterogeneous crystals are in severe shortage. If the ammunition factory is significantly upgraded, there will be a shortage of resources. Let's produce the weapons and equipment first, sell them, and then unlock them. Su Ming began producing weapons and equipment. Fortunately, the equipment produced by the weapons factory and equipment factory does not require energy crystals, but only the corresponding metal materials. Su Ming ate the roasted demon beef while waiting for the equipment to be produced. I have to say that fresh beef is really delicious. It tastes much better than beef jerky, and it doesn't make you feel weak after eating it, which is great. Open the leaderboard. The rankings have been updated. Su Ming saw that he was still in first place, and the second place player had not surpassed him, which put him at ease. He wasn't interested in looking at the rankings, so he closed the leaderboard. But some people, after seeing the updated leaderboard, stared intently at the first place, their chests bulging with anger, as if they were about to explode. For example, Gao Ran. Chapter 52, the plan to form the strongest alliance. Beast Tide points ranking. First place, Mechanical City, points, 15,432. Second place, Land of the Dead, points, 12765. Third place, City of Earth Dragons, points, 11,543. Fourth place, Black Dragon Castle, points, 11211. Fifth place, Troll City, points, 10,239. Sixth place. After successfully repelling the Beast Tide, Gao Ran couldn't wait to open the leaderboard. Seeing that her ranking had not only not risen, but had actually dropped one place, she was so angry that her face turned red. Why? Why is he, a trash unit, ranked first? Gao Ran was very angry, and he noticed that Su Ming's points were settled earlier than his. In other words, Su Ming repelled the fourth wave of Beast Tide before I did, even though I had a really hard time resisting the previous wave. Why? He must have gotten some good loot in the last wave, which boosted his combat power. Otherwise, the fourth wave of the Beast Tide wouldn't have ended so quickly. Damn it, there's a difference of over 5,000 points. Even with the fifth wave of Beast Tides, I still can't catch up with him. Gao Ran was very angry. The only way to surpass Su Ming is if he fails to withstand the final wave of beasts. That way he'll have a chance. You bastard. Gao Ran became increasingly angry as she thought about it. After the initial outburst of vandalism, his emotions gradually calmed down. I can't rush things. Since the chance of being first is slim, let's focus on succeeding in the 5th wave of the Beast Tide first. My alliance has 3 lords who are among the top 10. After the Beast Tide, we can organize them to go and besiege Su Ming together. Knowing that her chances of getting the first result were slim, Gao Ran stopped pushing it and opted for a safer approach. First, we need to survive the Beast Tide. After all, everything is possible only when you're alive. City of Earth Dragons. After successfully repelling the Beast Tide, the man opened the leaderboard and frowned when he saw that he had dropped to 3rd place. Su Ming, is that strong? He's already in 1st place? The man exclaimed in surprise. No, this number 1 spot can only belong to me. Otherwise, how can I expect him to beg me to add him as a friend? The man closed the leaderboard, opened the trading area, and seeing that Su Ming hadn't listed any equipment, he began to scoop up the food sold by other lords. His Earth Dragons need to be well fed to fight, so they need a lot of food. Despite being more than 4,000 points behind Su Ming, they still have a chance to challenge for 1st place. Because the 5th Earth Dragon is about to be born. 5 Earth Dragons are enough to face the 5th wave of beasts. So he needs a lot of food to feed them until they are full and stuffed so that they can exert their maximum combat power. 7-Colored Python City. Yushu opened the leaderboard and saw that he was in 9th place, which made him feel rather unhappy. This position is dangerous, and the gap between this position and the Lord's rank below is not large. There's a possibility that this position could be kicked out of the top 10 at any time. If it weren't for the giant python mutating into a devouring python during the battle, we probably wouldn't have been able to keep our top 10 positions. Yushu was worried about the intensity of the 5th wave of Beast Tide. Survival is definitely not a problem, but whether they can make it into the top 10 is another matter. She doesn't have high aspirations for the top 5 or top 3. Being in the top 10 is enough for her. After all, only the 1st place winner receives a unique special reward. The remaining rewards are basically the same. So it doesn't matter where it ranks as long as it's in the top 10. Su Ming has some attribute-enhancing foods, so I still have a chance to stay in the top 10, but I need to collect all the materials he needs. Thinking of this, Yushu immediately contacted the lord she knew. The network of contacts I had built up beforehand came in handy. Kechuan, Heilong Wao, goddess, you finally took the initiative to contact me. I'm so happy. Kechuan, black dragon with the goddess's greetings and blessings. I will surely be invincible in the final wave of beast tides and live up to the goddess's expectations. Were the commands of the goddess Kechuan, black dragon. Your knight will do his utmost to fulfill them. Yushu Gang sent 1 message, and the other party immediately sent 3 more. Yushu felt quite helpless about the other party's enthusiasm. She didn't want to add him as a friend, feeling he was too pretentious, but after learning that his unit was a black dragon, she had no choice but to accept. Black Dragon, one of the top-tier units. They are people worth trying to win over. Yushu, I need some metal materials. I don't know if you have any. Then the required metal materials were sent over. Kechuan, Black Dragon, yes. As many as the goddess wants, we have them. Wait a moment. I'll find them for you right now. Yushu did not reply, so he went to inquire with other lords. There are hundreds of friends on my friend list, but some of their names are grayed out, meaning they are no longer active. Yushu could only remove them from his list. Yushu, if you have these materials, we can trade. Yushu, by the way, I'm planning to form an alliance. Are you interested in joining? Shaolin, Undead, okay. Yushu, after the beast tide ends, would you like to join my alliance? Luo Qilong, Earth Dragon, no. I will never join any organization. Alliances will only hold me back. Luo Qilong, Earth Dragon, when one person gets into trouble, the entire alliance has to clean up his mess. I'm not willing to do that. Go find someone else. Yushu, food is plentiful. Luo Qilong, Earth Dragon, join now. Yushu was not surprised to see the other party's attitude change immediately. In the beginning, he spent all his time asking for food in the chat channel. After learning that he was selling affordable food, he took the initiative to add him as a friend. It was at that time that Yushu learned that his unit was the Earth Dragon. Even if it's not a top-tier unit, it's at least one of the superior units. After all, a unit with dragon in its name must be quite powerful. Only Su Ming is left. As long as he can join, I can build the strongest alliance in Area 88888. Yushu felt that he was just one step away from success. In such a dangerous world, sticking together for warmth is the only right choice. An hour later, Yushu had collected all the materials Su Ming needed through various channels. After completing the task, she immediately contacted Su Ming. Yushu, I have obtained all the materials you required. Su Ming, meishani kai so fast. Let's trade now. Yushu, you trade first. I need to see what kind of food has permanent attributes. Su Ming, mechanical okay. You trusted me last time, so naturally I'll trust you too. Upon seeing the food that had been traded, Yushu's eyes widened. This beef jerky is so strong. I was shocked. Such a powerful effect certainly justifies using so many materials. With this, securing a top 10 position in the final beast tide will be no problem at all. The attributes are doubled, although you will be weakened afterward, but you can still get them by killing the enemy during the enhancement period, and you will also get 10 permanent attributes. Yushu, not yet. I prepared 2 sets of the materials you asked me to prepare. Although some materials are missing, I can make up for it with other materials. Chapter 53, Assembly Plan. Su Ming finally agreed to Yushu's conditions, giving him an extra piece of devil beef jerky in exchange for 2 portions of metal materials. There's not much devil beef jerky left, just 1 piece, but it doesn't matter if there's fresh devil beef. Just as I was about to close the chat, Yushu sent another message. Yushu, I'm planning to form an alliance. Do you want to join? There are many powerful castle lords there. Su Ming, not interested. Yushu, you're now being targeted by the anti-mechanical alliance. One of them is a city lord I know named Gaoran. He's a very strong troll unit, and you can see his name on the leaderboard. Yushu, I suspect that after the beast tide passes, they will come looking for trouble with you. They probably know your location through other lords. Yushu, as long as you're willing to join my alliance, they'll have to think twice before trying to harm you. Su Ming did not reply. He is not interested in forming an alliance. As for the anti-machine alliance, if they dare to come, let them taste the power of a giant cannon. Perhaps we can even deduce the location of their territory, then we can attack directly and rapidly expand our own territory. After closing the chat with Yushu, Su Ming took the initiative to contact Tao Yao Yao. After confirming that there were no problems on her end, they chatted for a few more minutes before ending the conversation. It seems that the sacred spring that Tao Yao Yao obtained has provided her with considerable help. It is indeed impressive that she can continuously replenish her energy. In that case, there is no need to worry about her. Su Ming felt much relieved. He knew that the beast tide Tao Yao Yao encountered wouldn't be very strong. After all, his castle level wasn't very high. No, she didn't even have a castle. The house didn't even have a large courtyard. He opened the equipment factory panel, and the materials he obtained from Yushu were just enough to create the equipment he wanted. There were 2 copies, which gave me just 1 chance to fail. When it comes to finding materials for Yushu, it's not about asking her to find as much as she needs. It's about asking for more than she can handle. What she considered less than 2 portions of material was actually enough to produce 2 sets of equipment. Grown-ups. The old wolf suddenly came looking for us. Su Ming was surprised to see old wolf. He raised an eyebrow and said, You've come at the right time. I need to talk to you. The master is looking for me? Old wolf was somewhat surprised. Su Ming, tell me what you need first. Old wolf stated his purpose directly. My lord, I feel that I am not strong enough now, and I want to become stronger. Want to become stronger? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. How do you want to become stronger? Old wolf had already thought it through before he came, saying, I want to be like those robot dogs, able to fire various weapons and attack enemies from a distance. Standing in the rear, watching the robot dogs unleash their firepower, he felt quite envious. Over time, he developed this idea. They all look almost identical, with 4 legs, a body, and a head, so why can they fire such weapons while I can't? I wondered if I could also equip myself with such firearms so that I could become stronger. Help the adults eliminate more enemies. Upon hearing this, Su Ming smiled slightly. It seems that your thoughts coincide with mine. The old wolf was taken aback. What do you mean, sir? I have an idea that I'd like to try on you. There might be some danger involved, so it depends on whether you're willing to take it or not. Su Ming paused, then added, If you succeed, you can become even stronger than you are now. Even stronger than now. Upon hearing this, the old wolf's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, I'm willing. My lord has given me a second life. As long as I can become stronger, I will do anything you ask me to do. Just say the word. When the old wolf said these words, His tone was very firm and unwavering. Su-Ming stared at him for a moment and said, "Since you're willing, I won't waste any more time. Let's get started." The old wolf crouched in front, pricking up its ears to listen attentively. "My idea is to create a suit of armor for you, and then equip it with all sorts of weapons just like this mechanical dog." As he spoke, Su-Ming took the RX-20 out of the warehouse. The old wolf looked at the RX-20 in front of it, wagged its tail excitedly, and said, "Does the master want to turn me into a mechanical creation?" Su-Ming shook his head. "I don't have that ability yet. The plan is to build such armor for you, along with various firepower weapons." Upon hearing this, the old wolf's eyes widened. I never expected that my thoughts would be the same as the adults. He was well aware of the power of those mechanical dogs, and if he had the same vitality as them, his strength would definitely become even greater. After the initial excitement, Old Wolf couldn't help but think of a question. "My lord, your mechanical creations are already so powerful. Why do you still need to make such armor for me?" Of course, it's not that I don't like it. I'm just very curious. In his view, those robot dogs were ridiculously powerful, enough to crush everything, so there was no need to build such armor for him. Su-Ming said calmly, "I have my reasons. You just need to answer whether you are willing or not. If you are not willing, I will not force you." Old Wolf quickly said, I'm willing to do this experiment." "Okay, the armor will be produced soon. Try it on in a bit and see if it fits." Su-Ming had this idea not long ago. Since the main silver wolf can be equipped with mechanical legs, it should also be able to equip it with other armor, which would greatly enhance its combat capabilities. The mechanical dog is powerful, but it's still inflexible. Although their flexibility and willingness to accept instructions have increased significantly with factory upgrades, this problem remains unavoidable. If he were to encounter other castle lords and have their mechanical patterns figured out, it would be extremely dangerous for him. This led to the idea of equipping the main silver wolf with armor. It might not be as powerful as the RX-20, but it would be more agile and more intelligent. Behind them lies a war between lords and also a very important defensive line. Even with GX-80SXS patrolling the territory, the main silver wolf is still indispensable, as no one knows what special abilities those lords' troops possess. After all, the current GX-86 can only perform simple scanning reconnaissance and transmit information back. We don't yet have capabilities such as thermal imaging scanning and life detection. Such capabilities or modules may be added later, but we can't just wait for the other side to come. Therefore, other countermeasures are needed. With advanced technology and top-notch weapons, does that mean soldiers have to abandon their physical fitness and battlefield skills? That's impossible. The main silver wolf may be phased out later, but it is necessary at this stage. And Su-Ming looked at the main silver wolf wagging its tail excitedly and muttered to himself, "If the experiment goes well, I can build myself a suit of armor later, just like Iron Man." Just thinking about it is incredibly exciting. Chapter 54, The Final Beast Tide arrives. Half an hour later, the armor was completed, and Su-Ming equipped it on Old Wolf. The armor is silver white, with a modular assembly on the back. This is a universal module that can be fitted with any module, and the RX-20's mounting module is currently fitted on it. It is equipped with missiles and flamethrowers. He wears special glasses on his head, which help him quickly identify and lock onto targets. There are 2 jets on the thighs, connected by redstone pipes to provide them with power. Seeing the armed Old Wolf, Su-Ming asked, "How do you feel?" Old Wolf stretched out for a bit, shook his head, and said, "I'm not used to it yet. It's a bit heavy." Su-Ming nodded. "It's bound to be heavy. Due to the influence of materials, the weight drawback cannot be resolved for the time being. Currently, only rare-grade metal materials can be obtained. Higher-grade metal materials are unavailable. Of course, this is not solely due to limitations in metal materials. That is only one of the reasons. There are also equipment factories. Currently, the equipment factory can only craft rare-grade equipment, and this armor set is considered the best. To reach a higher level, you must upgrade your equipment factory. However, this is only the initial version, and we can gradually debug it." Then, Su-Ming taught the Old Wolf how to use it. Sir, I can't fly." The Old Wolf's body swayed violently in midair. This was his first attempt at flying. "Su-Ming, you're not very skilled at it yet, but you can practice slowly. Try controlling other weapons first. The glasses you're wearing can help you aim." The jet engine shut down instantly, and Old Wolf fell straight down from midair, landing face first in the dirt. Instead of being angry, he was very excited. As long as he mastered the skill, he could soar through the sky like those birds. Upon hearing Su Ming's order, Old Wolf quickly abandoned his fantasies and began making adjustments. "My lord, I can see things very clearly in the distance," the Old Wolf shouted excitedly. Su Ming pointed to the trees not far away. "Let's try to blow that tree down." Old Wolf nodded and tried to manipulate the redstone conduit behind him to drive the weapon on his back. "Call out." Boom! A huge rock was blasted into pieces. It missed. Old Wolf looked embarrassed and quickly said, "Sir, I will definitely aim accurately next time." Su Ming didn't blame him. After all, it was Old Wolf's first time using it, so it was normal for him to miss. Keep training. Hopefully, you'll be able to master it by the time the next wave of beasts arrives. "Yes, sir." The Old Wolf left to practice alone. After completing the production of armor, Su Ming continued to produce general-purpose equipment, which was an important source of energy crystals. Su Ming opened the chat channel and glanced at the number of people in the upper left corner. 2,487. The number is less than expected. I'm afraid that after the fifth wave of Beast Tide, there will only be about 1,500 people left. Su Ming looked up at the sky. It was getting late, and night had fallen. Chat channel. Brothers, this is the last time I'll talk to you. I definitely can't hold out against the fifth wave of beasts. Our territory has basically been breached. Rest in peace, brother. With the intensity of the fourth wave, who can withstand the fifth wave? Have you noticed that the fifth wave of beasts is at night? I noticed a long time ago. Damn it, the last wave of the Beast Tide happened to be at night. Nighttime gives monsters a special advantage. I understand. The previous Blood Moon kill mode was designed to help us get used to fighting at night. Damn, if the last wave of bees comes with a nighttime and berserk double buff, that would be incredibly awesome. Then you might as well go and have your fun by yourself. Boss Su Ming has put more equipment up for sale. Hurry up and grab it. There's still rare ones left. Don't fight over them. Leave the rare ones for me. I want to break into the top 10. Get out. Why should I give it to you? One Lord was very pessimistic about the final wave of beasts, as it was the most difficult and occur at night. However, even after Su Ming put the equipment up for sale, the demand remained high. This is the last wave of beasts. Everyone wants to fight with all their might. If they can withstand it, they can survive. If they can't, they will die. Some people even wanted to try their best to break into the top 10 and win that special reward. Time passed. Everyone felt incredibly heavy-hearted. This final wave of beasts was also the most difficult one yet. See you tomorrow, bro. See you tomorrow. Some were saying goodbye, because they all knew that many lords would not see the sun rise tomorrow. Su Ming stood on the castle, letting the night wind blow against him. Outside the territory, dozens of GX-86S patrol, and Su Ming will be immediately informed if anything happens. In addition to the GX-86, the GT Tornado is also patrolling the territory and will open fire immediately upon spotting an enemy. On the steel walls, RX-20 stood ready, poised to fire at any moment. All GX-90s are equipped with self-destructing mechanical dogs, ready to launch airstrikes at any time. They're here. Su Ming listened to the countdown in the chat channel. The countdown has just ended, and it's exactly midnight on the 9th day. 1 second, 5 seconds, 30 seconds. Quietly, without any sound. What happened? Aren't they coming? So mean Fronith. This situation is extremely abnormal. Monsters usually appear when a beast tide begins, but this time it is the opposite of usual. Open eyes. Suddenly, pairs of red eyes opened in the darkness, and Su Ming realized the other party's presence. They have the ability to hide? They've already infiltrated this place. Su Ming was startled and immediately ordered the guns to be opened fire. At a command, the RX-20s standing on the city wall opened fire rapidly, and countless bullets poured towards the undead in front of them. Ghoul. Level 9 advanced. Undead creatures. They're at level 9 advanced, right off the bat. Su Ming's expression was solemn, knowing that this bloody battle was unavoidable. The game starts with level 9, high level, monsters, so what happens next? Under the moonlight, these ghouls looked extremely ferocious, and as Su Ming continued to sweep, the sky gradually turned blood red. Blood moon kill. Su Ming watched as the moon in the sky gradually turned red, and his expression suddenly changed. Knight plus Berserk. The monster's strength will increase by 1 level. No, it's not Blood Moon kill. Su Ming saw a more distant scene through the GX. 86. A ferocious-looking man stood under the blood moon, his face pale, with sharp teeth in his mouth, and wearing a black cloak. Vampire! Who caused this blood moon? Su Ming's expression was solemn. He didn't have time to think too much and immediately ordered GT Gale to launch an attack. Under the blood moon, the monsters of the Beast Tide are enhanced with Berserk power, but the intensity of the Berserk power seems to be less than that of the blood moon kill mode. The vampire watched as GT Gale flew in and snorted coldly. Become my food. Chapter 55 Tragic. The undead creatures used their stealth and the cover of night to approach the steel walls. It wasn't until they opened their crimson eyes that Su Ming realized they were closing in on his territory. Clear out all monsters that approach the territory. In an instant, the GX-90, carrying self-destructing mechanical dogs, quickly took off and began its first round of bombing. The RX-78 has been refined and strengthened, and its self-destruction can produce a radiation effect, greatly increasing its lethality. The RX-20 unleashed a torrent of bullets, each bullet flashing with a unique white light, a light attribute effect that proved highly effective against undead creatures. This attribute ability is obtained by enhancing ammunition through unlocking the ammunition factory. Nighttime plus minor Berserk, this is really pushing the intensity up for me. Su Ming glanced at the footage transmitted back by GX-86. At this moment, GT Gale had already engaged in combat with the vampire. It is very strong, at least at the rare level, and may even reach the 3rd tier. However, he has no time to pay attention to that battle right now. He needs to clear out the monsters approaching the steel walls first. There are a lot of them. There are at least 1,000 of these undead. 50 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters. The defensive line continued to advance, and the RX-20 leaped off the city wall to pursue and suppress the approaching undead creatures. Roar! More monsters appeared. All sorts of monsters roared and charged toward Su Ming's territory like madmen. The monsters were incredibly frenzied, charging headlong into battle without regard for their own companions. If any monster stumbled and fell, it would be crushed into a pulp. That's insane. Su Ming felt as if all the monsters in the entire area had gathered around him. The RX-20 was crushed, and the defensive positions that had been built up continued to shrink, eventually forcing them back onto the city walls. Not only are the monsters on the ground crazy and ferocious, but the birds in the sky are also diverse. They could directly cross the steel walls and reach Su Ming's territory, where they began to wreak havoc. GT. The Gale intercepts and continuously shoots down the birds in the sky. Su Ming also joined the battle, his sand splitter constantly shooting down the birds in the sky. Birds rained down on the territory, and the RX-30 kept busy picking up the corpses and sending them to the resource extraction plant for processing. There are too many of them. Most of them are 7th rank, high level, or above, and there are even some 1st rank, rare level, mixed in. These rare level monsters don't have the boss or elite attributes, so they're not as difficult to deal with as before, but they're still quite troublesome. At least you can't take them down with one shot. We need to find a way to give him a good beating. Su Ming felt that this couldn't go on. The current consumption was already exceeding the production capacity, and if this continued, the number of machines would not be able to keep up. Looking at the battle footage projected onto the GX-86, Su Ming said, "The blood moon was caused by this vampire. We need to take him down first." The glow of the blood moon imbued these monsters with a berserk trait, though not as ferocious as during the blood moon slaughter, but still extremely troublesome. Killing the opponent first can relieve a lot of pressure. Double the power. Consume 10,000 energy crystals. Having witnessed the power of the giant cannon, Su Ming felt that a 2x charge should be enough to kill the opponent. Doubling the consumption means that the cooldown time also needs to be doubled, so enough time must be reserved to deal with the boss of the 5th wave of Beast Tide. On the vampire's side, he was extremely frustrated at the moment, and he planned to turn these mechanical creations in front of him into blood food to replenish himself. He did succeed, but the taste of the mechanized blood food wasn't very good. It had a strong metallic flavor. After trying it once, he didn't continue. Moreover, he was afraid that drinking too much would easily lead to heavy metal poisoning. Besides the unpleasant taste, he also discovered a strange phenomenon. The bullets fired by these machines possess light properties, and not just one of them, but all of them. Light attribute is perfect against him. Is it a mechanical creation that has been enchanted by the Vatican? Why would the Vatican be here? The vampire couldn't understand it. The Vatican is thousands of miles away. It's impossible for them to be here. But what's with these machines that can shoot out light bullets? Is it the special ability of that lord of the territory? Just as the vampire was fighting against GT Gale and thinking, he suddenly sensed a death crisis. I've been locked down. The vampire's hair stood on end, and he wanted to escape quickly. But the next second, he saw a cannonball hurtling towards his location. Boom, streepje. Before he could react, the shell landed beside him and exploded instantly, with flashes of light emanating from the explosion. Target hit. As the vampire died, Su Ming noticed that the blood moon in the sky was gradually dimming. Good. With the blood moon gone, monsters in the beast tide will no longer receive the berserk bonus. Just then, 2 or 3 large gray moths in midair spotted Su Ming and swooped down, flapping their wings. Court death. Su Ming raised the sand splitter in his hand and smashed the swooping moths into a sieve. His own level was already quite high, and with all the permanent attribute food he had consumed, his physical condition was already impressive. Thump! While Su Ming was clearing away the birds that had wandered into his territory, he heard a loud noise coming from the east. Quickly bring up the screen, and you'll see that a huge rock has smashed a large hole in the steel wall on the east side. Both prism towers were destroyed. Switching to a distant viewpoint, Su Ming saw a 100-meter-tall giant behind the beast horde constantly picking up stones and hurling them towards the direction of its territory. The stone was only the size of a palm to a giant, but to Su Ming it was a boulder. Is there one of these monsters on each side? Su Ming's expression turned solemn. He quickly went to the east and saw the giant that was specifically throwing stones. Stone throwing giant. Rank, Tier 3 rare. Characteristics, Elite Knight. A monster skilled in long-range throwing. Su Ming frowned. If he continued like this, he estimated that the buildings in his territory would be smashed to pieces. Stop him. A large number of GT Gale and GX90s equipped with self-destructing mechanical dogs launched an attack on the distant giant ape that was throwing stones. Some of them were transferred from the main battlefield. After all, once a shell was fired, the pressure on the front line was greatly reduced and troops could be diverted to other areas. Thinking of the situation in the east, Su Ming immediately pulled up the footage of the west, where the battle was fierce and there was also a giant. However, what he threw were not stones, but monsters. The giant casually grabbed a monster nearby and tossed it into his territory like a ball. When the weaker monsters landed in the territory, they were smashed into a pulp with blood and entrails scattered everywhere. Monsters with strong defenses landed safely and then launched a frenzied attack on the territory. The Old Wolf led his people in a desperate fight back. With the new armor, Old Wolf fought with extraordinary ferocity, killing several high-level monsters in succession. As the battle continued, Old Wolf's level increased to advanced. As more and more monsters appear behind them, the main Silver Wolf also suffered damage. Hold on, we absolutely cannot let a single monster get past us. The Old Wolf roared. His missiles were long gone, and his armor had taken a lot of damage from him. He even traded injuries for injuries in order to keep the enemy out. Just as he was watching the monster about to break through the defenses, several GTR storms arrived on the battlefield behind him and began to clear out the intruding enemies. Chapter 56 Upgrade in Battle, New Machine, GT Storm. The machine factory was operating at full capacity, producing machine after machine, which was then refined and deployed to the battlefield. The 2 throwing giants on the east and west sides reduced their throwing frequency under the combined attack of RX, 78, and GT Gale. The radiation from the self-destructing mechanical dogs turned the area into a radiation zone, and no monster dared to approach the giant. The boulders were also blasted into dust by the G2G Gale, leaving the giants with nothing to throw. The defensive line is gradually stabilizing, and there are still 10 minutes left before the giant cannon finishes cooling down. Su Ming glanced at the remaining energy crystal. Energy crystal 50,320. Different crystals * 4768. Crystal core * 387. The number of energy crystals continues to grow, and RX-30s keep bringing back corpses to be dissected in the mining plant. The 40 free machines can be collected today. 40 GT Gale tanks were sent to the warehouse, and then Su Ming sent them to the tempering factory. After tempering, they were deployed to the battlefield. The mechanical totem unlocks fast production, meaning you can directly obtain the free machines you earn every day without waiting for production. Su Ming hasn't claimed today's free mechanical troops yet. After all, the fifth wave of Beast Tide will reach 0 points, so naturally he should replenish his troops to the maximum value first. The free machinery will be extracted when needed. For example, right now, with the addition of 40 GT Crazy tanks, Su Ming's side gained the upper hand and was able to withdraw the battle lines. However, the final boss of the Beast Tide still did not appear. This is a good thing for Su Ming, as it gave him enough time to restore the number of machines. Watching the fierce battle at the front, Su Ming noticed that the RX-30 had brought back a charred corpse. Only after examining it through the holographic did I realize it was that vampire. You managed to transport it all the way back from such a far distance. Su Ming was somewhat surprised when he saw the vampire's corpse. I was amazed at how the RX-30 managed to do it, even though it was several squares apart and there were so many monsters blocking its way. Is this the power of starting with rarity when transferring items? Su Ming believed that the effect was due to the tempering process of the RX-30. The enhancement of the tempering factory will cause the RX-30 to prioritize transporting objects of higher rarity, and within its transport range, it will naturally prioritize transporting vampire corpses. Gazing at the vampire's corpse, words appeared on its body. Dissection yields 900 energy crystals, 200 different crystals, 2 crystal cores, 2 concentrated essence blood, and 1 biological blood collection plant, purple, rare blueprints. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered the RX-30 to take the body to the collection plant for dissection. The double resource effect was not triggered this time. Concentrated blood essence, a special blood essence possessed only by vampire nobles. Consuming it causes the user to go berserk, lose their sanity, after which their attributes are permanently increased by 50, and their light resistance is reduced by 30. Another food with permanent attributes, but the side effects seem a bit too significant. The rage that goes out of control has some serious side effects, but the 50 permanent attribute points are still pretty good. Su Ming noticed the previous description and said, "This vampire was actually a noble." I couldn't tell at all. He was taken down with one shot. I thought he was just an ordinary vampire. Perhaps the vampires weren't weak, but their cannons were just too powerful. Su Ming looked at the factory construction blueprints that had been revealed. Bio-blood collection plant, purple, can extract biological blood. Construction requirements: 8,000 wood, 10,000 energy crystals, 3,000 differential crystals, 10 crystal cores. Upon seeing the materials needed for construction, Su Ming was taken aback. Construction actually requires so many materials. Even crystal cores are being used. This was the most expensive construction material Su Ming had ever seen, even using rare items like crystal cores, and there were even 10 of them. If the war weren't still ongoing, I would definitely build this factory and see what's so special about it. Does the blood collected have some special effect? Su Ming was very curious. The boss of the 5th wave of beasts has not yet appeared, and Su Ming feels that it is because of the 2 throwing giants. Only after they die will the boss of the 5th wave of beasts appear. Su Ming believed his guess, so he didn't rush to kill the 2 throwing giants. It's not too late to kill them once we have enough of our own machinery. With nothing to do, Su Ming opened the leaderboard. The top 10 on the leaderboard remained unchanged, indicating that their battle is not over yet. Some lords outside the top 10 have already completed their point calculation. They successfully fended off the 5th wave of beasts. I finally survived. I'm bound to have good fortune after surviving such a calamity. Thanks to Su Ming for providing the equipment, which has significantly boosted the strength of my goblin army. Otherwise, we really wouldn't have been able to win. The last wave of beasts was incredibly strong, and the final boss was even level 9 advanced, which is simply outrageous. Level 9 advanced. Mine is only level 5 advanced. It must be because you're too bad. The boss's strength depends on the house level. I see. I'm really lucky. I'm glad I didn't upgrade my house. It seems like none of the top 10 lords have moved. Is their battle still ongoing? That's for sure. Their strength in dealing with the Beast Tide is definitely much greater than ours. I wonder who will win first place in the end. let's not talk about these heavy topics. Now is the time to celebrate. We've finally survived. Su Ming saw that some people in the chat channel had already started celebrating. I thought about asking about Tao Yao's situation, but I gave up on that idea. As the stockpile of machinery continued to increase, Su Ming believed that the final battle was approaching. The rare-grade mechanical factory was upgraded to level 5 in one go. With each upgrade, GT Gale received a firepower boost. After upgrading to level 5, the machinery factory unlocks new machinery. GT, Storm, War Type. Attack Methods, Shooting, Laser. Module, Firepower Module. Production Time, 8.5 minutes/piece. Production Requirements, 20 energy crystals, 10 differential crystals. A new GT model? Su Ming raised an eyebrow, noticing that GT Storm could actually fire lasers. The upgrade of the machine factory has increased the warehouse storage capacity to 500. Su Ming immediately adjusted the production lines, with all 4 lines operating at full capacity to produce GT Storm. A moment later, 4 silver-brown machines were produced. Compared to GT Gale, GT Storm was much smaller and looked more agile. With these 2 types of war machines, dealing with the final boss shouldn't be a problem. After receiving the upgrade, Su Ming ordered the 2 throwing giants to be killed. As the 2 giants were shot down, a roar followed, a roar that seemed to have been suppressed for a long time. Boom! The ground suddenly cracked open, the fissure reaching straight towards the steel wall. This irresistible attack destroyed a gap in the steel wall. Lava gushed from the cracks, igniting the surroundings, and finally, lava creatures crawled out. Upon seeing this, Su Ming's eyes widened. Open a teleportation portal directly to my house. Chapter 57 Invasion of the Flame Demon. The cracks destroyed the steel walls and only stopped extending into the territory. Su Ming was relieved that his territory had enough strategic depth, which prevented the buildings behind it from being affected. However, this also allows lava monsters below the crack to directly enter the territory. I never expected that they had such methods. Su Ming quickly dispatched RX-20s to eliminate the threat. The ice bullets fire were almost one-shot kills. These things don't have corpses. Killing one is a loss. Su Ming felt a pang of heartache when he saw the lava creature die and disappear in a wisp of flame. This means that you cannot obtain any resources from the other party. The experience gained from killing monsters is useless because machines don't level up based on experience. Su Ming knew that now was not the time to dwell on this. This rift was clearly created by the Beast-Tide boss, who might use it to directly invade his territory. If that's the case, then the consequences. Just as Su Ming was thinking this, he saw a giant magma hand clinging to the crack, followed by a second one, which then lifted his entire body up. The charred, cracked rock skin had flowing lava, its eye sockets burned with flames, and thick smoke spewed from between its jagged teeth and fangs, its face as ferocious as a burned skull. Flame Demon. Rank, Tier 5 Rare. Features, Boss Elite Lava Enhancement Knight, Leyline Enhancement. Information emerges. The boss in front of him had 5 characteristics, and Su Ming's face immediately darkened. This level of strength exceeds the combined strength of the previous 4 bosses. Was he hiding underground all along, observing the battle here, and knowing the power of the giant cannon? Otherwise, why would he have broken in this way? The fire demon was almost right under the giant cannon, very close, but still within the cannon's attack range. To kill the flame demon in front of you with a single shot would require at least 10 times the energy, and even if you could kill the flame demon, at least half of your territory would be destroyed, and your buildings might even be destroyed. Fire. Don't let him get near the buildings. Su Ming quickly gave the order. At the same time, most of the machinery in the warehouse was deployed. Ground and air forces began to encircle and annihilate the Balrog, raining down bullets and missiles. The boss in front of us has 5 characteristics, but Su Ming's machine also has an additional attribute, ice. This small attribute enchantment is a minor counter to the fire demon. Roar. The fiery demon roared, sweeping its massive lava hand across the sky, causing a rain of magma to fall. Some GT Gales that couldn't dodge in time were hit by the lava and quickly melted. But new machinery quickly filled the vacancy. The newly produced GT Storm also joined the battle. After being tempered and strengthened, its laser beams were thicker than ever before, piercing directly through the body of the flame demon. The Balrog has a body made of lava. Even if its body is pierced by lasers and its skin armor is shattered, it can quickly recover, and the damage caused to it is negligible. Su Ming directed the battle, searching for the enemy's weaknesses. He will not use the giant cannon unless absolutely necessary. However, if the Balrog continues to approach, it will launch an attack even if its territory is destroyed. Elemental bodies are immune to some damage and can heal themselves, but they are not truly immortal. Healing also requires energy. Energy cannot be created or destroyed out of thin air. As long as the energy source is cut off, its self-healing effect will be greatly reduced. Su Ming thought quickly. He quickly turned his attention to the area beneath the crack. The Balrog emerged from there, but only its upper body remained. Su Ming suddenly realized, magma and ley lines are being reinforced. The lower half of the Balrog should be submerged in the magma below. If I cut off. Thinking about this, Su Ming felt that this method would work. If we destroy the lower rift and prevent the Balrog from gaining energy, we'll have a chance to kill it. Without much consideration, they immediately dispatched GX-90s equipped with self-destructing mechanical dogs to begin deploying them into the crack. The RX-78 is extremely powerful, comparable to a small nuclear bomb. The explosion caused violent tremors underground, and a large amount of rock collapsed down. Su Ming felt that this was not enough. He needed to blast off the upper body of the flame demon to connect it with the lava in the crack for it to have any chance of success. The flame demon was ferocious and terrifying, but it wasn't stupid. Noticing Su Ming's actions, it immediately realized what he wanted to do. The original goal was to destroy GT Gale and Storm, which were annoying and caused considerable damage to themselves. But now he has changed his target, specifically targeting drones that deploy self-destructing mechanical dogs. I'm not just a self-destruct type that can destroy you. Once the order was given, the RX-20 changed its attack direction, and a large number of missiles were launched toward the crack to sever its connection with the area below. Roar! The Balrog roared, finding the sheer number of machines in front of it annoying. In an instant, more lava creatures crawled out from underground and launched an attack on Su Ming's location. Unless you can summon rare lava creatures, these are just cannon fodder. Upon seeing the Balrog summon lava creatures, Su Ming deployed RX-20s again. This batch was produced by a Tier 5, rare, mechanical factory, and its power was even stronger than the previous batch. If you're lucky, a single bullet can pierce through 4 or 5 lava creatures. A barrage of bullets would be enough to kill a large number of lava creatures. Boom! A GX-90 bypassed the flame demon's attack and precisely deployed a self-destructing mechanical dog, separating its upper and lower body. Su Ming, a great opportunity. A barrage of artillery fire rained down, instantly destroying the crack and preventing the Balrog from drawing power from within. As the crack was filled, Su Ming noticed that the flame demon was missing 2 of its traits: lava reinforcement and earth vein reinforcement. As expected, the enhancement he received from below. Su Ming smiled, knowing that his method had succeeded. Without the enhancement, it's much easier to deal with. He also noticed that the Balrog's healing speed was getting slower and slower after it was injured. You are very strong. You destroyed nearly 100 of my machines, but 100 machines are nothing to me. I can still produce and manufacture them continuously. And you, without the replenishment of lava and ley lines, what do you have to fight me with? Su Ming deployed the machinery again. With 200 machines on site, he dares to say that with such combat power, he can sweep through any area. Without a large number of Tier 9, rare, items, it's impossible to stop them. The flame demon suffered repeated defeats, and some of the destroyed parts were beyond repair. Su Ming's only worry now is weather. After killing the flame demon in front of him, he will turn into a flame and disappear completely like these lava creatures. If that's the case, then we'll lose a lot of money. Boom! 5 self-destructing mechanical dogs exploded on the Balrog, shattering its body into pieces, scattering rocks everywhere, and emitting scorching white smoke. That should be considered the corpse of the Balrog, right? Go collect them quickly. Chapter 58, Killing the Flame Demon, the Beast Tide ends, ranking first. Disassembling this item will yield 20 fire energy, 900 energy crystals, 300 different crystals, 5 crystal cores, flame wall construction blueprint, purple, flame ring, purple, and lava armor, purple. 3 rare grade items. It's a pity there are no factory construction blueprints, but having 2 rare-grade equipment items is still pretty good. By sending the fragments of the Balrog's corpse to the mining factory, we were lucky enough to trigger double resources. With the beast-hide boss defeated, the remaining monsters are no threat. Only after all the remaining monsters were wiped out did Su Ming hear the news that they had successfully repelled the beast-hide. Open the leaderboard. The information has been updated. Beast-hide points ranking. First place, Mechanical City, points, 56,432. Second place, Land of the Dead, points, 30765. Third place, Black Dragon Castle, points, 26543. Fourth place, Troll City, points, 20,009. Seventh place, City of Earth Dragons, points, 15,876. 10th place, Seven Colored Python City, points, 14,211. 11th place, City of Nature, points, 14,198. The top 10 lords on the leaderboard have all successfully resisted the last wave of beasts. Su Ming noticed that the City of Earth Dragons, which was originally ranked 3rd, had dropped to 7th place. The scores of the last few lords were almost the same, but he almost fell out of the top 10. As expected, you never know who the winner will be until the very last moment. The competition is too fierce. Su Ming glanced at the number of people in the upper left corner of the chat channel. 1,287. The area, which originally had 10,000 people, was reduced to just over 1,200 after the beast died, a tragedy that is truly shocking. The disaster had barely passed when the surviving lords in the chat channel began to celebrate. The beast tide is finally over. I finally made it through, and I really want to cry my heart out right now. This beast horde was insane. They wiped out everything except my house. I managed to take down the boss with the few units I had left. Ha ha ha. Our time is coming. I have an abundance of resources now. Me too. I can finally upgrade my house into a castle, and I'm the master of the castle now. Let me say this. Su Ming is really too strong. His mechanical troops can actually crush a group of top troops, and his score even surpasses the second place by more than 20,000 points. Yeah, that's incredible. How did he manage to get over 50,000 points? How many monsters would he have to kill to reach that? Isn't the City of Earth Dragons supposed to be very powerful? How come it's dropped to 7th place? It almost fell out of the top 10. Wasn't it ranked 3rd in the last beast tide? His 2 Earth Dragons were killed before the boss even appeared, which is why it was so difficult for him, and his ranking kept dropping. Damn, Earth Dragons are supposed to be a pretty strong unit, right? 2 of them were killed before the boss even appeared. What kind of operation is that? Yes, the Earth Dragon should be considered a top-tier unit, or at least a superior unit. It's really not right that it's like this. I can't get through to him now. He's not saying anything. I guess he's so angry he's about to vomit blood. What's there to be upset about? If we can't get first place, staying in the top 10 is a victory in itself. That's true, but his combat strength has been severely damaged. If other lords attack, he'll probably be in a very bad situation. The chat channel is extremely popular. Many lords shared their experiences during the beast tide, as well as their various cool maneuvers. For example, how to make the best use of different unit types, how to ambush the boss, how to attack the boss's lower body, etc. Of course, other lords were also extremely dissatisfied with their rankings on the leaderboard. For example, the most famous anti-mechanical league. How can Su Ming, a mere mechanical soldier, possibly rank 1st and even surpass the 2nd place by more than 20,000 points? Gao Ran was very angry, and the more she looked at the rankings, the angrier she became. This means that he had seriously misjudged Su Ming's combat strength in the past. Sorry, we've fallen out of the top 10. These lords are really patient. They actually hid until the 5th wave of beast tide before they started to exert their strength. The 2 lords of Platinum City and Golden City spoke up. They all fell out of the top 10 on the leaderboard and missed out on the special rewards. This made them very unhappy. This unscrupulous merchant is definitely cheating. How could his score be so much higher than the 2nd place winner? The 2nd place unit is an undead unit. How can such a top-tier unit be inferior to a mechanical unit? This is absolutely outrageous. Don't say such stupid things. How could there be cheating in this game? We should face up to the gap between us and the other side. The lords of the Anti-Mechanical Alliance began arguing about Su Ming's score, with many feeling it was outrageous. Then, Gao Ran interrupted the discussion, saying, Now that things have come to this, there's no point in talking about it anymore. We should now recruit more lords to join us and strengthen the alliance. Contact all the top 50 lords and try to get them to join us, especially the top 10 lords. The protection period has ended, and the war of plunder will soon begin. That will be the real war between lords. As soon as the war of plunder begins, we will immediately organize an attack on Su Ming's territory and let him know the consequences of provoking us. The Beast Tide attack has ended. Congratulations on successfully passing the newbie test and taking your first step in the battle for supremacy. Congratulations to Su Ming, Mechanical City, for his outstanding performance during the Beast Tide, securing first place on the leaderboard and standing out from the crowd. He will receive a unique special reward. The remaining top 10 lords will receive a special reward. We hope you will fight harder and survive in the struggle for supremacy. As the announcement sounded, Su Ming suddenly appeared in the sky above Area 88888, and his name could be clearly seen from anywhere. Absolutely dazzling. These are the honors he received, displayed in an extremely exaggerated way. Looking at the eye-catching name in the sky, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. Isn't this too conspicuous and too high-profile? It feels like it's attracting a lot of hatred. Su Ming scratched his head, thinking the special effects were too exaggerated. Let them stir up hatred, it doesn't matter. After Su Ming's name appeared in the sky, the chat channel exploded once again. Holy crap, these special effects are amazing. What cool special effects. Haha, will the Anti-Mechanical Alliance be so angry that they can't sleep when they see this name? Let me tell you, these people are just despicable. They use other people's equipment and still see those people as a thorn in their side. That's right. Without the equipment provided by boss Su Ming, they probably wouldn't have survived the last wave of beasts. Su Ming ignored the discussions about him in the chat channel because the reward for first place had arrived in his account. Chapter 59. The unique special reward and legendary building. Congratulations on winning first place in this Beast Tide. You can choose one of the following rewards. Reward 1. Territory area expanded by 50%, 61 tiles. Castle level +3. Reward 2. Randomly obtain 1 weapon/equipment. Minimum epic. Maximum mythic. Reward 3. Randomly obtain a special unit, mechanical. Reward 4. Randomly obtain a legendary building. Reward 5, 10 golden treasure chests. Receive a unique special reward, territory core. The core of the territory? This is the only special reward that only the first place winner can receive. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and looked curiously at the only special reward. Territory core. The core of a territory. Possessing it grants recognition from this world and the title of Lord. Being recognized and granted the title of Lord. So the title of Lord was just a general term before, and this is the real recognition. Su Ming roughly understood what it meant. This thing is just like the landlord title I got before. To be honest, he was still a little disappointed that this was the only reward. It would be great if it were some kind of magical artifact. However, since it is the only special reward, it must have other value, but he doesn't know it yet. Hopefully it's not just about exaggerated special effects. Su Ming wondered if he should send a message in the chat channel to try out the new special effects. Since the chat channel was cleared when the landlord spoke, the Lord should be even more amazing. However, Su Ming thought about it and decided against it, looking at the 5 rewards available for selection. The rewards are quite comprehensive, including territory, weapons and equipment, troop types, buildings, and resources. Su Ming wanted to take them all. Unfortunately, he could only choose one, which put him in a bit of a dilemma. A golden treasure chest. We've been exploring for so long and haven't even seen a silver treasure chest. A golden treasure chest is sure to yield a lot of good stuff, but it all depends on luck. Su Ming thought for 2 seconds and then gave up the 5th reward. Luck is on and off. I finally won the reward, so choosing this option would be a huge loss. If you have Tao Yaoyao's incredible luck, you might consider it. Acquiring a legendary building is not bad. It can be considered as an alternative. The levels are divided into 3 levels: initial, low, medium, and high. Above that are rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Different levels also correspond to different colors: white, blue, purple, orange, gold, red. The difference between the basic and intermediate levels is not significant, and both are included in the whiteboard. Not only are the buildings ranked in this way, but the monsters also seem to be ranked the same way. Therefore, legendary buildings are still very tempting. Special mechanical units. This reward seems pretty good, but I don't know what kind of special method it is. However, it's random, so I can't see the special characteristics of the units. Su-Ming shifted the reward preference to legendary buildings. A random weapon or piece of equipment, at least epic, and if you're lucky you can get mythic. This reward is pretty good. If he could directly obtain a mythical weapon/equipment, Su-Ming would choose that option without hesitation. But choosing randomly from 3 levels requires some hesitation. Moreover, he rarely used his own weapon/equipment. Once the fighting started, he would send out machines to crush the enemy while he stayed behind to command and coordinate. Let's leave it for now. Su-Ming looked at the first reward. Increasing territory by 50% and upgrading the castle by 3 levels is indeed good. But getting this at this stage is a bit of a loss. 50% of the territory area seems like a lot, but when converted, it only amounts to 61 squares, which Su-Ming felt was not enough. With his current strength, expanding his territory by 61 squares is no problem at all. In fact, it's quite simple. By seizing the territory of one or a few lords, you can achieve your goal quickly, or even more. As for upgrading the castle to level 3, it feels like an even bigger loss. The resources we've acquired this time are enough to upgrade to level 3. We just need to resolve the territory expansion issue. This reward would be quite substantial later on, but for now, not really. Should we choose from 2, 3, and 4? After thinking for a moment, Su-Ming decided to use the process of elimination. Reward 3. The randomness is too great. It's uncertain what kind of unit it will be. Reward 2 is very tempting. The highest you can get is a divine artifact. But you can't just look at the top. If you get an epic artifact, it feels like a loss. Reward 4. Legendary building. I don't know what kind of building I'll get, but a legendary building shouldn't be too bad. It might not be as good as the equipment from Reward 2, but it doesn't feel like a bad deal overall. After several rounds of elimination and consideration, Su-Ming made a decision. I choose Reward 4. Don't gamble with luck, be conservative. Congratulations on obtaining the legendary building. The modification factory. Remodeling a factory? Su-Ming was taken aback, and then he saw a huge factory appear in the territory. The factory's exterior is decorated with gear-like patterns, and inside you can see various conveyor belts and robotic arms. Isn't the name Renovation Factory a bit too ordinary? It doesn't feel worthy of being a legendary name. While complaining, Su-Ming opened the factory modification interface. Factory transformation. Rank, Tier 1 Legendary. Can be modified. RX, GX, GT, defense towers, ancient Tasif cannon, city walls. Upgrade requirements. 10,000 different crystal cores, 1 Lord core. Upon seeing the exhibits displayed at the renovated factory, Su-Ming immediately became interested. Not only can machinery be modified, but even giant cannons, defensive towers, and city walls can be modified. This was completely unexpected by Su-Ming. Clicking on RX immediately displays 3 models. Su-Ming selected RX 78, and the data diagram of the self-destructing mechanical dog was brought up. The mechanical dog's head, body, feet, and core area extend into special square frames, each containing corresponding accessories. Head increases search capabilities. Requires 100 energy crystals and 5 mithril. Body increases own defense and the lethality of metal fragments. Requires 100 energy crystals and 10 refined steel. Feet increases movement speed. Requires 100 energy crystals and 10 titanium alloys. Core increases explosive power. Requires 10 different crystals and 1 crystal core. Is this a renovation and upgrade? Su-Ming raised an eyebrow and roughly understood. He had the materials needed for these 4 parts. So, Su-Ming directly completed the upgrade and modification. After the upgrade was completed, Su-Ming noticed that the originally somewhat square mechanical dog was now more like a real dog, a wolfhound. Is this the modified mechanical dog? Even its appearance has changed. Seeing this, Su-Ming quickly exited to see what modifications the giant cannon had undergone. Just as he was exiting the page, a notification popped up. Will the modifications be applied to production? Sure. Selecting the giant cannon will display relevant information, including the parts that can be modified, the muzzle, the barrel, and the base. The modification of the giant cannon is different from that of the mechanical dog. It is not an upgrade on the original basis, but a direct replacement of parts. For example, the muzzle can be fitted with different accessories to fire different types of shells. The cannon barrel also increases its own capacity. Su Ming even saw that the cannon barrel with the electromagnetic defense barrier could be replaced. Replacing the base reduces the recoil of the giant cannon and shortens its cooling time. There are many interesting modifications to the giant cannon, but unfortunately Su Ming is unable to unlock any of them. Looking at the modifications to other defensive towers and city walls, Su Ming was pleasantly surprised to find that the modification factory had given him a great surprise. This factory truly deserves to be called legendary. After the renovation, my machinery is no longer as rigid as before, but has become more flexible. I need to study this carefully. Chapter 60, Unbelievable Luck. While Su Ming was researching and modifying the factory, the other top 10 lords also received rewards for this beast tide. 7-colored Python City. As the special golden orb fell into his hand, Yushu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The last wave of beasts was a tough fight. If we hadn't gotten 2 pieces of demon beef jerky from Su Ming, we probably wouldn't have made it into the top 10. Moreover, this battle also resulted in the loss of a key general, the glass python, who was killed in action. Fortunately, another giant python underwent a mutation during this beast tide, transforming into a fire python. Although not as powerful as the glass python, it is still considered a rare species among giant pythons. I've secured a place in the top 10. I hope the reward won't disappoint me. Yushu looked at the special reward in his hand. Gold increases the unit storage limit after use to epic level. Increasing the unit cap doesn't improve me much. Yushu was a little annoyed, but she was prepared for it, since she was ranked last. Perhaps it can be used for trading. Just as Yushu was preparing to clean up the battlefield, he saw a message from a friend. Kechuan, Black Dragon Goddess, what are you doing? I'm ready to join your alliance. Yushu, clean up the battlefield. Kechuan, Black Dragon, the last wave was really fierce. One of my Black Dragons died, but the strongest was still Su Ming. The top 2 and 3 combined could barely surpass him. Yushu, he's really good. One of your Black Dragons died too, but getting 3rd place should get you a better reward than mine. You should be happy. Kechuan, Black Dragon, my reward is a golden orb that can randomly grant you a special unit. Goddess, how about I give it to you? Kechuan knew that Goddess Yu had barely made it into the top 10, and he must be feeling very down. If I offer the reward generously now, I'm sure I'll win her favor. Randomly obtain special units? Yushu was taken aback. After learning about the other party's reward, she felt a little envious. Rather than increasing the unit cap, she needs special units. Because of the giant python's reserves, she has never had them all, and obtaining them is quite difficult. Yushu, mine is to increase the troop storage limit. Unit type limit? Kechuan raised an eyebrow. I gave it to her directly, but she avoided my question. I doubt that Goddess Yu would want to accept gifts from others for nothing. If I suggested exchanging them with her, would she be happy to do so? Definitely. Just as he was about to extend an invitation to exchange rewards, he saw a message from Yushu. Yushu, I'm preparing this reward for Su Ming as a way to invite him to join my alliance. Do you think he'll be willing? Kechuan. He was completely stunned. He was prepared to exchange with her, but she was planning to give her away instead? As expected, the strong are the easiest to catch the goddess's attention. I wish I could get 1st place. Kechuan was a little annoyed. Why wasn't this 1st place his? He then replied, Kechuan, Su Ming's reward is more generous than ours, and it's the only special reward we have, so we shouldn't need it. Yushu, Goddess, that's true. I invited him last time, but he refused. I guess I didn't get anything out of him. Maybe he'll agree this time. Playing hard to get. So that's how it works. I wish I hadn't agreed to the goddess's request to form an alliance so quickly. Kechuan felt like he had learned another trick. He was reluctant for Yushu to invite Su Ming to join, but he also didn't want to go against the goddess's wishes. Kechuan, let's give it a try. It might be a good thing if Su Ming could join our alliance. City of Earth Dragons. At this moment, Luo Qilong lay dejectedly on the ground, the golden orb of reward rolling to one side, emitting a faint orange glow. I'm so angry. After a long while, he roared angrily at the sky. The earthworm, which was cooking nearby, looked up at the scene, then continued cooking in silence. Now he's going to look down on me. How can I possibly have the face to add him as a friend? Sigh. My strength is still too weak. Luo Qilong was too lazy to get up, So he rolled over to the reward, reached out and touched it, and picked up the round object. Gold grants 10 unit types upon use. Upon seeing the reward, Luo Qilong's eyes widened, and he sat up abruptly, checking it carefully once more. I'm not seeing things, am I? There really are 10 different troop types. After confirming that everything was correct, Luo Qilong burst into laughter. 10 earth dragons would be enough to multiply his combat power several times over. Sweeping away the gloom and depression of the past, Luo Qilong stood up. This is just a small setback in my life. I shouldn't give up now. I still have a chance. I will definitely surpass Su Ming. After regaining his confidence, he immediately used rewards. A moment later, a series of rumbling sounds came from the earth dragon's nest, and 10 earth dragons ran out, their imposing presence terrifying. Okay, Su Ming, just you wait. Next time I'll definitely surpass you and make you want to add me. Luo Qilong was full of confidence, feeling that he would soon see Su Ming looking up at him. He then waved his hand dismissively. Cooked rice. Fairy Spring. While cleaning up her spoils, Tao Yaoyao shared her experiences during the last wave of beast tides with Su Ming. Peach Blossom. Su Ming, my little blue, little green, little red, and little yellow are all dead. Su Ming. People always die in battle. Don't be too sad. They were all there to protect you. Peach Blossom. Su Ming. The boss dropped an epic-level piece of equipment this time, a soft armor. Do you want it? I'll give it to you. Su Ming, who was modifying the Ji Gale, was stunned when he saw this and muttered to himself. This luck is truly enviable. Su Ming, keep it. It can protect you. Tao Yaoyao's fairy soldiers have no combat ability and need to be equipped with protective gear. Peach Blossom, okay. Then you must accept this lion's heart, Boss Su Ming. I don't know what material it is. It's not of any use to me. The heart of a lion? Is it a special item from the boss? While Su Ming was still guessing what it was, Tao Yaoyao sent another message. Peach Blossom, it's epic level. Su Ming, you absolutely have to accept it. I can't take your permanent attribute food for free. Her relationship with Su Ming had improved considerably, but she felt that their transactions needed to be clearly defined. We can't let such a small matter cause us to lose the support we've worked so hard to get in touch with. Epic level materials? You got 2 epic materials from a single boss? Are you the reincarnation of Lady Luck? Or a child? Your luck is incredible. Su Ming, okay. Let's trade it then. Since Tao Yaoyao was so persistent, he didn't refuse and accepted it directly. Soon, the golden heart was traded for. Su Ming was stunned when he saw the effect of the lion heart. Because this is not the material Tao Yaoyao mentioned at all. Golden lion heart has a very small chance of dropping when defeating a golden lion. Consuming it grants a golden amplification, attributes plus 200%, followed by a permanent plus 100 to all attributes. Permanent attribute food? It's a permanent attribute of plus 100. Su Ming was shocked that Tao Yaoyao would give him something so precious for free. She encountered something with an extremely low probability of success. Her luck is already exceptionally good. Chapter 61, Biological Blood Collection Plant, Refining Blood Agents. By noon, the battlefield had been largely cleaned up, and Su Ming had a basic understanding of how to use the modified factory. After the modifications, the RX series is more like a wolfhound and even has a more ferocious expression. Su Ming also made some modifications to the GT Gale and GT Storm, increasing their mobility and autonomous evasion capabilities to better deal with enemy attacks. After the modification was completed, GX Gale became GX Gale Modified. The same applies to GT Storm. After familiarizing himself with the renovated factory, Su Ming summarized his findings. Besides the rewards from the leaderboard, the gains from this beast tide were quite substantial. What's this? While organizing the resources, Su Ming discovered 2 extra blueprints for building defense towers. Catapult Construction Blueprint, blue. Biological Throwing Vehicle Construction Blueprint, purple. These are the blueprints that the 2 throwing giants dropped. I can understand catapults, but this biological catapult, could it be what I'm thinking? Su Ming thought of the giant throwing creature on the western battlefield. The giants treated the monsters around them like cannonballs, throwing them one by one into their territory, causing considerable trouble. Bio-throwing is a bit too cruel, and my territory is all machines, so there are no creatures to throw at. Even if machines could throw things, it doesn't seem necessary. Su Ming thought of using the biological projectile vehicle's capabilities to quickly deploy machinery to the battlefield, which seemed to be a valid approach. But after thinking about it, I felt that this was unnecessary. We have both air and ground mechanized forces, so there's absolutely no need for this method. Su Ming considered this blueprint to be completely useless. Even though there are Maine silver wolves in my territory, I can't just throw them out like cannonballs. That would be too wasteful. As for catapults, they were somewhat useful, but their effectiveness was limited. In the end, Su Ming did not plan to build these 2 defensive towers, mainly because they were unnecessary and a waste of space. Subsequently, Su Ming consumed 8,000 pieces of wood, 1 universal crystal, 3,000 heteromorphic crystals, and 10 crystal cores to complete the construction of the biological blood collection plant. The factory was crimson in color and shaped like a drop of blood, surrounded by a network of red veins, with a machine resembling a blood pump in operation. Building requires a lot of resources, but upgrading doesn't require many. After thinking for a while, Su Ming upgraded the biological blood collection plant to the advanced level. After all, advanced factories can unlock more capabilities. Su Ming opened the factory panel, and 2 boxes appeared in front of him. One was the collection pool, and the other was the blood pool. It's just collecting blood. It shouldn't require draining all the blood from your body, right? Su Ming was preparing to take the mane-covered silver wolf for testing. I was curious about the purpose of the collected blood. Upon arriving at the western part of the territory, the Maine silver wolves were resting on the ground. They were exhausted after the battle and had many wounds on their bodies. Upon seeing Su Ming arrive, they all stood up. Grown-ups. The old wolf came up. At this time, he had multiple wounds on his body, and even his original armor was damaged and missing. "I'm sorry, sir. I've damaged the armor you gave me. Please punish me." Old wolf prostrated himself, ready to await Su Ming's punishment. Su Ming said calmly, "Get up. I gave you the armor to protect you. If it gets damaged, I'll just build another one. Don't worry about it." After glancing around, Su Ming noticed that the number of Maine silver wolves had been reduced by half, with only 8 remaining, including the old wolf. "Is this all that's left? The rest died in battle?" Su Ming asked. Old wolf nodded. "They all bravely sacrificed themselves to defend their territory. Not one of them flinched." "I'll build you all a suit of armor when I have the chance," Su Ming said. "My factory needs to conduct trials. Who wants to come?" "Wow." Old wolf volunteered. Su Ming glanced at the old wolf, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. "Okay, come with me." The old wolf is a bit smarter than the Maine silver wolf, so the blood collected from it might be different. Then you can compare it with a regular Maine silver wolf. Old wolf was brought to the front of the biological blood collection plant. Looking at the bright red color in front of him, he was a little scared. "Go in." "Good." Old wolf still resolutely went inside. The image of the old wolf appeared on the panel, with 5 options between 2 boxes. Blood collection, 5%, 10%, 20%, 50%, 100%. It's a choice, not a heartless blood collecting machine. Seeing that there were options to choose from, Su Ming felt much more at ease. Then, Su Ming noticed the words collection and refining. The refining process has only 3 levels, 10%, 50%, and 100%. After some investigation, Su Ming discovered that refining to 10% requires collecting 20% of the blood, refining to 50% requires 100% of the blood, and refining to 100% requires 500% of the blood. 500%. Even a single creature doesn't have that much blood. It means that the blood of multiple creatures can be refined. I don't know what the difference is between refined and ordinary. After thinking it over for a while, Su Ming decided to try both. However, this is something that old wolf cannot withstand. After all, refining requires drawing 20% of one's blood, and if it's all drawn from him, it could kill him. You may feel tired later, but it won't have a big impact on your health. Adults can start at any time. Su Ming pressed the data collection button. In less than a second, the blood pool on the right increased by 5%. Then the options of extraction and refining appeared, and Su Ming chose extraction. Wolf blood potion increases attributes by 10 and speed by 1% upon consumption. It can actually increase attributes. Su Ming's eyes lit up. So, refining. Without delay, Su Ming began to attempt refining. The old wolf took another 2%, and the rest was shared by the other silver wolves with manies. No conflicts occurred during the mixed extraction, perhaps because they were from the same race. Refined wolf blood elixir increases attributes by 20 upon consumption, then permanently increases attributes by 0.1. It really can add permanent attributes. Having confirmed that the refined blood was exactly as he had imagined, Su Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. This blood collection plant is amazing. Although the added benefit is small, if you drink it every day, and this is only 10% refined. There are also 50% and 100% refined versions later. Different powerful creatures may produce blood serums with different effects. Looks like we need to capture some powerful monsters to try, or at least get some of their blood. There will be an extra step in the corpse disposal process from now on. If we had known this factory was so powerful, we should have built it sooner. We've wasted so many monster corpses. If all of them are refined, more permanent attribute blood potions can be obtained. Su Ming sighed inwardly, feeling it was a pity. Once we have enough production, we can sell it in the trading area. The appearance of this thing will definitely shock everyone. Su Ming approached the old wolf, who was now extremely weak. Having just survived a major battle and had so much blood drained, his face was already pale. The experiment was a success. Here, take this. Su Ming handed the refined blood potion he had obtained to Old Wolf. The Old Wolf sniffed it, immediately perked up, and jumped to his feet. Sir, are you sure you want to give it to me? After drinking it, you will gain a small amount of permanent attributes, but not much. Yes, this is a lot. Thank you for your kindness, sir. Old Wolf nodded quickly and drank the bottle of refined wolf blood potion. I feel refreshed, and my physical strength has been somewhat restored. Seeing the Old Wolf's excited expression, Su Ming stroked his chin and began to ponder. Could food with permanent attributes have some special use for them? It seems that after Tao Yaoyao's fairy ate the demon beef jerky, she suddenly went crazy and then nurtured a golden fairy as a gift. Perhaps it really has special uses. We can let Tao Yaoyao try it out when the time comes. Chapter 62 Mechanical Reassembly, Warlord. The biological blood collection plant is more powerful than Su Ming expected. No, it is even more powerful than he anticipated. The only downside is that obtaining essence blood is relatively difficult. However, regular blood potions are quite simple to obtain. After hunting monsters and producing a batch of blood potions, you can sell them in the trading area and exchange them for a considerable amount of resources. After dealing with the matter of the biological blood collection plant, Su Ming prepared to upgrade the plant. The harvest from this beast hide was quite good. Energy crystal asterisk 89864. Different crystals asterisk 9890. Crystal core asterisk 667. It's enough to upgrade other factories to rare level, such as weapon factories, equipment factories, and resource gathering factories. As for the excavation plant, Su Ming believes there is no need for that for now. Let's focus on improving our combat strength first. Rare grade mechanical factory. Rank 9 rare. 40 GT storm units can be produced for free every day. Production line 1. RX 20 time 3.5 minutes/piece. Production line 2. RX 78 time 1.5 minutes/piece. Production line 3. GT Gale time 8.5 minutes/1 unit. Production line 4. GT Storm time 8.5 minutes/1 unit. Storage 280/540. Upgrade requirements 1 million energy crystals, 14,000 different crystals, 100 crystal cores. After upgrading other factories to the rare level, Su Ming upgraded the mechanical factory to level 9, rare level. Each level up GT Storm receives a buff. He was very confident that he could kill that Balrog within 30 seconds if he faced it again now. After completing the upgrade, Su Ming had just over 10,000 energy crystals left. Only a few hundred alien crystals, but still a considerable number of crystal cores, since the upgrade at this stage did not consume much energy. To achieve a massive troop build, the resources are still insufficient to support such a consumption. Su Ming looked at himself, who was a millionaire just a second ago, and now became a debtor and felt a bit of a headache. Mechanical weapons are all about resource consumption. With enough resources, even top-tier or rare units can be wiped out. Now the weapons factory and equipment factory have been upgraded to the rare level, which can stably produce rare-level equipment. I also have a blood collection factory, and the blood serum I get can be exchanged for a lot of resources. The resource issue has been resolved, but Su Ming now faces another problem. The mechanical storage capacity is too small, barely 540 units. I wonder if there's anything that can increase reserves. If there is, we should definitely get one. Subsequently, Su Ming gathered all the excavator operators from the excavation factory and also called over Old Wolf. There's a huge mine in the Goblin tribe. I've been too busy to mine it recently, but it's time to start mining it. Take them there and dig up the mine, Su Ming said. Yes, sir. Old Wolf led his excavator soldiers to the Goblin tribe. Su Ming also provided them with 2 RX-20s and a GX-86 to protect their safety and keep them informed of the situation there. Perhaps it was unnecessary, since even the Goblin King could obtain resources from there, so there shouldn't be too much danger, but Su Ming still equipped himself with guards. Then, Su Ming activated the mechanical totem. After defeating the Beast Tide, new abilities were unlocked. I wonder what kind of ability it will be. Su Ming completed the unlock with a sense of anticipation. Mechanical reassembly. Machinery can be reassembled. Reorganization. Su Ming looked puzzled when he saw the new ability. Does reassembly mean disassembling the machine and reassembling it into a new machine? Su Ming looked at the machinery he now possessed. Mechanical dogs cannot be reassembled, nor can drones, but GT Gale and Storm can. They have an extra reassemble button next to their names. Su Ming tried clicking, and a prompt popped up. Recombination requires 50 GT Gale modified, 50 GT Storm modified, and 100 crystal cores. Do you wish to proceed with recombination? We need 50 of each. Do we really need that many? Su Ming was a little surprised. But the more this happened, the more excited he became. This proves that the power is increased after reassembly. I glanced at the inventory in the warehouse. There were exactly 100 Gale and Storm combined. Reorganize. As Su Ming clicked, 100 Gales and Storms flew out, disassembled themselves in midair, and then reassembled. 10 minutes later, to Su Ming's astonishment, a giant machine was assembled and magnetically levitated in midair. This is what it looks like after the reorganization. Su Ming was stunned. The enormous machine is over 100 meters tall, with a silver-white metal outer shell and an energy core. Its head is shaped like a humanoid robot, with a pair of red eyes radiating a destructive light. It is equipped with auxiliary cannons on both sides, and its huge arms and body are equipped with various weapons. Machine guns, missile launchers, and laser cannons are all capable of striking the enemy from multiple directions. This is no longer a mecha, but a war fortress. Jitsuro, Warlord. Tier 1 Epic. Attack methods. Machine guns, missiles, lasers. Composition. GT égale astérisque 50, GT Storm astérisque 50. Description. Possessing extremely high destructive power, it is known as a mobile war fortress. Looking at the enormous machine before him, Su Ming was filled with unease. With this war fortress in place, what could they not conquer? Moreover, the warlord is not limited to one. It is assembled through GT Gale and Storm. In other words, as long as there are enough quantities and enough crystal cores, you can produce them indefinitely. After glancing at the crystal core, Su Ming said, "Let's build 5 warlords first." The production lines were modified so that 4 production lines would produce GT Gale and Storm respectively. Moreover, despite its enormous size, the warlord only occupies 1 space in the warehouse, which is equivalent to compressing the GT Gale and Storm. After doing all this, Su Ming made himself a devil steak, along with the golden lion's heart. While preparing the steak, Su Ming noticed that the condition of the devil beef had changed. The holographic eye indicates that the demon beef's permanent attributes will decrease by 0.1 after 3 days. Don't underestimate this 0.1. It means that the freshness of food will affect the bonus to permanent attributes, while other effects don't change much. Unless the food is specially processed to preserve it for longer, the permanent attributes will not be lost too quickly, like the demon beef jerky we obtained before. This stuff really can't be kept for too long. As Su Ming ate his steak, he pondered how to price the food. After all, the longer food is stored, the less valuable it becomes. Just then, a friend sent me a message. It is the book of you. Yushu. I have something here that might interest you. Yushu. This is an item that increases the maximum storage capacity for certain troop types. Yushu. Do you have time to talk? The image from the internet looks something like this. Chapter 63 Troop Storage Upgrade completed. Increase the unit storage limit. Upon seeing the message from Yushu, Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately became excited. So such a thing really exists. Su Ming, what are the conditions? Yu Shu. I formed an alliance and would like to invite you to join. Yu Shu. If you agree, I can give you the props for free. Join the alliance? Su Ming frowned. Yu Shu had brought up this matter with him before, but he had refused. Su Ming. Not interested. Let's change the terms. Yu Shu, why? One person's strength is ultimately limited. We should unite. Yu Shu. I estimate that other regions may be opened or merged later, giving us the confidence to contend with other lords. Su Ming, let's talk about it when it's actually opened up or merged. The alliance involves too many interests. It's easier to go it alone. He had no interest in getting involved in these power struggles. Su Ming, if this is the only condition you can offer in your deal, then there's no point in continuing the discussion. Seeing Su Ming's determination, Yu Shu knew that it was impossible to bring him into his alliance this time. He won't know the benefits of alliances until he's learned his lesson. Yu Shu. Okay, you can contact me anytime you'd like to join. You're welcome anytime. Su Ming, okay. Su Ming replied politely, then quickly typed. Su Ming, I have something here that you might be interested in, and I'd like to make a deal with you. Yu Shu, what do you want to trade with me? Su Ming, the item you just used to upgrade troop storage. Yu Shu from 7-Colored Python City looked at the message that had just been sent, and a strange expression appeared on his face. I thought he wasn't interested. Yu Shu smiled slightly. Yu Shu. Okay, the same conditions as before. Su Ming, mechanical no. Those were your terms of the deal, not mine. Su Ming, mechanical, I'll trade you food with permanent attributes. How about it? Food with permanent attributes? Yu Shu raised an eyebrow. This condition is very tempting. After all, food with permanent attributes is a real boost. However, she was very curious about where Su Ming got so many foods with permanent attributes. I haven't encountered that much myself. Yu Shu, devil's beef jerky? If you have 100 sticks, I might consider trading with you. She also tried to ask for an exorbitant amount. Even if Su Ming doesn't agree, there's still room for negotiation. After all, transactions are all negotiated, and there are many intricacies involved. Su Ming, mechanical of course not. It's other foods with permanent attributes. Su Ming, mechanical, I can provide this service long-term. What are the terms? Can it be provided long-term? Yu Shu was stunned when she saw the message. She knew all too well what providing it long-term meant. Has he already mastered a way to obtain food with permanent attributes at any time? That can't be right. Yu Shu thought it was too absurd. Having a large amount of food with permanent attributes means that one can grow without limit, because there are no restrictions on the consumption of this food. You'll become stronger just by eating it. Yu Shu, this food is extremely rare. How could you possibly possess so much of it? Yu Shu, not even the shepherd's resource point. Su Ming, mechanical, I can't tell you that. Su Ming, mechanical, I'll be listing my products in the trading area again soon. You're my first customer, so I'll give you a favor. I won't have to compete with the trading area's lords. I'll supply you directly. Supply? What unfamiliar terms? Can food with permanent attributes really be treated as commodities and sold at will? Yu Shu felt it was a bit absurd. If he really has that many permanent attribute foods, I finally understand why he was able to win first place in this beast tide. Yu Shu. Okay, but I need you to make the deal first. Su Ming, mechanical no problem. I still trust Goddess Yu's reputation. Su Ming was very generous and traded the demon beef for concentrated blood essence. Concentrated essence blood is obtained by killing vampire nobles. It has good effects, but the side effects are too great, so it's best not to consume it yourself. Yu Shu stared at the food that had been traded, her eyes wide as saucers, and her breathing became rapid. Demon beef and its essence blood. What he said is all true. One grants plus 20 permanent attribute points, while the other is even more outrageous, granting a direct plus 50 permanent attribute points. And just like that, these two items were traded away, sparkling clean, and he didn't hesitate at all. Yu Shu was shocked for a long time, then took a deep breath and regained his composure. This deal is worthwhile, and he can provide it long-term. If you look at it that way, it can be considered an alliance between us. Yu Shu, I agree. But I have one condition. This privilege can only be given to me alone. How about it? Su Ming, mechanical, in that case, I have one condition. Yu Shu, you say it. Su Ming, mechanic, I need blood, your unit's blood. Bring me a few buckets now. Need blood? Yu Shu frowned. What does he need the blood for? Or is it by the bucket? Out of caution, she asked a question. Yushu, what brings you here? Sumin, mechanical no comment. Just tell me whether you'll give it to me or not. Half an hour later, Su Ming saw the 2 large buckets of blood that had been traded over, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Su Ming, it's been a pleasure working with you. Su Ming, by the way, do you have the contact information for other lords? A moment later, Su Ming and Yushu reached a deal, and Su Ming also obtained the item to increase the troop storage capacity. Gold increases the maximum troop storage capacity after use. Looking at the golden orb in his hand, Su Ming knew that this was a reward Yushu had received during the Beast Tide. The increased reserves will boost my combat power and elevate me to another level. The combat power of machinery is all about quantity. The more there are, the stronger they are. Fortunately, Yushu didn't ask for an exorbitant price. If he had insisted on forming an alliance with him for the deal, he probably would have given up. Mechanical reconfiguration can be seen as a way to indirectly increase storage space. You could trade 100 for 1 warlord. Of course, that would be the best option. Su Ming used it immediately and then received a notification that his storage had been increased. Warehouse capacity plus 250. 250. They can add that much. Su Ming was thrilled to see that the reserves had increased by almost half, reaching 790. I wonder if this special item can be dropped. If it can, I'd love to see as many as possible drop. Subsequently, Su Ming had the RX-30 transport the 2 large barrels of blood to the biological blood collection plant. It's not necessary for any living beings to enter. Fresh blood can be used instead. After all, the factory is only so big. If something like a giant were to enter, it would burst the factory. Su Ming brought up the factory panel and selected refining, but could only refine it to 50%. That's quite a generous offer. These 2 large buckets are equivalent to the blood volume of a giant python. Su Ming felt that Yushu was a good partner. After the blood refining was completed, Su Ming took out the blood serum. Refined giant python blood potion. After consumption, increases physical resilience and strength by 10, and then permanently increases these attributes by 5. Which organism's blood is used to extract a blood serum that will grant the user enhanced attributes of that organism? Let's get blood samples from a few more military branches to take a look. Chapter 64, Deleting Friends. City of Earth Dragons. Luo Qilong was in high spirits and had lost his previous dejection. 13 Earth Dragons are enough to give him the confidence to face any powerful enemy. Su Ming, just you wait. I'll make you beg to add me. Luo Qilong laughed heartily, feeling better than ever before. Just then, a notification popped up in his private chat. He opened it and froze on the spot. Hey, he added me on his own initiative? Looking at the information on the screen in front of him, he confirmed again and again that it was indeed Su Ming's name. He bowed down to me? No, that can't be right. Then why did he add me? Luo Qilong stared at the friend request message in front of him and began to ponder. Would someone as arrogant as him take the initiative to add others? I added them more than 10 times last time, but they never responded. This time I'll let you taste what it's like to be rejected. Luo Qilong was about to click decline when he hesitated. What if he needs my help? Such an arrogant guy would lower himself to add me as a friend. He must have something urgent to say. I'll refuse you harshly after you make your request, and let you taste what it's like to be rejected. After thinking it through, Luo Qilong clicked approved. Su Ming, I have something I'd like to trade with you. They sent the message so quickly, they must be in a hurry. Luo Qilong's lips curled up high. Luo Qilong, what do you want to trade? I don't trade with just anyone. I'm only doing this because you're number 1. Come on, let me firmly reject you. Luo Qilong had already typed, I refuse into the chat box, ready to send it at any time. We're just waiting for them to state their terms. Su Ming, I have some blood potions that permanently increase attributes. I'd like to trade them for Earth Dragon blood. How about it? Upon seeing the message from Su Ming, Luo Qilong quickly tapped the send button. But his eyes were faster than his hands, and he quickly scanned Su Mingfa's message. Upon seeing the words permanent attribute potion, my head buzzed for a moment, and I quickly grabbed my right hand with my left. The message was not sent until the last 0.1 seconds had elapsed. Permanent attribute blood potion? He has something like that. Luo Qilong was shocked. He had previously killed a rabbit called Mixed Bunny and obtained a food item with permanent attributes. He still remembers the expression on his face when he received the food with permanent attributes. Unfortunately, I never obtained any more of these foods after that, nor did I ever see any other foods with permanent attributes. Now, Su Ming has received more information. He even used it for his own trading. He doesn't eat such good stuff himself, but instead puts it up for trade. What is he thinking? Luo Qilong couldn't understand what the other party was thinking. This is a real and tangible improvement for myself. Luo Qilong deleted the content in the chat box and retyped it. Luo Qilong, if you had this, would you be offering it for trade? Su Ming, that's too much. I can't drink that much by myself. Too many. Upon seeing this inhuman statement, Luo Qilong clenched his fist. Trying to show off to me on purpose? You damn arrogant bastard. He was angry at the other party's arrogant attitude, but the temptation of food with permanent attributes was indeed great. Luo Qilong, how do you want to trade? Su Ming, earthworm blood, 5 buckets. Do you need earthworm blood? Luo Qilong frowned. These were not the other resources he had anticipated. Luo Qilong, yes, but the transaction must be completed simultaneously. Su Ming, okay. Luo Qilong, I'll contact you again in an hour. An hour later, Luo Qilong extracted 5 large amounts of blood from the earth dragon, but it took him a lot of effort to persuade the earth dragon to bleed. Luo Qilong, let's make a deal. The two quickly completed the transaction, and Luo Qilong also received the blood serum. Looking at the attributes above, his eyes lit up. It really can increase permanent attributes, although not as much as rabbit meat. Just you wait, Su Ming. I'll make you beg to add me. After completing the transaction, Luo Qilong promptly deleted Su Ming from his contacts. This is not the way he wanted to add it. Before deleting it, he saw the last message Su Ming sent. Su Ming, if the troops consume it, it might have special effects. I haven't tried having special effects on troops after consuming it. Su Ming, if the troops consume it, it might have special effects. Su Ming, from now on, you provide me with earthworm blood, and I'll provide you with blood potions. How about that? Sending failed. The other party has not been added as a friend. Su Ming was taken aback when he saw that the last message had not been sent. Did this guy delete me? Why is that? Su Ming was completely baffled. I don't know what the other person is thinking, but since they've deleted me, so be it. It's not like I have to cooperate with them anyway. While chatting with Luo Qilong, he also contacted 3 other lords, namely Black Dragon Castle, City of Nature, and Siren Domain. They have all established good trading relationships. The only pity is that we can't contact the Lord of the Land of the Dead. I'd like to try and see if I can refine blood potions using undead units. But after applying for so long without getting approved, I had no choice but to give up. Refined Earth Dragon Blood Potion. After consumption, defense plus 10, then permanently plus 5 to all attributes. Refined Black Dragon Blood Potion. After consumption, dark attribute plus 10, then permanently plus 10. Refined Thorn Blood Elixir. After consumption, restores plus 2 HP and permanently increases all attributes by plus 1. Refined Siren Blood Potion. After consumption, water resistance plus 5, then permanently plus 2 to all attributes. After refining all the blood he obtained, Su Ming got 3 bottles of each type of blood potion. The improvement effect is quite good. He then returned to the western part of the territory, intending to test the effects of the blood potion on Old Wolf and his men. Are there any special changes after drinking it? Su Ming, I've prepared a few blood serums. Try them and see how they work. Blood serum? The one I drank before. The Old Wolf wagged its tail excitedly. Su Ming nodded. Yes, but the effect will be even better than what you just drank. The blood potion extracted from the blood of the main silver wolf only adds 0.1, which is a significant difference. Even better, Old Wolf became even more excited, looking at Su Ming as if he were God. Not only did they not despise their physical disabilities, they even helped them become stronger. Such a debt of gratitude can never be repaid in a lifetime. With great excitement, the Old Wolf drank the refined Earth Dragon Blood Potion. A surge of power immediately welled up in his body, and he couldn't help but roar. Thank you for your kindness, sir. After venting their emotions, they didn't forget to prostrate themselves in gratitude. Su Ming, get up. Did it have any effect? I feel like I become stronger. Su Ming, no, does it have any special effects? Special effects? Su Ming, is it too little? I have more here. You can have some more. Besides, the Old Wolf was shocked. He never expected that the adult would be so generous as to give him something so precious. This debt of gratitude can never be repaid in 10 lifetimes. Old Wolf continued drinking the blood potions, including those he had drunk before, and finished 2 bottles each of Earth Dragon and Black Dragon blood potions. My lord, I feel a burning sensation within my body, a continuous surge of power. My lord, something's happened. Something amazing has happened. I've grown horns. The old wolf's voice grew more and more excited with each passing moment, and the last 2 words, long horns, were almost roared out. It's being updated like crazy. Please give me some free gifts. Chapter 65 Plunder Mode activated. It's grown horns? Dragon horns? Su Ming immediately looked over, but did not see the so-called dragon horns on the old wolf's head. I touched the old wolf's head again and finally found a very, very small keratinous bump. They're not even as big as a fingernail. Is this newly grown? Su Ming asked. Yes, sir. The old wolf nodded quickly, wagging his tail excitedly. I can feel that this little horn is growing from inside my body, not a lump. Su Ming nodded. So, do foods with permanent attributes really have an impact on organisms? If the wolf keeps drinking it, will it be able to mutate? We can't jump to conclusions. I'll gather more information from other lords later. If there are any unusual changes, then we can be pretty sure. However, the quantity given to them is too small, so it may not have an effect so quickly. The machine factory continued to produce and manufacture, and then Su Ming reorganized GX Gale and Storm, adding another warlord. This is one of my trump cards. Night fell. On the day the beast tide was repelled, Su Ming did not go out to expand his territory, but instead rested and sorted out the spoils of war. The next day, after receiving 40 free GT Storm units, Su Ming prepared to continue expanding his territory. There are almost no creatures in this area that can rival him. He can crush them all. So Su Ming directly dispatched a large number of machines to kill the creatures in the unexplored areas, and then he slowly went over to occupy them. The RX-20, GT Gale, and GT Storm served as pioneers, while the RX-30 carried the fallen vehicles behind. After the body is returned to the territory, its blood is collected first, and then it is put into the resource-gathering factory to maximize the value of the body. Refined mixed blood potion. After consumption, attributes +5 causes physical discomfort, then permanently increases attributes by 0.2. Looking at the newly refined blood serum, which was made from the blood of various different organisms and labeled as a mixture, I realized that it was a product of refining the blood of many different organisms. Using the monsters here to refine blood potions is much less effective. They're not as good as the Lord's troops. It seems my earlier prediction was correct. Although the permanent attribute bonuses are relatively small, the continuous output makes them quite substantial. After conquering another area, Su Ming's territory reached 130 squares, and he opened his control panel. Su Ming, Lord. Strength, 7 stars. Titles, Lord, Landlord. Castle, the Mechanical City. Territory range, 130 tiles. Totem, Mechanical Totem. Classes, RX, GX, GT. Construction, factory machinery. Refining, gathering, mining, equipment crafting, weapon and ammunition enhancement, stone production, biological blood collection. The castle can be upgraded. It's just that clearing land like this is a bit slow. It's much faster to take over a lord's territory. Su Ming rubbed his temples, having searched for so long without encountering a second lord. If you want to upgrade your castle quickly, you can't keep going at this pace. Continue exploring, and text will appear in the unexplored areas. Previous, a mountain-splitting beast is digging into the mountain, attempting to unearth treasures within. Level, Tier 1, Rare, Quantity 1, right? There's nothing there, but there are numerous traps, possibly set up by a lord. Left, a lake where a group of sea monsters escaped from a dark cave and have lived ever since. Highest level, 9 advanced, number 10. After obtaining information from the 3 directions, Su Ming's eyes lit up. Finally, we've found the lord. The lord controls a large amount of territory. Once you take over his territory, the territory he acquires will also belong to you. This is the fastest way to expand your territory. Su Ming retrieved a GX-86 from the warehouse and had it fly to the area ahead to see what the mountain-opening beast was digging for. Su Ming was very curious about the treasure in the mountains, but he was in no hurry to go there. He would send a drone over first to find out what was going on, and it wouldn't be too late to go after he had taken down the lord on the right. Just as Su Ming entered the area on the right, an announcement was made. 100 lords have successfully killed other lords. Plunder mode is now available. The world's resources are limited and cannot support the growth of every city lord. You will need to acquire and plunder resources yourselves. In the world of the strong prey on the weak. If you don't want to become food on the table, strive to become stronger and become a diner. The plunder mode will be available long-term. In this mode, successfully defeating a lord will not only grant you all of their resources and territory, but also randomly grant you one or more of their buildings. The announcement caused an uproar in the entire chat channel. It's here. The time has come for the city lords to fight each other. In the end, we couldn't escape the time of mutual slaughter. I didn't expect it to come so soon. I've been itching to get started for a long time. Clearing and occupying land is too slow. It's much faster to just snatch it. My greatsword is itching for a fight. Welcome, lords, to our anti-mechanical alliance. Once you join us, we will provide you with protection. If you are attacked by other lords, they are enemies of our anti-mechanical alliance, and we will strike back with full force. I'm planning to form an alliance to fight against other lords. If you want to join, message me privately. Is Goddess You forming an alliance? I'll join immediately. Holy crap, I see a drone. Is there some shady dealer right next to me? May the brother upstairs rest in peace. Hurry up and join the anti-mechanical alliance to see how powerful Su Ming is. The chat channel was bustling with activity, with many people forming cliques and sticking together for mutual support. Some people are already sharpening their knives, ready to make a big splash. Now is the real battle. While the lords were searching for allies for themselves, Gao Ran's face had turned as black as coal. Yu Shu actually formed his own alliance and even recruited a lot of lords from the points leaderboard. Damn it, I've been tricked by this woman. Gao Ren angrily crushed the fruit in her hand into pieces and quickly asked, what was her reason for refusing? The Lord of Platinum City said she didn't want to be enemies with Su Ming. At this point, the Lord of the Golden City added, I have heard some good news and some bad news. Gao Ran, speak. The good news is that Yu Shu invited Su Ming, but Su Ming did not join. The bad news is that we haven't been able to contact the Lord of the Land of the Dead. It seems that he has joined Yu Shu's alliance. Gao Ran's face darkened further as she asked, how many of the top 10 have joined that woman's alliance? The City of Gold glanced around and said, the Land of the Dead, Black Dragon Castle, Earth Dragon City, and the Siren Domain. Gao Ran. We must win over the remaining 3 lords. If their demands are not unreasonable, we may agree to them. Golden City. Okay, I'll try my best. Then, Gao Ran looked at the Lord of Platinum City and said, have the other lords prepare. Once the troops are replenished, we will set off to annihilate Su Ming. The Lord of Platinum City nodded. I'm already making preparations, but now that many new lords have joined us, I'm afraid they might be reluctant to send troops to wipe out Su Ming. During the Beast Tide, Su Ming sold a lot of equipment. Although the prices were high, it helped these lords survive the Beast Tide to some extent. Joining their anti-mechanical alliance now doesn't necessarily mean they have a real grudge against Su Ming or want to eliminate him. They're just seeking protection because of their larger size. Achieving true unity is virtually impossible, and getting them to send troops is pure fantasy. Then we just need to do some ideological work with them. Tell them that the Su Ming territory has abundant resources and can produce rare-grade equipment, etc. Humans are inherently greedy, especially in this dog-eat-dog world. Faced with enormous profits, even the closest friends can turn against each other. I don't believe they wouldn't be tempted. Chapter 66, Suffocation, Utterly Powerless. Prepare for battle. Enemy invasion. The moment the trap was triggered, Yang Yin learned of the intrusion and immediately dispatched his cat demons to various battle zones to prepare for the battle. His unit is the cat demon. It's not a top-tier unit. According to classification, it can only be considered a lower-tier unit. However, Yang Yin was lucky and obtained several rare troop types in succession, which greatly improved his combat power. For example, the Wizard Cat Demon, the Berserk Cat Demon, the Shadow Cat Demon, and the strongest, the Boots-Wearing Cat Demon. Yang Yin didn't know why the name was so strange, but this cat demon was his strongest fighting force. It has reached Tier 3, Rare. When the Beast Tide arrived, it was thanks to these powerful cat demons and the equipment in the trading area that they successfully resisted it. They're ranked 49th on the leaderboard, which puts them in the top 50. Suddenly, a shadow appeared at Yang Yun's feet and condensed into the shape of a cat demon. Wearing a hood, covered in black fur from head to toe, only its amber eyes were exceptionally bright. "My lord, I have discovered mechanical artifacts flying in the sky. They may have been released by the intruders," said the shadow cat demon. Yang Yun's expression changed, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Mechanical creations? Is that a shady merchant coming? He's right next to me." He didn't know exactly how strong Su Ming was, but the fact that he could take first place on the leaderboard, and even the second and third place combined could barely surpass him, was enough to prove how formidable he was. "He's very strong. You definitely can't beat him in a head-on fight. Find an opportunity to assassinate him." "Yes." The shadow cat demon nodded and quickly disappeared. Yang Yun knew that it was impossible to negotiate with the other party and ask them to spare his life. His arrival here already explained everything. Now the only option is to fight to the death. Witch cat demon, prepare your most powerful magic immediately. This enemy is extraordinary. It could determine the very survival of our territory. Raging cat demon, I'm giving you my best equipment. You must hold on. Buy us some time. Yang Yun set the trap far away and also placed hidden sentries behind it, so he still had time to set it up. Meow. The cat demon in boots stretched and came to Yang Yun's side, looking like it had just woken up. It asked casually, "Lord, are the enemies this time really that strong? You look so flustered." Yang Yun looked at the cat demon in thigh-high boots, who was 2 people taller than him, and said seriously, "This time the enemy isn't just strong, it's extremely strong. Their unit is mechanical, and they won first place in the Beast Tide." "Mechanical?" The cat demon in boots scoffed, pulled a fish from its boots, popped it into its mouth, and began to chew it deliciously. Then it said, "It's just scrap metal, nothing to worry about." Yang Yun looked at him seriously and said, "I know you are very strong, but you must treat every lord with utmost respect. Their strength is unfathomable, not to mention that he was able to win first place in the Beast Tide." Meow. The cat demon in boots licked its fur and said, "I'm quite good at dealing with these scrap metal, lord. Just watch." As soon as he finished speaking, a buzzing sound of flight came from the sky. Yang Yun's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "They're here." The GX-90 ruthlessly intruded into the opponent's airspace, and the arrow towers and lightning towers within the territory immediately began to operate, launching attacks into the sky. But how could these ordinary arrows and lightning strikes penetrate the drone's armor? They bounced off the drone upon contact. The ordinary cat demons on the ground could only watch helplessly as the drones invaded their airspace. "How dare you act so arrogantly, you mere scrap metal." The cat demon in boots took 2 daggers out of its boots and shot them at the drone in the sky. The sharp dagger pierced through the drone's armor, destroying it completely, and it fell to the ground. The self-destructing mechanical dog mounted on it also fell down, and then, boom! The explosion caused the ground to shake violently, and the aftershocks sent many ordinary cat demons flying, with flying metal fragments taking many of them with them. At the same time, a radiation zone was created at the location of the explosion, making people afraid to approach. The cat demon in the boots' expression changed. "What is this thing? How can it be so powerful?" Then he saw more GX-90s flying in, densely packed, all carrying self-destructing mechanical dogs, which made his scalp tingle. There are so many. The cat demon in the boots finally changed his expression. Boom, boom, boom. The self-destructing mechanical dogs kept being hurled down, leaving the territory riddled with craters. The cat demons suffered heavy casualties and could only flee in disarray. Even those who survived by sheer luck could not escape the effects of the radiation zone. Yang Yun's face turned deathly pale as he received a constant stream of news about the invasion of his territory and the deaths of his troops. Suddenly, the cat demon in boots contorted its face into a ferocious expression, took a deep breath, its chest expanding, and then, meow. The sound formed a powerful sonic wave that swept towards the drone in the sky. The drone only wobbled slightly and dropped in altitude a little before quickly stabilizing and returning to its previous altitude. Ow, how is this possible? The cat demon in the boots took a few steps back in shock, his face filled with disbelief. My voice is powerful enough to pierce through a metal shell and destroy the original components inside. So why wasn't it damaged? The sky darkened. Suddenly, a dark green, soul-like substance emerged from the body of the dead cat demon, then condensed into a sphere and shot towards the drone in the sky. This is the most powerful witchcraft of the wizard cat demon. 2 or 3 drones were shot down, but this did not prevent them from continuing to carry out Su Ming's orders. What? The wizard cat demon shuddered involuntarily when it saw that its strongest spell had only caused this much damage. The two are not even in the same league. After one round of bombing was completed, the second round began. Here we go again. Here we go again. When Yang Yun saw the new drone appear, he roared as if he had seen a ghost. In the first round of bombing, all of his defenses were destroyed. The cat demon suffered heavy casualties. Meow! The berserk cat demon roared. He was originally responsible for blocking the enemy, but he didn't expect the enemy to come from the sky, leaving him helpless. Then, the berserk cat demon, unwilling to give up, rushed to a higher place, leaped with both feet, and swung its sharp claws at the GX-90 in the sky. The claws only scratched the metal casing, but did not knock it off. GX-90 then deployed the self-destructing robot dog as instructed. The moment it was released, the self-destructing mechanical dog immediately locked onto the berserk cat demon in midair, and with a sudden burst of strength, bit its arm. Just as the berserk cat demon was about to pierce it with its claws, it noticed that the other's eyes were flashing. The next second, boom! It was completely annihilated. What were these things? How can these scrap metal pieces be so strong? The cat demon in the boots finally showed fear. Just then, the sound of orderly, planned footsteps came from afar. Looking over, a series of attack-type mechanical dogs appeared in sight, perfectly aligned and equipped with various weapons. At this suffocating scene, the cat demon in boots wore a look of despair on its face, thinking, it's over. Upon seeing the enemy's mechanical army appear, Yang Yun knew that he had absolutely no chance of defeating them, not even the slightest chance. Su Ming, I'm from the Anti-Mechanical Alliance. If you dare touch me, they will never let you get away with it. Faced with Yang Yun's last words, he was met only with a relentless barrage of artillery fire from the RX-20. Chapter 67, Quickly Seizing Resources, is worse than clearing wilderness. The battle ended in a swift and decisive victory. Su Ming didn't even send out GT Gale and GT Storm to attack. You have successfully destroyed a lord's territory. Territory range, 60 tiles. Do you want to include it in your territory? 60 slot territory. This method of conquest is indeed the fastest. Su Ming chose to occupy it. Occupation successful. Obtained resources from the opponent. Wood asterisk 20,000. Energy crystals asterisk 36870. Different crystals asterisk 1456. Crystal cores asterisk 3. Equipment asterisk 40. In plunder mode, randomly acquire one of the opponent's buildings and obtain Lightning Tower Construction Blueprint, purple. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. This guy is quite rich. He even got a rare defense tower blueprint. Not bad. After confirming the loot, the RX-30 entered and began cleaning up the battlefield, transporting the corpses back to their residence. Remember to sort the blood when collecting it, and don't mix it up with the local monsters. Sumino Ferdari Mainder. After all, there's a big difference between the local monsters and the troops summoned by the Lord. If they're mixed together, they may be refined into a mixed blood serum, which will greatly reduce its quality and effectiveness. After the command was given, Su Ming looked at the black cat beside him. At this moment, the shadow cat demon was in a sorry state, staring at him angrily as if she wanted to kill him. I was surprised to learn that troops don't die after the Lord dies, Su Ming said casually. He already knew that the shadow cat demon was lurking nearby. After all, the GX-80 success scanning was not just for show. So he caught the opponent the moment they launched their sneak attack. The shadow cat demon is only level 8, high level, so dealing with her is still quite easy for me. Even though he doesn't usually show his strength, and he's consumed so many permanent attribute-enhancing foods, it would be ridiculous if he couldn't defeat an 8th tier, high-level opponent. Your previous lord is dead. How about you follow me from now on? Su Ming asked. The shadow cat demon is an assassin, and she's somewhat useful, capable of reconnaissance and intelligence gathering, so it's worth keeping her around. Although the GX-86 has extremely strong reconnaissance capabilities, there are many things that machines cannot do, so other people need to do them. For example, infiltration. Don't even think about it. You'd better kill me now. Otherwise, I won't let you go. The shadow cat demon glared fiercely at Su Ming. "You've got guts," Su Ming said nonchalantly. "You saw the battle just now. You know what kind of soldier I am. You're not a necessity for me. I'll let you follow me because you still have some value. At least you are more useful than a corpse. Corpses can be used to obtain resources, as well as blood to make blood serum, so they are quite useful." Without giving the shadow cat demon a chance to ask questions, Su Ming turned and left, still very curious about the treasure that the mountain-opening beast was digging up. Before leaving, he ordered, if she hasn't made up her mind by the time the battlefield is cleaned up, kill her. Since the other party was unwilling to submit, he did not force them. After receiving the command, GT Gale and GT Storm flashed red lights in their eyes to indicate confirmation. The shadow cat demon glanced at the two machines that had not yet joined the battle, and a sense of fear for Su Ming rose in its heart. The fight, just now, wasn't even the opponent's full strength. Upon arriving at the area where the mountain-opening beast was discovered, one finds a gravel plain with a large mountain in the distance, stretching across the landscape like a natural barrier. Su Ming called out the GX-86, which was in charge of reconnaissance here, and saw the mountain-opening beast that was digging. It's quite large, like a mole, with its claws constantly digging forward, giving the impression that it's trying to dig through the mountain in front of it. If you didn't know he was searching for treasures in the mountains, you'd probably think he was imitating the foolish old man who moved mountains. However, how did he know the treasure was inside the mountain, and not on top of it? Su Ming was very curious and followed them. We arrive at the entrance to the cave dug by the mountain-opening beast. The holographic I did not provide any clues, perhaps because its range was too large. Because the entrance was too small, only allowing one person crawl in, Su Ming did not rush in. In such a confined space, there was no way to escape danger. After thinking for a moment, Su Ming dispatched the RX-20 and gave the order, "Go in and drag the mountain-opening beast out and try not to attack it." Upon receiving the command, the RX-20 immediately rushed inside, while Su Ming observed the situation inside through the GX-86. The visibility was too poor, and the dust and debris from the mountain-opening beasts made the image unclear, and only a blurry outline of the other party could be barely seen. In the scene, the RX-20 quickly caught up with the mountain beast, and without saying a word, bit its rear and pulled it away. The mountain beast was startled by the sudden attack, and swiftly lashed out with its sharp claws. Despite being only a Tier 1, rare, beast, it managed to penetrate the metal armor of the RX-20. "His claws are indeed sharp," Su Ming commented. RX-20 ignored it and kept pulling the mountain beast away, even though its body was already damaged in many places. "Where did this stray dog come from? This isn't your den. Stay close and let go." The mountain-splitting beast cursed and angrily waved its claws. If you're digging for treasure and a stray dog of unknown origin suddenly appears, grabs you, and tries to carry you away, anyone would be angry. A moment later, RX-20 brought out the mountain beast, still cursing under his breath. Once outside, she suddenly felt a gaze upon her. Her body immediately stiffened, and she stiffly looked up, meeting Su Ming's gaze. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mountain-opening beast made a few squeaking sounds like a mouse. Su Ming smiled slightly. "So it's a mouse. We can have an extra meal tonight." Upon hearing this, the mountain-opening beast shuddered and took off running, shouting, "I'm not a rat. Don't eat me. My flesh is awful tough and tastes like mud." The mountain beast charged wildly, but it only managed to stay in one place because it was being relentlessly pursued by the RX-20. "Why are you running away? I'm not going to eat you," Su Ming said. Upon hearing this, the mountain-opening beast immediately stopped, glanced at Su Ming, and caught sight of his kind smile. "Humans are the worst. Don't even think about enslaving me and making me help you find treasure." Then he started running in place again. Su Ming found this guy quite interesting and said, "So, with digging for treasure?" The mountain-splitting beast froze, then quickly denied it. "What treasure is there here?" I'm digging a nest. Yes, I'm digging a nest." "Su Ming, trying to trap? Then go trap somewhere else. I discovered there was treasure here a few days ago. Don't try to take it from me." The mountain-splitting beast was immediately enraged. "What do you mean you discovered there was treasure here a few days ago? I've been digging here for months." Su Ming smiled slightly. "So you admit you've been digging for treasure here?" Chapter 68, Treasure Chest in the Mountain. Knowing that the opponent was powerful, the mountain-opening beast had no choice but to reveal everything it knew. My people have a natural ability to find treasures. No matter how deep the treasure is buried, it can't escape my nose, ears, and nose. A few months ago, I discovered there was treasure in the mountains, but I couldn't find the entrance, so I had to dig in from here, which is the shortest way. The mountain rat was very frustrated. He had succeeded, but unexpectedly a human suddenly appeared and tried to steal the treasure he had discovered. After saying that, he struggled for a moment and said cautiously, "Could you please let this dog put me down? It's making me very uncomfortable as it keeps biting me." Suming glanced at him and said, "With your digging skills being so strong, what if you get away?" The mountain-splitting beast raised its claws. "I won't run. I promise I won't run." The RX-20 received the command and put down the mountain-opening beast. "Ha ha! Only a fool wouldn't run away. Do you think I'm stupid?" As soon as it was put down, the mountain-splitting beast swung its claws at top speed, dug a hole in the ground, and crawled inside. Boom streepje. Just as he burrowed into the ground, a missile was fired forward, creating a large crater. The sound was deafening. "This is a warning. Next time I'll shoot into the hole." Sumin spoke calmly. Since his hearing is so good, he must be able to hear what I'm saying. The mountain-splitting beast quickly dug out of another cave entrance. Seeing the large crater blasted out not far away, its eyes narrowed sharply. But acting as if nothing had happened, it chuckled. I didn't run. I just wanted to sharpen my claws. Yes, just sharpen my claws." Suming ignored his slippery words and looked toward the passage. The mountain-splitting beast immediately understood and hurriedly said, "Sir, you want the treasure inside, don't you? I'll dig it out for you right now." "How much longer do you think you'll have to dig?" Suming asked. The mountain-opening beast extended a finger and confidently assured, "Give me a month, Lord E, and I will definitely be able to dig out the treasure and present it to you." "Too slow." Suming shook his head and looked at the RX-20 beside him, saying, "Go, blast open the passage." "Wait, this." Before the mountain-opening beast could finish speaking, several missiles were launched into the passage. Boom streepje. The ground shook violently, and the entire mountainside trembled violently. The passageway collapsed and was buried by rubble. "My lord, what are you doing?" the mountain-opening beast asked, puzzled. At the same time, I feel sorry for my own claws. I dug for months, and then they were blown up by someone else. It was all for nothing. Suming said calmly, "But digging too slowly like this, it's much faster than what I'm doing." Several RX-30s entered the area and cleared all the rubble from the passage in just 10 minutes. The adults' machines are amazing. Seeing such an efficient cleaning method, the mountain beast's eyes lit up. After the cleanup is complete, Su Ming will launch missiles into the mountainside, continuously bombarding it. They kept bombing and clearing in an endless cycle. They were getting closer and closer to the location of the treasure. Roar! Just as Su Ming was preparing for the 5th round of bombing, a roar came from the mountain. Judging from momentum, the owner of the roar was of a high level. "We're doomed. We've alerted the Mountain King. He'll find us here soon." The Mountain King is a 6th-tier, rare powerhouse. The mountain-splitting beast panicked. The violent tremors from the continuous bombing startled the enemy, and their anger will soon descend upon this place. "Mountain King." Su Ming did indeed see a large green-haired gorilla rushing towards them through the GX-86. The other party was very angry. "Only rank 6, rare, no worries." 10 GT Tornado and GT Stormfighter jets immediately took off and flew towards the green-haired gorilla. "Let's continue. How far are we from the treasure?" Su Ming didn't care about the so-called Mountain King. He was more interested in the treasure chests in the mountains. "Oh." The mountain-splitting beast looked up at the mountain in alarm, only to see Su Ming looking completely unconcerned. Could this human be even more powerful than the Mountain King? Upon hearing Su Ming's question, he quickly replied, "One more bombing should be enough." He had barely finished speaking when he heard a series of booming and roaring sounds coming from the mountain. A fight broke out. Sumin Nadif. One more bombing is needed. Subsequently, the RX-20 launched another missile, blasting open the area in front, and then the RX-30 cleared it. "My lord, it's working. It's working. Sir, you are indeed amazing. You managed to clear the passage in less than 2 hours." The mountain-opening beast shouted excitedly. Even without the mountain opening beast's explanation, Su Ming knew that the passage had been opened. There's a treasure chest inside the passage. No traps have been detected yet. The holographic, I provided a hint. Seeing the prompt before him, Su Ming thought to himself, it really is a treasure chest. Since it's hidden inside the mountain, the level of the treasure chest shouldn't be weak. I hope it won't disappoint me. They dispatched a GX-86 probe, followed by an RX-20, and finally Su Ming went inside. The passage is no longer as narrow as before. It has been blasted open, wide enough for a person to stand and pass through. Kaishan didn't leave, but followed. After digging for so long, I'm finally about to see the treasure. Even if it's not meant for me, I still want to see it. After passing through the passage, we entered an underground space. This place is very spacious. It was not formed naturally, but was carved out by man. You can see many constructed steps and unknown patterns carved on the rock walls. However, the pattern has been corroded, so it is unknown what it depicts. The treasure chest was prominently displayed on a pillar in the center of this space. Wow, it's actually a ruin. I wonder how many good things it might still contain. The mountain-opening beast said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Ruins? Su Ming looked at him. The mountain-opening beast immediately explained, in ancient or prehistoric times, the places where humans or other creatures lived could also have been the sites of tombs. In short, the ruins contain many valuable items, but they are also very dangerous. You may encounter unknown monsters or traps set by humans or other creatures. Su Ming roughly understood what kind of place this was. Judging from the damage, this ruin must have been there for a long time, and many things have been corroded away. Su Ming walked straight to the location of the treasure chest. Upon seeing this, the mountain-splitting beast quickly warned, "My lord, there may be danger here." Su Ming ignored it. Because his holographic, I had already seen that there was no danger inside. It may have existed before, but it may be damaged now. Upon arriving at the pillar, Su Ming saw what the treasure chest looked like. Golden treasure chest. Opening it will yield valuable items. It's a golden treasure chest. Su Ming's eyes lit up. This was the closest he had ever come to the golden treasure chest. The last time I was able to get it was as a reward for the beast tide. Let me see what I can get from the golden treasure chest. Activate. Chapter 69, Weather Controller. Obtained Weather Controller Construction Blueprint, orange. The treasure chest was opened, and a blueprint emitting an orange glow fell into Su Ming's hands. Epic blueprints. Su Ming's eyes lit up. I never expected to be so lucky. I actually got an epic blueprint from a golden treasure chest. Weather Controller Construction Blueprint, orange. Capable of releasing extreme weather events. Construction requirements. 100,000 wood. 1,000 liquid metal materials, 1,000 solid metal materials, 50,000 energy crystals, 1,000 different crystals, 500 crystal cores. Upon seeing the materials needed for construction, Su Ming couldn't help but gasp. The materials needed to build it were too numerous. But it's worth it. Unleashing extreme weather events. That's a truly devastating weapon. It truly deserves to be called an epic building. Su Ming was very satisfied. All his hard work and digging had paid off. The mountain-splitting beast excitedly climbed onto the pillar, curiously approaching Su Ming and looking at the blueprints in his hand. "My lord, what good thing did you get?" "It's a mechanical creation of humans. It's useless. I thought it would be the Void Zero protection spell." Seeing the pitiful state of the mountain-splitting beast, Su Ming couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why do you think it's some kind of void technique?" What a tongue-twisting name. The mountain-opening beast didn't hide anything and said directly, "Actually, it's the ruins of the ancient elves. The Void Zero Furnace technique is their strongest technique. I thought it would be here. I did a quick search here, but found nothing usable. Many things have decayed over time. For example, the houses, weapons, murals." Finding nothing of value, Su Ming left the ruins. Once outside, she saw the shadow cat demon. Clearly, she had already made up her mind. Su Ming glanced at her, but didn't say anything more. "My lord, you have obtained the treasure, so I should be going now." The mountain beast tiptoed, preparing to make its escape. "Although we have lost a treasure, as long as we have the resources, we can always find another one later." "Are you sure you don't want to stay with me and want to leave?" Su Ming asked. He was still very fair. If the other party wanted to leave, he would never force them to stay. The mountain-opening beast cautiously said, "My lord is wise and mighty, and his might extends to all directions. I fear that if I stay here, I will offend your eyes. I would rather not stay here. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just then, the sound of a heavy object crashing came from the mountain. A giant green-haired ape was carried out horizontally, and due to its enormous size, it knocked down many trees. The mountain-splitting beast's eyes widened at the sight. The Mountain King has been killed. The shadow cat demon also gasped in shock upon seeing the Mountain King's corpse. She was very aware of the strength of the Mountain King. She had been here when she was working for the previous lord and was well aware of the Mountain King's power. But now the Mountain King had been killed. That's a level 6 rare powerhouse. She suddenly realized that the new lord she was following was unfathomable. This commotion naturally caught Su Ming's attention. He glanced over and saw 5 RX-30 struggling to carry the Mountain King's corpse. If you don't want to stay, I won't force you. Su Ming returned to his residence, but did not continue clearing the land. He planned to go back and build the weather controller first. The shadow cat demon silently followed, without uttering a single word. Seeing Su Ming leave, the mountain-opening beast quickly ran up and said sincerely, "My lord, I've thought it over, and I've decided to follow you." Su Ming didn't stop. He glanced at the guy who had suddenly changed his mind and said, "Weren't you afraid of offending my eyes? Why did you stay?" The mountain-opening beast chuckled and quickly tried to justify himself. "I can wash it clean, and if it's clean, I won't offend the adult's eyes." Seeing that Su Ming easily defeated Shan Wang, he changed his mind. As the saying goes, it's good to take shelter under a big tree. They don't have to worry about being preyed upon and can live a peaceful life. Besides that, he was also afraid that as soon as he turned to leave, a missile would come flying from behind and blow him to pieces. It's terrifying to even think about. Su Ming, then go back and wash yourself clean. The mountain-opening beast patted its chest and assured, "I will definitely wash it clean." The shadow cat demon followed silently behind, naturally overhearing the conversation between the two. He convinced a Tier 1, rare, monster join him with just a few words. He's truly terrifying. The man and the 2 beasts returned to their dwelling. Su Ming said to the 2 of them, "This place is very big, and many facilities are not complete. You can find a place to set up a nest and stay, or you can build your own house." Mountain-opening beast, "No problem, sir. I'll just dig a hole." "Do you have a name?" Su Ming asked the shadow cat demon. The shadow cat demon shook its head. "Then you'll be called Dark from now on." Su Ming simply took the first character of her name. "From now on, you will be in charge of the security of the territory. Report to me immediately if anything happens." He nodded silently. "Yes. And what about me, sir?" The mountain-opening beast tried its best to make its presence known. "Since you're following the adults, you have to prove yourself, or you'll be abandoned soon. Go to the west side. The excavator operators are mining there. See if you find anything unusual." Knowing that the mountain-opening beast had the ability to find treasures, Su Ming decided to keep it. The vein discovered by the Goblin tribe may contain other things. After all, it covers such a large area that it cannot be just a crystal vein. There must be other things deeper inside. This is where the role of the mountain-splitting beast comes into play. After assigning them tasks, Su Ming prepared to build a weather controller. It requires both liquid and solid metal materials, and he has some of both. As long as it's not a specific material, it's all fine. After selecting the location, Su Ming immediately began construction. The metal sphere is suspended in the center of the circular base, with 3 white rings parallel to it, and 4 special metal spheres distributed around it, resembling an energy storage device. Weather controller. Tier 1 Epic. Weather 1. Lightning Storm. Unleashes devastating lightning and storms within a special area, destroying buildings within that area. Power level. Tier 9. Rare. Cooldown. 10 days. Weather 2. Not unlocked. Weather 3. Not unlocked. Weather 4. Not unlocked. Upgrade requirements. 50,000 energy crystals, 5,000 different crystals, 500 crystal cores. Lightning Storm. Su Ming immediately opened the panel and discovered that he could freely unleash lightning storms on the map, even in unexplored areas. This thing is great. It can be cast anywhere on the map, but the cooldown time is a bit long. It takes 10 days to cool down after each release, which is a long time, but since it can be released anywhere on the map, the long cooldown time is understandable. Those guys from the Anti-Mechanical Alliance are always watching me. If I knew their location, I'd give them a taste of my lightning storm. Troll City. Gao Ran was clearing land when she suddenly shivered and instinctively looked back. Is it just my imagination? Finding nothing behind him, he could only conclude that the chill he had felt earlier was just his imagination. This is a message from the Lord of Platinum City. Half of the lords agreed to send troops to Su Ming, while others would only send troops if they received resources in return. Gao Ran was not surprised by this result. As long as they don't ask for an exorbitant amount, we can satisfy them. But we need to make one thing clear to them. The lords who collect resources cannot take anything away from Su Ming's territory after we take it over. Also, how are the preparations going? The Lord of the Golden City replied, it will probably take another week. Gao Ran nodded. Let's do it as soon as possible. A week isn't a long time. It can be said to pass quickly. After all, we just experienced the beast tide and need time to recover. He then asked, among these lords, are there any units skilled in reconnaissance? There are several. Tell them Su Ming's approximate location and let them scout ahead. We'll send troops after we understand the situation. He wasn't foolish enough to gather his lords and then launch a massive attack on Su Ming's territory. Understanding your opponent is the most important aspect of war. Otherwise, the entire army might be wiped out. Chapter 70 Upgrading the Castle. Expanding its capacity again. Having successfully killed a lord, the territory has expanded considerably, reaching 190 squares, allowing for further upgrades to the mechanical city. City of Machines. Level, 7 stars beginner. Territory limit, 190 tiles. Effect, reduces production time and increases storage capacity in the machine factory. Upgrade requirements, 80,000 wood, 130 territories, 70 extraordinary crystals. The upgrade conditions have been met, and it can even be upgraded to the next stage. I remember that after reaching the next stage, mechanical diagrams could unlock new abilities. Su Ming switched to the totem and quickly saw the ability that had not yet been unlocked. Unlocked after the castle reaches. Besides this one, the unlock conditions for the other 4 can also be viewed, but the rest cannot be viewed yet. Unlocked after the castle reaches. Unlocked after the castle reaches. Unlocked after capturing a tower. Unlocked by defeating the Dark Demon Dragon. The totem's abilities should not disappoint me. Su Ming began upgrading the castle. They upgraded the castle to the next stage in one go. City of Machines. Rank 1 star. Territory limit, 190 tiles. Effect, reduces production time and increases storage capacity in the machine factory. Upgrade requirements, 150,000 wood, 200 territories, 200 crystals. The required area for the next level of territory has become 200 squares. Does that mean each level will increase by 50 squares? That seems a bit too much. So mean murmureth. Previously, each upgrade increased the required territory by 10 squares, but in the next stage, it became 50 squares, a 5-fold increase. However, what dissatisfied Su Ming was that even if the castle reached the next stage, the cooling time of the mechanical factory was still reduced by only 0.1 minutes. Since the upgrade, the time has been reduced by a cumulative 1.8 minutes. The RX-78 self-destructing mechanical dog can now be produced in just 1.2 minutes, which translates to only 72 seconds per dog. Once the castle level is upgraded, will it be possible to build in seconds? TSK. Just thinking about it is terrifying. The mountains and fields were full of robotic dogs, but not a single human was in sight. Fighting is not an option, nor is not fighting. Then, Su Ming activated the mechanical totem, unlocking new abilities. Storage enhancement. Warehouse storage plus 500. Su Ming's eyes lit up. A direct increase of 500 storage. I love simple and straightforward upgrades. The warehouse's storage capacity has reached 1305. This is a rather alarming number. The capacity problem has been solved for the time being, but now we're facing a shortage of resources. Su Ming looked at the resources he currently possessed. He still had quite a few energy crystals and heterogeneous crystals, but crystal cores were relatively scarce. To produce high-quality machinery, such as the reorganized warlord, a considerable number of crystal cores are required. Crystal cores are currently the most difficult to obtain, requiring the killing of rare-level monsters, but there are very few rare-level monsters nearby. It's too difficult for one person to keep such a huge machine running. It's too slow for me to acquire resources by myself. I need everyone's help. Su Ming opened the biological blood collection plant and began refining the blood serum. This is now my cash cow. It can be refined into blood potions with permanent attributes. If I take out to sell, it will definitely be a huge hit. Soon, all the blood was refined, and Su Ming divided it into 3 grades, A, B, and C. Grade A, permanent attribute increase of 5 points or more. Refining blood potions using the corpses of Lord-level troops does indeed yield a much higher quality product, making it a premium blood potion. For Tier B, the permanent attribute increase is 5 points or less. This is a blood serum refined from the corpses of relatively inferior soldiers. C grade, permanent attribute increase less than 1. This is basically a blood serum refined from the corpses of native monsters. The quantities of blood serum in these 3 tiers are as follows. Tier A, 50, Tier B, 130, Tier C, 342. The quantity is still quite considerable. Keep the A-grade items for yourself, keep the B-grade items for trading with the Lord, and sell all the C-grade items. Su Ming had prepared a sales plan, as this was the only way to maximize profits. Chat channel. A lord actually came to raid my territory, but luckily I discovered it in time and repelled him. The plunder mode is now activated, and many lords have started fighting each other. Look at the numbers. There are only 1,098 people left, and this is only the first day after the beast tide. I'm making a killing. I just captured a lord, and my territory expanded dramatically. I not only gained a lot of resources, but also 2 building blueprints. This is much better than exploring and conquering one area at a time. The boss is really something. I'm terrified now, afraid that someone will discover my territory. Just as the lords were having a heated discussion, the messages in the channel were suddenly cleared, and one message occupied the entire chat channel. Su Ming, Lord, larger, bold, and red. Permanent attribute blood potions will soon be available in the trading area. Everyone is welcome to purchase them. After a full 30 seconds, the other lords were able to speak again. Boss Su Ming has appeared. Am I seeing things? A permanent attribut blood potion? Does such a thing really exist? Damn, Su Ming is awesome. He's even selling items with permanent attributes. His vision is truly different. Does Su Ming have so many of these things that he can trade them? The lords were shocked, especially those who had obtained food with permanent attributes, because they know how precious permanent attribute food is and how difficult it is to obtain. At this point, a lord noticed something unusual. Holy crap, look at the sky. Wow, Su Ming is awesome. The special effects are amazing. Su Ming hadn't left the chat channel yet, mainly to see the other lords' reactions, when he suddenly saw them talking about the situation in the sky. He left the chat channel and looked up at the sky. His name was still hanging there, but there was an extra line of text below it. Permanent attribute blood potions will soon be available in the trading area. Everyone is welcome to purchase them. It was exactly what I had just said. Could it be the special effect of the Lord title? Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Su Ming looks somewhat speechless. It feels like every word I say is announcing it to the whole world. Although it's exaggerated and even a bit provocative, it feels pretty good. Yu Shu and several other lords already knew about this news, but they were still shocked when they saw Su Ming release the message. Looking at the messages Su Ming posted in the chat channel, Yu Shu couldn't help but become curious. His title has changed from landlord to lord. Is there some special meaning behind this? Could this be the only special reward from the beast tide? Chapter 71, Selling Blood Potions, Su Ming's Methods. Troll City. When Gao Ran saw this message, her first reaction was that it was impossible, and her second reaction was that Su Ming must have lost his mind. How dare they put such a rare item out for sale? Isn't that just increasing the strength of their competitors? Lord of Platinum City. It's possible that Su Ming is short of resources, which is why he sold the food with permanent attributes. Lord of the Golden City. That should be the case. Based on the information from the 2 previous lords before their deaths, Su Ming's mechanical troops rely on production and require a large amount of resources. Lord of Platinum City. This also explains why he sold various high-level and rare equipment before, instead of using it himself. The machine's own armor can also serve as protection, so there is no need to wear additional equipment. Since Su Ming was alone, it was reasonable for him to sell his excess equipment in exchange for resources. At this moment, Gao Ran spoke up. Don't forget, Su Ming can sell a lot of equipment after each wave of beast tides, which means that he can craft equipment himself. Now that he's selling food with permanent attributes, Does that mean he can also produce it? Upon hearing this, the two lords paused, their eyes widening in shock. Finally, the Lord of Platinum City said, This shouldn't be possible, right? If he could really keep producing, wouldn't he be invincible? The Lord of the Golden City chimed in. That's right, with permanent attributes constantly stacking up, who can rival him? This speculation is terrifying and insane. But if the speculation is true, it means that Su Ming has unlimited potential. Seeing their shocked expressions, Gao Ran spoke again. If he can really produce them, then he is indeed very powerful. But his troops are machines, not other species. Machines cannot eat food with permanent attributes. How much can he eat by himself? Even if he becomes stronger, can he stop our thousands of troops? One person's strength is ultimately limited. He was equally shocked when he saw Su Ming selling food with permanent attributes. Considering the weapons and equipment Su Ming had been selling, a terrifying guess emerged. He possessed the ability to produce food with permanent attributes. But upon reflection, even if he possessed the capacity to produce, the potential for improvement would be extremely limited. Because his unit type is mechanical, it cannot grow through permanent attribute food. You should be worried, but there's no need to be overly worried. Upon hearing this, the two lords were stunned for a moment, then immediately realized what was happening. The Lord of Platinum City laughed and said, You're right. His unit is a machine, which cannot be improved with permanent attribute food. Even if it could be improved, it would only be for him. I almost forgot about that. Ha! The Lord of the Golden City also burst into laughter. He really is just scaring himself. Gao Ran said in a deep voice, We need to start preparations earlier. We can give him time to grow stronger. As long as we take him down, the building that produces food with permanent attributes might be ours. At that time, upon hearing this, the eyes of the two lords flashed with a sharp light. If they could obtain it, it would mean they could improve themselves indefinitely, even their unit types. Then they will dominate the entire region, then all regions, and eventually the world. Just as they were lost in the joy of their fantasy, Gao Ran suddenly announced, It's on sale. The two quickly opened the trading area and saw the permanent attribute food that Su Ming had listed. Refined mixed blood potion. After consumption, attributes +6, but the body will feel unwell. Afterwards, attributes will permanently increase by 0.5. Refined mixed blood potion. After consumption, attributes +7, but the body will feel unwell. Afterwards, attributes will permanently increase by 0.6. Refined mixed blood potion. After consumption, attributes +8, but the body will feel unwell. Afterwards, attributes will permanently increase by 0.7. As expected, he was able to produce a lot more. A glint of greed flashed in Gao Ran's eyes. Although it doesn't give as much as the permanent attribute bonuses from food I've obtained before. But these can be continuously produced. The blood serum didn't sell out instantly, so Gao Ran immediately bought some. When she saw the resources she needed, her expression froze. It requires a crystal core? The lowest 0.5 requires 1 crystal core. Gao Ran's face twitched. Crystal cores are hard to come by. They can only be obtained by defeating rare level monsters. Other resources can be used to exchange for them, but they are ridiculously expensive. They truly live up to their reputation as unscrupulous merchants. The Lord of Platinum City gave a bitter smile. Besides purchasing with crystal cores, purchasing with energy crystals costs 50,000, crystal cores cost 10,000, rare grade metal materials cost 50 gene, and blood costs 5 barrels. And this is only plus 0.5 price. The price will increase for every additional 0.1. That's ruthless. He's trying to drain our resources dry. The Lord of the Golden City gritted his teeth in hatred, yet was also extremely envious. Lord of Platinum City, the quantity is decreasing. Many lords are buying them. I also need to buy some, otherwise my strength will be overtaken by other lords. It's expensive, but I'll still buy it even if it's expensive. This is a real upgrade. If you buy one more, others will buy one less, and that's how the gap gradually widens. In the chat channel, the blood potion that Su Ming put up for sale caused a frenzy among the lords. Holy crap, it really does add permanent attributes. Boss Su Ming has gone mad. He's actually selling this kind of stuff, and in quite a lot of it. Could Boss Su Ming really be able to produce these things? That's too incredible. So expensive. What a damn profiteer. By the way, what is this crystal core? I've never seen it before. Ha ha. I'm going to be rich. There's a mineral vein right next to me, and it's a rare one at that. Awesome. Soon, I'll be able to leave you all far behind. Some people have too much money. They just buy such expensive blood serum without thinking. It's outrageous. City of Earth Dragons. Permanent attribute blood potion. And sold in bulk. Luo Qilong was shocked. He took out the blood serum he had obtained from Su Ming, which was much more effective than the one sold above. Seeing Su Ming selling these blood serums now, I feel a little regretful. Deleted it too early. Otherwise, you can directly chat with him privately to conduct the transaction. Blood potion. He asked me for 5 buckets of earthworm blood before, which proves that my earthworm is still very valuable to him. As long as I add him as a friend, he will definitely agree. Luo Qilong added Su Ming again. My own Earth Dragon has some dragon blood, and it's a high-ranking unit, so the blood serum it produces is definitely the best. If I add him now, he definitely won't refuse. 10 minutes later, Luo Qilong saw that his friend request had been deleted. You arrogant fellow. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You'll be begging me for it. After purchasing 3 bottles of blood potion in the trading area, he spurred the Earth Dragon to continue its journey. Sitting on the ground dragon, looking at the blood potion he had bought, he muttered to himself, that arrogant guy said it would have special effects if given to troops, but I wonder if it's true. Fine, let's give it a try. 7-colored Python City. Yushu noticed the blood potions being sold in the trading area and was shocked. But what shocked her was not the blood serum that Su Ming was selling, but the quantity he was selling. He's just using this one as a starting point. He has something even more advanced. Yushu analyzed. She didn't have the blood potion, but she knew from several friends that Su Ming had sold them such a blood potion, and that its effect of increasing permanent attributes was not weak. It's several times more effective than the trading zone. Those that don't work well are put in the trading area, while those that work well are traded privately. Yushu was horrified when he discovered Su Ming's methods. Moreover, private transactions are much cheaper than buying from the trading area. The only drawback is that she cannot decide what is traded. Only the other party can decide. Over time, whenever Su Ming lacked a resource, he only needed to ask them, and someone would find it for him, and they would be very willing to do so. After all, no one can resist a blood potion that can permanently increase attributes. Chapter 72 S-Rank Mixed Blood Agent, Infiltrator. There are only a little over 1,000 lords left in Area 88888. They have extremely rich resources, otherwise they would not have been able to survive. The blood serum wasn't sold out until nightfall, and the harvest was quite good. Energy Crystal, 400,000. Heterocrystalline, 30,000. Crystal Core, 198. Various metals, 5,000 caddies. Unit Blood, 150 barrels. The harvest from the heteromorphic crystals was less than expected, amounting to only 30,000. That's understandable, since at this stage, lords need crystals to upgrade buildings, and they use crystal cores less, or even none at all. Those who can offer crystal cores for trading are all top-tier lords. We also collected a lot of blood from the soldiers, a full 150 barrels. You can refine more grade A blood potions, and even try refining 100% blood potions. In short, they made a killing. Su Ming put the blood into the factory, preparing to refine it into a 100% blood serum. Looking at the control panel in front of him, Su Ming said, I wonder what attributes 100% refinement will produce. It's a pity that the blood isn't from the same troop type, so I can only refine mixed blood. Refining a 100% blood potion requires 500% blood, which is a huge amount of blood consumption. It took a full 10 barrels to meet the requirement of refining to 100%. Refined mixed blood potion. Upon consumption, attributes are increased by 100%, granting a strength enhancement and permanently increasing attributes by 40 afterwards. Seeing the effect, Su Ming's eyes lit up. No negative effects, and it even adds 40 permanent attribute points. No wonder it's a 100% refined blood potion. The 100% refined mixed blood potion is already comparable to the permanent attribute food he obtained before. High-end products are just different. This can be classified as an S-level product. There are 140 barrels of troop blood remaining, enough to refine 14 bottles of refined S-grade mixed blood potion. However, Su Ming did not intend to use them all. He only refined 10 bottles of S-grade and refined the rest in other grades. The amplification effect of 10 bottles of S-grade mixed blood serum is the same, but the permanent attributes added very slightly. The mixed blood agent uses blood from different military units, and the quality varies, resulting in different effects, but all fluctuate around 40. Su Ming drank a bottle and felt full of power. He then began to make armor and new legs for the main silver wolf. This time, there is enough metal material to create something better or even to improve upon the existing one. A moment later, Su Ming summoned the old wolves and the others, replaced their mechanical legs with new ones, and equipped them with new armor. The armor has been improved and is much lighter than before, and all equipment has reached the rare level. Even though their own strength is only at the advanced level, their armor alone is enough to put them on par with rare level monsters. Thank you for your grace, sir. After the upgrade was complete, Old Wolf prostrated himself before Su Ming to express his utmost loyalty. The silver wolf with the mane behind it followed suit. And this too. Su Ming took out the grade, a refined blood potion, and distributed it to the main silver wolves, 1 bottle to each wolf. He then said, "Equipment is important, but personal strength is equally important." The old wolf naturally knew what this was, and excitedly wagged its tail, once again thanking Su Ming for his kindness. "Good job. I won't treat you unfairly." After dismissing them, Su Ming also began to rest. The territory is now unprotected, and wild monsters could invade at any time. But Su Ming was not worried about this. The territory was filled with GX-80SXS, which acted like countless eyes, monitoring every move around the territory. Furthermore, GT Gale and GT Storm patrol the Tianshan Mountains, and numerous mechanical dogs are deployed in the underground shadows. With these layers of mechanical protection, there's naturally nothing to worry about. Hidden in the tree at the boundary of the territory, it drooped down and swayed from side to side. Looking at the patrolling drones and the fierce winds and storms overhead, she couldn't help but doubt her own role. With such strong protective capabilities, does he really need me? He began to doubt himself. I have a feeling that I am superfluous. Why did he spare my life instead of killing me? Was it really just because he valued my abilities? She didn't know what the other person was thinking. All she knew was that Su Ming was a very terrifying person, and she couldn't fathom his thoughts at all. While resting with her eyes closed, her ears twitched slightly as she listened to the sounds around her. Suddenly, and opened his eyes wide, his pupils narrowed, and he stared intently in one direction. Someone has infiltrated. Instead of acting immediately, she first looked at the patrolling GX-80SXS and GT Gale. No findings? A sense of unease lingered within. The enemy has crossed the first line of defense. Haven't you noticed yet? Do these machines only rely on dynamic vision to detect targets? It seems that machines have a weakness. They cannot rely on perception to capture targets. Upon learning of this, they immediately took action. Having already served the new lord, it's natural not to let the other party in. Soon, and had already lurked behind the opponent, but she did not make a move immediately, because she discovered that the other party was just scouting ahead, not trying to assassinate Su Ming. Completely shrouded in a black cloak, I don't know who they are. As I was about to go around to the front, he suddenly noticed that GT, Gale and Storm, was gathering in his direction. Have you finally found it? Seeing this, he secretly decided not to act rashly. At this moment, the man in black also noticed the machinery approaching from the sky and did not advance rashly. Such tight security. We were almost discovered by these scrap metal pieces, but we've also gained a preliminary understanding of their capabilities. He was preparing to leave. If we continue forward, we will inevitably expose ourselves, and then it will be difficult to escape. Little did he know that Su Ming had already seen through his movements when he crossed the first line of defense. The man in black retreated quickly, then suddenly froze, stopped abruptly, and turned around sharply. Someone is staring at me. Just as he was searching for who it was, several beams of red light shot down. GT Gale and GT Storm gathered together and locked onto him. Damn it! The man in black reacted extremely quickly, his body rapidly splitting into dozens of bats that scattered in all directions, evading the enemy's lock and escaping safely. She took in everything and, seeing the other party's abilities, made a rough guess. He should have already discovered the intruder. The dark figure disappeared from the spot and reappeared outside Su Ming Min. "Sir, an intruder has been discovered." A moment later, Su Ming's voice came from the room. "Come in and talk." then pushed open the door and went in, his eyes scanning Su Ming's room at lightning speed before returning to Su Ming. Su Ming stretched and asked, "Who is the other party?" He received a notification after the other side crossed the first line of defense. The GX80 SXS scanner immediately detected the other party's location, but it did not immediately take them down. Because by reviewing the transmitted footage, it was discovered that the other party was merely scouting ahead, and there was no need to alert them. It might be a vampire, he thought to himself. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Vampires? He encountered a vampire during the last wave of beasts. There couldn't be any special connection between them. Could there? Yes. He nodded. If it weren't for his ability to escape at the end, I wouldn't have been able to be sure. No wonder, with the help of the darkness, the GX80 SXS thermal imaging couldn't detect him immediately. It was only after the joint scan passed through the first line of defense that he was found. Su Ming knew that the other party had used some kind of stealth skill to evade the first detection of the territory. However, since they came to scout ahead, they might come back again. Thinking further, this vampire may have designs on its own territory. If that's the case, we'll have to prepare well. Next time they come, you must show them the utmost hospitality. Chapter 73, The Chase, Vampire Manor. Seeing that Su Ming was thinking, it did not disturb him. He waited for Su Ming to finish thinking before speaking. Lord, I just left a special mark on the other party, which can track his location. Oh, Su Ming's eyes lit up. You can pinpoint his location right now. He nodded silently. Okay. Then, she closed her eyes to sense the surroundings and opened them again. It's strange. There are many marks, as if they've been scattered. It might be related to the way he just escaped. Su Ming, then we'll try again later. If you can pinpoint the opponent's location, you don't need to wait for them to come to you. You can go straight to their lair. Keeping you in the past was definitely the right decision. Su Ming took out a bottle of blood serum and tossed it over. Take this. Once the markings are complete, find the other party's hiding place. He took it without immediately checking what it was, and nodded in response, yes. It wasn't until she left Su Ming's room that she looked at the blood serum in her hand. I opened it and took a sniff and immediately felt my physical strength being stimulated. Dark eyes lit up, a look of excitement flashing in them. He couldn't wait to drink it down, and then his eyes widened like copper bells. What is this? My attribute increased by 8 points all at once, and it's a permanent increase. Her shocked eyes lingered for a long time. She never expected that this new lord would have such a good thing, and he just gave it to himself like that. It's only my first day here. I was shocked. I knew I couldn't fathom the thoughts of this new lord. The markers in his perception gradually coalesced, and then recovered from his shock. We must not betray the lord's trust. Having made up his mind, he disappeared into the darkness and chased after the vampire. At the same time, 2 GX80 SXS also took off. The next day, Su Ming reorganized 50 GT Tornado and GT Storm aircraft and added a warlord. The number has reached 3. He could have reorganized more warlords, but he didn't, because it will require a large number of crystal cores, which are extremely rare at this stage. There will be no problem when they are needed. Therefore, restructuring should only be carried out when it is certain that basic resources are sufficient. After claiming the daily free 40 GT Storm tokens, Su Ming opened his private chat and saw a message from Tao Yao Yao. Peach Blossom, Boss Su Ming, I've cultivated another golden orb. I'm trading it to you now. Peach Blossom, also, I'm only 1 level away from becoming the castle lord. I'll catch up with you soon. This message was sent out late last night. She was still awake at that time. Su Ming looked towards the trading area and received the golden fairy gift that Tao Yao Yao had traded for him. This girl is so lucky. She's already cultivated another golden fairy gift so quickly. Fairy's gift, gold highly likely to obtain a rare, purple, item, and has a chance to obtain an epic orange item. Su Ming began the activity with a sense of anticipation. A flash of purple light. Gain. Territory range +5, purple. So expanded territory? And you can get such a reward. Su Ming was very surprised. Then I opened the panel and saw that the territory range had indeed increased by 5 squares, from the original 190 to 195. I remember Tao Yao Yao saying that her troops have no combat power and cannot expand their territory, but their houses can be upgraded. She must be expanding her territory in this way. This fairy's gift is really like a blind box. You can get anything from it. Su Ming was amazed. I thought I could only get resources, blueprints, weapons, and equipment, but I didn't expect to get a reward like increasing my territory. What an amazing unit. Su Ming sighed again, then replied, Su Ming, I've accepted the items. Give these bottles of blood potion to the fairy and see if they have any special effects. Peach Blossom, huh? This is incredibly precious, Boss Su Ming. Tao Yao Yao was flattered to receive the blood serum in the transaction. Moreover, the effects of this blood serum are dozens of times stronger than those she saw in the trading area. He traded away something so precious so casually. Su Ming, it's okay. Just use it as you like. Ask me for more if you need more. Peach Blossom, huh? Peach Blossom, no, it's too precious. I can't afford it. And I can't just take your things for free. Blood potions are very expensive in the trading area. Now, a bottle of blood potion is 10 times more effective than the one that was previously listed, so the price is obviously much higher. I simply can't afford it. Su Ming, consider it a gift from me, so you can help me cultivate the light sphere, okay? Peach Blossom, huh? This is good. Peach Blossom, Boss Su Ming, just wait for my good news. Su Ming, okay. Oh, and while you're at it, observe the changes in the fairy. Tao Yao Yao, no problem. Knowing that she wasn't taking Su Ming's things for free, Tao Yao Yao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Su Ming has asked me for a favor. Does this mean I've completely latched onto his coattails? After obtaining the blood potion, Tao Yao Yao excitedly summoned the fairies. Come over here quickly. Boss Su Ming has given us some good stuff again. Upon hearing this, the fairies flying above the fairy spring immediately gathered around the dining table, each casting curious glances at the scene. Tao Yao Yao took out a small dish, poured out half of the blood potion, and pushed it in front of Fairy. Try it. This is a good thing given by Boss Su Ming. It has the same effect as the food we ate last time. The same food as last time. The fairy's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She grabbed the edge of the small dish, propped herself up, tilted her head down into the dish, and with a few slurps, drank all the blood potion inside. Tao Yao Yao stared at the fairy, and seeing her finish the blood potion, she excitedly asked, Do you feel any difference? The fairy blinked, sensed it for a moment, and then shook her head. Perhaps because they didn't finish their drink, they drank the rest. Then, Tao Yao Yao poured out the remaining blood potion and made her drink it. After drinking the entire bottle of blood potion, Tao Yao Yao noticed a faint glow emanating from the fairy's body. Something has changed. Are you able to cultivate a golden orb of light, just like last time? Tao Yao Yao shouted excitedly. The fairy felt her whole body filled with power and quickly flew to the top of the fairy spring. A moment later, a purple orb of light emerged from the spring. It's not gold. Tao Yao Yao was a little disappointed. However, she noticed that the cultivation time was much shorter this time than before. Just as Tao Yao Yao was about to distribute the remaining blood potion to the other fairies and observe their changes, she noticed that the fairies who had just drunk the blood potion had changed. You've leveled up and reached the rare tier. The City of Machines. The search last night ended in the middle of the night and has returned, but she has several wounds on her body. I'm sorry, my lord. When I pursued them to their base, I went too deep and was discovered. I was wounded by them during the retreat and said, bowing his head. Su Ming didn't blame him, but asked, Did you find their base? Found it. It's a vampire manor. There are many powerful people outside the manor. I found at least 10 rare level ones. There may be more inside the manor. He paused for a moment, hesitated for a while, and then voiced the question that was on his mind. I suspect there might be more than just rare level beings in the manor. There could be epic level powerhouses, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to detect my presence. Chapter 74, The Vampire Manor Family. Vampire Manor. Several maids routinely trimmed the flowers and plants in the manor. They were tall, with delicate features, and were undeniably beautiful, though their skin was pale and lacked color. It was noon, the sun was high in the sky, but the manor was very dark, as if the sunlight had been blocked out by some special means. At that moment, the castle gates were pushed open, and a beautiful woman slowly walked out. She wore a jeweled crown, her long golden hair cascading down to her waist. Her complexion was pale, her eyes deep and dignified. She wore a long red dress and white lace gloves, exuding elegance and nobility. The butler followed beside the beautiful woman, holding an umbrella for her. Behind them, several maids pushed a food cart and followed. The beautiful woman looked up at the sky and spoke elegantly. The weather is nice today. The sun is shining. It's perfect for a picnic. Buck, you think so too, right? The butler, referred to as Buck, smiled slightly and said in a gentlemanly manner, "Of course, Countess, everything has been prepared by you." Walking to the courtyard, the maid laid out various pastries and brewed blood-red black tea, then obediently stepped aside. The beautiful woman gracefully picked up the teacup, gently inhaled the aroma of the black tea, and then took a sip, letting out a satisfied sound. "It's delicious and very fresh." Then he drank it all in one gulp. Butler Buck poured another glass. "Madam, this is fresh blood extracted from a human from another world that was captured just yesterday. Its taste and freshness are at their peak." The Countess took a macaron and ate it with satisfaction, accompanied by fresh black tea. After finishing a macaron, she asked, "What about a meal? Let her enjoy this fresh black tea with us. Drinking more will help her grow." "Buck, Countess Miss Emily is praying. I brought her a cup before I came, but I'm afraid she won't drink it." The beautiful woman shook her head helplessly upon hearing this. "Is this child possessed? He's obsessed with praying all day long, and he won't even drink such delicious blood." She was distressed that her child had become like this, and even suspected that he had been brainwashed. Their long lives led them to develop unique rules. Everyone can pursue what they like, and no one is allowed to object as long as it does not threaten the interests of the family. Even though his daughter Emile liked to pray, which went against their own race, it was still allowed, as long as she doesn't have contact with the Vatican or others. Her husband, on the other hand, likes red wine and also enjoys brewing. In order to brew the divine wine, he has been working day and night and has captured many humans from other worlds to brew the wine in the past few days. It seems that he has made good progress. The eldest son, on the other hand, enjoys researching various blood arts and shoulders the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the family. As for the youngest son, he died a few days ago. The murderer has not yet been found. The beautiful woman took a small bite of the macaron, swallowed it, and asked, "Did someone break into the manor last night?" "Yes, we couldn't catch them. They escaped," Ball replied. He then added, "It seems they followed Master Occam back here." Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman shook her head helplessly. Obsessed with blood magic all day long, she was actually followed here by a little cat. She really is going backwards the more she learns. Ball didn't respond. As a butler, he wouldn't interfere too much in his master's family affairs. He continued, "I heard that young Master Occam discovered the territory of a human from another world, and it's possible that the human killed young Master Laren." Bang! The teacup suddenly shattered, and a fierce glint flashed in the beautiful woman's eyes as she swept her gaze over the butler, her voice now icy cold. "Are you sure?" As the butler cleaned up the broken teacup, replaced it with a new one, and poured in black tea again, he said, "I'm not entirely sure. I only heard it from Master Occam." Young Master Occam's painstaking research into blood magic was not entirely useless. He seemed to have established some special connection with young Master Rowland, which allowed him to find the territory of the humans in this other world. Upon hearing this, the beautiful lady's face darkened. "Very well, wherever they are, I'll raise that place to the ground tonight. Killing her family is absolutely unforgivable." The butler was slightly shaken by the aura released by the Countess. He straightened his clothes and said, "Madam, please enjoy your afternoon tea first. I will go and inquire about the other party's location from Master Occam." As the butler left and walked along the path through the manicure garden, he suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. "Is it my imagination? Why do I hear a buzzing sound?" Buck focused his attention on his pointed ears and listened carefully, only to find that the buzzing sound had disappeared again. Just when he thought it was an illusion, a missile suddenly struck, piercing through the special black barrier in the sky and landing in the garden, creating a large crater. "Ah!" The maid trimming the garden was blown away by the aftershocks of the explosion, screaming, "The enemy has invaded." Buck immediately returned to the courtyard and saw the lady still leisurely enjoying her afternoon tea. "Madam, the enemy is attacking. They may be humans from that other world. I understand. I didn't expect them to be so bold as to attack my manor. They're practically courting death." The Countess's voice was icy. More missiles came, but the missiles in the sky seemed to have eyes, flying into the garden courtyard without landing nearby. "Find that human from another world and kill him." The Countess's eyes turned bloodshot, her voice icy and possessing a magical quality. The maid, who had been lying on the ground, stiffened, her eyes also glowing red, and stood up straight. A pair of demonic wings spread from her smooth back, and she immediately flew away. The tremor caught Occam's attention, and he quickly went to the garden. The once tidy garden is now riddled with holes and completely devoid of beauty. He noticed that his mother and butler Buck were still leisurely having afternoon tea in the courtyard, so he hurried over. "Mother, the enemy has invaded. Why are you still leisurely drinking tea?" Occam asked anxiously. The Countess spoke coldly. "It's that little cat you were following last night. Now it's bringing people to attack our manor." Occam was shocked. "What did you say? How dare they be so bold?" After being discovered during his infiltration last night, he plans to infiltrate again tonight to gather intelligence on the situation within the enemy territory before launching an attack the following night. They never expected that the other side would dare to attack their manor today. "Mother, this human from another world is skilled in various mechanical creations and possesses considerable destructive power." Occam recounted what he had learned the previous night. At the same time, he described the mechanical styles he saw. Boom, boom, boom. The missiles continued to bombard, and except for the area near the courtyard which remained unaffected, the grass, trees, and soil in the garden were almost completely plowed up. "I've seen it. This human from another world is different from the ones I've encountered before. He's much stronger. The combat maids I just sent out have all been killed." The Countess's words shocked Buck. The battle maids were quite strong, but they were all at level 1, rare, yet the opponent took them down so quickly. "Buck, widen the cover a bit more. I want the red moon to rise." "Occam, my child, are you confident you can defeat that human?" Chapter 75 Attack on the Vampire Manor. After learning the location of the Vampire Manor, Su Ming tried to deploy the giant cannon to see if he could fire a shot at the enemy first. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, exceeding the range of the giant cannon, so they had to give up. Seeing Su Ming's actions, and couldn't help but ask, "Lord, are you preparing to attack them?" "Su Ming, otherwise what? Now that we've discovered their location, are we just going to wait for them to attack us instead of attacking? I don't like entrusting my safety to them. Once the enemy attacks, your territory will become a battlefield, and it will be difficult to deal with the cratered and battered land. Why not shift the battlefield to the enemy's territory? After all, it's not our problem if it gets destroyed. But the enemy has an epic-level expert. Before the coded message was finished, a faint smile appeared on Su Ming's face, as if he wasn't worried at all. She paused, a terrible thought forming in her mind. "My lord, you possess epic-level combat power. How is that possible? You should stay here and recover from your injuries." Su Ming left the territory. Since it belongs to the assassin class, she naturally won't be needed in the upcoming battle. After a morning's journey, Su Ming found the Vampire Manor. It's strange here. It's broad daylight, but the area in front of us is dark, as if it's shrouded in darkness. Vampires are afraid of light, so this veil is to prevent them from seeing sunlight. If I shatter this veil of darkness, will their strength be greatly reduced? The existence of this veil allowed Su Ming to make a rough estimate of the strength of the vampires here. They are not yet able to walk freely in the sunlight. They are still afraid of the sun, and their strength is not yet at that level. 10 RX-20s lined up in a row, and the next second a large number of missiles poured down. To Su Ming's surprise, the missile encountered no obstacles and passed directly through the darkness, landing in the garden of the manor. It's not a barrier-type protection, a very unexpected result. In that case, there's no way to directly break through the darkness and let the sunlight in, thus weakening their power. Very clever, they didn't use the darkness as a defense mechanism, but only to block out the sunlight. Since that's the case, Su Ming stopped worrying about the existence of the conspiracy and ordered an attack. After the first round of bombing, just as they were about to begin the second round, dozens of vampire maids flew out of the manor. Their faces were ferocious, with sharp teeth and claws, and their faces were sickly pale. Tier 1 rare. Nothing to fear. Su Ming smiled faintly upon seeing the opponent's strength. The RX-20 immediately raised the machine gun on its back. In an instant, flames erupted and countless bullets formed a dense barrage, shooting towards the vampire maid in the sky. The bullets have a light attribute effect, making them a natural counter to these vampires. In a matter of moments, they were riddled with holes and fell to the ground, while some remained hanging from the trees. Since it's not a barrier-type protection, let's just attack. With a wave of his hand, Su Ming released another 20 RX-20s and then began to advance. In the sky, the GX-90, equipped with self-destructing mechanical dogs, also began its surprise attack. Just then, the darkness suddenly expanded, enveloping Su Ming's location and including the 3 areas behind him. They're here! Su Ming immediately became alert, and GT Gale and GT Storm took off immediately. They did not rush to join the battle, but first checked the surrounding dangers. At that moment, a blood moon replaced the sun in the sky. As the crimson light fell, a sharp roar echoed through the manor, and even more vampire maids charged out. The RX-20 advanced steadily, first with a well-coordinated squad, then with machine gun fire continuously shooting down the vampire maid who was lunging at them. Strangely, the vampire maid, riddled with bullets, did not die. Instead, she stood up again. The bullet that had entered his body was forcibly removed, and the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The vampire maid, now back to normal, grabbed one of the mechanical dog's legs and quickly dragged it over, scratching at it with her sharp claws. Then more vampire maids rushed in, and together they dismembered the mechanical dog. This scene is just like a group of infatuated women who have never seen a man before, who pounce on him and devour him completely. Immortality? Or self-healing ability? No, the vampire maid for before didn't have that ability. Su Ming frowned when he saw the resurrected vampire maid, but he quickly thought of the vampire maid he had killed at the beginning. They are not immortal. Someone is plotting against them behind the scenes. Human, I ask you, did you kill my brother? At this moment, Occam came up to Su Ming and angrily questioned him. The vampire Occam. Rank, Tier 5 Rare. Traits, Berserk Crimson Moon Knight Blood Arcane Elite. Description, proficient in using various blood techniques. Younger brother? Su Ming was taken aback, recalling the vampires he encountered during the last wave of beast tides. I did kill a vampire not long ago. Are you his brother? That's right. I haven't even settled accounts with you yet, and you come knocking on my door. I'll use your blood to pay tribute to my brother. Occam roared, releasing a faint red mist from his body. Upon closer inspection, it would be revealed to be tiny drops of blood. The blood mist fell on the vampire maids, and they immediately went berserk, their eyes turning bloodshot. So mean Froneth. He discovered that the characteristics of Occam had appeared in the vampire maids, and in every single one of them. As expected of a vampire noble, they actually managed to do this. Su Ming was amazed, but he still didn't take it seriously. His offensive methods were very simple and brutal. Shooting and bombing. This is the violent aesthetics of machinery. The self-destructing robot dog was deployed, and a small mushroom cloud immediately rose in the manor, forming a radiation zone. The shock of the explosion jolted Occam, and his expression changed several times. The Countess, who was enjoying afternoon tea, was also shocked by the violent explosion. This human. Boom! 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 Before there was even time to be shocked, several more small mushroom clouds rose, and the explosions shook the entire manor, causing the courtyard and castle to tremble precariously. This is no simple explosion. It also has a contaminating effect. We must prevent the bombs from falling on the manor. Otherwise, they will not only contaminate our food, but also the blood pool. The Countess suddenly stood up, and the chair behind her fell over as she did so. Yes, madam. I will clear away the flying objects in the sky right now to ensure that these bombs do not fall on the manor and contaminate the blood pool. Buck unfurled demonic wings from his back, his once gentlemanly face now revealing the form of a demonic bat. He then flashed into the air, his claws lashing out fiercely. However, at that moment, the self-destructing mechanical dog mounted on the GX-90 suddenly darted out and bit Buck. Not a bomb. It's alive. Before Buck could react, his arm was bitten tightly. Noticing the red light flashing in the mechanical dog's eyes, he immediately realized something was wrong. It's not alive. It's a mechanical creation. Boom-streepje. A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky, causing the sky to tremble. At that moment, more GX-90s flew over. The self-destructing mechanical dog on board was immediately released and rushed into the small mushroom cloud, causing another violent explosion. Chapter 76 The Countess. Occam relentlessly commanded the vampire made to launch attacks. But even with the enhancements of blood magic and the ability to resurrect infinitely, they were no match for a single burst of bullets from the enemy. Damn it. How come his scrap metal is so hard? And what he fired was a light beam. Could he not be from another world, but someone from the Holy See? Su Ming's firepower completely suppressed it. No matter how many vampire maids there were, they couldn't stop his offensive. At that moment, a self-destructing machine lunged at him, and Occam's expression changed. He was well aware of the horror of these mobile bombs. Each explosion created a huge crater and even produced terrible pollution. Even though they are vampires with powerful vitality and healing abilities, they will become extremely weak after being exposed to this radiation. These pollutants can enter the bloodstream. Dozens of vampire maids stood in front of him, blocking the self-destructing mechanical dog, while Occam quickly retreated to avoid the explosion. Boom streepje streepje. Just as Occam was about to breathe a sigh of relief after the vampire maid was blown to pieces, he saw even more machines emerging from the dust. His face immediately turned ugly, even showing a hint of despair. In the darkness, under the red moonlight of his mother, he was so disheveled, even making a fool of himself in front of her, which was a disgrace to the Otlev family. Just then, an arm fell from the sky. Upon seeing the arm, Occam's pupils constricted, his mental defenses finally crumbled, and despair appeared on his face. These are the butler buck's hands. He's dead. He was blown up. He was so strong, with near-infinite regeneration abilities. How could he have died? Who exactly is this human being before me? How can he be so strong? Just as he was about to break down, a hand landed on his shoulder, and a cold voice sounded from behind him. As the future heir of the family, it is truly disappointing that he is so cowardly and timid when facing a powerful enemy. Upon hearing this, Occam shuddered and lowered his head. I'm sorry, Mother. I was wrong. The other party put too much pressure on me. It was an insurmountable fear. The Countess raised her hand and released tiny red bats that devoured the mechanical dog in front of her, paralyzing it. It's not your fault. This enemy is very troublesome. Leave it to me. Oh, and by the way, call your father over. Father! Occam was taken aback. He suddenly realized that his mother might not be a match for the human in front of her either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have told him to call for his father. I'll go right now. Occam dared not linger for even a moment and quickly ran back to the castle behind him. The Countess looked directly at Su Ming. In this dog-eat-dog world, I will not ask you why you attacked my manor. Since you dare to come, then let me taste the delicious blood in your body. It has been a long time since I have directly drunk blood. The Countess's elegant voice gradually turned rough, and her clothes were stretched taut as her body grew larger, revealing her strong muscles. Her originally beautiful and delicate features were transformed into the ferocious appearance of a bat, with huge demonic wings spreading out from her back. You call yourselves vampires, but you seem more like bat monsters to me. The sight of an elegant, beautiful woman suddenly transforming into a monster truly surprised Su Ming. Vampire Maggie. Tier 1 Epic. Characteristics: Night Red Moon Elite Boss Berserk Bloodlust. Description: possesses a long lifespan and powerful attack methods. Epic. Su Ming was not surprised and readily deployed the warlord. Let me taste your blood. The Countess pounced, creating gusts of wind. Just then, a huge machine rose up from behind Su Ming, its massive shadow enveloping the Countess. The Countess was stunned for a moment upon seeing this. The warlord raised his arms, aiming the machine gun ports on the back of his hands at the enemy, and a barrage of bullets poured out. The Countess sensed something was wrong and wrapped herself in the largest demon wings, unaware that this was the most regrettable decision she had ever made. The bullet, with its powerful armor-piercing effect, pierced straight through her demonic wings. Ah! The Countess let out a painful scream, realizing she had completely underestimated the power of the bullet. The bullet not only has extremely strong penetrating power, but it is also a light bullet with light properties. She tried to dodge, but more bullets rained down, pinning her down. She could only draw blood from her body and channel it into her wings to enhance her defense and self-healing abilities. Such strong recovery ability, but such a recovery speed must take a lot out of you. Sumin Smail Fantli. The RX-78, RX-20, GT Gale, and GT Storm were launched in succession. The sky and the ground are both occupied by mechanical creations. The Countess's eyes showed fear. Even though she could easily destroy these scrap metal pieces with a flick of her wrist, she was being suppressed by the warlord. Moreover, these mechanical dogs are already quite powerful, and if they were to join in, their self-recovery speed simply couldn't keep up. Disintegration! The Countess roared, and her body suddenly split into countless tiny bats, scattering in all directions in an attempt to escape the attack. You think I can't hit you just because we're divided? So means my infantry. The GX-86 started scanning, and hundreds of red dots immediately appeared on the screen. Those were the Countess splitting into small bats. Destroy her! The warlord immediately locked onto the small bat, fleeing in midair, unleashing a hail of bullets while simultaneously firing lasers from behind, relentlessly pursuing and attacking the bat. The RX-20 opened its mouth, spewing out flames that chased the little bats to one side, where they were then shot down by the GT Gale and Storm. Under their combined attack, only a few small bats survived, landing in the courtyard and transforming back into the Countess's appearance. Su Ming did not stop her attack. As soon as the opponent landed, various missiles were already flying over, forcing her to quickly dodge. We will advance steadily and continuously shrink the opponent's living space. Mechanical Dog and GT. A fierce wind and storm swept across the land, leaving Countess A almost breathless. Even more terrifying is that there's an even more powerful warlord behind it. After several attempts to escape, the Countess was forced to the castle gates. At this point, she could no longer maintain her bat form and reverted to human form. His face was pale, and his body was riddled with bullet holes. Even these minor injuries could not heal on their own. The Countess looked extremely embarrassed. She had never been so disheveled since reaching the epic level. Her gaze turned menacing as she stared at Su Ming in the distance. A dark red bloodbat silently flew out from behind her, launching a stealthy attack. However, after the bloodbat secretly flew a short distance away, a laser suddenly struck down, instantly evaporating it completely. The Countess was taken aback. How did the other party discover that I had done it so discreetly? Trying to pull some tricks? All your actions are under my surveillance, Su Ming said calmly. When the Countess released the bloodbats, a small red dot appeared on the screen of the GX-86. He didn't care what it was. He just eliminated it. An epic-level monster should drop a lot of good stuff. Su Ming issued the order. Just then, Mother, Father is here. Occam shouted and pushed open the door, just in time to see his mother being pierced by countless lasers and bullets. Mother! Boom! The powerful impact shattered the castle gate, and Occam was violently thrown out. Just as the gate was about to crash into him, a large hand stopped him. How dare these humans from another world be so arrogant and invade my manor? Chapter 77, one isn't enough? What if you get several more? After dealing with the younger one, the older one appears. After taking care of the older one, another old one pops up. Su Ming made a comment. Then, various gun barrels were aimed at the burly man who suddenly appeared inside the door. Unleash the full firepower immediately. Blood Eater, don't be so arrogant. A deep voice came from inside the castle, and huge demon wings stood like a sturdy shield at the doorway before stepping outside. Vampire, Ultraeon Caesar. Tier 3 Epic. Features: Night Blood Moon Boss Elite Blood Pool Amplification. Description: the Vampire Manor family possesses immense power, and backed by a blood pool, they have near-infinite regenerative abilities. The moment the other party appeared, Su Ming's holographic eye immediately captured their information. A blood pool. So mean Fronith. This seems to be a very troublesome thing. Drink. Caesar roared, his blood energy erupting and knocking back all the nearby mechanical constructs. His resolute, dark purple skin exuded authority, and his face commanded respect even without anger. You destroyed my manor, killed my wife, killed my children. You deserve to die. Caesar roared, his eyes flashing red, and all the machines that had been forced back suddenly rose into the air. The next second, the machinery fused into molten iron, which then transformed into crimson blood. Caesar opened his mouth and inhaled sharply, all the blood entering his abdomen. It tastes terrible, it's all rusty, not as good as the wine I brew. Apart from the warlord, all other mechanical units were wiped out. Caesar glanced at his good-for-nothing son behind him and said, Gather the fragments of your mother and put them into the blood pool. Seeing his father's immense power, Occam couldn't help but feel delighted. Upon hearing his father's instructions, he quickly said, "Father, Mother's fragments are corrupted. Releasing them into the blood pool might contaminate it. Also, his mechanical creations are firing light bullets, so he might be from the Vatican." Caesar glanced at the fragments of his wife's body. They did indeed show signs of contamination. "Then let's collect your mother first. After the battle, I'll remove the pollution from her body and release her into the blood pool." As for the Vatican, he is not from the Vatican, but from another world. Caesar's voice was loud enough for Su Ming to hear from a great distance. He was very curious that these local forces knew they came from another world. Instead of rushing into an attack, we want to hear what else the other side has to say. When humans from another world come here, they gain various special abilities. They can get rewards for killing us, and we can get the same rewards for killing them. Have you forgotten the delicious taste of human blood from these otherworldly beings? Upon hearing this, Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Can you also get rewards for killing local creatures' lords? This was the first time he had heard this news. Such a powerful human. Killing him will definitely yield a lot of rewards. His blood must taste even better than that of other humans from other worlds. It will allow me to brew the divine wine I've always dreamed of. Caesar's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and his demonic wings flapped violently behind him, sending out a large number of black bats that attacked Su Ming's direction. "Blood Eater, the difference in strength between you is too great. You have no chance of winning and can only become food. You're a huge piece of scrap metal. You're nothing in my eyes." Case laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. Su Ming looked at the swarm of black bats approaching and simply smiled. "Scrap metal? Then let you taste what it's like to be killed by scrap metal." Large numbers of RX, 78, 20, GT Gale, and Storm reappeared and launched an attack on Caesar. "Can your blood pool's powerful regenerative abilities withstand my firepower?" Su Ming asked coldly. The blood pool provides Caesar with powerful regeneration, but he is backed by the factory, whose powerful production capacity is enough to offset the opponent's regeneration. "Ha ha!" Caesar laughed upon hearing this. "Useless scrap metal will only become my blood food, my tonic, even though it doesn't taste good." At this moment, the warlord also launched an attack, unleashing a barrage of bullets, missiles, lasers, and various other artillery fire. The black bats were wiped out, and the garden in front of them was reduced to rubble. Seeing the bullets and missiles coming at him, Caesar did not try to withstand them head-on, but instead quickly dodged. These bullets possess light properties, which are a natural counter to them. They should dodge them as much as possible. "Is that giant piece of scrap metal your trump card? Once I destroy it, what offensive tactics will you have left?" Caesar formed a claw with one hand, and blood gathered in the claw, condensing into a blood sphere, which he then blasted towards the warlord. Despite the destruction of his right arm, it emitted crackling sparks. Good. Occam, who was collecting fragments of his mother's body nearby, couldn't help but shout out upon seeing this. "Sumin Smail Fantli. Ace? This is indeed my ace. But who told you I only have one ace like this?" "More than one." Caesar was taken aback. Before he could react, another warlord appeared, and the immense pressure made his face darken. He has the advantage in terms of level, but the opponent's artillery capabilities should not be underestimated. Once hit, even he will be in serious trouble. Scrap metal is still scrap metal, no matter how big or small it is. Let me destroy all the scrap metal you're so proud of. Bloodbat frenzy. Caesar's body exploded, spewing out a large amount of blood, which transformed into countless bloodbats, forming a vast ocean that headed towards Su Ming. This move consumes a great deal of energy, and even with the blood pool behind him, he can only use it once. In an instant, a towering flood rushed towards Su Ming, and the two warlords immediately launched a counterattack. Countless bullets, missiles, and lasers were unleashed in an attempt to disperse the oncoming, towering torrent. "It's no use. My blood pool keeps replenishing it. Everything I've done is in vain." Caesar roared. Su Ming sneered. "The blood pool is powerful? Can it be more powerful than my industrial capabilities?" The third warlord has appeared. Caesar's face darkened. He had never expected that Su Ming would have 3 such powerful machines. But he didn't panic and continued to increase the output of the blood pool. Subsequently, the fourth warlord was reorganized and released. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of cannon fire was incessant. The soil in the garden was blasted into lava. The castle behind Caesar was also destroyed. The towering wave composed of bloodbaths was defeated. How is it? Can your blood pool still hold up? If I get another one, how will you handle it? The fifth warlord has been deployed. The machinery factory within the territory is operating at full speed, with 4 production lines continuously producing GT Gale and GT Storm, which are then reorganized by Su Ming. What? How does he have so many powerful machines? Occam was completely stunned, unaware that a piece of his mother's body had fallen from his arms. Kaiser's face was grim, and the 5 warlords looked down at him like 5 enormous creatures. The red light shooting from his eyes carried extreme pressure and destruction, making his face extremely ugly, and he involuntarily lowered his head. I am willing to submit. He uttered these words in humiliation. Surrender? These 2 words struck Occam like a bolt from the blue. He never expected that his powerful father would utter the word surrender. He wanted to question his father, but faced with a father's power, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his words. We do not accept submission. Su Ming issued the order. Destroy them. Countless laser cannons rained down, leveling the entire castle to the ground. Chapter 78 Blood Pool, Special Reward. The Lord of Wutai War reduced the vampire manor to scorched earth. The castle was reduced to ruins, and several centimeters of soil were eroded from the manor. Su Ming dispatched GX-86 to scan the area and confirmed that there were no other survivors besides himself. It's no wonder he's so cautious. After all, Caesar is a vampire with powerful vitality and self-healing abilities, and there's no guarantee they won't suddenly come back to life. The RX-30 entered the field and began cleaning up the battlefield. Soon, the most valuable corpses were carried out, collected, and transported out. Ottoman Caesar, the head of the vampire manor. Su Ming glanced at it, and the information appeared before his eyes. Dissection yields 30,000 energy crystals, 2,000 alien crystals, 200 crystal cores, 1 alien crystal core, 5 concentrated essence blood, bloodthirsty city wall construction blueprint, purple, bloodthirsty berserker, orange. In addition to the first 3 resources, Su Ming discovered a new resource, the heterocrystalline core. These are materials that only drop from defeating epic-level monsters. Now his factory upgrades hardly require this resource anymore. The only option that fits the bill is to upgrade the factory, since it's a legendary building. However, upgrading it requires 10,000 alien crystal cores, and I only have one right now, so upgrading it seems like a long way off. In addition to resources, a considerable amount of concentrated essence was also obtained. This is a food with permanent attributes, providing a significant boost, but it has quite a few side effects. Essence blood can be sold to those lords in exchange for resources. Su Ming still didn't plan to use it himself. After all, the side effects were too great. In addition to resources, a building blueprint and a weapon were also found. The weapon is epic level. They were quite lucky. Bloodlust Berserker. Attacks consume the user's own blood to gain a 50% boost. Attacking enemies triggers the bloodlust effect. Upon killing a target, the user absorbs the target's blood to replenish their health. This weapon has the same characteristics as the vampire, but unfortunately, I won't have many opportunities to use it. He now mostly commands the battle from the rear and rarely joins the fighting on his own initiative. Send the RX-30 back to the territory for dissection. The probability of obtaining resources from the mining factory is doubled, which is much higher than before. We can't let it go to waste. Subsequently, the Countess's body was also brought out. Dissection yields 10,000 energy crystals, 1,500 different crystals, 500 crystal cores, 1 different crystal core, 3 concentrated essence blood, Afternoon Courtyard building blueprint, blue, and Sonic Tower building blueprint, purple. Aside from resources, there's only a regular building blueprint and a defense tower building blueprint. It's SOSO, nothing epic. As for what could be obtained from Occam and the butler's corpses, Su Ming wasn't very interested and simply had the RX-30 transport them back. This place has been bombed into ruins. I wonder if the blood pool has been destroyed. Su Ming is very interested in the blood pool of the Otlev family. It might be a rare building or item. Or perhaps, the blood pool is the source of their concentrated essence blood. This is a food with permanent attributes. If you can control it, you can have a continuous supply of concentrated essence blood. Could it have evaporated? Looking at the ruins before him, Su Ming felt troubled. It seems I went a bit too far. I should have known better than to use 5 warlords. After a fruitless search, just as he was about to give up, Su Ming discovered a cellar door in the ruins that resembled an underground entrance. The basement? Perhaps the blood pool is inside. Su Ming's eyes lit up. He felt there was hope. Opening the cellar door reveals that it is not a long-abandoned cellar. There are signs of frequent use. A GX-86 was sent ahead to scout the way, followed by an RX-20. Only after confirming that there was no danger inside did Su Ming enter. The cellar was deep and large. Upon entering, one sees wine racks on both sides, but the wine on them has been shattered due to the battle, and the ground and racks are stained blood red. However, Su Ming could smell that this was not wine, but bottles of blood, simply packaged in wine bottles. He wasn't surprised. After all, they were vampires. Further in, Su Ming came across a small brewing room. In the brewing room, there was a large vat filled with a crimson liquid. Next to the large vat was a smaller vat, and next to that was an even smaller vat, and finally, a fixed bottle. The scarlet liquid is refined through multiple processes before finally dripping into a bottle to create what is known as wine. Several corpses hung upside down above the large vat, their heads slashed open, blood dripping from the wounds. These must be the lords they killed. Su Ming glanced around and confirmed that there was nothing of value here, not even the wine being extracted. As for those lords, they were already dead, their blood almost completely drained. Leaving the brewing room, Su Ming continued walking deeper into the area. Unbeknownst to them, the surroundings became gloomy and chilly. After passing through several doors, Su Ming arrived at a special stone chamber. It was completely undecorated, as if it were naturally formed. At the end of the stone chamber stood a statue with wings, sharp teeth, and a majestic and ferocious appearance. Su Ming didn't recognize who this was, but the pool under the statue intrigued him. Blood pool. A blood pool specially crafted for the Alterac family. The blood pool grants them powerful regenerative and self-healing abilities. Even chunks of flesh can recover after being soaked in it. This building is exclusive to Alterac and is a special building. Destroying it will grant a special reward. Amazing. It can even come back to life after being shattered into pieces. This blood pool is incredibly monstrous. Su Ming was amazed. Fortunately, I had enough firepower, otherwise, with the enemy backed by the blood pool, I probably wouldn't have been able to kill him. Unfortunately, the blood pool is an exclusive building that you cannot own, but you can get special rewards after destroying it, so it's not a complete loss. After confirming that there was nothing else there, Su Ming ordered RX-20, destroy this blood pool. The RX-20 immediately launched several missiles, turning the blood pool into ruins. Successfully destroy a special building to receive an extra reward. Obtained, cultivation chamber construction blueprint, orange. A blueprint radiating orange light fell into Su Ming's hands. Cultivation room. Su Ming looked curiously at the blueprint in his hand. Incubation room construction blueprints, orange. Can be used to cultivate, enhance, and treat organisms. Construction requirements. 80,000 wood, 50,000 energy crystals, 1,000 differential crystals, 100 crystal cores. Biological culture? That seems like a good idea. I can test it with the main silver wolf when I get back. After packing up his belongings, Su Ming left the cellar. He had taken most of what he needed, but he wondered why the occupation notification hadn't popped up yet. I still can't conquer it. Is there still some place I haven't explored? No, it's different from the exploration area. As long as we deal with the monsters here, we've completed the conquest. Su Ming found it strange. Land reclamation is different from conquest. Land reclamation requires exploration before it can be occupied, but conquest only requires eliminating the opponent, and the opponent's territory will naturally be incorporated into your own territory. But now, are there still survivors? Su Ming narrowed his eyes and immediately became alert. Looking around, a church in the distance caught his attention. Chapter 79 NTR, a fanatical vampire girl who devoted to the church. Through the images transmitted back by GX-86, Su Ming saw a blonde girl kneeling inside the church, muttering something as if she were praying. Such a fierce battle actually disturbed her. Su Ming arrived at the church and saw a glass of blood, its color gleaming, placed at the entrance. Besides the glass of blood, there was also a lot of congealed red substance nearby, like jelly. Su Ming knew that it wasn't jelly, but congealed blood. She's human? Not a vampire. Su Ming had this thought. He doesn't drink blood. and even prays like a human, which makes him seem completely unlike a vampire. After confirming that the other party was not in danger, Su-Ming pushed the door open and entered. The moment the door was opened, the holographic eye acquired information about the girl in front of it. Vampire, Charlotte. Rank, Tier 3 Rare. Description: a vampire girl who has devoted herself to the light and loves to pray, attempts to gain the approval of the Holy See through this means, begging for the Holy See's messengers to guide her. Not human, but a vampire. Su-Ming immediately became alert, but when he found that the other party was completely unprepared, he walked overconfidently, with a mechanical dog and drone following him. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with the other party, Charlotte suddenly turned around. She lowered her head and made a strange gesture, then knelt down, lightly kissed the ground with her forehead, and placed her arms flat in front of her. Messenger from the papacy, you have finally heard my prayers and come to guide me. I have prayed for 7,682 days and have long since washed away the darkness from my body and soul, and am ready to devote myself to the light. Su-Ming, is this guy out his mind? Or have they been brainwashed? Are all the Vatican members such fanatical believers? Su-Ming's view of the papacy has changed slightly. The Vatican, as he understood it, was on the side of justice, belonging to the forces of light, while vampires were on the side of evil, belonging to the forces of darkness. But now it seems that's not the case. The blonde girl in front of him was a vampire, a creature of the dark forces, yet now she worshipped the church and devoted herself to the light. It was hard not to suspect that she had been brainwashed. From this perspective, the Vatican's methods are quite terrifying. I'm not a member of the Vatican, nor am I here to guide you. I am here to kill you. Su-Ming didn't hide his purpose. He wanted to see how this brainwashed vampire girl would react. The blonde girl did not get up, remaining in that position, devoutly saying, "Thank you, messenger, for sending me into heaven, completely washing away my darkness, and giving me the opportunity to return to the embrace of light. The Holy See endures, and the light shines eternally." Su-Ming, not even afraid of death. On the contrary, they are proud of it. Speechless, I couldn't help but admire the Vatican's brainwashing methods. Thinking about this, Su-Ming suddenly didn't want to kill her anymore. He asked, "How much do you know about the Vatican?" The papacy is likely a local power, and quite powerful at that. Since the blonde girl in front of me is a fanatical believer of the Holy See, perhaps I can learn some information about the Holy See from her, so I can prepare for a future encounter. The Vatican leads us toward the light, and is committed to eliminating all darkness in the world and building a paradise of eternal light. In this paradise, there is no disease, no birth, old age, or death, no war or disaster. People live happily and carefree lives. Su-Ming, have you been in contact with people from the Vatican? No, I learned everything about the papacy from books. What can I learn from the book? Did you learn from the book that brainwashing can reach this level? I have no idea what would happen if we came into direct contact. That's terrifying. Where are the books about the Vatican? In my room. Su-Ming decided to ask her to take him to see it, curious about what kind of book had such magic. Before setting off, Su-Ming remembered something and asked, "Your parents died at my hands. Don't you want to avenge them?" Charlotte showed no anger and calmly said, "They turned to darkness and became its people. I have tried many times to persuade them to return to the embrace of the Holy See and to embrace the light, but they cannot understand and even force me to drink the blood of the devil. The messenger has come to save them and send them to heaven, where they may be cleansed of the darkness in their hearts and embrace the light in the future." Su-Ming, I feel like asking is pointless. Everyone's been brainwashed into being an idiot. Get up, take me to your room. I want to see those books. No problem, Your Excellency. The blonde girl stood up, her eyes meeting Su-Ming's. Her pupils dilated in shock, and she hurriedly knelt down in a panic, performing a special ritual. It wasn't a messenger. It was God. It is Charlotte's honor that God himself came to guide her. The blonde girl's voice trembled with excitement. Su-Ming was speechless again. Has he gone from being a messenger to becoming God again? I'm not Allah, nor a messenger, but just an ordinary lord. Charlotte seemed not to hear Su-Ming's words and said to herself, "Lord, may I behold your true face, so that your image may be forever imprinted in my heart, imprinted in my soul, and remembered for eternity." Su-Ming felt that he could no longer have a normal conversation with her. If she thinks it is, then it is. Therefore, Su Ming stopped arguing and accepted whatever she said. With permission, Charlotte raised her head, her bright, fiery red eyes fixed on Su Ming, determined to memorize his features. Su Ming also stared at her and saw her clearly. With blonde hair and red eyes, and exquisite features, she was almost flawless except for her slightly pale complexion. If only her eyes didn't gleam with fanaticism. Seeing Charlotte's expression, Su Ming couldn't help but ask, "Why do you think she recognized me as God?" Charlotte stopped looking directly at Su Ming, withdrew her gaze, lowered her head, and respectfully replied, "Only God is accompanied by divine birds and steeds." Divine bird, divine horse? Su Ming was taken aback and looked at the drone and mechanical dog beside him. She mistook those two things for mythical beasts? Then, Su Ming noticed the statue where Charlotte was praying, and there was indeed an animal and a bird following the statue. As for the face, it was very blurry, and it was impossible to tell what it looked like. But to consider mechanical dogs and drones as divine birds and steeds is a bit too far-fetched. They've definitely been brainwashed and made stupid. Su Ming did not correct him, nor did he bother to explain. "They are my divine beasts. Get up and take me to your room." "Yes, Lord." Charlotte bowed again, then stood up and led the way. Upon arriving outside the church, the 5 mechanical lords once again elicited her exclamation, "Lord, you've even brought your powerful servants." Su Ming was used to her exaggerated words and said calmly, "It was your piety that moved me, so I can't be stingy when I come to guide you." Seeing Charlotte leading him back, Su Ming's expression turned strange, and he asked, "Is your room in the castle up ahead?" "Yes, Lord." "Then there's no need to go back. I've already destroyed that place." She seemed to believe in the light, so I thought she would live somewhere else, but I didn't expect her to live in a castle as well. Unfortunately, I missed the opportunity to learn about the Vatican. Charlotte showed no anger, as if it were all inevitable and a matter of course. She made a gesture of respect and said devoutly, "The Lord has purified the land of sin. May their souls be purified in heaven and far from darkness." Su Ming was already used to her behavior. A notification pops up in front of you. Successfully conquered the vampire manor. Would you like to add it to your territory? Territory size, 10 squares. Chapter 80. Snatching people from the Vatican, construction of the nursing lab. Su Ming took Charlotte back to their residence, and from her, he gained a basic understanding of the Vatican. The papacy is located at the center of the world and wields great influence. They are members of the forces of light, dedicated to eradicating darkness. Aside from that, there wasn't much useful content. It was mostly praise for the Vatican and fanatical pronouncements. Afterwards, Su Ming let her stay in a nearby house. "Is this the holy site of the Lord?" "Lord, I wish to build a church here to worship you, to pray for you, and to serve you by your side for the rest of my life." Charlotte made a prayer gesture, then kissed the sacred ground beneath her feet. Su Ming was used to her behavior and already knew how to deal with her. He glanced around casually, then pointed in a direction. "Okay, that'll do. Anyway, the place is big. She could do whatever she wants with it." Charlotte left, and just as Su Ming was about to do other things, 2 notifications popped up. "You have distorted the faith of the papacy's followers and abducted the papacy's most loyal believers. The papacy's favorability towards you has decreased. The city of machinery is gaining more attention." Seeing these 2 prompts, Su Ming was speechless. "What do you mean I distorted her beliefs?" She misunderstood on her own. Okay, he didn't pay much attention to it. If his favorability rating dropped, so be it, since he didn't have much affection for the papacy anyway. After dealing with Charlotte's matter, Su Ming took out the blueprints for the cultivation room, selected a location, and began construction. The design is predominantly white, with decorations resembling DNA double helixes and cellular organisms. After completing its construction, Su Ming upgraded it to the rare level, since resources were now plentiful. Then open the incubation room panel. Cultivation room. Rank, Tier 1 rare. Cultivation container 1, and used. Cultivation container number 2, and used. Cultivation container número 5, unused. Upgrade requirements. 100,000 energy crystals, 500 different crystals, 100 crystal cores. Su Ming opened the number 1 incubation chamber. 2 options popped up. Enhancement treatment. However, both options are grayed out and cannot be clicked. Without anyone lying down inside the incubation chamber, it cannot be activated. Can it help individuals strengthen and heal? Su Ming touched his chin. This building is useful to me, but not very useful. After all, they're mechanical units, and if they're injured or damaged, they're scrapped and then a new one is built, so they're basically never used. But the territory already has a maned silver wolf and a shadow cat demon, and now there's a vampire. It provides a place for them to heal, and they can also strengthen themselves along the way. Dark. Su Ming shouted toward the sky. 2 seconds later, the shadow behind him wriggled, and a dark figure emerged from Su Ming's shadow. My lord, what are your orders? His tone was much more respectful than before. Now, she sees Su Ming as even more unfathomable. It turns out he wasn't joking when he said he was going to take care of the vampire manor. He really meant to wipe them out. And it only took less than a day. Not only that, he even caught one. Not only that, she also saw the vampire make strange gestures towards Su Ming from the shadows, then kneel down, and then perform a foot kiss. She couldn't see clearly because of the obstruction, but the fact that the other party could make her kneel was enough. Now she only felt that Su Ming was even more terrifying. So when Su Ming called for her, she appeared quickly, her attitude more respectful than before. Su Ming, unaware of the changes in an ex-Scion's heart, pointed to the cultivation room and said, "Weren't you injured before? I made something that can heal your injuries. Go and try it." He glanced at the newly appeared building not far away, hesitated for a moment, and then went inside. Upon entering the incubation room, she saw 5 capsule-shaped pods. Then, the first pod opened, and Su Ming's voice came to her ears. "Lie down in it, and it will help heal your injuries." Although one was puzzled as to how this thing could heal him, he still lay down inside. After she lay down inside, the hatch closed. An unknown liquid began to pour in from below, which frightened her so much that she instinctively tried to escape. "Don't panic. This is a necessary part of the treatment process. You won't drown." Hearing that the liquid had stopped, he gave up the idea of escaping and let it submerge his head. She disliked, even hated, the feeling of being soaked. The hypnotic gas was released, and he unknowingly fell into a deep sleep. On Su Ming's side, the panel showed that Dark was already lying inside the incubation chamber. Her various information and data, as well as the extent of her injuries, were displayed to Su Ming. Head, moderate, mild concussion. Neck, mild, minor misalignment of the second cervical vertebra, muscle strain. Chest injury, moderate, fracture of the 3rd to 6th ribs on the right side, fracture of the sternum. Limb injuries, left arm, moderate, biceps tear. Right arm, mild, radial fracture, soft tissue contusion of the hand. Left leg, moderate, knee ligament strain, calf muscle hematoma. Right leg, mild, ankle sprain, skin abrasion. External trauma, moderate, multiple contusions and lacerations all over the body, covering approximately 25% of the body surface, including 3 wounds on the back that reached the subcutaneous tissue. The information was very detailed, listing all the locations of the injuries. Su Ming clicked on treatment, and the option for treatment drugs appeared. Treatments are available for everything from mild to severe cases and for various body parts. Instead of direct treatment, do we still need to add treatment medication? Based on the recommendation, Su Ming chose a moderate strength treatment. It then displays the materials needed for the moderate healing potion, where you can directly use it by spending 10 energy crystals. Interesting, there's even a recipe appearing. Is this to make it easier for me to collect them? Su Ming directly consumed 10 energy crystals because he did not have all the materials needed for the moderate healing potion. Then, a stream of green liquid was injected into the incubation chamber to begin treating Dark's injuries. Treatment begins. Estimated treatment time, 3 minutes. During the Dark healing process, Su Ming switched to the enhancement option again. The procedure is exactly the same as treatment, except that the treatment potions are replaced with various enhancement potions. After thinking for a while, Su Ming chose the rare grade enhancement potion. A warning popped up stating that the other person's body could not withstand the strain and that danger might be imminent. However, it is not prohibited from use. You can still click to continue using it and force the use of a rare enhancement potion on Dark. After thinking for a moment, Su Ming decided to use the advanced enhancement potion again, and then chose the advanced speed enhancement potion. The advanced enhancement potion cost 100 energy crystals, and the advanced speed enhancement potion cost 500 energy crystals. I want to try it out and see how effective the enhancement is and whether it's worth all those energy crystals. As for why I didn't risk using a rare grade item, it's because I was afraid of ruining it. Otherwise, it would be a loss. The treatment was completed 3 minutes later, and all of Dark stats returned to normal levels, with the injury status showing as unharmed. But she did not wake up. Then a tube of red and blue liquid was injected, and she began to be strengthened. The strengthening process was short, lasting only 5 minutes. When the time was up, the liquid inside the cultivation chamber was drained, and the door opened with a hiss. And slowly opened her eyes, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. This stuff really has healing properties. It's amazing. In her mind, an injury would heal in a short time by taking some herbs or drinking some recovery potions. This is the first time I've ever seen a treatment method where you lie down and take a nap. As she stepped out of the incubation chamber and her feet touched the ground, she suddenly realized something was wrong. It's become lighter. My legs feel much lighter, and my strength has increased significantly. And was shocked, his cat-like eyes wide. After just one treatment, I actually became stronger. Have you noticed the changes? I've given you a little boost. How does it feel?